to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Bring on the Packers! Bring them on, Marcus. Bring them on. Bring me the G. Bring me that freaking G on the side of the helmet. Good morning, everybody. Does the G stand for good morning, Marcus?
Oh, it does, because it's a good morning. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. How about them Cowboys?
Who?
How about them Eagles?
Can I get a Mike McDaniel early?
How about those Rams, Murph, all gone after this weekend?
Who? Let's do that one more time. How about them Cowboys?
Who?
How about them Rams?
Who?
And last night, woo! How about them Eagles?
Who?
You have your James Bradbury up there, too?
Oh, I got that for you. You want like a complete breakdown of all the teams this weekend in the NFC East, and we'll throw on the Rams on top of that. Their performances this weekend?
Trash.
Beautiful.
Straight
beautiful.
up trash.
Oh, man. Well, listen, guys. I mean, okay. So let's set the table because we got to say, okay, most of you know, but maybe you don't. Saturday, 5:15, which, by the way, awesome, right? You wanted the Saturday game because if you're going to advance, you need that extra day going into conference championship weekend. Also, it's a short week. Pardon me. It's a short week for the Packers who played on Sunday.
Correct. Back-to-back road games on a short week for the Packers, too,
Right.
Murph.
All that said, they're bringing a guy named Jordan Love who, oh, my God. He's coming in on a rocket ship, this guy.
Yeah.
Jordan Love out of Bakersfield, California, don't you know? Aaron Jones out of El Paso, Texas, don't you know? And the Packers, let's talk about what they did to the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday afternoon. By the way, I say Sunday. I lost track of. Did you lose track of days this weekend?
Yeah, I'm so confused. I don't know who played on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, Murph.
You know what jacked everything up was the Bills canceling that game.
Correct, because they got
postponing,
moved
I
from
should say.
Saturday to Monday.
Moved from Sunday to Monday. It was going to be Sunday 10 a.m. See?
Correct.
You've already forgotten
because
your days.
the news came out on Saturday that they were postponing the game, which, by the way, also screws over the Buffalo Bills being a 2 seed now having to play on a short week.
Right. But I thought it was odd. I'm like, Buffalo, they've played in everything. That's very odd to me. Then it was reminded in 2014 they actually had to fly to Detroit to play a game. Do you remember that?
I do.
When
yeah.
You couldn't look outside the window in Buffalo. And when I saw the footage from Sunday in Buffalo, I'm like, damn, I guess they couldn't have played.
Yeah, it makes
That
sense.
was crazy.
I mean, especially when last week all we were talking about, even on a national scale, was the weather in Kansas City for the Dolphins and Chiefs game.
Dude, that was, give me that Kansas City game. That was no problem.
Yeah, whatever. It was cold,
yeah.
but nothing like it was in Buffalo.
It was actually really cold. But shout out to Kristen Yushik making jackets for you, me, and Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get back to the Packers going into that game. Now, on Brian and Bobby's picks, I did take the Packers plus the points.
You did, Murph.
So let's talk about that for a second. What brought you to the point where you thought the Cowboys were going to handle them?
Well, the Cowboys had what? 16 in a row at home, 8-0 this season. They've been playing phenomenal at home this year. And I looked at the Green Bay Packers, and everything we're going to talk about this week is correct. They're one of the hottest teams in football right now. I just didn't think they had the dudes. They don't have one all-pro player on their team. I like Jair Alexander, great talent. Aaron Jones, those guys are great talents. But the Packers don't even have a Pro Bowl player on their team. We talk all the time about Pro Bowl talent and whether or not that even means anything. So I just thought the Packers were still a year away.
It's all very reasonable.
Cowboys playing at home.
And hadn't the Cowboys, their margin of victory at home was pretty significant too.
They were scoring 40 points per game in Jerry's
So
world.
why did I take the Packers plus 7? A, I was throwing freaking darts. No, but B, I just said, look at this team. You read stats and you read stats and you read stats, and then certain things jump out at you. And I was like, damn, I think I've been sleeping on the Pack. Because going into that game, Jordan Love was on an 18-touchdown, 1 interception roll. They had won 6 out of 7. Aaron Jones had gained 111 yards in 3 straight games. And I thought, you know what? I think the Cowboys will probably take these guys a little lightly. And I said, it'll probably be a close game. That's what I thought. It was not a close game.
No.
It was not a close game at all. And man, oh man, just first of all, there's 2 ways to look at this. One, respect for the Packers and everything they did. But 2, we got to get it just down into the gutter. Let's get our petty on and just laugh our asses off at the Dallas freaking Cowboys. How many, whether it was Sal, the Cowboy fan at the Italian Athletic Club Stag, or whether it's my buddy Daryl who kept coming at me, even after they lost 42-10. Laugh now, cry later.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Parsons. Where's he crying at?
I mean, has there ever been anything more full of bluster and hype and no delivery in the history of American sports than the last 30 years of the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, it's year after year after year, and this is coming after day after day after day where ESPN and every national syndicated show is talking about the Cowboys and how this is the year they're finally going to make a run. And then last week when Dak Prescott gets named to the second-team All-Pro list over Brock Purdy, and we kind of just broke down how ridiculous that was, well, we saw the true colors of Dak Prescott this weekend.
Bro, Dak Prescott wants to crawl into a hole right now. He looked tight. He played small. He looked like the moment was affecting him. He looked like he was hearing every whisper and every assertion that this was the year. Dude, not ready for prime time.
Not at all. And he came out terrible with, of course, the first quarter interception, then the savage pick six right before the second half. Like, Dak looked like he was just utterly confused out there. Like, he didn't know where the ball was going when he was throwing it.
Whereas Jordan Love,
dude,
I was just going down a little rabbit hole of film of him. Every read he made, every audible he made, every adjustment he made in protection.
See, that's the thing that stood out to me was him going to the line of scrimmage and calling all those audibles. Like we talked a bunch last week about Peyton Manning and having that football mind. I did not expect Jordan Love to kind of form into this caliber of quarterback this quickly.
At age 25, and at halfway through the season when they were, 3-6 or 2-6?
Yeah, well, they started off the season 2-5. Got up to 3-6. But, Murph, I remember watching Jordan Love go into Las Vegas on a Monday night game and lose against Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniels. Like, that's how far away.
Jimmy G beat him this year.
That's one of the few wins that Jimmy got as a Raider quarterback was on that Monday night game when he was throwing pick sixes to Robert Spillane.
It's Saturday at 5 o'clock, 15 minutes from kickoff, and Kyle's got the whole team on a knee gathered around, and he says, guys, let's get real.
Yeah.
Jimmy G beat these guys, man. Come on, Niners on 3. 1, 2, 3, Niners.
Yeah, that's it. And that's why, even this whole entire time, last week when we were breaking down all of the scenarios of who the 49ers were going to play, we were all over the Eagles and the Rams or the Lions in case there was that scenario. But I didn't put too much stock on the Packers.
If we had to go back and comb over 20 hours of our show last week, which, by the way, that would be just a really fun thing to do. Go over 20 minutes. But did we ever talk about the Packers coming here?
Not really,
No, we did not. We did not. So it's kind of a fresh coat of paint, kind of a fresh surprise. I say it's a fresh surprise, and yet, how about this stat, sports fans? This will mark the 10th time that the 49ers play the Packers in the playoffs, the most frequent playoff matchup in NFL history. Not back in the day when the freaking Raiders are playing the Patriots, or not back in the day when the Dolphins played the Steelers, or the Raiders played the Steelers, or the Raiders played the Dolphins, all those ones from my youth, or when I was growing up seeing the Vikings play the Cowboys all through the 70s, or the Niners and the Redskins, or the Niners and the Giants. No, the Niners and the Packers. And here's the catch, Waterboy. Every single game has been played in your lifetime.
Really?
Usually when you get stats like that, it's like, well, because they played in 67, 68, 69. No, the very first one was 1995.
Wow, that's crazy because this morning I was riffing about the Detroit Lions winning a playoff game for the first time in my lifetime, Murph.
You and Eminem, buddy.
Yeah, dude, shout out to my guy,
By the
M.
way, how about that atmosphere in Detroit?
Oh, dude.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it's a great moment for Jared Goff.
Could you see them? Could you hear the crowd? There's all sorts of videos, but they were singing "Lose Yourself" as a stadium. They knew the lyrics, like not the chorus. They knew the verse. Anyway, great moment for them, and they get Tampa Bay coming in there.
How about the Lions now getting to host 2 playoff games?
Yeah, right. So anyway, back to the Packers and the Niners. The very first one was 1995. Which was your boy was in the press box wearing a coat and tie. I used to wear coat and ties to games.
Ooh,
how about that?
How professional,
That
Murph.
probably does not surprise you at all, right? I was always like, well, I'm a sports writer. I should be wearing a coat and tie like the old days. So I did. I wore coats and ties.
Yeah, you don't see too many coats and ties in the press box these days.
I bet Matty does still, doesn't he?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Not every game.
I don't think so.
I
I say coat and the jacket. I don't think he throws on a tie, though.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but I did.
Yeah.
So your boy, I was sitting in that press box and watched, and this will live in forever. I'm going to make a bunch of Niner fans cringe right now. Adam Walker. I think I told you this story recently. The Niners had a backup fullback who had a broken hand. In the very first play of the game, they called for a pass in the flat to him, and he couldn't catch it because of his broken hand, and he bobbled it, and he fumbled it, and Leroy Butler picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown. First play, 7-0. It was like, uh-oh. And that launched a run where the Packers owned them. 95, they beat them. 96, they beat them in the snow in Lambeau. 97, they beat them in the rain at Candlestick. It wasn't until 98 with T.O., the catch, too. But then that led through a series of, you had Colin Kaepernick's game against the Packers. You had Phil Dawson kicking in the snow in 2013. You had Nick Bosa and them tormenting Rodgers in 2019 in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, and Robbie Gold saying blank the Packers.
And the block punt, Jordan Willis block punt Hufanga recovers in the end zone.
That's right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All of those have happened in the last 25, 30 years. So.
Yeah, and then 2021 when Aaron Rodgers is moping his way off the sideline.
2019 NFC Championship.
That was
yeah,
Aaron Rodgers, yeah.
And now
they beat him again 2021.
Now here they come again.
Round, yeah.
And the spread right now?
I see 10, Murph.
I saw 9.5.
9.5, 10 is what the number's floating by. I saw on
That's
this morning
a big
on ESPN.
half point.
Yeah, that's a big number, man.
Because the Niners could easily win by 10. But you know what I mean? 9.5 is much more tempting.
Well, here's the thing.
We're not giving away our picks yet.
People got to wait till Friday for Brian and Bobby's best bets, where I believe we both went 3-3 this weekend.
Buddy, I went 4-2.
Ooh,
come on now.
My apologies.
You slept on my Rams pick?
Well, Rams didn't cover.
I mean, you slept on my...
Rams did cover.
What am I trying to say? I would have gone 5-1. I took the Lions, but I had to give up 3 on that one too. Mm-hmm. So the one you beat me on head to head was Browns Texans.
Correct.
Ooh, how about my boy Joe Flacco in that game, huh? How about your boy C.J. Stroud in that game?
Tearing it up.
Mm-hmm. Woo! I mean, who's hotter, C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love?
That's the question of the day. Who's the next superstar quarterback?
My big one where I got you was Tampa Bay last night.
That's right, yeah.
Taking Tampa Bay +7.
What was I doing taking the Eagles?
I know, or +3, pardon me.
Yeah.
I told you on Friday, and I was right. That team was, as the great David Lee Roth once said, rotten to the core. Yeah. That team was rotten to the core, and that was a dead team walking. And you saw it. That was a dead team walking.
That was one of the worst collapses I've seen in NFL history, Murph.
We need to get into that. We haven't even really got into that.
7 games of the season for the Eagles and after coming to Santa Clara.
It was the Niners who broke them.
Exactly.
They were 10-1.
After the Niners beat them at the Link, yeah.
And since the day the Niners rolled in, backed up all their talk from the previous January, said, you guys suck, and we're going to tell you how much you suck. And they're like, oh, you guys, you're crying. Oh, really? We're going to come in there, and we're going to show you how much you suck. And they did it, and the Eagles never recovered.
They exposed the Eagles, and they got Big Dom off the sideline.
Yeah, they did. Although Big Dom was back last night. Did you see him?
Didn't help out too much. Maybe Big Dom should have been playing defense last night.
Dapping up Jason Kelsey, who's retiring, apparently, according to Adam Schefter. Does that mean the end of the brotherly shove, by the way? So that means the last, because he's the key to it all, right?
Well, last night, Vita Vea, shout out my guy from Milpitas. He was the key to stopping it last night, Murph.
So much fun stuff to get into. It's already Tuesday. The game is Saturday. We don't have to wait too long.
No.
And the 49ers and the Packers on Saturday at 5:15. We'll get into it. We'll get a guest list on the other side. We're back. It's Murph. It's Marcus. Young Tony's here. California Kyle's here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How about them Cowboys?
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Milpitas' sports leader.
Yeah, hear that song? Daisy Dukes from Deuce. What did I do this weekend? Ate all the Daisy brand. Ate it all. We're done. I got to go get new stuff for this coming weekend. Guilty pleasure? Hell no. Enjoy the pleasure. Chips, wings, pizza, dipping in. We did the French onion and the ranch dip. Daisy brand French onion and ranch dip. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. No MSG, no added junk. Game-changing flavor. Better than the dips you make from scratch. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. You can't stop eating.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Draymond Green made his return to the Warriors lineup last night, but the Dubs still lost on the road against the Memphis Grizzlies. So to read all about Draymond Green's return to the court, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
The Houston Texans advance to the divisional round. A dramatic turnaround for this franchise. They knock off the Cleveland Browns 45-14.
The Chiefs have won this wild card game at Arrowhead on one of the top 5 coldest nights in the history of NFL football.
Jordan Love drops to his left knee. That'll do it. The Green Bay Packers are the first 7 seed ever to win a playoff game. They dominate in Dallas. They end the Cowboys season with a 48-32 win. The Green Bay Packers will go to San Francisco and take on the 49ers in the divisional round next week.
Jared Goff takes the final knee, and the final seconds are going to come off the clock here at Ford Field in Detroit. The Detroit Lions have got their first postseason win in 32 years.
Snowballs come flying, and the Buffalo Bills, thanks to a 31-17 victory over the Steelers, will return to the AFC divisional round, where next week they'll take on the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers clip the Eagles' wings and send last year's NFC champion home. A 32-9 win for Tampa Bay, and it's on to Detroit.
Woo! 32-9. And how about those Green Bay Packers? 48 points in Dallas, 48-32. By the way, that game, if you went all the distance, the game got a little tiny weird at the end. Dallas scored a couple garbage touchdowns, had a chance. I was like, okay, enough with this nonsense. Let's just put this thing away. Actually, I thought the Packers mismanaged the last couple minutes. They took out Jordan Love too early. Mm-hmm. They started throwing, and I was like, what are you guys doing? So,
and next thing you know,
they won by
there
16.
was Dak with the mob getting all those garbage time stats.
Yeah.
And that's why I even heard people this morning like, oh, Dak wasn't the issue. He threw for over 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. Yeah, look at his box score when they were down 48-16 with 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
That's the one. You should be able to choose what stats you take out of a game. Mm-hmm. No, you don't get your 41 for 60 for 403.
No.
You get the part where you're down 48-16.
Yeah,
that's the part.
Yeah, tell me what his stats were when it was 27-0 at halftime after he threw that pick 6. They weren't good.
Or a quarterback rate or passer rating will tell you something. Once a day, it's like war. I don't even know what it is. But he had an 89 rating to Jordan Love's 157. Jordan Love 16-21, 272, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Aaron Jones, 21 totes for 118 yards. He runs angry and hard. But like you said, the O-line is not famous or decorated. Mm-hmm. They have no Pro Bowl or All-Pro players. Romeo Doubs, 6 catches, 151 yards. Luke Musgrave, 3 catches, 52 yards. Their big guy on defense was Keyshawn Nixon, who had a sack and 2 pass defenses. Dak threw 2 picks in that game. They were picked off by, who do I have here on this? I don't have them right in front of me right now. Oh, yeah. Darnell Savage and Jair Alexander. Do we have a health update on him?
Well, did Jair Alexander walk out as a team captain again before the game started?
That's such a funny
story. He's healthy. He obviously played this weekend, but
that happened right around Christmas when we were sort of taking time off. We sent that to the Cooler Content. That kind of got lost in the shuffle, but he got suspended for a game.
How about that? Suspending your own best player because he wanted to be a captain, and so he walked out before the game started, which broke a bunch of different NFL rules. That's why even like this coming into this week when we had the injury report of Jair Alexander got stepped on in practice, he was a game-time decision for this weekend.
But then they showed him out on the field, and he was looking great going out there, too. He did get banged up in this game against Dallas at Dallas, so I don't know what kind of happened there. Let's see here. New Alexander, from 15 hours ago, I have a new injury update here. The Packers, Jair Alexander, I should have checked this thing. It's an ankle. He re-injured the ankle. LaFleur said, Alexander, he said he would not have been allowed to re-enter the contest if it wasn't a blowout for much of the second half. His status is uncertain. That's going to be something to watch. I mean, imagine the guys do everything he can to play.
Yeah, but especially when you throw in the fact that it's going to be a short week for the Packers, back-to-back road games, got to travel, got to do all that stuff.
It's a big one there, guys, because he is their best player, really, best defensive player. That's a big one. So, just to go over the history again, it goes back to 1995. Niners lose that game when they shouldn't have at home at Candlestick. 96, they lose in the snow, or not slow, but sleet in Lambeau. That was the Steve Young Ribs game. George Seifert's last game as head coach. 97, Mooch comes. The Niners are the 1 seed, and they host the Packers. And Favre hits Antonio Freeman on a couple of slants, and that was it. They lose 3 in a row. 98, the Niners finally get them. There was a random one in 01. Jeff Garcia took the Niners to Lambeau and just lost a kind of a routine wild card game there. That was kind of a random loss out of nowhere. And then you go 2012, the Kaepernick game. Remember the cover of Sports Illustrated with Harbaugh's face just wide open? That game started with a pick six, didn't it? Kaepernick threw a pick six to start that game and then went bananas. That's when Ron Jaworski said, I think, this guy has the potential to be the best quarterback of all time.
Yeah, he was talking about Cap evolutionizing the game.
How about that? So Cap at 2012. Then 2013 is the Phil Dawson in the snow game where Jim Harbaugh kisses Matt Barrows on the head. Okay. Then 2019 is the NFC Championship down at Levi's where the Niners just destroy him. Just destroy him. And Rodgers gets sacked a bunch, and Nicky Bosa gets him.
Raheem Mostert runs for 5,000 yards.
And then 2021 is the game in the snow in Lambeau where Jordan Willis blocks the punt. Hufanga, the Niners, that was their only touchdown. 13-10, Robbie Gould makes a kick. So those are all, they're all pretty memorable in their own ways. And now you go, the Niners are 9.5-point favorites going into this, 10-point favorites going into a 5:15 kickoff. So that's just some of the history. But what does that matter going into this game when Jordan Love wasn't in those games, Aaron Jones wasn't in those games?
Absolutely nothing.
Right?
Because
Brock Purdy wasn't in those games.
That's the rivalry. It's the 49ers versus Aaron Rodgers. And now, of course, this is a new chapter of the rivalry, but think about it. It's Brock Purdy versus Jordan Love.
So let me give you some stats on Jordan Love. Last 8 weeks of the NFL, he leads the NFL in passing yards. Last 8 weeks, he leads the NFL in passing touchdowns. Okay, number one, brother. Number one.
He's got 21 touchdowns, I believe, 1 interception in the last 8 weeks.
Last 8 weeks, he's number 2 in passer rating. In last 8 weeks, he's number 3 in completion percentage. This guy right now in the last 8 weeks is literally the best quarterback in the NFL. Okay. Against pressure, he was incredible. Did you see his numbers against pressure? I had him written down somewhere, but he was like 5 of 7 for like 2 touchdowns and like 100+. Like, pressure did not bother him.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we talked a lot last week about Dan Quinn and whether or not he's going to go back to the Seattle Seahawks or if he'll take over as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. But after allowing 48 points against the Green Bay Packers, which is the most amount of points that the Dallas Cowboys have ever allowed in a playoff game, I don't think Dan Quinn really has a market after this past week. And really just watching Jordan Love dissect this defense. Every time they were calling audibles, Jordan Love had a counter answer. He was up at the line of scrimmage. He picked apart Michael Parsons in the Dallas defense.
We got a text from 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And the text line is open, 415-808-5627. And good morning, everybody. We're back from a 3-day weekend and getting ready for Saturday's 5:15 game. But 707 said, this is all nice and good, but let's be honest, the Niners are going to crush them. So there is that sort of part of the story. Like, if you kind of look at this from afar, this is a dream scenario for the 49ers.
Well, Murph,
a dream scenario to draw the 7 seed who scared nobody in the regular season. Nobody.
If we're being honest with you, I'm buying my ticket to Las Vegas right now. I'm booking a hotel room because really, who stands in the way? The Detroit Lions are a great story, but look at the 49ers' path to the Super Bowl. It's Jordan Love, Jared Goff, and Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
It's not exactly murderer's row.
This is 100% correct. However, I love that, and I'm with you at 100%, and I'll see you in Vegas, but I am a Steve Kerr appropriate fear guy. Yeah. And I know it doesn't make great for hot take radio, and it's supposed to come on and say, the Packers are going to upset the Niners, or like you said, and that's a very reasonable hot take, is I've already booked my ticket to Vegas.
That's it. 49ers are going to the Super Bowl.
But I'm so, the youth sports coach in me is like, better watch out for Aaron Jones. Better watch out for Romeo Dobbs.
And that's a smart approach. One game at a time, of course. But really,
you're right.
There's nobody in this field that puts fear in my heart for the 49ers.
I mean, the Cowboys, gone. The Eagles, gone. The Rams, gone.
That takes care of all your problems. Last week when we were talking about, who's the one team that can slow down the 49ers, as if there was even a team in the NFC that could compete with them. But you look at the Eagles, you look at the Rams, you look at the Cowboys, they at least had the talent on their roster. Still not as much talent as the 49ers, but now we're talking about a big cliff when you're talking about the 3 remaining teams versus the 49ers.
I think my strategy on this playoff run, starting Saturday and then going on to the NFC, I can have one question, one burning question. Is Christian McCaffrey playing in the game? If the answer is yes, we're going to Vegas. All right, buddy? Just so every day I'm going to come to work. I'm going to say, hey, Marcus, is Christian McCaffrey playing? You're going to say, yes, okay, we're going to Vegas.
Yeah.
Until you tell me he's not playing, I'm good. All right?
And Murph, you tell me Christian McCaffrey's playing. You're telling me Trent Williams is going to be healthy and playing. You're telling me Eric Armstead's going to be back in the middle of that defense to slow down Aaron Jones. The 49ers are the healthiest at this point of the season that they've been all year.
Matty
Barrows got the extra rest heading into this
Barrows did a piece on what would a Niner weakness be. He identified special teams with Jake Moody and some kick coverage. But, Green Bay's rookie kicker has some problems, too. Anders Carlson. He doinked a PAT in Dallas.
Yes.
That was a big old boing.
It's a loud doink.
It was a boing off the thing there. Cleve Ferrell, he said, even though he didn't have huge sack numbers, was a big part of their run D this year. Okay. So he said Randy Gregory and Chase Young don't know the finer points of the angles of attack on the run defense as well. Something to think about there.
I think Chase Young is a better overall player, so I got no problem with that.
The corner situation with Ambry Thomas at nickel with a broken hand. Okay.
Yeah, club him up.
So that's one. The right guard situation, Burford or Feliciano. And the one thing he brought up, too, is rain.
That's something we have not mentioned yet.
But, Waterboy, it doesn't rain in Santa Clara.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. I got my car this morning, and it was already drizzling.
All right. Well, we've got to get into all that. Let's get the guest list going on a Tuesday, 1/16/24, January 16, 2024. What do we got, buddy, on a playoff divisional Saturday coming up? What do we got?
It's a playoff Tuesday, which makes it a holiday Hums and Bums. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to do the Hums and Bums, your total weekend recall on a Tuesday morning, wrapping up NFL Super Wildcard Weekend, Murph.
This will be good. You got Hums, I got Bums.
That's it. Hums and Bums coming up in about 20 minutes. Then at 7:35, it's Mike Krukow to talk about the Giants' new special advisor, Dusty Baker, coming back to the Bay.
Yeah, plus, have we talked? We haven't talked to him since Jordan Hicks.
That is correct.
Jordan Hicks came at the end of our show Friday. We need to talk about that.
We got to get more into some Jordan Hicks, and we can talk to someone who we might be in the rotation with, Logan Webb. FanFest coming up soon. Murph, Logan Webb stopping by the show today at 8 a.m.
This Saturday at various spots around Northern California. We'll fill you guys in on that.
So shout out to the 916 and shout out to Logan Webb stopping by at 8 a.m. today. We'll hit our cooler of content at 8:15. Then we're going to check in with 49ers play-by-play voice Tim Ryan. We're trying to schedule him at 8:35 today to get his breakdown of the Green Bay Packers. And then at 9:15, we'll wrap up the guest list. Marcus Thompson from The Athletic talking 49ers and talking about the return of Draymond Green.
All right, guys, more on the Niner Packer matchup and more of the fun highlights from the weekend on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. If your New Year's resolution is to invest smarter, well, I've got a short-term money-saving tip for you, the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. It is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow. So for a limited time, choose a 3 or 6 month term and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yeah, you heard me correctly, 4.75%. So with the 3 or 6 month pick-a-term certificate, you are in control of your own investments. Do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter. Take control of your savings. Visit providencecu.org today to learn more. Rate is effective as of January 2, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providencecu.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Handed off Jones, running right side, pushing to the goal line. Aaron Jones is in. Touchdown Packers. Love squats down, takes the snap, hand off. Aaron Jones straight ahead, gets hit, falls forward, reaching for the end zone. He's in again. Touchdown Packers. 3rd down and 7. Love back in the gun with the play clock at 1. Has the snap, back to pass, double pumps, throws back in the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown. It's Dontavian Wicks. Prescott in the gun on 2nd down and a couple. Here's the snap, Dak back to pass, throws him in the middle, intercepted, picked up by Savage, down the near side numbers. Darnell Savage is gone to the end zone. Touchdown Packers. 2nd interception thrown by Prescott, and this one goes to the house. Love takes the snap. He'll hand it off Jones. Running left, cuts back up the middle, across the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown Packers. A 9-yard touchdown for Aaron Jones. It's his 3rd of the game. Love under center takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Rolling left, flips his hip, throws back right. Man wide open. Musgrave at the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Musgrave to the end zone. Touchdown Packers. Love fakes the handoff. Rolling right, looking, fires into the end zone. Caught for a touchdown. It's Romeo Doubs to cap off a big day. Doubs with the touchdown catch. And the Green Bay Packers have hung 47 on the Dallas Cowboys.
Man, oh man. So much for 2 ways to look at it, right? One, just absolute respect and admiration and just total appropriate fare for the Green Bay Packers coming in Saturday. Or 2, just belly laugh, slapstick comedy as the Dallas Cowboys. How about them boys? I mean, dude, the entire nation just rejoice. It's funny. I mean, if I'm a Cowboy fan, actually, I'm kind of strutting. People care that much about my team to hate it, but they do. It was coast to coast.
Well, that's the thing, because the Cowboys are force-fed down people's throat every single day, whether you're watching ESPN, whether you're listening to nationally syndicated radio. The talk all the time is about them boys. Yeah. And this season, it got ridiculous with, like, the narrative of Dak Prescott being the best quarterback in the NFC in the second half of the season after the loss to the 49ers. Like, all these asterisks placed on top of it.
At home only.
And, like, last week we walked in and all the screens say, is Dak Prescott the best quarterback in the NFC? Yeah, is this the year the Cowboys finally make the Super Bowl?
So people need to know that guys like Marcus and me are working with PTSD because we have, like, how many TVs do we have out there?
At
like
least
6 or 7?
7 or 8, yeah.
And at any given time, 7 or 8 of them have a Dak Prescott banner or chyron on them. Mm-hmm. So, dude, we earned this. We earned this bitterness. Like, dude, get him out of my face. How can I miss you if you don't go away? You know what I mean? It was like, and then he goes out and puts that performance on. So, turning our attention, and he says, young Tony says, right now, just looked at it, should the Cowboys move on from all the stories about the Cowboys right now?
Which is a good question after they're embarrassed at home. Are they going to move on from
I know we got hums and bumps coming up, but the text line is popping this morning, so I want to get these guys some of their stuff. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 starts us off by saying, I don't want just a win this weekend. I want a beatdown because you made me remember how much the 1990s hurt. And it did, guys. 95, 96, 97 was, the Niners from 81 to 94 were the kings of the world. And all of a sudden, here came Brett frickin' Favre.
Brett Favre.
Running around, that number 4, just running his ass around, left, right, up, down, all over the place, chucking these sidearm bullets down the field. You're like, what's going on? Reggie White, Leroy Butler, they kicked our ass. So,
and now that I think about it, Murph, I'm kind of pissed off that the Packers have gone from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to now Jordan Love, who's the talk of the town. Like, franchises are supposed to suffer a little bit going
really
from franchise quarterback to franchise quarterback.
They've nailed it.
You want to talk about handing over the baton? Like, everybody talked about, Rodgers sat for a couple years behind Favre. Jordan Love sat for a couple years behind Rodgers. Maybe they have the system figured out because they're basically using their franchise quarterbacks like the Pittsburgh Steelers are with their head coach.
It's really wild. And however, they have not won a Super Bowl in 13 years. So there you go. 209 says, I do agree Cowboys are America's team. Because everyone in the nation comes together to rejoice and enjoy when they lose as a nation.
Dak Prescott sucks.
There it is. Period. 707 says, can I get the Dante Whitner take on Dak Prescott again?
Dak Prescott sucks.
530 says, I don't think people hate the Cowboys as much as they used to, probably because they're not as good as they used to be. Well, I hear your 530. The 70s and the 80s, early 80s was a big deal. But I think the national media narrative on the Cowboys has made most of us rekindle, if not reinvigorate to new levels, our Cowboy hatred.
100%. Like, just the fact that they're in your face each and every morning. But that's why someone like Stephen A. Smith has built a whole shtick about hating the Cowboys. Like, that right there is still Cowboy coverage, it's just from a different angle.
480 said last week, all the conversation was, who do you fear the most, Rams, Cowboys, or Eagles? And none of them are coming here, and that makes Green Bay scary because they're peaking at the right time.
They are a hot team. You can't deny that.
408 says, hey, that Niner paint in the 90s was scrubbed by Kaepernick in 2012. Okay, all right. 623 says, Waterboy, book Vegas all you want, but please don't speak of it. Let me talk to you about a word called cocksure.
Oh, come on.
Murph knows. Remember when I said that?
Yeah, but nothing I say on the radio is going to affect the outcome of the 49ers this weekend or next weekend or on their path to the Super Bowl. Let's be serious.
925 says, watching the Packers makes me think about the original Rocky. Creed is in his living room lounging, and his handler is watching Rocky on TV, beating the heck out of beef carcasses, saying, boss, are you seeing this guy? I would urge everybody, just for your head, to watch Rocky like once a month. There's Rocky's handler, that guy, that trainer, that guy might be the best character in the entire movie. That guy took Rocky dead ass serious. Nobody else did. But he was the guy going, are you seeing this? He's the one who says he don't think it's a damn show. He thinks it's a damn fight. One of those great lines that you can use in sports 50 years later. And that's how the Packers are coming in. They don't think it's a damn show. They think it's a damn fight.
No, they're the youngest team in the league, and they're playing with a chip on their shoulder. I don't know if you saw the video of them walking to the locker room after they went against the Dallas Cowboys. But boy, oh boy, were they clapping, were they talking their S, and deservedly so after hanging up 48 on the Cowboys.
Yeah, there you go. 925 says the 49ers beat the Packers in good weather. If the weather is raining and storming, it's anybody's game. 925 says, why would you tempt fate by making all these healthy claims? Quit being a jinx. People truly believe in jinxes, They truly believe in jinxes.
Yeah, but they know our job is to talk on the radio, right?
559
says,
talk
about something.
559 says about the your Vegas guarantee, pump that back a little bit, just like Zaza said, nothing easy.
Pump that back a little bit.
408 says Armstead's going to be a huge factor in the run game against the Packers and Aaron Jones.
100%. Him and Hargrave healthy up the middle.
831 says a little love for the home state. Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud, Jared Goff, and Jordan Love, all California high school products. I mean, we are the most populous state, but still, there was a time. Did you know there was a time that California quarterbacks were viewed as like weak or soft, or you can't win with a California quarterback?
100%,
really?
which was hilarious because you would hear that from like East Coast pundits, and then they had Tom Brady win all those Super Bowls out in New England.
Yeah.
Another California kid.
925 says they beat teams you didn't think they'd beat. Just saying. He's talking about 510 says appropriate fear, boys. So there's a combination of people feeling really, really good about this and also feeling a little tentative.
All right,
about
well, you
this
be
too.
fearful, I'll be cocksure. I think the 49ers are winning this weekend.
I think confident, I should say, fearful is not the right word. It's serious business, like taking your business seriously, like a work job, like a work trip. You know what I mean? Like you're not going. I'm not putting on the Hawaiian shirt. I'm putting on the suit. You know what I mean? By the way, somebody re-racked the Trent Williams walking in black in Philly and said, damn, Trent called it. He said he was going to a funeral.
Well, it was Trent Williams.
Since that day, they died.
It was Fred Warner. It was Christian McCaffrey. There was, I think Debo, too, showed up in all black that game.
Yeah. And they called it.
And
it was a funeral.
And they were right.
Yeah.
They exposed the Eagles defense that week.
And by the way, if we're still just tuning in just for pure schadenfreude of just laughing our ass off at how weak and soft Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones are, here's a little taste of Dallas Saturday night.
Oh, Dak! No! It's over! It's over! This game is over! Cut it off! It's over! Fuck.
Hey now, dump. Hey, wait, hey.
Emotions running high in Dallas, Murph.
Hey,
yo. Through the 5-hole.
Guys, Jordan Love, 831 says Jordan Love is about to find out why Aaron Rodgers hated to play the 49ers. Listen, everything points to positive things on Saturday. By the way, I said Saturday. The Cowboys Packers game was on Sunday night, right?
Correct.
I lose track of all my games.
You're right.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because
Sunday afternoon.
Sunday was the NFC game.
Dude, it was one big amorphous weekend for me. It really did. I mean, who remembers the Browns-Texans game?
No.
Yeah, you know
Felt like
what I
it was a
mean?
lifetime ago.
Joe Flacco doesn't want you to remember it.
Yeah, I was
right?
going to say, I remember it because of C.J. Stroud.
Wow.
Stay tuned.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's getting a lot of points at Baltimore.
He's a baller. I think they're plus 8.5 in Baltimore this
Give
weekend.
everybody a little. I wrote them all down here just so you can plan your weekend here. I had my sheet out here. But you have it starts on Saturday. Where the heck did that go, guys? I had my whole sheet.
Well, I got it for you.
Yeah, but I wrote them all down with the spreads, too. Well, where could it go? Is my question. You know what I mean?
Where is he?
Yeah. There it is. Found it.
Mm-hmm.
So Saturday at 1:30, Houston at Baltimore. Baltimore's a 9.5-point favorite. I tell you what, buddy. Tune in Friday. Tune in Friday.
Ooh, that's going to be a quick one. Real quick, I want to mention the fact that shout out the Carolina Panthers after their owner was throwing the temper tantrum up in the booth. The fact that they not only skipped out on C.J. Stroud to take Bryce Love, number 1 overall, Bryce Young, excuse me, they also refused to trade those 2 first-round draft picks for Lamar Jackson, and now Lamar and C.J. Stroud are squaring off this weekend.
Next thing you know, you're chucking drinks on people.
Yeah.
Right? So Houston, Baltimore at 1:30 on ABC. Set, and then here you come. 5:15 Saturday night. Dream scenario. Great draw. Great kickoff. The only thing could be raining. 49ers 10-point favorites. 5:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and Fox. And then if you want to go to the Sunday games, it's the upstart Tampa Bay Bucks at M&M's Detroit Lions. Sunday at noon on NBC. Detroit's a 6-point favorite in that game.
Okay.
Think about that one.
I understand that.
And then the main event, man, Kansas City at Buffalo, the Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes redo. This is incredible stat. The very first road playoff game of Patrick Mahomes' career.
That's unreal.
How does that happen?
He's played 15 playoff
15
games,
straight
I
home
believe,
games. Yeah.
all at Arrowhead.
In front of Taylor. They're both, that Buffalo's a 2.5-point favorite in that game. That's a 3:30 kickoff on CBS.
Kansas City on the road, huh?
Where Jim Nantz had a riff on the hotel in The Shining. We got to get that into later on. That was pretty funny. They were snowed in. We had Nantz riffing on the movie The Shining. Which, by the way, I was thinking about. I got to show my kids that. That'll scare them absolutely into a hole. One of the most legit scary movies without being gory.
No.
Just creepy as hell. And if you watch it at a certain age, it'll
just
rattle you.
Yeah.
Rattle you.
Like the iconic shots of Jack's face going through the door.
Don't talk about the twins. Don't talk about the
yeah,
twins
the
and the
twins,
tricycle and all that. Oh, boy. Hey, John Lynch is joining the afternoon show at 4:50 today. I hope they enjoy him. We enjoyed him all year. So what are we getting in return?
Yeah, what's the trade here?
That's my question. What are we getting in return?
Let's make a deal.
What's going on here?
Deal or no deal,
They're
Murph?
just taking everything. They take the whole Instagram feed, too. You know what I mean? So
time
what the
to
hell's
break.
going on with that? What's going on with that? Anyway, Hums and Bubs. Hum babies and bum babies. Can't wait. Fired up. Next on the Sports Leader.
I said run the ball.
Congratulations, Green Bay. Dak Prescott, you need to be fired today.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Hey, great to have hums and bums going, but you know me, guys. You know me. My goat, my buddies always joke that it's so easy to get my goat. Is not greatest of all time goat, but like the real old fashioned phrase about when you get your goat when you're pissed, like, oh, that really got his goat. Did you know, hey, young Tony, do you know that phrase? Like,
I was just say, I don't
like
think
that really. You don't know that
I don't
phrase?
think I'm familiar with that phrase. You really got my goat?
I gotta teach these guys the old head phrases. The old phrase is like, oh, that really gets my goat. That means like it pisses you off.
Does it?
Yeah.
I'm more of a grind my gears
So
kind
my
of guy.
buddies joke, yeah, that's kind of the same thing. But just change it to goats. From gears to goats.
I've never heard that in my life, Murph.
So my buddies always joke about how the fence to my goat farm is really low. And then, like, if I get pissed about something, they start sending the memes of, like, all these goats jumping over a fence and stuff. But I got to take on, they got my goat on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Multiple texters coming at me.
Coming at your
because
goat,
I
Murph.
called the Tampa Bay Bucks upstarts. They're like, bro, you missed the Super Bowl a couple years ago, da-da-da. Bro, you tell the 2023 Tampa Bay Buccaneers are nobody. They are nobody, and nobody knew who they were, believed in them. Nobody gave them a second freaking thought. They barely beat Carolina the final week of the season to squeak into the playoffs at 9-8. That's a freaking upstart team. Goat gotten, and now we bet to hums and bumps.
This is also
I'm talking about the Tom Brady Bucks.
This is also hilarious because you were one of the few people that picked the Buccaneers. You had belief in the Bucks. Talking about nobody had belief. So did you, Murph.
They are an upstart team. They kind of came out of nowhere. They stunned the Eagles, although they didn't stun because I took the Bucks +3.
Had a kid.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, pretty funny stuff. Okay, now GOAT means great. Now you guys just mean GOAT as greatest of all time.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's funny because the legendary Frank Dill, who held the morning slot here for 600 years and was the guy in the 20th century, he's on my Facebook friends feed, and it was his birthday a few years ago, and I wrote, "Happy birthday to the GOAT." And then like 3 days later, he wrote back, he goes, it took me a few days to respond. He goes, I was a little angry. I thought you were calling me an old goat. I was like, no, dude, the greatest of all time.
No, but it's different because in like TV shows like Survivor, they talk about bringing a goat to the end as kind of like the sacrificial lamb.
See, there you go.
Because they're so bad at the game, they're not going to win.
Many, 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 many meanings. And now we've explored them all. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Marcus, hum babies, great weekend. 2 games each day, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. What you got?
Well, Murph, I'm going to start with the upstart Houston Texans this morning.
They're definitely upstarts.
They're an upstart team, and this weekend, they kicked off Super Wildcard Weekend with a upset victory against the Cleveland Browns. Joe Flacco came into town, and the Texans absolutely shut them down, but I want to focus on the man out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. We're going with 22-year-old C.J. Stroud, who became the youngest quarterback in NFL history to win a playoff game. He also went out and threw 3 touchdown passes in the first half, which was the most ever by a rookie quarterback in their first playoff game. He was absolutely electric, 16 for 21, 274 yards, 3 touchdowns with a nearly perfect 157.2 quarterback rating. C.J. Stroud, one of the hottest quarterbacks in the league, definitely in the AFC. Now he squares off against the MVP Lamar Jackson this weekend, but after that performance, C.J. Stroud has got to be my first hum baby.
Looking to the left, Stroud throws it, catch made, Collins works to the sideline, looking for the end zone. He's got it, touchdown! 16 yards on the catch and run. Stroud to Collins is a lethal combination. Moving from right to left, play fake. Boot to the right, floater for Jordan. It's caught. The tight end's got it. 35 makes a move. 40, 45, 50. Oh, he's down the right sideline. Brevin Jordan is gone. 76 yards. Touchdown, Texans. Fake the handoff. Boot to the right. Stroud is going to throw the deep ball up in the air. It is caught. Touchdown, Dalton Schultz. A rainbow for 37 yards. C.J. Stroud can do no wrong.
C.J. is the reason why we're in this position. He's special young man, special player, continues to shine no matter how big the moment is. Like, our whole team is leaning on him.
That, of course, was the voice of D'Amico Ryans after getting his first win as head coach of the Houston Texans.
Guys.
So shout out C.J. Stroud, shout out D'Amico Ryans. I also want to give a shout out to Bobby Slowick and what he's done with that system. We talk all the time about the Kyle Shanahan system. He's off the coaching tree, and what he's doing this year with a rookie quarterback is absolutely phenomenal.
So did you guys read it? I was reading all the post-game stuff. See what Case Keenum said?
No, what did Keenum have to say?
Quote, I think C.J. Stroud's going to be the best of all time. Speaking of goats.
Talking about a hot take, yeah.
Like he truly has the ability to be that way. I know it's very early to say that sort of stuff, but man, he does some stuff that is just out of this world. Case Keenum, the first guy to plant his flag on C.J. Stroud as the GOAT, dude. I'll tell you what. I mean, obviously, it's comically early.
He's got a long way to go.
I'll say this. About as impressive as a rookie quarterback as I could ever remember.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to rack my brain. Maybe, I don't know, like Dan Marino. I mean, I don't know, but it's just like there's everything about it. It's the command. It's the poise. It's the arm talent. It's the reads.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And shout out to the fact that he's doing this with like Nico Collins as his number one wide receiver. Tank Dell was hurt. It's not like he's got this elite wide receiver that's elevating the offense. It's all C.J. Stroud.
Or a huge running game either that he can lean on.
No.
And by the way, so it's some help here, Marcus, but it's just too bad about Carolina Panthers drafting Sam Bowie. You know what I mean? So that's that's an old draft joke there, young Tony. They took him instead of Michael Jordan. The Portland Trailblazers took Sam Bowie instead of Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
They took Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud.
And also didn't want to trade for Lamar Jackson. They'll be squaring off this weekend. Lamar versus C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud got to get the honor of our first home baby this morning.
9.5 points in Lamar's playoff history is not awesome.
Listen.
Tune in Friday.
Yeah, we'll stand by for the picks for that game. But moving on to our second home baby of the morning. And you know I got to stay local. Even with the 49ers not playing this weekend, I think a lot of Bay Area fans were rooting for Jared Goff to finally get revenge against the LA Rams. Well, first of all, I think all 49 fans were rooting against the Rams regardless. But then you throw in this storyline that Jared Goff was kicked to the curb after going to a Super Bowl with the LA Rams. Sean McVay then goes down to Mexico to hang out with Matthew Stafford, trades away Jared Goff, plus 2 first-round draft picks just to get him off the roster. Then there he is as the quarterback of the Detroit Lions, a team that hasn't won a playoff game since 1992. And yesterday, Murph, for the first time in my lifetime, the Detroit Lions won a playoff game, ending their 9-game playoff losing streak, and it's Jared Goff getting the ultimate revenge against the Rams. Dan Campbell sums it up perfectly. Jared Goff is blanking good enough for the city of Detroit.
4th and 1. They mark it at the 2-yard line. Remember, they need the 1 here. Shotgun snap. Goff looks near side, fires into the end zone. It is caught for the Detroit touchdown. It's the rookie Sam Laporta. And with the money on the table again, Jared Goff delivers a strike. 2nd and 9, shotgun snap. Stafford, make it Goff rather. He fires near side. It's caught at the 40. Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Detroit gets the first down. It's a pickup of 11.
Let's go, Jared! You're the king of Detroit, baby! You're the king of Detroit, baby!
Okay, I'll just say it like this. Right? Hey, you're good enough for Detroit.
Jared Goff! Jared Goff! Jared Goff! Jared Goff!
Oh, the king of Detroit, Murph.
Yeah, that's the locker room.
Jared
the players
Goff.
did that because he did the on-field interview, so he's coming in late, and they greeted him coming into the locker room with that. Whoa! So let's start in Novato, California. Shout out our listeners in Novato right now at Sinaloa Middle School. And then he joins the Marin Catholic recruiting parade, goes to MC like all the good players, leads him to a state title, stays at home, goes to Cal, and then was going to be one of those guys coming out of college. It was a surprise that Jeff Fisher took him number 1. I think most people thought definitely first round, but people thought maybe a top 10 or 15 kind of thing.
Yeah, but not number 1 overall.
When Fisher made that, it was a bit of a reach, and then he struggled a bit under Fisher, and then in came McVay, and they go to a bowl, but then McVay just tosses him to the side like a recycling bag. Just tosses him to the curb, and he's going to Detroit where we're just like, Some listener wrote in and said he remembers listening to the show back when Goff got traded, and we painted some sad picture of him shoveling snow, going to his lonely studio apartment in Detroit.
He was being exiled to Detroit.
And now listen to that.
And
in front of Eminem.
Yeah.
In front of our boy Eminem doing his thing. What a story. That third down conversion, or that conversion that iced the game, because it's 24-23.
Yeah.
If they don't do it, Stafford's going to come down and get a field goal, right? And they're going to lose the game. And so he has to make that money throw. Just an outstanding thing. And I'll repeat this every time, Marcus, for you and young Tony. For me, as good as Jared Goff is, he'll never be as good as his old man, Jerry. So growing up in Marin in the 70s and 80s, Jerry Goff, San Rafael High, class 82, so I used to read the local papers. I know you guys don't do that stuff.
Local paper?
The
What's
Marin
that?
IJ, and they covered high school sports like it was the NFL, you know? And Jerry Goff was an absolute beast at San Rafael. 3-sport star. Football, basketball, baseball. Wound up playing big league baseball. You guys know that. Jared's dad played big league baseball. He's a catcher in the major leagues. Go look it up. So Jared comes from honest to good to stock, you know what I mean? But Jerry Goff so I was like 14 and a freshman when he was a senior. You know when you're a freshman and there's some senior stud? like, that guy's a deity. So Jared, as good as he is, will never be Jerry Goff in my mind.
I don't know. Jared Goff didn't put an end to the 32-year drought for the Detroit Lions, Murph.
Jared Goff. Jared. Who would have thought
Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff.
Exactly. Now they got the Bucks coming in. The upstart Bucks coming in.
Upstart Bucks, dude. Detroit Lions hosting back-to-back playoff times.
Man.
What a roller coaster of a career it's been for Jared Goff. But I'm glad that the kid out of Novato could end up on the hum baby list this morning. And then, Murph, we're going from Rancho Cucamonga to Novato down to Bakersfield, where you'll find hum baby number 3. That's right. We're going all California quarterbacks, because how could I not give some love to Jordan Love? After what we saw, the Dallas Cowboys allow the most points in the postseason in Dallas Cowboy history. Packers put up 48 points. Woo! Jordan Love, 3 touchdowns. Also want to give an honorary bum baby status to Aaron Jones, who rushed for 3 touchdowns, but I want to stick with the themes of the quarterbacks. And Jordan Love yesterday really had his breakout moment to the rest of the NFL, had a perfect passer rating yesterday, completed 16 of 21 passes, 272 yards. I told you about those 3 touchdowns, him threading the needle to Romeo Doubs. We talked earlier about C.J. Stroud being the hottest quarterback in the league. Don't look now. Jordan Love since over the last 8 games, 21 touchdown passes, 1 interception, added 3 more to those numbers this weekend. Jordan Love taking down the Dallas Cowboys, get you hum baby status number 3.
Love back in the gun with a play clock at 1. Has the snap, back to pass, double pumps, throws back in the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown. It's Dontavian Wicks. Receivers left and right, wings to either side. Love under center, takes the snap. Back on a play fake, rolling left, flips his hips, throws back right. Man wide open. Musgrave at the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Musgrave to the end zone. Touchdown, Packers.
Defense, get after Jordan Love. You can't give him that much time.
Here's the snap. Love fakes the handoff, rolling right, looking, fires into the end zone, caught for a touchdown. It's Romeo Doubs to cap off a big day. Doubs with the touchdown catch, and the Green Bay Packers have hung 47 on the Dallas Cowboys.
Jordan Love, wow. That's about all I can say. He is wow.
Shout out California Kyle, splicing in Jimmy Johnson at halftime.
Were you watching when that happened?
Trying to give a little bit of a pep talk to the Dallas Cowboys when they were down 27-0 at the half.
We have that whole thing in the cooler, but it's so much fun, man. It's so good. Listen, this kid has come. You pointed out this 8-week thing. I mean, if we were talking we were not talking Packers around Halloween.
No,
nobody was talking Packers around Halloween.
Or if I told you earlier this year in Week 5 of the NFL season, the Packers lost in primetime to Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniels.
Whoa! You talking Jordan Love?
You talking primetime victories?
Whoa! You talking Italians?
I mean, that's incredible. Yeah, let me look at this little run they went on to finish. Because there was a point, the Vikings, the Packers Raiders beat them 17-3 on October 9th. The very next week, the Broncos beat them. 19s. They lost to the Broncos and Raiders in back-to-back weeks.
This was the first half of the season, Broncos that were allowing 73 points against the Dolphins.
Where they lost to the Steelers. It started to turn around right around Thanksgiving. They beat the Chargers 23-20. They beat the Lions 29-22 on Thanksgiving Day. That was the crazy one. I went on this gorgeous hike that morning. It was Thanksgiving morning. And I went on this incredible hike up on Mount Tam, and it was with my buddy, and his kid is a degen. And we were talking in the parking lot for the hike about how he's like, "What do you like this morning?" I'm like, I'm all about the Lions. And we were up on Mount Tam, up in some forest, and he had got cell reception. He's like, "Dude, Packers are up like 20-3 at half." I'm like, "What? What?" And then that was the moment. Thanksgiving hike where I was like, "What?" And then since then, bro. So Thanksgiving Day, they got them. Then they beat the Chiefs.
How about that? Back-to-back weeks took down the Lions and the Chiefs. But then, Murph, look at the 2 weeks after that.
Then they lose to the New York Giants 24-22.
And they lose to the upstart Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Bucks. They finished by beating the Panthers 33-30, the Vikings 33-10, and they squeaked by the Bears 17-9. I mean, wow. But this kid looks pretty darn, he's coming into his own. Things just like, they talk about the switch flipping or just being patient with a young quarterback.
Yeah.
This is the classic case.
And I talked earlier about Bobby Slowick and what he's done with C.J. Stroud. Got to give some credit to Matt LaFleur, who's also from the Shanahan coaching tree, going back to Mike Shanahan in his time in Washington. What he's done this year, mid-season, with Jordan Love. deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, so there you go. Well, good hum babies. Once again, recap. What do you got?
California quarterbacks. We got C.J. Stroud taking down the Browns, Jared Goff getting his revenge against the Rams, and Jordan Love, the kid out of Bakersfield, California, taking down the Cowboys.
All right, good hum babies. Let's take a light. Let's just shine a light on some bum babies and have some laughs on the other side before Mike Krukow at 7:35, and then Logan Webb at 8, and then Tim Ryan at 8:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Defense, get after Jordan Love. You can't give him that much time.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, that beat means only one and one thing only. That is hum babies and bum babies. That's right. Marcus Boucher did his hum babies. Shined a light on those California kids at quarterback C.J. Stroud in Houston. Jared Goff, the kid out of Novato, California in Detroit. Jared Goff. And then, the kid from Bakersfield who's coming to Santa Clara on Saturday.
You think Jordan Love's going to have a lot of family?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, you think they make the trip up from Bakersfield?
I mean, most NFL heads know this, but you guys know his college. I bet young Tony doesn't know it. Utah State. You don't see many out of Utah State.
Shout out John Lund.
You do not? Is he a Utah State guy?
Yeah, I believe he went to Utah State. Or Utah, maybe. Yeah.
Big difference.
I know he's a Ute.
Big difference. Well, the Utes a big difference. University of Utah is the Utes. Utah State is the... Heck, I don't even know their... What is the Utah State nickname?
I don't know. Someone who listens to the Pop and Lunch Show, let us know where John Lund went to college at.
Utah State nickname is the Utah State. It's funny. I typed in Utah State nickname, and they're giving me the actual Utah State, the Beehive State. No, what does Kyle say? The Aggies? Is that what he thinks? Utah State University.
Yeah, they're the Aggies.
That's great knowledge.
Look at California, Kyle.
Who is the number one athlete ever to come out of Utah State? Boys, look that up and get back to me on that one. All right, bomb babies, man. Come on, man. I drew the long straw today, baby. I get to have too much fun.
Oh, this is easy.
Trampling on all the losers that were in your face all fall and winter long, from September to October through Thanksgiving and Christmas. Who was in your face with his visor and his mug and his little face? Nick Sirianni and the Philadelphia Eagles and Schmitty. And by the way, I've kept you guys up to date on Schmitty, my favorite Eagles fan, the guy who flew the flag 365 out of Masonic and was the bartender of the Gold Cane, finally moved back just so he could get season tickets to the Eagles and the Phillies and all that.
Oh, bad you to do it,
Let me tell you something about it. They will talk S and talk S and talk S and talk S. And then you know what happens when they flop? He goes dark. You know what he said to me? Literally? Because I wrote, damn, bro. That's what I said. He goes, whatever, S happens. He goes, I'm on to basketball season.
Oh, no, not so fast. Maybe.
Not so fast at all.
After he was texting you saying, we're 0-0. It's a new season. Well, guess what? Your season just ended with a 0-1 record, Schmitty.
Bum baby number one, the Eagles, Sirianni, Big Dom, and all you Philly fans, die, Eagles, die. Die, Eagles, die. They were 10-1. But it had a big old horseshoe up their rear end. So when Kyle and Brock and Debo and CMC and Trent and Fred and Nick and the whole 49er crew rolled into Philadelphia December 3rd, it changed everything. They broke the Eagles, and the Eagles never recovered. They lost 5 out of 6. They looked dead. They looked lost. They looked disconnected. And they were. Even though Vegas favored them, which was kind of nutty, they took a 32-9 whipping from, let's be honest, a very average Tampa Bay team. A very average Tampa Bay team. I think the Eagles are trying to tell us something about their culture, their roster, and their failure of a season. Bum baby number one, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hurts under center. The lean, the push to the goal line.
did he get in? He did not! The Bucs stopped him on the brotherly shove. They did it in week 3. They do it in the playoffs. The brotherly shove goes nowhere. Shotgun snap, Hurts. Pocket pushed. Hurts in trouble. Dancing to his left. From the goal line, he's in trouble. Back in the end zone. He tries to throw it away. The ball trickles loose. It'll be a sack in the end zone. It'll be a safety.
Obviously, we were in a big slide, and anytime that's the case, I always look at myself first, and I didn't do a good enough job.
I didn't know he was going anywhere. I didn't know that.
Bradbury, I asked you, was you ready, man? You look me in my motherfucking eyes and said you was ready. I didn't know what you was talking about. You was ready to go to on vacation. The fuck is going on, man?
Oh my God! That was so. What happens now in modern society is when something like that happens and the whole nation's watching, fans will go viral for their rants, and that was an Eagles fan. By the way, he was in full uniform. The guy was wearing a helmet.
With the helmet on. That's actually Gilly the Kid. He hosts a podcast, $1 Million Worth of Gains, Murph.
Okay, so you know about him. So he claims that he was down in Tampa, like talking to the players, and he says, "Bradbury, you looked me in the eye and said you were ready." You were ready to go on blanket vacation.
I didn't know you were ready to go on vacation.
So they also heard Nick Sirianni saying, I can't worry about my job. I have to look at the guys. We'll see what happens there. And then Jalen Hurts, they asked, do you want Nick back? He said, I didn't know he was going anywhere, and he kind of dodged it. So Jeffrey Lurie's got a decision. Bill Belichick, anybody?
Yeah, Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel to the Eagles. Like, I think
Jim Harbaugh.
And I heard a lot of reports this morning from Sal Powell on ESPN talking about how Sirianni has lost the Eagles fan base. The city of Philadelphia are turning on them.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. He got exposed as a fraud. With Shine Steichen going to the Indianapolis Colts, that offense disappeared. With Jonathan Gallen going to the Cardinals, they handed the keys to the car to Matt Patricia halfway through the season, and Patricia made the defense even worse.
The loss of those coordinators was devastating. They were a fake 10-1, and they're done now, Philly, and no basketball season going to save you.
Yeah.
You guys talked a lot of mess, and you talked a lot of mess about the Niners, who talked a lot of mess about you, and turns out Deebo Samuel's take was correct.
Trash.
There it is right
That's
there.
it. It's too bad the trash isn't coming back out to the zesty West Coast on Murph.
All right.
I really wanted to see him get beat down by the Niners
Bun
again.
baby number 2. Come on. The easiest low-hanging fruit in the world. 2 words, baby. Dem boys. Oh, my God. We saw the footage of them running into AT&T like little children when they're like, stop. Just walk to your freaking seat like a civilized human being. We see the hype. We heard it. Is Dak Prescott the best quarterback in the history of the world? Are the Cowboys going to win the Super Bowl? Is this the best chance they ever have to go to the Super Bowl? Blah, 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 blah. Puked all over themselves. Green puke, orange puke, yellow puke, all over the breakfast table, all over the street, all over the... Sorry to ruin your breakfast, everybody. You guys, you knew this bum baby was coming. It's a no-brainer. A nation rejoices. The 2-seed Cowboys didn't just lose. They got embarrassed. They got smoked. They got exposed. It all hangs on an overwhelmed and, quite frankly, scared Dak Prescott during that game, and a head coach who looked completely frozen in time. It was 48-16 before they scored 2 garbage touchdowns. Packers 48, Cowboys 32. Dak Prescott throws 2 picks. Tony Pollard does nothing on the ground. The defense gets gashed by Jordan Love, Aaron Jones, and Romeo Doubs. So much wasted ESPN airtime on these guys, except for now we get even more because they're going to talk about Dak and Mike McCarthy until we puke some more. But let's make sure to crown them bum babies.
Prescott on the gun with Pollard to his right. Prescott motions out to his left, gets the shotgun snap, back to pass, looking to his left, throws, and that one is intercepted. Picked off inside the 20. Alexander gets up, racing down the far sideline, into the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. Prescott on the gun on second down and a couple. Here's the snap. Dak back to pass, throws him in the middle, intercepted. Picked off by Savage, down the near side numbers. Darnell Savage is gone to the end zone. Touchdown, Packers.
Run Pollard here, because we've been throwing the ball a lot.
Oh, Dak! No! It's over! This game is over! Cut it off, it's over!
I think this could lead to a coaching change. We're disappointed. I got a whole team in the locker rooms that's hurting.
And that's, I haven't thought past, the outcome of this game.
I am upset. You feel me? I am from Virginia. I flew all the way in today to watch this.
Got another Romo on our hands.
We need help. We need Jesus.
You need more than that, buddy.
Their post-game exit, it's a Dallas local TV station, has a great collection of people leaving. Did you see the guy who goes, "It's Trey Lance time, baby. He's our guy." And by that
saw Trey Lance trending this weekend.
That same guy on the way out goes, "Go Rangers." He drops that.
Dude.
Think Boch was at the game?
Well, Dak Prescott.
You need Boch on the sidelines, not that, man. So I got to tell you, the last time I remember the internet being so filled with a meme was like, this is going to sound super random, but during the World Cup, like several years ago, the U.S. soccer team had a dramatic win, and I remember like everybody had reactions posted. It was when I realized that Twitter was a thing. Like it was when Landon Donovan scored some goal, and people strung together like 10 million different reactions around the nation and all that. I got to tell you, I don't know how social media you were after that Cowboy loss, Marcus, but there was everywhere. People were just posting this video and that video and laughing and puking and screaming and yelling and all that stuff.
And you just heard a couple clips right there. Stay tuned for the cooler of content. We got guys doing parody songs.
How about a preview? You had a young lady and her mom and dad at home. This one caught fire here.
Daddy, how long has it been since the Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
Longest for the longest time. Longest for the longest. There's no Dallas Cowboy fans inside. Are y'all still them boys after tonight? Green Bay destroyed you. No championship for you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. So much has happened since you won your last. Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, trash. Lost in the wild card. Green Bay just stood on your star. You haven't won it for the longest time.
Oh man, I gotta get a name on that guy because it's a dude with his mom, his wife, and his daughter at home in the living room. It's really what's his name? What's it again? T Chocolate.
Ooh,
T Chocolate.
That's one hell of a name, too.
A hell of a name, yeah.
Shout out T Chocolate.
Guy's got pipes, too, by the way. He's got pipes.
Phenomenal content, man. But yeah, Murph, I'm right there with you. I think everybody was dancing on the grave of the Dallas Cowboys this weekend. And I know that the 7 seed in the playoffs have only been around for a couple of years. The Green Bay Packers became the first team ever as a 7 seed to win a playoff game. And Murph, check out this stat. The Green Bay Packers now have more wins at AT&T Stadium in the playoffs than the Dallas Cowboys.
That definitely deserves the most hearty of laugh tracks. Wow, that's an incredible stat.
Yeah.
I almost feel like the third Bum Baby can't even measure up, and it can't. But I had to pick 3. I mean, we did Die Eagles Die, Cry Eagles Cry. You just had a guy, T Chocolate, just absolutely ramming Billy Joel right down your throat if you're a Cowboy fan. So this one pales in comparisons, but we got to shine a light on the Miami Dolphins as Bum Baby number 3 because they now have the longest playoff win drought in NFL history. Or probably not history, currently in the current NFL landscape because the Lions won. So the Dolphins are left alone. This is a team now, it's a long way from scoring 70 in September.
A long, long ways, Murph.
What does 70 in September get you in January?
Absolutely nothing.
It gets you a frozen Mike McDaniel who looked like he wanted to be anywhere but on the sideline.
Looking like he had to cover up those shins this weekend.
Do you still have the it's not so cute anymore? So Miami scoring 70 in September.
It's just not that cute anymore.
It's not that cute anymore. Nor are the shins being pushed. And we like Mike McDaniel, but when it's 30 below, the 4th coldest game in NFL playoff history, it doesn't really help to be frostbitten. Tua wasn't the dude. Even Tyreek, to his credit, tweeted about L'Jarius Sneed jamming his A back to Cancun.
Oh, dude, he got manhandled on the line of scrimmage.
So stunned, heartbroken Miami Dolphins freezing and out. Bum Baby.
It's a direct snap to Pacheco. He caught it, he spun, he digs to the near side and goes into the end zone for a touchdown running over the left tackle.
6.5 to go. Teespring 4 underneath. They're trying to run for it with Wilson. Not close. And Kansas City will take over at their own 22-yard line.
Clock is continuing to tick. They get to the Kansas City 29. The clock at 9. That's all she wrote. The players standing, and congratulations. The benches will empty. The capes are torn off. The teams will meet at midfield, and the Chiefs have won.
The thing about this team and a team sport was we had goals that weren't accomplished tonight.
You gotta go fucking go. This fucking bullshit's gotta fucking stop. This fucking we need to win a it's a 2 versus to win a fucking playoff game.
Told you guys that social media was going nuts there. Yeah, man. But Miami fans, I can't imagine Miami fans aren't known like Eagles fans and Cowboys
the voice
fans.
you just heard was that guy Frank the Tank.
Is that guy real or is he just a performer?
So he also works for Barstool,
Yeah, but does he
he's
do-
the guy
is he
that's
for
like
real,
he's
though?
the obnoxious Mets fan, but he's also a Dolphins fan.
Sometimes I wonder, though, if he's just putting on a show. Like, some of those other guys are for real. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's fun stuff. And there you go, bum babies. Mike, it's just not, once again, when you score 70 in September and then you're frozen in Kansas City in January.
It's just not that cute anymore.
It's not that cute anymore. There you go. There's your bum babies. That was fun. Eagles, Cowboys, and Dolphins all out. Okay. We got do we dare tell, a new clock with Mike. So we're going to go, just to guys adjust, we could probably go about 10 to 15 with Mike and then into Logan Webb. Mm-hmm. We got all that?
Let's do it.
We got that?
We got it.
So let's do that. And then Tim Ryan and then Marcus Thompson. It's fun. Niners Packers Saturday at 5:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader.
Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, trash.
All right, what's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday morning. Thanks for tuning into the Murph and Marcus Morning Show, where we're talking about the results of NFL's Super Wildcard Weekend. And hey, maybe you won some extra cash with Prize Picks this weekend, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we're happy to have Mike Krukow on a Tuesday on the UMA guest line. We always sign off. We say, Mike, when we sign off, maybe something will happen between now and then. And something did happen. Two things. The Giants signed Jordan Hicks, a surprise signing to those who weren't kind of anticipating this, the fireballing reliever turning into a starter, 4 years, $44 million. And then the word came out, not officially from the Giants yet, from Bob Nightingale, USA Today, that Dusty Baker will rejoin the team as a special advisor. So we got to get into that. But first, Mike, just good morning. And how was your football weekend, seeing the Cowboys and Eagles lose?
Yeah,
Good
morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. Well, it was, thank God for the Lions-Rams game. I mean, that was a good game. And I was rooting hard for Jared Goff. That was just awesome. What a great story that was. But, I mean, there were a lot of games that just weren't fun to watch. Yeah. So hopefully the next round is going to be a bit better. Although I wouldn't mind a blowout of the Niner-Packer game.
You'll take that.
But,
yes.
it was just fun. It's just a great tradition. Everybody gathers and you watch football. And, it's kind of a great tradition right before you really get your mindset on getting into the baseball mode, about ready to head to spring. I mean, it's coming fast.
It is coming fast. February 24 is the first game on the radio, but before that, pitchers and catchers report before that. So, okay, so like I said, we always sign off. Something might happen, Mike. Well, there it is. So, all your reactions. I would say that most Giants fans were very surprised. They weren't thinking about Jordan Hicks, who's known as the fireballer, throws harder than anybody in the bigs, but he's a reliever who has made 8 starts in his life. But apparently the Giants are looking to make him a starter. Now, he's 27 years old with very little starter experience. This is an interesting move. I need all your takes, Mike.
Well, first of all, I mean, if you take a look at this guy's numbers, they're good. And a couple things that kind of jump off the page. And again, we know the legend of his fastball. I mean, it really got him to the big leagues at a tender age where he really didn't have any clue what he was doing other than he threw really hard. And that's what gets you to the big leagues quicker than anything. Guy throwing 100 miles an hour that can throw strikes, run him out there, see how he does. He doesn't know what he's doing. Doesn't have to when you're out there and you're pitching one inning. And that's kind of was his introduction to the big leagues. And along the way, he had arm issues, and then, he realized that fastballs weren't enough. He had to learn a couple other things, learn a different grip on the fastball, tightened up his breaking ball. Now he's 27 years old. He's got 6 years in the big leagues. And now, he's no longer a baby. Now he's a guy that realizes that there's more to this just than throwing hard. So I think they got him at a really good time. And they really can do whatever they want with him because he's athletic. If you take a look at his numbers, as a reliever, 243 innings, and that's in 6 years, so most of it out of the pen, obviously. 255 strikeouts, which, by today's standards, a guy that throws that hard, it's not that great. I mean, he's averaging over one an inning, which is good, always has been, but, you're seeing guys now with 14, 15 strikeouts per 9. He's got a 2-to-1 strikeout walk ratio, 133 walks in 243 innings. That's high. But here's the kicker. In 243 innings, he's given up 183 hits. He's hard to hit. And the other thing, too, that he's done that has opened the eyes of the Giants, because they love sinkers. He's throwing two-seam fastballs at a high velocity, and they like that. Sinker ballers get quick innings get defense off the field, and you engage your infield. It's a healthy environment. And so that's the deal. They also feel that, the transition for a guy going from the bullpen to the starting rotation, when he has the ability to get quick outs, which you do when you can throw a sinker, it's an easier transition for a guy. And let's face it. I mean, what is he being asked to do? 4, 5, 6 innings? That's what starters do now. And then that's not that big of a transition. If you're talking about a guy who was going to throw 7, 8 innings, we're talking about a different deal. But I think at age 27, his arm has aged properly. You don't get your strength until you're right around 28 years old, and and that's your prime years, your prime strength years. I mean, same thing for a guy with power. 28, that's kind of the level, and then that you can carry it on to about 34 before you see a little bit of decline. So they got him at a peak time, but not many 27-year-olds out there with a 6-year experience. So I like the guy. I like the fact that he wants to start, but he also can relieve.
Yeah, and Mike,
and I think that's the other thing too. We're going to see him in the bullpen at times.
And Mike, I was going to ask you about that transition from the bullpen back into the starting rotation. You talked about the electric fastball that he does have. Is there any concern that Jordan Hicks might lose some velocity being kind of lengthened out from working 1 to 2 innings to 4, 5, 6, like you said?
Yeah, you pace yourself a little bit differently. When you're coming in and you're throwing just 1 inning out of the pen, you just let it go. It's just let the fur fly. And he was a starter in the minor leagues with the Cardinals. So it's not like he doesn't know how to do it, but you do pace yourself a little bit differently. But the other thing too, I mean, he's obviously when we first saw him with the Cardinals, he was throwing 4-seam fastballs. Now he throws a lot of 2-seam, so he understands that they're two different pitches. And then I don't know how he's progressed with an off-speed pitch. I don't know. I mean, I know at times he had a good slider. I thought that was a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes they were lazy. The thing that really jumped off the page when I saw the guy was the movement on the 2-seam fastball. To me, that's a great base. So you don't need to throw that thing in 99 to be effective. So, I mean, if you're going to be a starting pitcher, you may cruise 2 or 3 miles per hour below what you're capable of, but you still have the reach-back velocity when you need it in a 2-strike situation to jump it up to the high 90s and into the hundreds, which is what he's always been able to do. So that's all about touch, not throwing max out, learning how to style your pitching to your needs to be able to throw more pitches, and I think at age 27 he's ready to do that.
It's intriguing for sure. I mean, he's young, he's athletic. It's definitely like a sort of a Farhan off the beaten track move, but we shall see. He's young. He's the same age as Logan Webb. He's only had 8 starts. I mean, there's stuff to like and there's stuff to furrow your brow over. And this will be a task for Brian Price and the pitching staff to mold this guy. I mean, that's the other thing, Mike, is right. He'll arrive. It's a whole new pitching coach for him. And it's a whole new, the Giants have all their data and they're going to tell him, which pitches to show, which shapes to emphasize. But I'd like to think that he could, if they found something here, it's exciting, but I hope he can pitch, fairly deep into games. I don't know. Your thought of is he the kind of guy who probably shouldn't expect to go too deep into games?
Well, maybe not at first, but I think eventually as you build your arm up and your expectations and your ability to understand how to get a guy out 3 times in a game, I mean, let's not forget that. That's something you have to learn. When you go into the big leagues and you're in the bullpen, they take pitches away from you. They want you to throw this or that and pretty much throw as hard as you can as long as you can. I mean, that's your whole mentality. Now, there are some finesse guys out of the pen that perhaps are a bit different than this, but for the most part, you want guys going as hard as they can as long as they can. But for pitchers and starters, traditionally, you learn to pitch when you face a guy a 3rd and a 4th time. Well, rare that you see guys allowed to pitch to guys a 4th time, and really a lot of pitchers aren't even allowed to throw a 3rd time through the lineup. So it'll be interesting to see how they let him progress into that 3rd time through the lineup, because that's going to determine how deep he can go into games.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, again, different potential, something to think about, and we'll watch. By the way, they're going to, like we said, a pitchers and catchers report in just about a month. But I want to make sure we get this out, Mike, while we have you on the line, all the Giants fans tuning in, that KNBR's Fan Fest and Giants Fan Fest tour starts this weekend. It literally starts Saturday, January 20th. That's this Saturday. And in time for the Niner game, everybody, it's at Rivercat Stadium, which is a great park, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and it's free. And so what's happening is we're taking sort of the old caravan idea across Northern California, and the star of the 916 will be there, Logan Webb, and he's going to join us in about 15 minutes. And Alex Cobb's going to be there. You can talk to him. Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, coaches Garvin Alston, Alyssa Nacken, and Brian Price. So some good names there, and more details at KNBR.com/FanFestTour. And so the first stop, Saturday at Rivercat Stadium, 10 to 1. Plenty of time for the 5:15 Niner kickoff. No conflict there. But how about that, Mike? I mean, fans want this team to be good, and so they can go out to Sacramento and ask Logan Webb, Logan, what you going to do this year?
Well, he's going to be spectacular. That's what he's going to do, and that's what he can tell him. But I'm really glad to see him come back into the Valley. They need to make an effort back into the Valley, and starting in Sacramento is an obvious because of the AAA club, the Giants AAA club. The River Cats are there, and it's an exciting time. I mean, I always loved the Caravan. First time I ever did the Caravans I did it with the Cubs, and then with the Phillies, and then with the Giants. I just think that it's such a casual introduction to your fans, and it's fun because it's up close, it's personal. They get to talk baseball, they get to ask questions, and they get to know you. And I just think it adds to a season when more fans know players personally. I think that's one of the really cool things about our sport. It doesn't sound like much, but signing autographs before a game is very, very important because of the relationship you develop with the fans, and you get to be friends with them. And it's just, baseball is an everyday sport, and being able to touch base and reach out every day in that regard, and just a couple of autographs to be able to keep that relationship going. And now that they're branching back into the Valley, I think is very cool.
Yeah, and Murph did a great job listing off the players and coaches that could be at FanFest coming up this weekend down in San Jose and Napa. But of course, before they come back to San Francisco. But Mike, my question is, what Caravan stop is Dusty Baker going to show up at? Because last night it was reported by Bob Nightingale that Dusty Baker is rejoining the Giants as a special assistant. What was your news to the Dusty Baker breaking news last night?
Well, when he talked about it, when he announced his retirement, I immediately thought, God, it would be great to get him back in the organization. The one thing that is completely unique about him, and he's one of the really catalytic people that I've met in this game. I mean, he is a super-duper star when it comes to being able to relate to people. I don't know if you've ever heard him speak in a group or get up on the dais and speak at a function or a fundraiser. He's spectacular. He's one of the best speakers that I've ever seen, and it always comes from the heart. There's never anything that's pre-planned. He just gets up and starts talking, and there's going to be a very strong message or two or five in what he has to say. And because of that, it just says a lot about his perspective. And perspective not only to baseball, but to life. To bring him back into the organization where he has a great deal of pride, because when you think about it, I mean, he had a lot to do with the Pride when he took over in 1993, and the contribution that he made to this organization's history. And to bring him back, and I think, when he said he wanted to come back in with an organization, I think he was talking about the Giants. At least that's the way I felt. And the fact that he's back now and he's going to be a special advisor to Farhan and Larry Baer is just such a plus for this organization. So I expect him to see him in Sacramento. He's from Sacramento. So unless he's on a fishing trip someplace, he'll probably be there this weekend. And congratulations to him. I mean, he's had a Hall of Fame career, one of my favorite people that I ever played against, and he'll have a lot to give this organization as an advisor.
I'll tell you what, with Dusty Baker and Buster Posey in your building, you got some good minds. Hopefully they get runway. Hopefully they get access to the decision makers.
Well, one thing that's really very cool about this organization is that they seek perspective, and they are good listeners. And when they put together a plan, it's with the opinion of a lot of people to formulate that plan. There really isn't a lot of ego where one guy feels like he has to be the guy. And I think that's one of the things that has been a big reason as to why this organization has been successful. They listen, and bringing Dusty in to sit on the council with Buster, I mean, that's two great perspectives.
All right, good stuff, Mike. Okay, well, like we said, we never know what's going to happen between now and Thursday. We'll continue to ramp up for FanFest, but Jordan Hicks is in, Dusty Baker is in, and the Niners are playing the Packers on Saturday. So have a good one. We'll talk Thursday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday until the season starts, at which point we go Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I was just trying to look up spring training reporting dates, by the way, and I couldn't find, some of them haven't been announced, but it's around February 15th, something like that. The first game is February 24 on the radio. First game, February 24 on the radio. So I want to remind everybody a couple of things. One, that was all brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. 2, Logan Webb's due to join us bright and early at 8 a.m., so let's do that on the other side. But we teased last week with Greg Cosell something that we're giving away, and I want to tease it on the other side, too, and get young Tony's DJ skills going here because we got a fun giveaway to announce. We got more football to review, guys. We did our hum babies and our bum babies, and more reactions to the Packers coming into town this Saturday at 5:15. That's all coming up next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Clean that carpet. Clean that air duct. Do it with Zero Res. Zero Res. We got great deals. We had Zero Res come out to our house. Made our domestic situation much happier because everything got very, very clean. So good. You guys should Google Zero Res. Zerorez. Spelled the same backwards and forwards. So what I'm going to do is tell you guys to clean your carpets and clean your air ducts and clean your tile and upholstery and all the surfaces in your home with Zero Res. And I'm going to urge you to get started with a deal. We have a special deal in the new year. New Year 43 gets you 1 room of carpet cleaning for just $43. And then air ducts, where the dust and the dander hides, $50 off your air duct cleaning with the promo code DUCT50. Now, minimums do apply, so call for terms and conditions. So call 877-321-0739. Or go online at ZeroResBayArea.com and say you want the KNBR special. Zero Res, backwards or forwards, forwards or backwards, the right way to clean.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers are set to square off against the Green Bay Packers this Saturday for the 10th time in playoff history. So to read more about this weekend's divisional matchup between the Packers and the 49ers, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, that was kind of a funny little moment there. Young Tony, he's so earnest. He's like,
"Hey, Marcus, this is Logan Webb's walk-up song."
Welcome to the show, Tony.
This guy might have played. This guy played this rejoin more than any board op at the station, and it was always for his guy Webby.
Dude, it was every day Logan Webb was scheduled to pitch, and every day after Logan Webb pitched, we came back with highlights of the one and only Andre Nicotina, Killer Whale.
Killer Whale. And Logan's going to join us in just a couple minutes, but I told you guys a tease, and if you were listening to Greg Cosell last Thursday, we came back with some Fleetwood Mac because we are highlighting artists who will be at Bottle Rock in Napa Valley, May 24 to 26. People love Bottle Rock. I've never been.
Dude, neither have I.
You know why? Because I'm always out there sweating some Little League game. I'm sweating some pitching change at Boyle Park in Mill Valley because it's always right around, baseball season. But anyway, I'd love to get up there one day. And you can go. We got, what do we have? Two single-day passes to Bottle Rock to the day of your choice. So 2, you and a guest.
Ooh.
So but 1 winner per day.
Take me with you, Murph.
Okay. Well, Prince will not be playing, sadly. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're going to take caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. Not now, but when young Tony, and this will test his DJing skills. So I'm going to throw 3 artists from Bottle Rock, and you have to listen to any of the 3. Stevie Nicks. Stand back, young Tone. Stand back. Stevie Nicks. Pearl Jam, who made an appearance in the Pop Culture Showdown, by the way.
That's right.
And then just to keep it a little more 2024, how about Megan Thee Stallion?
The Stallion's going to be there.
Now, is anything she has playable on FCC radio? That's the catch. Yes, there are radio edits.
We can find a clean edit.
There's radio edits out there. So any one of those 3 artists that when you hear it a rejoin between now and 10 a.m., call 415-896-KNBR. You win 2 tickets to Bottle Rock. That's awesome. And by the way, it's everybody. Who do you want? I mean, Nelly's going to be there. The Kid Laroi. My Morning Jacket, if you want to get your Shannon Kaler on. Ed Sheeran.
Mm-hmm.
Headline. So the headliners are...
We haven't seen Ed Sheeran since he was performing down at Levi Stadium when they had to replace the entire grass a couple weeks ago. That was earlier this season. They swapped out the turf at Levi Stadium because of an Ed Sheeran concert.
Who knew Ed Sheeran could tear up grass? I didn't think he could. So anyway, the headliners are Friday night, Stevie Nicks. Saturday night, Pearl Jam, and Sunday night, Ed Sheeran. So you got to tear up the grass in Napa. Okay, we're waiting on Logan Webb. We're going to tell you guys you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. There's going to be a lot of Giants coming your way because FanFest is Saturday in Sacramento at Rivercat Stadium. So I think every show, most day parts going up this, we're starting to ramp it up, guys, because this is KNBR Giants FanFest. It's a whole new deal. It's like the old Caravan Day. I remember when I was young and I would listen to KNBR, Frank and Mike would be like, Bill Lasky is going to be in Chico. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, Bill. See, I'm old enough to remember Lasky when he was pitching for the Giants in 82.
In Chico, yeah.
Yeah, they'd be doing that. Or, Johnny LeMaster is going to be down in San Luis Obispo. Go check him out. So I believe Webby's calling in right now.
And he'll be at FanFest this weekend, Murph.
Exciting. His Raiders did not play this weekend.
They did not.
And they have a decision to make on their coach.
They do. I need Webb's breakdown on who the next head coach is going to be.
Okay, and his Kings. Mm-hmm. That might be the only team in the spring that's playing.
Light the beam.
There it is. All right, the connection has been made with everybody's favorite right-hander, the ace. Oh, he just dropped. All right, we'll get it back when he gets his calling right back. Maybe he's calling from, maybe the purple beam is interfering with his call.
Well, the ball is dropped because he's throwing that 91 in sync into the dirt, Murph.
I want to ask him about that. Unless it was some sort of hallucination I had, because I think he deleted the tweet, man. Let me check, by the way, before we get Logan back on, just exactly where his Kings are in the standings right now.
Ooh, light the beam.
Yeah, they're top 6, brother. Mm-hmm. They're holding down that 5 seed at 23 and 16.
Yeah, they're talking about making trades that the Warriors are interested in.
They can't even see the Warriors from where they are right now.
No.
All right, the connection has been made with everybody's favorite right-hander, everybody's favorite ace, everybody's favorite Raiders and Kings fan, Logan Webb. Webby, it's great to have you, man. You got your boy Brian Murphy. You got your boy Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher. Murph and Marcus. Happy New Year, Logan. How are you, man?
What's up, Logan?
Happy New Year. It's good to be talking to you guys.
Yeah, it is good to be talking to you, man. You're the guy. You're the dude. You're the face of the Giants, man. This is exciting. So, hey, listen, before we start talking X's and O's with the Gigantes. Let's talk Kings, bro. You feeling pretty good at 23-16 in the 5 seed right now?
I am. They've been playing some good basketball. A couple of tough ones the last couple, but I'll actually be at the game tonight in Phoenix, and then going to the game Thursday in Sac because FanFest, of course.
You're going twice this week. That's hardcore.
I'm going twice.
Did you see Mike Brown bring up the laptop to complain about the officials the other day?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. Have they come out with his fine yet?
Not yet.
You gotta love though a guy fighting. He's like, "Give me the laptop. Give me the laptop."
I love it. It's great. It's great.
Yeah, and Logan, going from one head coach to another, from your Sacramento Kings to your Las Vegas Raiders. I need the Logan Webb breakdown. Are we going with Antonio Pierce? Are you looking for Jim Harbaugh? What are you looking for the next Raiders head coach, Logan?
I think Pierce has got to be the guy. I think, I feel like the players, they all want Pierce to be the guy, and you got to listen to your players sometimes. And I know they like the big splashes every once in a while, but I think this guy's he kind of reminds me of Campbell and with the Lions, just like a guy that the locker room loves and competitor. So I think you got to go with him.
Okay, vote of confidence from Logan Webb. Now, just to make sure you know, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, Marcus Boucher here on the Murph and Marcus Show, like you, bleeds the silver and black.
That's it,
So
Logan.
the two of you guys
I'm a Raider plant on the Giants flagship radio station.
so you guys,
I love it.
we'll come down to the clubhouse this spring and summer, and you guys can break it down. So
Yeah, and whether we're talking Raiders football or even some Rockland football, Logan, I wanted to give you a shout out. Going back to your quarterback days, I actually was up there earlier this year, and I was at the Rockland St. Mary's game. Congratulations on the D2 section championship.
Oh, thank you. It was Coach Adams had those boys playing hard, and I wish they could have won that the state one, but they do a great job down there. Coach Adams is amazing.
I love it. Logan Webb. So the reason, first of all, it's just great to check in with Logan any chance we get, but the big hook is Saturday. So FanFest is Saturday in Logan's home region of Sacramento. It's going to be at Rivercat Stadium from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Plenty of time to still watch the Niners and Packers on Saturday night at 5:15. Admission is free, so roll into Rivercat Stadium for this new reimagined experience. So, Logan, you're going to be there with Cobby, Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker. Alyssa's going to be there. Your new pitching coach, Brian Price, is going to be there. Garvin Alston, I think he's the bullpen coach, I believe, joining you guys out there.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about it. Like, what are you expecting? Like, what do you want to see and hear on Saturday when you meet the fans?
Honestly, hopefully it's filled. I know Sacramento's Giants country, so we get excited to come out and see the players, meet the new coaches. If anybody's from Sac that's been to Rivercast game, they probably know who Garvin Alston is. So, it's get out there and come see us, and it's going to be a blast. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what we're doing. I couldn't tell you details, but getting out there and meeting all the fans and hanging out with the fans for a couple hours, that's awesome. I'm super excited, especially to be in Sacramento, and I know I'll have a crap ton of family and friends out there, so it's gonna be a blast.
It's a home game for you. Okay, let's talk turkey, man. Let's talk about the offseason. So let's start with the additions. Jung-Hoo Lee, center field. Logan Webb's, of course, you're getting nothing but ground balls, so it doesn't matter, right? But seriously, what did you know about him? Were you involved in talking to him at all? Have you met him yet? What's your opinion of that ad?
I was not involved. I honestly didn't know much going into it, but I was very excited about it. I got to talk to Eric Fetty, who just signed with the White Sox and played in the KBO last year with him, and he said he's going to be a stud, great player. And I'm excited. I think the fans should be excited about him. It's going to be. It's a guy you can plug in the one spot every single day, and I'm excited about that.
Okay, so he does bring personality and consistency too in the lineup. The other big ad just happened on Friday, and I think it surprised most people. People know Jordan Hicks, who follow baseball, because he throws 103 or whatever. But Farhan just signed him with the idea of being a starter. Now that's your rotation, buddy. It's you and Cobb and the rest of the crew, Kyle Harrison and the crew. So the Logan Webb reaction to Jordan Hicks, 4 years, $44 million, and possibly joining your starting rotation. What was your reaction?
I mean, I feel like anytime you add a guy who's hit 105 miles per hour, there's always a little bit of excitement there. So yeah, I'm excited to, I got to meet him over a Zoom call, and we got to talk to him a little bit, and seems like an awesome guy, and I'm super excited. I know he seemed pretty excited to get a chance to start. So I think that build-up will be important in spring and seeing how he feels. And I'm just hopefully everything works out perfectly, right? And he's this starter for the next 4 years plus with us, and so I'm excited. Like I said, the guy throws 100 consistently. I mean, he's Camilo Doval, but is going to be starting. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, and Logan, I actually wanted to ask about your buildup heading into this season, because last year with you finishing second in the Cy Young voting, with you throwing a career-high 216 innings pitched, is that affecting your offseason throwing program at all, or is that something you don't even think about?
Not even thinking about. I have same routine I did last year, same throwing program I had last year. I don't think I'll throw one live BP before or two, but I don't think I'll do that this year. I'll throw that in spring. So same buildup, getting into spring, getting the live BPs in, bullpens in, and then building up to 6 innings, get ready for that start of the season. So I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. We're close. It's coming up. We're knocking on the door right now. So
I mean, you're gonna be
crazy out.
Yeah, you're gonna be at FanFest Saturday. We should remind everybody. So it's Saturday at Rivercat Stadium, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's free. So Sack, show up. Webby will be there. It's your guy, hometown kid, Alex Cobb, Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, who was pretty good last year. Mm-hmm. Coaches Garvin Alston, Alyssa Nacken, who's great, and then Brian Price, your new pitching coach. So a little bit on that. Brian, what have your conversations been with him? He seems more old school. I mean, I know you guys like Bales, as you called him, but this is a guy, the way he talked to us in his interviews, Logan, he's like, I want my guys to go deep. What have your conversations been like?
Well, that's been, pretty much all of our conversations. We've had just talking a lot. He definitely is an old school guy, and I love that. Especially when we got some young starters coming up, right? You got Tristan and Kyle and Keaton and even other guys down in AAA that'll have possibly might come up this year or the following year. And I want those guys, and this is what Brian's gonna be great at, is come up and compete, right? You're gonna, I came up with Bum and Johnny and Jeff Samardzija, and I was taught to, 6 innings, 3 runs or less every single time you go out there. Quality start, and you go out there and try to give the team and the guys as many innings as you can, just competing, right? And I think that's the big word, is competing, and I think that's what Brian Price is all about, and I think that's what we're gonna kind of instill in these young guys, and so I think it's gonna be great. I think he's an awesome addition. I love, I've already loved working with him so far, and been with him 4 times. So I think it's going to be, like I said, I'm super excited because it's going to help the young guys more than anything else.
And Logan, I know that you've came on our station before and talked about Bob Melvin taking over as the new skipper of the San Francisco Giants, but I wanted to ask specifically what you think his impact is going to be on someone like Patrick Bailey. Of course, with Bob Melvin being a former catcher, how much of a kind of improvement do you think we can see from Patrick Bailey this year?
I think one thing will be just kind of, if he wants to learn some stuff from a guy who's done it for a long time, I think that's the most important thing. But I think Patrick just in itself is going to, the more you play, the more you learn. I feel like I'll stand by that because, I wasn't very good my first 2 years, I'll tell you, and just learning and being with guys and, seeing how it all works. I think that helped me more than anything, and I think that'll be Patrick Bailey. Patrick doesn't need any sort of help defensively. But I know he's been working. I don't think he was very happy with how he was hitting last year, and I know he's super excited to get back to camp and just kind of build off that. I think there was a little bit of a snub for that gold glove, so I think he felt that. So I'm just excited to see him come back, maybe with a little bit of vengeance this year.
All right, good stuff. Logan Webb will be at the Fan Fest Saturday at Rivercat Stadium, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Sacramento show up Saturday, January 20. It's all free. KNBR Giants Fan Fest Tour. Webby, Alex Cobb, Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, Brian Price, the new pitching coach, Alyssa Nacken, who's great, Knack, and then Garvin Alston, you guys know up in Sac. Hey, I'm on social media all the time getting all the stuff for the show. I saw you. Did you send out a tweet that said nobody likes 91 in sync anymore? Did you say that?
I did, yeah.
And then did you delete it?
Yeah, I'm a big tweet and delete guy.
Now, why? I like 91 in sync. You should have left that up.
Yeah, 91 in sync got you second place in the Cy Young voting, Logan.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't like it. I don't know.
Was it just something like you heard something on Velocity and you were just ticked off, so you'd send out a tweet and then you regretted it?
Yeah. And then I was like, you know what? I didn't need to write that.
It was pretty. I got to say, as offensive tweets go, it was not very offensive. So you're good by us, buddy. You're good by us. Yeah. Okay, so that's all the fun stuff and exciting stuff. But we need the competitive side of Logan Webb to react to the Dodgers signing Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto. I mean, it's like, so Logan, you can only imagine how Giants fans are reacting. They're like, you got to be kidding me. We already hate the Dodgers. They've already won the West all these years in a row, except for 2021. And now they've added Ohtani and Yamamoto. So what's the Logan Webb like? Are you pissed off? Are you competitive? Are you frustrated? Which of those words fits?
I would say at points in the offseason, I felt all of those things. Right? I obviously when they signed, I was upset because I don't want to. You don't want to face those guys, and especially the Dodgers getting them. You guys know I grew up an A's fan. Honestly, I didn't know much about. I knew the Dodgers and Giants didn't like each other, this and that, and then I got to the Giants in 2014, and so I've been with the Giants now. It's my 10th year, and I don't know. There's just something about those guys that you don't like. You can't explain it, and that's how I felt, and it kind of added to that. So. I didn't want to see it, obviously. I was hoping that we were in there and, if anything, just stay away from there. If you're going to sign with someone other than, the Angels, I'm talking about the one guy, but yeah, it was tough. I didn't like it. And I know Giants fans didn't like it. I know Giants players, we all text each other. We didn't like it, but it's something we just got to deal with now. You can't, no more talking about it. We just got to go out there and play and do our best to compete with them and beat them.
Well, that's the attitude. My attitude is now I'm saying Jung-Hoo Lee spikes high at Chavez Ravine. Coming in spikes high, Logan.
Yeah, let's get that 91 in sync in on the hands, Logan.
I'm going 91 in sync, and I'm going spikes high, right? You're not, are you guys, you guys aren't surrendering the West on paper, are you?
No, not at all. Not at all. We would never do that.
So, I mean, in some ways, there's an old Jimmy Cliff song, the harder they come, the harder they come, the harder they fall, right, is the lyric. I mean, there's that attitude of slaying Goliath, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, they've had a good team already. So I think we're still more pissed off about what happened. And, there's still some of us here, what happened in 21. I know I'm pissed off about 2021 losing to those guys. So, and then the Padres and then the Diamondbacks beat them back-to-back years, and it kind of puts a little sour taste in your mouth that you weren't able to do it the year before. And so maybe, come back and, do it this year and the following year. Just keep doing it. That's got to be the goal, the mindset every single time.
Logus, I'm curious to see what your breakdown is on the way that the Dodgers are signing guys like Yamamoto and Ohtani, the whole deferred contracts. I know you just went through a contract deal with the Giants last offseason. What's been the breakdown? Has there been any talk in the clubhouse between guys on the approach that the Dodgers have towards the salary cap and these deferred contracts?
To be honest, I don't know much about all that stuff. It seems crazy, right? But I mean, like I said, I don't know much about that stuff.
Yeah, you're just like, that's why my agent is there, right? To do his thing.
Yeah.
Hey, there was a little bit of turbulence when Buster Posey did a really thoughtful interview with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic and said, hey, we're running into a little bit of a perception problem in San Francisco. And Buster's like, I believe in San Francisco, and I moved back here, and I love the Giants, and I want everybody to love the Giants as much as I do, but we have a little bit of a perception problem with the image of the city. And people reacted like crazy to that. And I think you did too. Did you not? You sent out some social media tweets, like some beauty shots of San Francisco. So is that something that kind of angered you or got you going a little bit, like you wanted to defend San Francisco? Am I reading that right? Or what was your story?
Yeah, definitely. And I was also, defending Buster too. I think that was kind of caught out of context or out of, I don't think he meant to say necessarily that. All he was saying, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, I've heard it too from other players, and it stinks because it's not true. Whenever players do talk about it or do that, but the problem is sometimes is where the team stays, the opposing team stays, and that's all they kind of see. If they see one street, right, going up to the stadium, and it's unfortunate, right? You guys know, you can count different places around the Bay Area that are just literally, or the city, and right around the city that are unbelievably beautiful. Some of the most beautiful places in, the world, right? I get to drive in every day from Lafayette, and every day I'm like, wow, this city is unbelievable. And I wholeheartedly believe that. I know guys that come here feel the same way. I mean, look at the guys that are free agents that want to come back, or Hunter Pence. Look at Hunter Pence, right, coming in. Everybody loves it. Everybody that comes here absolutely loves it. Like I said, sometimes it just sucks because I do know that teams stay in a certain area, and their little drive to the stadium maybe isn't the best. It sucks that that's the only thing they get to see.
Yeah. Well, really well said, and your fingers on the pulse, and the things that got us upset, Marcus and I felt the same way, which was that we know who Buster Posey is, and if you read his comments, he was like, I believe it can turn around. I want it to get better. I moved my family back here. I'm all in. And that people would even lash out at Buster. Wow. That was like, bro, come on now. That's Buster freaking Posey. You know what I mean?
That is the San Francisco Giant.
He is. Yeah. He's Rice Aroni is the San Francisco treat. Buster Posey is the San Francisco Giant. Yeah. So, listen, always great conversation, dude. You're NorCal's own, man. You're everybody's favorite, and you speak the truth, and you want to win, and 91 in sync is good and all that stuff, dude. So go talk to Logan on Saturday at Rivercat Stadium, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. He's going to be in his home turf. He's going to be in a good mood because the Kings will have just won on Thursday night in front of him. He'll be there with his buddy Alex Cobb, and Tyler Rogers, and Blake Sable, and Ryan Walker, and then the coaches, Brian Price, the new pitching coach. You can talk to him. Alyssa Nacken, who's great. I highly recommend going to talk to Knack. By the way, she's pregnant now, right? She's coming close, I believe, right? Yep. Coming close. And Garvin Alston. So go to KNBR.com/FanFest Tour. Logan, thanks for getting up early. Thanks for calling in to Murph and Marcus. Can't wait to see you in Scottsdale, buddy. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Logan.
Thanks for having me, guys. Excited to see you guys.
Can't wait. Logan Webb on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants made a big splash last night by announcing that they have signed Dusty Baker to work as a special assistant to work with Farhan Zaidi and Larry Baer. So to read more about Dusty Baker's return to the San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
By the way, that was awesome. Logan Webb was fantastic. A couple of those answers on the Dodgers and on San Francisco were really good. So if you missed it, you can always check that stuff out at KNBR.com. But thanks to Logan Webb and FanFest Saturday at Rivercat Stadium in Sacramento. Okay, Tim Ryan's going to join us at 8:35, so we got to keep this tight. So we're going to tell our devoted listeners this. Number one, we still have the Bottle Rock giveaway. Stay tuned for the Stevie Nicks. And when I say Stevie Nicks, by the way, that could be Fleetwood Mac with Stevie as a lead. Okay, so I'm going to make sure we include that. Pearl Jam or Megan Thee Stallion. When Tony plays that as a rejoin, you call 415-896-KNBR. Also, Tim Ryan at 8:35. So that means, Marcus, we're going to have to return to the cooler a little bit later.
It's a quick hit of the cooler right now, but it's a good one. It's a good one.
Let's do my favorite part. The Cowboy TV reporter from Dallas interviewing fans leaving AT&T Stadium in Texas Sunday evening.
I came from there and we lost. Y'all ain't nobody else, man.
Disgusted.
I am upset. You feel me? I am from Virginia. I flew all the way in today to watch this. I'm sad.
Frustrated.
We got another Romo on our hands. Choke like a...
Disappointed.
We need another quarterback, another coach, everything. It don't matter to me. It don't matter.
That's how Cowboys fans felt after watching the team implode once again in the playoffs.
We need help. We need Jesus.
Many blaming the coaches.
Mike McCarthy losing at home against the Packers.
Says a lot.
I think legacy gone, man. Like, you won a Super Bowl with the Packers, and then you go take over a new team, and you lose at home against that team.
Without Aaron Rodgers.
You know?
It's embarrassing.
All right. Oh, cut it down. I need more.
Oh, I need more of that.
Yeah, no.
Inject it into my
Keep that one rolling.
veins. I need all the Cowboy tears.
Let me know if you have part two, because there's a guy who actually drops a Trey Lance bomb. He's wearing a Rangers hat.
That's when you know things are getting bad, when Cowboys fans are calling for Trey Lance.
He goes, we need Trey Lance. And he goes, go Rangers. Yeah, but that one needs to be rolled in its entirety. You need to communicate on the COC, buddy. All right. We'll do it later in the day.
Yeah.
Later in the day. Another quick one real quick. I love my guy Nance riffing. So Buffalo, right? The snow? It's insane. They couldn't let people couldn't leave their homes.
Oh, get cozy, Jim.
So Jim said that they were supposed to do the game on Sunday. They got canceled. They had to do it Monday, so they had to stay in the hotel snowed in. Nance with the riff on the greatest hotel snow movie of all time.
Yeah, we were, because of a travel ban, a lot of us weren't able to even leave our hotel for 3 days. It was like The Shining.
In your bathroom, here's Tony.
All work and no play makes Tony a very dull boy. Here is Allen throwing down to the sideline, and it's incomplete.
It's a rare miss for Josh Allen. That was pretty good.
It was a great retreat weekend, though, and a lot of time with the whole crew. You saw this earlier this weekend.
Premium Nance riffing.
Dude, the gentleman.
Premium Nance riff. Hello, Tony. Or here's Tony. Pardon me.
Here's Tony.
I believe that's going to be, save that kid, that when you get the mic, that's going to be your intro.
Here's Tony.
Here's Tony.
There it is.
That's perfect. There's a bit right there.
All work and no play makes Tony. Now, Tony, have you seen The Shining? Has he seen The Shining?
Based on the conversations that we've had during the commercial break today,
he just hit me with this.
He
very
hasn't seen
sad,
much.
No. He actually just hit me with, what do you do, man? Go home and read encyclopedias? Hilarious, dude. Okay, listen, we'll return to the cooler later in the show because it's awesome. Probably around 8:50-ish.
Good cooler.
But Tim Ryan, Niners Packers, next on the Sports Leader. All right, my friends at Provident Credit Union have a good deal going on for your New Year's resolution to invest smarter. I've got a short-term money-saving tip for you, the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union, okay? It's the ultimate solution to help your savings grow. For a limited time, choose a 3 or 6 month term and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. So with the 3 or 6 month Pick a Term certificate, you are in control of your investments. Do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more. This rate is effective as of January 2, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers.
And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, slightly different time for Tim Ryan, but still golden analysis coming your way. 49ers Packers Saturday at 5:15. I mean, everything's setting up, Marcus. Bye week, check. Saturday game, check. At home, check. Everybody's healthy except for Cleve Earl, check. The 7 seed is coming in, check. Any fears of the Cowboys, Rams, or Eagles? Gone.
They're at home, Murph.
Everything is setting up perfectly, and I just have one controlling question all week. I'm going to ask you this every day.
All right.
Is Christian McCaffrey playing on Saturday?
The answer is yes.
Then I'm feeling pretty good. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Timmy, we just laid it out, man. Saturday game at home against the 7 seed. Everybody's rested. I'm feeling good, man, but with respect to this Packers team, of course. So the floor is yours, my friend. Good morning from Murph and Marcus. How you feeling?
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Doing well, boys. Good to hear your voices. It's the best weekend of football of the year. You know, with the 8 best teams left, 4 in each conference, 2 games on each day. And some really good matchups. And the Packers, now we haven't had that 7 seed for very long, but the first 7 seed to advance to the divisional playoff and earned every bit of it. To me, I certainly didn't get all the games right this weekend in terms of the blowouts and you know, for wild card weekend, last weekend, But that one surprised me the most. The way they went, and look, you could see it on tape, and I certainly saw them. Haven't watched a lot of them this year, that being the Packers, but could see on tape down the stretch that the quarterback was finding his stride and playing good football, and they were getting guys healthy. I think Aaron Jones being healthy is absolutely paramount for them. A couple players on defense that have been nicked up all year that have gotten healthy over the last couple of weeks and are playing their best football right now. But to go in and to dismantle the Cowboys the way that they did, to get up on them 27-7, early in that game, and they basically did what they wanted. And the offensive line did a great job. They do a great job with their protections and keeping, enough guys in to protect, and then getting those tight ends out after they protect and finding big plays down the field. And when you turn on the tape, sitting for 3 years, clearly, as it did with Aaron Rodgers when he sat behind Brett Favre, I mean, there's certainly something to it. First half of the season, it was like, oh, man, is this the guy? Second half of the season, it's like, who the hell is this guy? Jordan Love is just shredding people, throwing it all over the field, and he's got great confidence in those young receivers. That to me, is probably the most shocking thing when you look at this team. And I think there's some matchups, especially at the line of scrimmage, the 49ers are gonna have to take advantage of. It's time for a freaking monster movie up front. The D-line's got to take the game over. Period. And love that matchup, and we can get into it. But the youth in that receiver core, and all 6 guys are under 24 years old. They've revamped the whole thing. 3 rookie tight ends that they're squeezing a lot of, especially the top 2 guys, and Luke Musgrave, the Oregon State kid who's out there playing good ball. It's pretty remarkable what Coach LaFleur has been able to get out of this group, and then really the trust that Jordan Love has in him. He's many different platforms in terms of his throwing, his posture. He'll be in the air, he'll be on one leg, his legs will be in bad positions, and he's got the arm strength to still be able to flip the ball out there. Now, it does affect his accuracy at times, and that'll be a huge one for the 49ers and their defense. And you say it every week with this group because they're going to have the opportunity with their coverage and how they're playing the ball and their landmarks on defense to get their freaking hands on the rock, catch the freaking rock. You've got to seize those takeaway opportunities, and there will be 2 or 3 of them in the game. But really, they're much better than I anticipated. That being the Packers, just watching them over this little 4-game win streak they're on, and it all starts with that quarterback.
For sure. The offensive, if you go through the numbers are elite. Like, if you go from the halfway point of the season to now, the Packers are literally almost alone with the 49ers in terms of their offensive efficiency. And that's something we got to respect hugely. You just mentioned the receivers. So my question's about their defense. Now, Dak wasn't able to get to them until late with some garbage time. Is there anything about their defense and what they do that should have the 49ers' attention? Because we were just talking about this. Marcus and I were talking about this. No Pro Bowlers, no All-Pro guys, but is there something there?
Well, they got guys that are playing at a Pro Bowl level, I would say. Kenny Clark is still their best player up front with his hand in the dirt. And Rashawn Gary, and we all know him, can certainly bring it off the edge and is having a good year and, again, playing his best ball right now. Devondre Campbell, middle linebacker. We all know him from Arizona, Atlanta before that. He's been nicked up all year. I think it was an ankle, and then he had a neck later in the season. He's out there flying around playing his best ball. So they've had their share of injuries. Lost Stokes, lost Rudy Ford, guys on the back end. And Joe Barry does a good job with those guys, mixing and matching blitzes with, a lot of fire zone stuff where they'll send an extra guy and then play zone behind it, stuff the 49ers have seen all year long. They don't play a lot of man coverage. They're 80% zone, 20% man, but certainly capable of doing it. This is the matchup because, look, I anticipate the Packers, the way they're playing, they're going to find holes in the defense if the pressure doesn't get home. And the way they really utilize their 7-man protections, and then they'll leak I call it 75 protection. They'll start with a running back and a tight end, keep them in for a couple of seconds, let everything clear out, and then they flash out, and there's a lot of space around them, and it's an easy completion if in fact Jordan Love's got to check it all the way down to that. The offense is going to be the best defense this week, and that's a fast start, getting on this defense, getting on them early. They've certainly improved in some categories. As good as their offense has been over the 4, 5, 6 games, they haven't been having to chew on as many runs. So their run game stats have gotten much better. I mean, they were 28th run defense collectively over the year, but you look at them in the last 4 games, and they're one of the best. And a big part of that is because their offense has been able to control the ball and number one on third down and able to make a lot of big plays and score points. Now teams aren't going to just pound it out and keep running the rock at you. But when I look at this defense and I look at especially up front, looking at how young they are, and Kenny Clark's been around for a while, but third-year nose tackle, good player. Devontae Wyatt, they ask a lot out of, the other guy with his hand in the dirt, second-year player. They got rookies behind those guys. They got rookies on the edges in terms of their depth players behind Preston Smith, who's been around a long time and is going to need some plays off. They got a rookie in Lucas Van Ness, good player behind him. They lost a player last week. They got a rookie out at corner in Carrington Valentine. A lot of young eyes on this defense. Darnell Savage, very good safety. Injuries all year. He's back in the mix. But he's got young eyes. He's in his 3rd year. We'll see about Jair Alexander, who has the ability at corner to match Brandon Ayuk and go shadow a best receiver. I've seen Joe Barry utilize him in that direction. This game is, to me, at the end of the day, it's a line of scrimmage game. Which team, Marcus and Murph, can run the freaking rock? Which team can control the line of scrimmage and be able to lean on the run game and get into the 3rd and shorts and convert? And every time the 49ers convert a 3rd down, in my mind, it's 2 more run opportunities. And at the end of the day, when I look at this defense, as good as they've been lately in stopping the run, I think the 49ers O-line can get them moved out. And I think it can open up some lanes and take advantage of some of those young eyes on the back end and get the matchups they're looking for. Even if it's not Purdy, I anticipate 30. That's just how Brock rolls. You guys know that. And I'll say this about the 49er offense from now until this season ends, and hopefully it's with that party with Lombardi in Las Vegas. If you don't get takeaways against Kyle Shanahan's crew with all those weapons and Brock, behind the wheel captaining that ship, you're not going to hold them under 30 points. You're just not going to do it. It's kind of the same thing I say for Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. If you can't get him to turn it over, you're going to have a hard time stopping him. So at the end of the day, that's the number that's going to end up being the most important. But beyond, the takeaway, giveaway. But beyond that, it's which team can own the line of scrimmage and control the football. And for that reason and that reason only, the 49ers will, I think, be able to win this game and put enough on the board.
And, Tim, I wanted to stay at the line of scrimmage because we saw Aaron Jones get into the end zone 3 times against the Cowboys this past weekend. He's got 4 straight games of over 100 rushing yards. So how would you break down his skill set in the backfield and that offensive line that the Packers have?
Well, equally good in the run and the pass. And we've watched this guy play for a long time in year number 7. And again, finally healthy. He's a guy that, had a hamstring early. I believe had a knee a little bit later. You mentioned the 4 consecutive of 100 plus. He's an absolute slasher. And he is to the hole and through the hole quickly. And very capable of bouncing and getting it around the corner if they got, you get a corner or an edge setter who's a little nosy who wants to get down inside. He can bounce it and turn the corner. But a lot of their runs, are all that inside wide zone stuff and get guys moving sideways, try to cut the defense in half, a lot like the 49ers rushing attack when you look at it. And get him going north and south as fast as he can. And it's been on full display. This is where the 49ers in my opinion, won't make the mistake the Dallas Cowboys made. They're not going to have to stunt the front. Move the front, stunt the front, slash the front. That's a feast or famine defense, and you saw certainly illustrations of that in the game against Green Bay. It's they're in the backfield getting a TFL, or it's a 7 to 15-yard run because they stunted themselves right out of the play and opened up a big cutback lane or a gap on the inside for Aaron Jones. The 49ers edge setters, Bose has been dominant in run defense this year. With Cleve Hurl's challenges, you're going to have Chase Young out there setting the edge on the other side, and he's starting to figure out what the 49ers. It's all so much different than when he played in Washington. What is asked out of him when that tackle down blocks, and do you hammer the guard puller or the tight end slicer? Do you spill underneath him? And a lot of that changes based on the opponent the 49ers are playing and the ambition of the run game. And he's obviously starting to process that information and figure that out more. They have got to dominate these young offensive tackles and the tight ends. Musgrave will want to block. Tucker Kraft, they're willing blockers, but they should not be able to have impact blocks on the 49er edge setters in terms of the defensive ends. And then talking about those young tackles, Rasheed Walker at left tackle, and Zach Tom, who I think is the backup center at the other tackle, second year, fourth rounder. Walker at left guard or left tackle is a second year player, second round pick out of Penn State. They both have been more than serviceable, but both are very beatable by what the 49ers are setting out on the edge. And then the biggest, I think, impact player in this game, especially with all the inside stuff that we just talked about and running between the tackles, and where you want to get pressure in Jordan Love's face, and he's a right-handed quarterback, is your left defensive tackle position. And Eric Armstead is kind of the wild card that makes this whole thing go. And we've seen now, since he hasn't been out there, the defense hasn't been nearly as dominant, both run or pass. I'm looking for a big swell on Saturday. I'm looking for high tide about 6:15 p.m. and let the tidal wave go. Because that is what Eric Armstead can do.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, and we'll see how the foot and the knee hold up and all that. But he is such a good player. He's got rare skill sets. He knows the impact position that he's in. That three technique spot at left D tackle. I mean, you think about it, that's the first thing the quarterback sees when he's either under center, and there's a lot of that in his drop, or if he's in the gun, and right in his face, that gut pressure. So Armstead is a huge cog in getting back out there. Looking forward to him having a big game. The guy's been in the weight room just lifting the house, and no setbacks over the last week in practice. So he's got a good matchup. Whoever's out there, it's John Runyon at right guard or Sean Ryan, a young player. They've been rotating. They've kind of mixing and matching those guys. The center's pretty good, but certainly Armstead should be able to get after him. And then the Gravedigger doing his thing on the other side. But I think getting Armstead back is going to give this defense a huge shot in the arm, both defending the run and getting that quick pressure inside in the face of the quarterback.
So many angles and so many things to talk about, so little time. Jair Alexander's ankle is going to be a story all week. And, of course, just the rise of Jordan Love and how this guy has just really exploded. But just our last minute with you here, Tim, wanted to just go big picture because there is the human nature part where if you're the Niners or their fans, you see the Cowboys lose, the Eagles lose, and the Rams lose. Those were theoretically the three teams that, pose somewhat of a threat. They're all gone. Like, you could look at it like, oh, my God, the path is clear. Now,
right.
Just give me that, like how Kyle and the team will handle that mental part of it. And then the other part I just wanted to ask, and you can tag out with this, is that you being an old NFC Central guy, NFC North guy, if you had any feeling about the Lions, because they were one of the stories of the weekend in that town and that stadium.
It's the old school black and blue division, man. Here we go. The NFC.
Because you used to play in there every year.
Furman used to say the NFC Norris division.
So anyway, just about that whole NFC playoff landscape, it does not look threatening yet.
Oh, it's threatening if you watch the tape and watch these teams. And anybody, you guys know this. It's the beauty. It's the competitive balance, parity, whatever you want to call it, of the NFL. Yes. Anybody can beat anybody, and they will not overlook these Packers. This is, I think, the 10th matchup against the Green Bay team, which is the most of anybody.
Yes.
When you look around the league. No, look, this team is absolutely ready to rock and get back on the field. There's some players that haven't played in 3 weeks, and I heard you guys coming in with talking about Christian McCaffrey. Ready to freaking dominate, and I don't care what it is. He's ready to do it. funny story. I'm in the weight room with him the other day, and I'm like, dude, you ready to go? I'm walking by him. He's on the bike. He's never talked to him when he's in his zone, and he's always in his zone, Murph, doing something in terms of training. And he's on the bike, and he's pedaling backwards, and I go up to him. He's looking. I said, you ready to go? It's his standard answer every time you ask him something. Ready to freaking dominate. Just like I'm ready to freaking checkmate this idiot right here on this chess game. He's playing chess on his phone, bro. He's just dominating at chess on his phone while he's riding the bike, getting his little warm up in the weight room. So he's ready to dominate. I'll tell you that in all facets. And him with fresh legs and that O-line in front of him and the way the 49ers run the football, ready to get after it. They will not overlook the Packers. They know what the Packers are bringing to the table. The defense is not par defense. 49ers have not played their best football down the stretch. Time to reignite that group up front. And look, then you'll have in my opinion, the number 3 seed coming to Levi's for an NFC championship, and that will be like an old NFC North, NFC Central game. It's going to be black and blue. It's going to be an ice bag game. Who can run it? Who can get the play action going? And who can get to the freaking quarterback? And both teams really built, with a lot of the same components and with the same mentality. Win the line of scrimmage first and let everything else follow.
Dude, it's so great. So exciting. Can't wait for your hit Thursday. So glad we had you here. Hey, man, what you just said reminded me, we got to end it with don't hide it, ignite it, right?
Ignite it. Levi's don't hide it, ignite it. Levi's is going to be lit.
Yep.
Let's go light up these Packers.
Can't wait for the call on Saturday, Timmy. Talk to you next week, buddy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Always good to hear you guys. Yep, we'll talk to you next week. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, among the many things Tim said was, I don't know, about 6, 7, 8 years ago at one point, he was like, hey, listen, guys, don't hide it. Ignite it. And so when he said ignite it, how about Christian McCaffrey? He goes dominating a guy on chess on his phone while he was on the exercise.
Like as a warm-up routine, Murph.
Hey, don't get him on the piano, too. Maybe he'll play Billy Joel The Longest Time for him. Oh, that's a tease.
Stay tuned.
So we had to cut the cooler content short because of you wanted to get to Timmy, which was great. Thanks to Tim Ryan for that great hit there. And he gave you that. They're not going to overlook the Packers. They're healthy. They're ready to go.
One game at a time.
He doesn't think the Packer defense really is going to be elite and stopping that. Dude, they had.
I agree.
And again, this is not everything. And of course, it's only maybe a motivator for the Packers, but they literally received not even all pro, not even a Pro Bowl.
Not a single Pro Bowl player. And that's not saying they don't have any talent on their team, but the talent disparity is huge when you go roster to roster matching up against 49ers.
Dude, the Jair
and that's
Alexander,
most teams in the NFL, not just the Packers.
Jair Alexander's a legit corner.
He's
not James Bradbury trash.
No.
But he was down in a heap last night, and he's got a short week.
Yeah.
That's a story.
And he's got to line up across from Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Or Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, or Debo. Yeah.
Or Kittle or McCaffrey out of the backfield.
Like I said, is Christian McCaffrey playing on Saturday? I'm sending a town car for him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And young Brock going to do his thing. If in the rain, we'll have to look into that too. Can't wait. It's Saturday. It's already Tuesday. I'm excited. Just like I'm excited for the cooler of content and for our Bottle Rock giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour and for Marcus Thompson at 9:15. Don't hide it. Ignite it on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm looking for a big swell on Saturday. I'm looking for a high tide about 6:15 p.m. and let the tidal wave go.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
right, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line, bright and early on a Tuesday morning. Steve, you want to tell us about IRS audits?
That's right. If it happens to you, whether you think you're the most innocent person on the planet or upon reflection, you've done something that you really wish you hadn't, you're entitled to a good defense, and you have all kinds of rights. That IRS auditor is not judge, jury, and executioner. You have so many rights, and if we disagree with him or her, we'll go right over their head. What if you don't have your receipts? Although you're supposed to have your receipts, there's ways around it. It's called substitute evidence. There's just so much we can do for you this area, but don't ignore it or they'll do something bad to you. And also, don't try to do it yourself. Think of an audit like a heavyweight boxing match. Only another heavyweight boxer better get in the ring. And those IRS agents are well-trained. That's their profession. This is what we've chosen to do for our lifetime. If you have it, don't worry. Just give us a call. We want to do everything for you so you don't even have to talk to them.
All right, thank you, Steve. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler
You are not sending me to the cooler.
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. We had so much to get to today. And thanks to Logan Webb and Tim Ryan for some great interviews there. Go to KNBR.com to check those out. So we had to do a short cooler. We wanted to go back because there was so much sound from the 3-day weekend.
Murph, I've been waiting all morning to dive in deep into this cooler.
I've been waiting all day for Sunday night. Is that what she sings?
I've been waiting all day for the cooler of content.
Is that Carrie Underwood, Faith Hill?
Yeah, you're right.
Track.
You got it.
All right. Okay, so last time we did this, so about 35 minutes ago, audience changes every 15 minutes. Do we get the longer version of the Dallas TV news report or two cuts of it at least? This is too good. I mean, did you take more joy seeing the Eagles lose or the Cowboys lose? That's my question.
See, that's tough.
That's my question.
I liked the kind of falling apart disaster that was the Philadelphia Eagles, watching them lose 6 out of their 7 final games after watching Brock Purdy walk into the link and post 42 points on them. But I also love seeing like Michael Parsons, who was putting out podcasts about laugh now, cry later.
Yeah.
So I love seeing the Cowboys' reaction. I think a little bit more than the Eagles.
I think 51-49, I'm going to say Dallas. Don't get me wrong. I loved seeing the Eagles lose, but I had to choose one of the two. I'm going to say Dallas. Just in your face, all this Dak Prescott, but no, you suck. You were down 48-16. You've filled our lives with so much of you, and now you're gone, and I want you to feel every bit of it. And here it is, a Dallas TV reporter outside of the stadium interviewing despondent fans, part 1.
I came from there and we lost. Y'all ain't nobody else, man.
Disgusted.
I am upset. You feel me? I am from Virginia. I flew all the way in today to watch this. I'm sad.
Frustrated.
We got another Romo on our hands. Choke like a...
Disappointed.
We need another quarterback, another coach, everything. It don't matter to me. It don't matter.
That's how Cowboys fans felt after watching the team implode once again in the playoffs.
We need help. We need Jesus.
Many blaming the coaches.
Mike McCarthy losing at home against the Packers.
Says a lot.
I think legacy gone, man. Like, you won a Super Bowl with the Packers, and then you go take over a new team, and you lose at home against that team.
Without Aaron Rodgers.
You know?
It's embarrassing.
We need Jesus. That's only part one.
I was going to say, they need more than Jesus to resurrect that franchise, Murph.
Now, part two, more Cowboy fans coming out angry.
Others, the quarterback.
No more Dak Prescott. ASAP, new quarterback.
Dak, get him out of here. Trey Lance, the next stud. Let's go. Let's go, Rangers.
And many fans demanding change.
12-5, 12-5, 12-5. Who cares when we lose like this to the freaking Packers who shouldn't even be here? It's disgusting. Let's get a real head coach. And if he can't do it for us, let's get a new quarterback. I'm tired.
Fans came from all over and dealt with the cold weather just to watch this mess.
We drove far for no reason.
Fans say they were fed up and freezing.
We're from Florida. We're freezing our off. I still here since 10, just to freeze to lose. Not worth it.
There was enough blame to go around as the Cowboys suffered one of the most embarrassing losses in the team's playoff history. And now fans are left disappointed once again.
That was gold. The way she handled it, too. She's like, disappointed, cut. Frustrated, cut. How about the guy goes, I stood out here to freeze, to lose.
Oh, the guy that flew in from Virginia just to watch his team get
Florida,
his ass kicked.
Virginia. Oh, man.
And then the Trey Lance truther.
Trey Lance true.
That's hilarious.
So this then led
By the way, what, Cowboys fans are just going to skip over Cooper Rush just like that, Murph? Trey Lance is a third stringer.
I felt like my social media feed couldn't have enough Cowboy laughter and jokes and pointing and laughing and barrel laughs and rage. And that led to a guy, T Chocolate.
Oh, give me some
who's
T
a bit
Chocolate.
of a, I guess he's an Eagles fan, but he's also a skilled Insta TikTok guy. He's got his daughter, his wife, and he at home dropping this.
Daddy, how long has it been since the Cowboys won the Super Bowl? Longest for the longest time. Longest for the longest. There's no Dallas Cowboy fans inside. Are y'all still them boys after tonight? Green Bay destroyed you. No championship for you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. So much has happened since you won your last. Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, trash. Lost in the wild card. Green Bay just stood on your star. You haven't won it for the longest time.
Boom!
Dude.
My man, T Chocolate wins the day.
I need that as my ringtone, Murph. Maybe
First
my
of all,
alarm clock.
I listen to that guy sing anywhere.
I was going to say, maybe that should be our show open,
Does that
Murph.
guy have a gig somewhere? I'm going.
Oh, dude.
By the way, he whipped that thing up in a hurry. He had those lyrics at the ready.
Dude.
He's had those lyrics at
With
the ready.
the Packer standing on your star.
Oh, man, that was good. And he's cute because his daughter and wife are like singing in the kitchen, too. So a little homemade action there.
Oh, it's a great little background, great little ditty. Right
Do you
there,
want?
Murph.
We have more. We're short on time, so let's cut to an Eagles one. Let's go down. Is this guy named now Gilly? You know who this guy is?
Gilly the Kid, Philadelphia rapper, now is a host of a podcast. $1 million worth of gains, I believe, is the podcast, but he's an OG from Philadelphia.
So we went from cowboy pain to this guy's wearing, by the way, a helmet and a jersey. He's wearing a full uniform
with a face mask and
standing in
everything.
front of a TV here. Check it out.
I'm going to take my loss on the chin like a man. You know what I mean? I just want to say shout out to all the players that I talked to yesterday who did what they said they was going to do. Fletcher Coxsack, Brandon Graham, Jalen Carter, Josh Sweat, Quez Watkins, man. It ain't personal, man. But you ain't shit, man. You got to get the out of here, man. Motherfucker Bradbury, I asked you, was you ready, man? You look me in my eyes and said you was ready. I didn't know what you was talking about. You was ready to go to on vacation. The is going on, man? You supposed to be elite. I'm done, man. I'm done, man. I can't believe this man. talking Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield. He been on 14 teams in 3.5 months. Y'all got this looking like Tom Brady, Roger Staubach, and Joe Montana.
That is outstanding. It's so good. Trying to be cool, and then the snap in the middle of Bradbury. Then he just randomly goes to Baker. You got, and he throws a Roger Staubach in there too.
Tom Brady, Joe Montana.
How about Quez? You looked me in the eye, James Bradbury, dude. Like the personal betrayal.
But this is on Gilly the Kid for thinking that James Bradbury was an elite cornerback. Debo tried to warn us.
Trash. I mean, everything the Niners said about the Eagles on Super Bowl Radio Row last year was true.
About exposing the defense.
Yes.
I mean, last time they lined up, ever since the 49ers put the beat down on them, they literally lost 6 of their last 7 games.
It just took somebody to just expose them, and then that's it. Then you could attack them everywhere.
Oh, they took their soul, Murph.
And
they took Big Dom off the sideline.
How about the tackling? It was just so poor.
Just uninspired.
Last one, I got to give my guy Nance. I got to get a premium riff to my guy Jim Nance. Nance is supposed to be the buttoned-up golf guy. He got a You guys, young Tony, you ever see the movie Stephen King's The Shining? Jack Nicholson, Shelley Duvall, Scatman Crothers. Now, you, Marcus?
Oh, yes, Murph. You're talking about a horror movie that's like a part of pop culture history.
So I think it's one of the great scary movies of all time. Actually, we talked about this in the 6 a.m. hour. We played this, and a listener said, man, he tried to show his teenage daughters this, getting ready for them to hide under the pillows. They were like, Dad, this is nothing. I was like, damn. Has The Shining lost its fastball? To me, Shining was creepy as hell. It was about a writer snowbound in a hotel because he wanted to write, but they got snowbound, and then weird things started happening in the hotel. So Nance compares that to him and Tony in Buffalo. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, we were, because of a travel ban, a lot of us weren't able to even leave our hotel for 3 days. It was like The Shining.
In your bathroom,
here's Tony. All work and no play makes Tony a very dull boy. Here is Allen throwing down to the sideline, and it's incomplete.
It's a rare mess. For Josh Allen, that was pretty good.
It was a great retreat weekend, though, and a lot of time with the whole crew. You saw this earlier this weekend.
That was good, man. Here's Tony. Hey, if young Tony Farias ever gets the mic, then that's going to be his intro.
That's the draw. But, Murph, here's the thing. I felt like we didn't get that big of a reaction from Tony Romo. So what do you give me for Tony Romo and young Tony both not knowing The Shining?
Nice work.
Here's Tony.
Pretty darn good. All work and no play. He winds up writing. People thought he was writing his wife thought he was writing his manuscript because he was snowbound in the hotel, and instead he had typed on every page, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Page after page after page of it. Hence, his all work and no play makes Tony a dull boy. There you go.
Here's Tony.
Nicely done.
Thank you, Jimmy Nance. All right, we still have more to get to. It's cooler. It'll be thick tomorrow because a lot of NBA stuff in there too, and some fun football stuff. But it was important to get the Eagles and Cowboys pain in there, and we did. Now, Marcus Thompson from The Athletic joins us next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D?
All right, let's clean your carpets. Let's clean your air ducts. Let's clean your tile and your upholstery with Zero Res. Zero Res came to our house, to the Murphy house. We had them do carpets and tile. It was great. Happy, clean carpet, happy wife. It's all good. Zero Res. Google them. Their reviews are great. I'm going to get you guys going with a little new deal, okay? 1 room of carpet clean, $43. Promo code NEWYEAR43. And then where the dust and the dander hides in the air ducts, $50 off your air duct cleaning, promo code DUCT50. Now, minimums do apply, so we want you to call for terms and conditions, but you want to go Zero Res, call them at 877-321-0739, or go online at zeroresbayarea.com and say you want the KNBR special. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers are set to square off against the Green Bay Packers this Saturday for the 10th time in playoff history. So to read more about this weekend's divisional matchup between the Packers and the 49ers, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
So for Memphis, they get their 4th home win. And for the Warriors, they'll go 7-11 on the road, but a missed opportunity. And they'll see the Grizzlies twice more. And for Memphis, that's a nice win on MLK Day.
You're getting beat a lot of different ways. Tonight they had a lineup that everybody was shooting threes. They got up 54 of them. So you got to make them miss, and then we gave up 40 free throws. I don't want to be Mike Brown up here, like going through them all to see how legit they are, but in the middle of a game, you have to be able to control that end of the floor to give yourself a chance, especially on the road. I don't care who you're playing. And they had guys that came out just swinging, playing aggressive, confident, shooting shots that they thought they could make, and obviously did. And then that run at the beginning of the 4th was a difference.
I mean, obviously, we're going to do a lot of Niners with Marcus, but we had to acknowledge the Warriors' return of Draymond Green and a loss to the Memphis Grizzlies on MLK Day on a day that Memphis played without John Morant, who's hurt, without Desmond Bane, without Marcus Smart, and without Steven Adams. And the Warriors had Steph off a rest and Draymond back.
Oof.
Bad loss.
Yeah.
Bad loss. 18-22, they hit the halfway point at Utah on Wednesday.
Woohoo.
So real quick, I do want to talk a lot of Niners with you, Marcus, but first and foremost, good morning. Welcome back. And second of all, saw your big piece on Draymond. That was good. I didn't know he had a mansion in Brentwood, and Steve Kerr went, and they, according to Marcus, they wept together. They cried together. How about that? Good morning, Marcus.
Yeah, what's up? Draymond said that they shed a few tears together.
How about that?
It was a jarring detail that I couldn't not put in there, but
had to put.
Yeah, also that's a pretty fancy house, though, right?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know he had a spot down in Brentwood. That makes me think he's more prone to getting traded to the Lakers.
A lot of people live in LA. It's the new spot now, so all these stars have second homes in LA. He still got a place out here, though.
Unfortunately, Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto chose that too. Yes.
Anyway, exactly.
Anyway.
Dusty will change that, baby. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right. Dusty's back. But back to the point is that it was a big old honking piece. It was good. I read it, and then they went out and lost. Oh my God. What did we learn?
We didn't learn anything. This is the same team they've been for 2 months now. We've learned that when they're playing well, they can beat anybody, but they don't play well all the time. And they may not have the capacity to play well all the time. We've learned that the trade deadline is desperately needed. They have to make a move, and it's a month away, or 24 days, so 3 weeks away. So they've got to hang on in time to make it even meaningful. But, yeah, Draymond doesn't solve all these problems, but they have to figure out who they're going to be moving forward. Not just this year, but next year and the year after that.
Yeah, man, incredible. Well, we'll dive in a little bit. Until further notice, we'll dive in. We'll resurface the Warriors as needed. We got to get to the Niners, man. Saturday night, 5:15. I mean, Marcus said this earlier, but dude, with what happened this past weekend, did the Niners just book a trip to Vegas? I mean, the Rams are gone. They were fearful. The Cowboys, who were playing well, gone. The Eagles, gone. Dude, the only team left is the 7-seed Packers, and then maybe the Detroit Lions, who've never been in this kind of air before. Marcus, did the coast just clear for takeoff to McCarran Airport?
I think that might be the problem. that might have clogged the air. It's almost too easy, right? This starting to feel like a setup. Hold on. What's going on? Even though I would submit that beating Philly might have been the easiest road possible, right? If somehow Philly wins that game and you get Philly, that's probably an easier matchup because Philly's just not good. But it looks that way, which means it ain't that way. It feels like this is an easy road, which means you better watch out because these feel like trap games now. I don't see how they don't make the Super Bowl, but that makes me think, man, you better bring it because maybe Jordan Love is special. Yeah. Right? Or maybe something's up with this. And, you better not be caught slipping, 49ers. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and Marcus, that's the thing. You don't want to look too far ahead to already booking hotels out in Las Vegas. But when you look at the path in front of the 49ers, whether it's the Packers this weekend or the Lions or the Buccaneers next weekend, I mean, we're talking about a 49er team that has guys like Christian McCaffrey who haven't played in 3 weeks. A lot of guys did not play the last week of the season. And we saw how quickly the Packers came out and put up points on the Dallas Cowboys. Are there any fears or concerns about maybe the Niners coming out rusty this Saturday?
Yeah, especially considering it'll take a half for them to get ready. And then, if Green Bay's offense is as good as it looks, they could jump out to a lead. And what's the one thing we haven't seen Purdy do, right? We haven't seen him come back. I do think, however, a rested defensive line matters a lot, right? A rested linebacking core matters a lot. So they might be a little bit rusty, but they also might be very fresh up front, which is where that will make the difference. If you want to stop the run, which you're going to have to do it against Green Bay, you've got a fresh 7 who should be nice and amped up, foaming at the mouth and ready to go. So while that might be a bit of a problem, I expect it to be more on offense. The more important thing is it's going to be physical. You're going to have to play like bruising football, and those guys' bodies should be ready. So you feel a lot better knowing that Nick Bosa's fresh, that Fred Warner's fresh, that, Dre Greenlaw and Hargrave of the middle is fresh. Like that, to me, is a bigger benefit than the rust might be a disadvantage.
Yeah, particularly Armstead. That's going to be huge, man. Marcus, if you're looking for fresh coats of paint, 2 quarterbacks just jumped off the screen into our American pop culture. C.J. Stroud of the Houston Texans, 22 years old, out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, man. The Carolina Panthers passed on him. As I said, Carolina Panthers quarterback Bryce Young, known by his new name, Sam Bowie. All right, so and then Jordan Love, who's coming into town. These are 2 really exciting stories, especially for like the future of the NFL, huh?
Oh, yeah, and then you got to throw in Brock Purdy with them too, right? These, he's more out of nowhere than them, even though they feel out of nowhere. CJ because he's so young and a rookie, and Jordan because he spent 3 years behind Aaron Rodgers, right? So it all feels so sudden that these are the new faces of, the league potentially, right? I mean, CJ is a monster, man. Like, he's so good, and he's clearly got the it factor.
Yes.
And Jordan might be better. He's becoming the perfect modern reason for letting your quarterback sit and rest, right? Mm-hmm. Like if Carolina Panthers didn't learn anything from passing up C.J. Stroud, they should learn, go get a vet, let my rookie learn a little bit from behind the scenes. Let's not put him behind a terrible team and ruin his career. So Jordan he's unbelievable. I didn't know he was this good. I didn't know he had this type of talent. I mean, the dude he didn't even plant his feet. Like everything is back foot on the move, leaning, and these are perfect throws. Like he is dripping with talent. So this is next level. This is top shelf ability that's happening. The question will be experience. That's what it's going to come down to. And unfortunately for them, they didn't get any adversity in their games. They played. I guess Cleveland wasn't that soft, but man, you couldn't get a better first round for those youngsters.
Yeah, and Marcus, I'm kind of fixated on the development this year for Jordan Love because me and Murph were joking earlier this morning. I remember in the first half of the season when they started off 2-5, they lost a Monday night game to Josh McDaniels and Jimmy Garoppolo and the Las Vegas Raiders. So, I mean, at what point did the season turn around for both the Packers and Jordan Love, and when did you start really taking notice on this young squad?
It was really towards the end of the year, but I do think a big deal was getting Aaron Jones back. Mm-hmm. Like that was a major factor. And like most young quarterbacks, the running game is your security blanket, right? So once they were able to run the ball, and Aaron Jones is still good. Like he ain't a youngster, but he's still good. He's still effective, especially in Dallas, right? But like he can run the ball. So once he got that, he is a lot like Purdy in that sense. Like he's a play action master, right? Like if he has the ability to make you think run, that he's going to hurt you. And you can see the LaFleur like Shanahan impact, lots of motion, misdirection, right? So play action becomes the big weapon for that quarterback when you got the defense going all kind of ways. So once they started running the ball, now you can kind of get into his bag. We've seen that. That's the benefit. That's what makes Purdy so great. Like, he's been incredible with Christian McCaffrey. The fact that you can kind of get in your bag because you got to stop McCaffrey allows for all of these misdirections and motions and movements. And then the quarterback has got to put the ball where it needs to go, right? And that's what Jordan Love is good at. That's what Brock Purdy is good at. So that's, to me, it was the Aaron Jones factor. So if you stop the run, you kind of take their legs out from under them.
Man, it's wild. Have you gotten into the C.J. Stroud story? This kid is, you talk about the it factor.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, the dad and the prison reform. He's at age 22 to be that confident, to be speaking out about prison reform and taking on societal issues like this. I mean, this kid is fascinating.
Yeah, you could tell he had to grow up fast, right, which you might expect if it's based on his dad's situation. But to be such a mature and level-headed young man, to be able to handle the success, like even they were saying on TV how he's getting pressured, in the quarterback room, or the ladies is trying to get him, with somebody because they all got a girl. And even he's smart enough to know, hey, man, I'm 22. What am I doing? I ain't trying to get a girl right now. Like, I was like, that's pretty wise, right? Like, a lot of people would just go and do the thing that everybody's doing. But he's like, hold on. There's definitely some there's another level in his mind. Like, he's not a typical 22-year-old. And I just think DeMeco Ryans is perfect for him. Like, those two type of guys. Like, he's going to bring the best young man out of him. He's going to bring the best person, and that impacts his football. And DeMeco is like one of those guys who's just celebrated for being the type of person you want in your life, right? Like, you want him in your life, and now he gets C.J. Stroud. So that's a pretty good marriage. I think they're going to be a problem in the NFL for a minute.
I totally agree. It feels like – I felt like Saturday – I mean, it was only one game, and Flacco's 38 and everything, but it felt like DeMeco's energy, the way they played for him, the way they were ready to go defensively and offensively, and the way Stroud met the moment, I felt like, damn, we just watched a team to get born right here. I mean, they're 9.5-point dogs in Baltimore. I mean, I don't want to give away my pick, but you give me Houston at 9.5. That's looking pretty good, right?
Oh, no question. The thing they'll have to worry about, though, is that first year is one thing. Like, the follow-up is another, right? Check out them Eagles.
Yeah.
Like, the follow-up is tough. Like, now you're going to have to kind of retool your roster. Everybody's waiting for you. I mean, you could tell, like, Mike McCarthy had no idea, or maybe more Dan Quinn had no idea what was coming from the Packers, right? But now you're on a big stage. Everybody's going to be ready for you next year. Like, there's another level. So if they get over that hump, now you're talking, right? That's how you become great. But so far, they look like the future. Those two look like future stars in this NFL.
Well, Marcus, I want to ask you about one more California quarterback that I think some people thought was going to be a star with the LA Rams. And, of course, that's Jared Goff, who we all know by now was traded to the Detroit Lions. What'd you think of his performance this weekend, the Lions getting their first playoff win in 32 years, and him getting that revenge against the Rams?
Wasn't that sweet, right? That had to be pretty cool.
That was cool.
For a guy who is about as mid as they come as far as star quarterbacks, like that, like I felt like he earned that moment. Like he, like to grind through that. People forget it was not great for him in Detroit at first. Like they were booing. They didn't want him. He's not Stafford, right? He's obviously not as good as Stafford, but he like grinded it out in a way you probably don't expect Jared Goff to do. Like it's a very blue collar town, and he won them over. I think that's pretty impressive. And I don't know if they'll win a Super Bowl, but for Detroit, for the Lions and their franchise, it's kind of perfect in that sense. Like, they just need somebody to make them like legitimate. They want some respect. They want to be, considered, right? They want to be accounted for. And Jared Goff is good enough to give them that. I thought that was pretty good that he had that moment, especially him and Stafford coming together. Like, that was pretty sweet. And then he goes out blowing and talking about he wants Kid Rock to come to the game. And if you get Eminem at your game, you don't go asking for Kid Rock. You just say thank you, Eminem.
Yeah,
That's what you do.
I mean, Eminem, dude, and it got me thinking. So, and I need to ask you guys way more in tune with the catalog forever. But maybe I told my kid, I said, because my kid doesn't know. I said, some people think he's the GOAT. Are you guys going anywhere near that, or are you leaving that ball alone? You running
The
away?
GOAT of what?
Is he the GOAT? Is he the greatest rapper?
Come on, man.
Rakim said it. I looked it up.
Cut it out.
Well, I'm just going
He
with
is not the GOAT.
Okay.
As far as album sales, he's the GOAT. Lyrical capacity, he's definitely in the conversation, but man, there's other factors. There's like impact, classic albums, classic songs, right? Genre shit. Like you got to have that Steph Curry in you. Like, how did he change the game?
Okay. Okay.
Like,
so
he's definitely one of the greats.
Okay.
No question.
Yeah, he's on Mount Rushmore, right, Marcus?
Okay. That's it. That's why I asked, just because I was telling my kid. Yeah,
he's top 10. He's top 10.
So my kid's a Drake. He's a Drizzy guy. He's a Drake guy.
Oh, he ain't top 10, Murph.
So he said, "Oh, wow, see, that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
For another day.
No,
not top 10.
Drake is not top 10.
Whoa.
Marcus, would you agree or
Is that
disagree?
a hot take?
I'm old, but I'm gonna say Drake is top 10 because of what he's meant to the game.
Yeah, even me.
I don't know. With the Ghost Riders and everything, Marcus, I'm not down with Drake.
All right.
Hey, everybody's singing and rapping now.
That's a hot take.
Everybody's singing and rapping. That's Drake. Yeah. That's all Drake. Not to mention the Stream King, man. He's the Stream King. Like, I feel you, though. I feel you, Marcus. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to discount a whole generation after me. I'm not going to be one of the old heads like, I don't know good music. Like, nah, they rock with Drake. That's who they chose, so they get the seat at the table.
Yeah. Well said, my friend. Marcus Thompson, as always, bringing it. All right, Saturday night. You're at Levi's Saturday, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait to read it, buddy. Enjoy Saturday. Thanks for the hit. We'll talk next.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
Marcus Thompson will be at Levi's Stadium Saturday night. He's not the GOAT.
Yeah, he's on the
Eminem?
Eminem top 5 list.
Okay.
It's hard to call him the greatest of all time, yeah.
That's pretty darn good. I had just heard it in some circles, so I threw it out there. I Googled it, and it has been discussed.
Of course.
All right.
He's in the conversation, and he did make an impact, Marcus.
And he was at the Lions game. And
asking Matthew Stafford for a favor.
Yeah, man. Good point. But poor Matt Stafford, where his eyes roll in the back of his head.
Him being booed by Detroit fans.
Well, hey, he's wearing the wrong uni.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, guys. Hey, let's finish strong with some Niners-Packers thoughts on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You want to squeeze in any calls? 415-808-5627 is the text line. It's Saturday. It's already Tuesday. Can't wait. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. You know what kind of football fan I am? I'm the kind of guy who brings Daisy brand dip to your house. That's right. My man Coach Jim invited me over for a cookout. I brought the Daisy brand. I brought the French onion. They wolfed it down like y'all do. Everybody does. The Daisy brand ranch, the Daisy brand French onion, game-changing flavor. No more making it yourself. Just snag it off the shelves. Dip your chips, dip your wings, dip your pizza. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. French onion and ranch dip. Tastes so amazing and so addictive, you can't stop eating it.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
No, youngster, let it get to the chorus, buddy. Don't bore us, get to the chorus. The education of young Tony is an incredible thing. You sure, buddy? And the boy was something that mommy couldn't wear? Come on. Mommy didn't care. Poor Jeremy. Poor Jeremy. Do we have any Jeremys here at the office?
I don't think so, Murph.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. So you're not going to get your Eddie Vedder hand shaking. When he's doing that at the end there?
No.
Okay. Where are you with PJ?
I'm down with some Pearl Jam. At least I know who the band is, not like our producer, Young Tony.
I'm going to tell you, I can't wait till he gets his mic, and we're going to do What Did Young Tony Learn Today? That's going to be the bit.
It might take up all 4 hours.
We have the opening for the bit, too. It's Jim Nance. And here's Tony.
Tony.
Here's Tony. There it is. Okay, guys, so listen, if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know, and then we'll explain that in just a few minutes. Okay, Marcus. So we're torn between the idea of booking the trip to Vegas and then being that guy who jinxes everything and speaks things that you're not supposed to speak and doesn't take the opponent seriously and doesn't have appropriate fear and doesn't respect.
Murph. What about speaking stuff into existence?
Yeah.
If you put it out into the world, it's going to happen, Murph. That's why I'm already booking my trip to Las Vegas. Let's go.
It feels great. Let's be honest.
Feels great,
First
baby.
of all, I felt great about any opponent. Maybe the Rams would give you a little bit of pause because of that quick release. And by the way, there was a stretch where Stafford was throwing lasers out there on Saturday night.
Shout out
Sunday
Puka
night.
Nacua. Absolutely tearing it up.
Rookie playoff record, 182 yards.
This is after he set the regular season record for receptions and yards as a rookie wide receiver.
So, in all honesty, if the Cowboys had beaten the Packers and the Eagles had beaten the Bucks, I would not have lived in fear. I had a brave face about the Rams. I was like, bring them on. Bring that S on. Let's go. But it would have been with a little tiny seed in the back of my head going, damn, 3 times is a lot. Hard to beat this team 3 times in a row, you know?
Divisional opponent.
Or I shouldn't say beat because they actually lost week 18 to them, 21-20.
That doesn't really count.
And the way Stafford and them drew up that quick release, negate the pass rush entirely. Niners corners are not their strength, you know?
And they were a very balanced offense. Obviously, what Kyron Williams did running the ball this year also, he was the second leading rusher in the NFL, only behind Christian McCaffrey. So the Rams posed some threats on both of the ways they could attack the 49er defense.
What did Kyron wind up running for on Saturday night? Do you have the box score on that?
I was going to say, not much off the top of my head. I feel like he didn't have that big of an impact.
Are we sleeping on
13 carries, 61 yards for Kyron Williams? But that's also credit to the Detroit Lions, who have the number 2 overall rushing defense.
That's still 4.5 a pop, isn't it?
True, 4.7.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. So here's the deal. We, as a 49er fan base and region and culture, need to acknowledge 1987. All right, just going to say it. I'm not be afraid of it. You got to say it.
Acknowledge it, Tony. All right, acknowledge
it. It's like when you're afraid of ghosts or something, you're supposed to go into the haunted house and just bring it on. Bring me the ghosts,
Shout out to Sam Darnold seeing ghosts.
Yeah, exactly. Or when I finally got over my fear of snakes when I was a kid. I used to run. When I saw a snake, I used to run the other way like a brave stud. Just run the other way. And finally, one day, I was walking home and a snake was in front of me, and I was like, all right, that's it. We're good. And I just kept walking.
And you just got to walk past it, Murph.
That's it. Took me a while, though.
All right.
But anyway, that's how I would have to be about 1987. The Niners were the 1 seed. Okay, that was a strike year. It was weird. A lot of mitigating factors. Joe was upset because Steve had just been traded for and all that stuff. But the Niners were by far the best team in the NFL. They were the 1 seed. And the Vikings came in with nothing. Nothing. They were just going to be something on the bottom of the Niners' shoe. And they frickin' rocked us. Punched the Niners in the mouth. Anthony Carter had a historic day as a wide receiver. Montana got the hook. Young came in. It was a mess, and the Niners fell flat on their face. So that's the only time. Well, then you got to think about like 1995. But when you're the 1 seed and and everything's all set up, you have to acknowledge that possibility exists, which is why you got to come to work on Saturday, lunch pail, frickin' hard hat, frickin' setting edges, and treating Jordan Love with respect and breaking stuff down, but going in knowing you're going to dominate.
Because you can't come into this game like the Dallas Cowboys did, where they knew they had the home field advantage, where they knew that they were a 7-point favorite. But Green Bay came out and absolutely punched them in the mouth, Murph. And that's something I talked about with Marcus Thompson earlier. That's really one of the only concerns is when you're talking about guys like Christian McCaffrey, who hasn't played in 3 weeks. When you look at the guys who sat out the final game of the season, Brock Purdy has not thrown a meaningful pass in over 2 weeks. Now, again, I might be talking myself into a problem here, but if the 49ers lose against the Packers, it's because they beat themselves. I truly just do not think the Green Bay Packers are nearly as talented. I don't even think they're in the same ballpark. If you're going roster, comparing talent, the 49ers are the most talented roster, arguably left in the NFL playoffs, definitely in the NFC. And Murph, that's why I'm looking at Jordan Love as greatest football he's been playing. Jared Goff is a great story. Baker Mayfield deserves to be in the conversation for Player of the Year. But none of those quarterbacks put fear in my heart if I'm a 49er fan. And that's why I do think it's a pretty clear path to victory. It's been Super Bowl or bust all season, and I'm not changing that mindset now.
I agree. I mean, they should be. Listen, they're 10-point favorites. We'll make our picks on Friday, make it official. And by the way, the Brian and Bobby's best bets went pretty well for your boy Brian.
The train keeps rolling, Murph.
Actually, I think I went I took the Lions, but they didn't cover, sadly.
Correct.
So I went 4-2. You went 3-3?
3-3, 4-2 with the picks because I took the Lions to win, but I took the Rams to cover. So 4-2 straight up money line, 3-3 on the picks against the spread.
You had the Lions winning by 1 or 2?
I did. Remember on the show, I called it last Friday, 30-28.
That's right.
That was my final projection, so I had the Rams covering.
My two big ones that my rock'em sock'em picks were taking the Bucks +3 and the Packers +7. And so you got to think about, like, why did I take that if the Packers are coming into town? Packers caught my attention, really. Honestly, you asked Marcus Thompson, when did they start getting your attention? You know what it was for me? Freaking week 18.
Wow.
Honestly, I didn't really pay attention to them until week 18. Because the playoff picture was such a mess for so long. It's like, who's in, who's out. I have a theory that I'm like, I'm just going to stay out of it until it gets down to it, and then I'll pay attention because you can just drive yourself crazy.
Well, look what we did last week. We were talking about, who's the most likely outcome for the 49ers.
Yeah.
It was all Eagles talk. It was all Rams talk. We barely even mentioned the possibility of the Packers coming to town.
But going into week 18, I started looking, and I was like, the Packers can make the playoffs? I was like, I haven't paid attention to the Packers this year, and I had Jordan Love briefly on my fantasy team. I was going to start him one game, and then I benched him, I think, for somebody. I think I went with Flacco instead. But anyway, I started diving in. I looked, and I was like, damn, they're playing really good. And so I wound up picking that in the Friday Football Forecast. That was one of my picks, was the Packers to cover against the Bears in that final. Because I was like, guys, the Packers are playing better. And Aaron Jones is running well at the end of the season. And I said, and it's at home. And plus, my big thing was, I hated Aaron Rodgers so much. I wanted Love to do something that Rodgers didn't, which was win the finale to get in. Now, they didn't blow the Bears out by any means. It was a close game, 17-9. But that's when I started paying attention, and the numbers on Love down the stretch were really good. I said, my thinking was that Green Bay, the Cowboys, like everybody else, are going to sleep on the Packers, and that Love and Jones are playing pretty well, and that they'll stay within 7. That was my thing. I think it'd be a closer game than people thought. I didn't see 48-16.
I didn't think so either, but it's something that I think I probably should have paid more attention to with Matt LaFleur, of course, coming from the Mike Shanahan coaching tree. Mike McCarthy has not been able to slow down a Shanahan system, whether it's Kyle, whether it's Sean McVay, whether it's what we saw this weekend from Matt LaFleur. So that plays an angle into it also.
I mean, things Jordan Love did in that game were startling. Under pressure, too.
Yeah.
His numbers on blitzes were, whereas Jalen Hurts against the blitz last night was a disaster. They had no plan.
I mean, he looked shell-shocked. And to that point, look at Jordan Love, like how cool and confident he stayed, even pre-snap. Him walking up to the line of scrimmage, calling audibles. The clock is ticking down. 3, 2, 1. He gets the snap off. Next thing you know, he's slicing and dicing a Romeo Dobbs in the back of the end zone.
If you guys go online, there's a bunch of, the guys who do film study and all that have broken down all these different times where he identified the defense and changed the call and made the right call. And then even when they were getting to him, even when the Cowboy pressure was working, he stayed tall through the one touchdown to, what was the one? I forget who it was, but anyway, there's one with the one in the center of the end zone. I forget who caught it, but the point is that, was it done? I don't know. But anyway, the point is the guy handled pressure like he looked born for the moment. Guys, he came out of nowhere. I mean, I know he sat for 3 years, but I'm just saying, we slept on him all year, and now he's coming to town.
I mean, especially when they got off to that 2-5 record to start the season, dropping games to the Raiders and the Broncos. I'm like, all right, maybe Jordan Love is not that guy. But again, credit to Matt LaFleur, the midseason coaching, the adjustments they made. He looks like a completely different quarterback.
All right, Niners and Matt LaFleur. Kyle is 3-2 against him overall, but 2-0 in the playoffs.
Undefeated in the playoffs.
And one game was at Lambeau, 13-10. He stymied Aaron Rodgers and them in the snow. That was the Jordan Willis blocks the punt. Hufanga recovers it in the end zone. Robbie Gould made a kick. He made a kick on Saturday.
Blank the Packers.
And then, of course, 2019 when the Niners just rolled them with Raheem Mostert and Nick Bosa, and Rodgers got sacked early on. So he's gotten them twice in the playoffs in the last 4 years. Saturday's going for number 3. So it should be, I can't wait. We'll talk about it all week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's been awesome to be back and talk about the 49ers, baby. Path is looking pretty good. Pretty good.
Murph, the season started in Las Vegas. Week 1 training camp, first preseason game of the year. I'm predicting it ends in Vegas as well.
It's a great call, man. Okay. Is Papa okay? Is he here today? Do we know? Yes, sir. Oh, they're both at Levi's. Ready to go. Good. We got boots on the ground down there. Papa and Lund from Santa Clara next on the Sports Leader.
Don't hide it. Ignite it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For the longest time. Whoa, for the longest. There's no Dallas Cowboy fans in sight. Are y'all still them boys after tonight? Green Bay destroyed you. No championship for you. That hasn't happened for the longest time.
Well, there it is. That's your guy T Chocolate, who won the internet, I think, Sunday night.
I'm a T Chocolate head, Murph.
I mean, first of all, production value, voice, turnaround. You got
lyrics,
that thing, yeah.
timely.
You turned that thing around like the game was over around 4:30 or something. That thing hit my screen at like 6.
I was going to say, you think that was pre-recorded? Like he's got a few in the chamber, like in case the Cowboys lose this week, I got this one. If they lose next week, I got that song.
So good, so good. By the way, shout out to Eric H., who knew that Pearl Jam was played at 9:35 and won 2 tickets to Bottle Rock.
Hell yeah, Eric.
That's pretty darn good. So Eric H., congratulations to you. You can do it tomorrow. If you hear a Stevie Nicks, Megan Thee Stallion, or Pearl Jam rejoin at some point, which will be heatedly discussed with Tony.
I was going to say, that's a pretty wide catalog there, Murph.
We had to smack it down with Tony during the break, buddy. We're learning, baby. We're learning. All right, guys, let's now turn it down to Santa Clara, where Papa and Lund are ready to. You guys are there. Gee, Pop, you're
Tuesday,
there.
bro. We're playing Saturday. Today's installation
We're going to
day.
sleep over. We're going to stay till Saturday.
Never
right
leave.
in this room.
Out
We got sleeping bags, tents.
Staying out of the rain.
I need a 72-hour live stream, yeah.
All right, I would say if you're sleeping down there, be on alert for Jordan Love. Huh?
Ooh,
wow.
Oh, yeah.
What a
Well,
performance.
I don't think he's coming in until probably Friday. But
From the mighty Utah State University.
John knows him well.
That's it.
He can sling it. And he looks like James Harden taking that step back daddy. Everything is off the back foot.
Yeah.
Get pressure right in his face. He prefers to take the fadeaway jump shot. And this is the one team we haven't seen this year. Obviously, we saw him last year in Brock Purdy's first game. Jordan Love started that game, obviously played a lot. Aaron Rodgers did not play, and Samuel Womack III intercepted him twice. But just to watch them get hot late in the year, I mean, what you fear is an elite quarterback, and I think right now he's playing as well as anybody and a hot team. So, and then the way the weekend went, just really, I was so looking forward to Philadelphia, Dallas in that order and crushing their souls. And in the whole offseason, we thought Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Brady retires, Green Bay trades Rodgers, eats $81 million in salary cap money. And here they are in the NFC's Final Four, but should be fun this weekend.
Should be amazing. And you guys are there, and install day is today, and it's all arrows pointing to Saturday night at 5:15. All right, Kyle, Tony, Marcus, let's do it again tomorrow. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, trash.
Got another Romo on our hands. Choke like a...
We need help. We need Jesus. No more Dak Prescott.
Trey Lance, the next stud. Let's go. Let's go, Rangers.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Reed splits in motion to the right, now back out to the left, handed off Jones, running right side, pushing to the goal line. Aaron Jones is in. Touchdown Packers. A 3-yard touchdown run for Aaron Jones, and Green Bay scores 6 on its opening drive. Prescott motions out to his left, gets the shotgun snap, back to pass, looking to his left, throws, and that one is intercepted. Picked off inside the 20. Alexander gets up, racing down the far sideline, into the end zone. Touchdown Green Bay. They're going to call it back and say that Alexander was touchdown. just inside the 20. Love back in the gun with the play clock at 1. Has the snap, back to pass, double pumps, throws back to the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown. It's Dontavian Wicks. Love drops to his left knee. That'll do it. The Green Bay Packers are the first 7 seed ever to win a playoff game. They dominate in Dallas. They end the Cowboys season with a 48-32 win. The Green Bay Packers will go to San Francisco and take on the 49ers in the divisional round next week.
Goff and company look to build on a 7-3 lead. Shotgun snap, fakes the pass and hands off Gibbs, breaks a tackle over center, and he bangs it in for the Detroit touchdown. Jared Goff takes the final knee, and the final seconds are going to come off the clock here at Ford Field in Detroit. The Detroit Lions have got their first postseason win in 32 years. January 5th, 1992.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Tuesday edition of the show, Papa Lund. We are already here. It's like, when they camp out at like Cameron Indoor Stadium like days in advance, and they have tents. That's what we do. We have provisions. We have tents. We are down at Levi's Stadium at the special studio. Come on by, say hi. The preferred scenario, the 49ers get the first team, so they get to start working on the Packers. The problem is the Packers might be the hottest team in football. We'll go through the entire weekend, in which I put a huge indent in my couch. The Warriors get Draymond Green back, but still no difference as they lose to maybe the worst team in the NBA right now. Missing 5 of their top 6. The coaching carousel continues to spin. What's going to go on in Philly and Dallas from the result of their losses over the weekend? A ton to get to, a long weekend. Good morning, my friend.
How are you, John?
I am great.
I had missed you. I was out Thursday and Friday, and the plan was to go up to Tahoe. I just ran into Cam Inman from the Bay Area News Group. He was up skiing. And with the Buffalo game being moved from Sunday morning to Monday afternoon, you had the ultimate weekend. If you get up Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you can ski all morning, get off the mountain by 1:15, kick off at 1:30 for all 3 games. Let's go. Get 4 or 5 hours in, but L5 and S1 did not cooperate. I'm playing with a herniated disc, John, but the other one's herniated as well, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. But a lot of couch time with you and watching football. Did go to Floodwater on Sunday, great sports bar up in Mill Valley, and there's a lot of Jared Goff fans up there as well. The whole weekend, starting with what Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans did to Cleveland. I thought Cleveland's defense was pretty tough, but just the game plan there. Will Bobby get a head coach now? D'Amico's going to win Coach of the Year. Right away, my thoughts, can Houston beat Baltimore on Saturday afternoon before the Niners play? Maybe. And then Tua Tagovailoa just had a really hard time. In the weather, they got to reassess who they are as a football team. And look at the way their year ended, the way Buffalo's year ended, the way Philadelphia's year ended, the way Green Bay. I mean, in sports, we get so fixated on who's the quick starter, even in games. In the NBA, a team gets up 20 in the first half. Oh, game over. No, it's not. Now with the 3-ball, the NFL, long season. And then to watch what happened at Dallas on Sunday was just unbelievable. And there were a lot of Cowboy fans at Floodwater. They had the whole back room, and I actually went back there to visit with them after we met in the morning. I was there all day, but they jumped me early. But I went back there after it was 7-0, 14-0. One guy, and he's a big Murph fan, he's listening now, he had a flag in his pocket. He blew a whistle like a referee and flagged me for neutral zone encroachment. Stay over there. But honestly, I was like, I want Dallas to come back. I didn't want them to go out like that. And now you're going to have to deal with Green Bay, and everybody's going to say the Niners will roll them. And I'm a little worried about Green Bay. They are a hot team with a hot quarterback. They got a good system. They started slowly. It's amazing that Green Bay and Tampa Bay are in the NFC's Final Four. We looked at this conference the last several years, and it was Aaron Rodgers. It was Tom Brady. Obviously, it was Matthew Stafford and the Rams, and then Russell in Seattle. Then he gets shipped out, and Geno comes in, and Jared Goff in Detroit. Are they for real? Who else is going to be a threat? We kind of thought the Bay of Pigs were out, that they weren't going to be able to get it done. An amazing story of perseverance and the way the offseason went. You thought they were both rebuilding, and here they are. The Bays, Green Bay and Tampa Bay, what Green Bay did on Sunday against Dallas was overwhelmingly good. I was shocked that Dallas could not do more offensively, and Dak was really fidgety in the pocket, and he beats out Brock for All-Pro. We'll see if he's there for the MVP finalist on NFL Honors Night on Thursday before the Super Bowl. That would be interesting. They don't count the playoffs, obviously. And then I know you were watching closely the Rams-Lions game, which was the best game by far. Pittsburgh gave us a little bit of a game in Buffalo yesterday. Buffalo scares me on every level. They are so good, and they keep getting guys carted off the field defensively, and they keep figuring out a way, and that quarterback is just different. But I know you thought the Rams were going to win. I went back and forth on it all night. Right now, the Detroit Lions are a solid football team. Is there any way Tampa Bay goes into Ford Fields and beat them, or are we looking at now? We were thinking beat Dallas, beat Philly in some order, John, the entire offseason. Now is it going to be beat Tampa Bay, beat Detroit to go to the Super Bowl?
How wild is that? I mean, at the end of the season, we were certainly talking about the two NFC East teams, and now you're probably looking at, a different division probably going through Green Bay and maybe Detroit after that. I wouldn't think Tampa could go in there. I mean, I give them a ton of credit, but I think they beat a broken Philadelphia team, and then we got an entire offseason to talk about this. But if I'm Belichick, maybe my focus has shifted because Belichick is going to want to go to a winning organization. Could Jerry and Belichick coexist for like 2 seasons? They both have massive egos, so I don't know if they could, but an out like that could change decision makers. Jeffrey Lurie in Philadelphia, maybe Jerry Jones in Dallas. Maybe Belichick ends up with one of those jobs. I don't know, but that's a discussion for another day. But
how about Mike Vrabel? How about Jim Harbaugh? How about Mike Tomlin? Coaching availability this offseason.
The talent's there.
Incredible.
It seems to be broken with those teams, especially Philadelphia. I have no idea. I'm sure we'll find out internally what exactly combusted when the 49ers took apart the Eagles and what happened from that point forward. I know some of it was injuries, but a lot of it, something's going on there that we don't know about.
What happened to Kevin Byard?
Well,
I thought when they made a trade to get him.
Like, what was he doing? Ole.
I had their safety play.
Brutal.
They actually moved Avonte Maddox to safety.
That was the worst tackling
Ricks in the
game of the
slot
year.
cannot play. We know Bradbury has a bullseye. Then the horrific scene at the end, they cart Slay, big play, Darius Slay off the field. And then Jason Kelsey, you could see it at the end of the game. He was welling up. He hugged their offensive line coach. He retired today. So it's amazing. All offseason, that's all we talked about was Philly, January 28th. Are we going to South Philly? They go into the South Bay. I mean, we've seen teams have great regular seasons and flame out in the playoffs, obviously, including the Niners against Anthony Carter.
I don't know
in
as much
87.
as this one, though, right?
Well, to go 10-1.
Well, to go to the Super Bowl, almost
year,
win it. Go 10-1, then lose the way they did. And here's the thing, and this relates to the 49ers in that, you think it's going to last forever and the window's going to be open forever. Philadelphia almost wins that Super Bowl. Everybody thinks, they're going to be around for a long time. And all of a sudden, you rebuild your defense, you get 2 defensive coordinators, your defense is absolutely horrible. And all of a sudden, you start looking at these guys. Kelsey's going to retire. What's going on with Fletcher Cox? What's going on with Brandon Graham? They got a ton of free agents. Now the head coach may not be coming. You think you have a large window that's going to stay open for 3 or 4 years. All of a sudden, Philadelphia's got a bunch of question marks. Jalen Hurts is not Jalen Hurts. Maybe it's injuries. But I think it's a lesson to the 49ers in that you think you have a long time, and maybe you don't. And so you got to win this thing while you can.
Yeah, but we knew they were. When we played the NFC Championship game, and you talked about it all leading up to that game, how Philadelphia had so many defensive free agents. And for a while, we thought they were going to lose both corners, Bradbury and Darius Slay. They found a way to bring them both back. But going into free agency, you didn't know that was going to be the case. The big loss was C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and he's now in Honolulu Blue. We may see him in a week from Sunday on the 28th for the championship game against the Niners as a Lions safety. Marcus Epps lost. They left and went to the Raiders. They lost the 2 inside linebackers, Kazir White and T.J. Edwards. They lost the Gravedigger. So it's just a major change there. And we'll see what happens. I think the biggest thing was losing the coordinators. No team in the NFL has lost both coordinators on the same coaching staff without everybody getting fired since the 49ers in 1994. Lost Mike Shanahan and Ray Rhodes to head coaching jobs in Denver and Philadelphia. And it was just, I think for a while, offensively, they were able to overcome the loss of Shane Steichen. But the 49ers, and, Nick Bosa came out and said we kind of gave the people a blueprint how to deal with Jalen. It really was not. Teams didn't do that. They went at him with pressure. And they're supposed to have the best offensive line in the NFL, and their offensive line coach is a Syracuse guy. Knew him 30 years ago, 40 years ago. For their inability to pick up, how many free hitters were? And Todd Bowles is going to blitz
Shaq Barrett the whole game.
The New York Giants, Diaby, 0 was coming, and then at the end, Wink Martindale and the Giants, they could not handle a blitz. Where the Niners did not blitz Jalen Hurts. They did some, but mainly it was the must rush, keep him in the pocket. I think the bigger concern they have, John, is the quarterback. He has completely regressed this year. Now, I think he's hurt, but I thought he was hurt last year and he was able to rise above that bad shoulder. I think he had a scapula when he got driven to the ground at Soldier Field last year by Tevin Gibson. But this year, it was the knee. You could see him limping. His body just looked sore. He wasn't the right same guy. But remember, last year they went all the way to the NFC title game. Beat the Niners Super Bowl. The year before, remember they lost to Tampa Bay and Tom Brady, and he wasn't very good in that game. And I'm watching him last night at Raymond James Stadium, that same field. I'm thinking, what happened to the Philadelphia Eagles? How did they get the 2021 version of Jalen Hurts and not the 2022 version of Jalen Hurts, the great year he had last year, second in the MVP, would have been the Super Bowl MVP, may have been as a loser, but they won the game. And then this year, even when they got off to the 10-1 start, he was never right. He was turning the ball over way too much, and he just does not run away from pressure, cannot hit his back foot, and really read coverage where he goes through his progressions. They built this. You know what he's looking like to me? RG3, where Kyle brought that offense into Washington, and they gave him, mesh point, give it to Alfred Morris, pull it and run it. Pull it and throw it, watch the end crash down, watch the safety. You're looking at two guys. Okay, you're going to do that for 60, 70 snaps every single week in the NFL? You're going to get swarmed. You better be able to just drop back and throw it. So now the question is, what does Howie Roseman do? Really, what does Jeffrey Lurie do? How widespread will the changes be? But it isn't amazing that we thought Philly, Dallas, Philly,
no doubt.
Seattle, where the coaches are Pete's out. What's going to happen in Dallas? What's going to happen in Philadelphia? And Tom Brady's no longer in pewter, and Aaron Rodgers is no longer in green and gold, and it's still Tampa Bay and Green Bay in the Final Four.
All right, we'll get more into it. Which one would you have rather had? By the way, the text line is wide open. Gold State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line wide open, 808-KNBR, 808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Or 415-808-5627. Jump on that. We thought it was going to be Eagles and Cowboys. Do you like this better that it's the Packers and probably Lions, although the Bucs could do it? They've got a good defense. They have a good head coach that teaches good defense, and Baker's better than you think. But I do think it's going to be potentially Packers and Lions. We'll get into that conversation coming up. Still got a ton on the Warriors. Draymond returns, but all the same old stuff with fouls and free throws and turnovers and all that kind of stuff. Get him up the 3-ball to Memphis. We'll get into that conversation, plus a tremendous guest list. All of it to give to you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to recap Super Wild Card Weekend. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Bang, baby!
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
As you know, there's going to be speculation about your coach and his status. Your thoughts about Mike and everything he's done this year?
Yeah, he's been amazing. I don't know how there can be, but I understand the business. In that case, it should be about me as well, honestly. I mean, that guy, I've had the season that I've had because of him. This team has had the success that they've had because of him. And I understand it's about winning the Super Bowl, and that's the standard of the league and damn sure the standard of this place. So I get it, but add me to the list in that case.
What's happening to this? Dak Prescott, could the Cowboys then have an opening? Could Belichick go to one of those places because of the disappointment? We thought it was going to be Eagles and Cowboys in some order to get to Las Vegas. Maybe. Now Packers, we do know. Could it be the Lions after that? So change divisions. Would you rather have what they have? Would you rather have had the dysfunctional Eagles and the Cowboys? The text line is wide open. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Start the conversation there, and we will open things up at about 11:50, as we always do. Ask Papa anything at all. Before we backtrack, we also got to get Dusty Baker. We got to get to Draymond Green returning. But just the glorious nature of what happened, and it was really by accident. The snow in Buffalo forced it to Monday, and at the time I was like, come on, man. I was ready for, 2-3-1, but it ended up going 2-2-2, and it was amazing because you could get stuff done in the morning. So if you had a honey-do list or something like that, you could get stuff done, and then at 1 o'clock the first game goes, at 5 o'clock the second game goes, you're done at 8:30. You could even go on a date or do something at night. I mean, it was incredible, and you got the 3-day weekend on top of it. I got stuff done, and I watched every game and indented my couch and checked out the Warriors, as bad as that was against the Grizzlies. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. And the NFL, I don't know how things go. I know that they were happy with Peacock. Everyone was bitching and moaning, but they get about 23 million. So they made a few bucks.
Most streams ever. Highest streaming night ever.
So the NFL has to be happy. But you and I talk about this all the time. I mean, they could dominate and do every day if they wanted to. But, man, that was, if you're a football fan, that was pretty
It started Saturday morning with the alert. And even, Eisen's on doing his pregame show, and you're already reading it on Twitter that the governor of New York State is going to move the game. And I went to a lot of games. I mean, Buffalo is known. First of all, the snowstorm, this is a buddy of mine's backyard. It was a bit overrated. But the problem is Buffalo overall got a decent amount of snow. They get this amount of snow all the time. But where the stadium is in Orchard Park is in the southern tier, which is the snow belt. So a lot of times where I grew up, we'll get an inch. And in the southern tier, right by the stadium there, they'll get 2 feet. It happened to fall right at the time the game was going to be played on Sunday. But I thought right away, come on. OJ had his greatest games in snow. The Jets game when he went for 2,000, the New England game when he broke the record. I mean, we play in snow. So, but I understand, and it was just, getting in and out and all that. But by doing that, it impacted snow in western New York.
Right?
And then but then what did it do in Tahoe as far as skiing? I wanted to go up there, but my back wouldn't cooperate. KMM went up. And the greatest weekend, and this weekend coming up with the Niners is a good weekend. But this super wild card weekend now, because you had 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. But the one day you could ski, if you don't take work off, it's, holidays Monday, is Saturday morning. But by moving the Buffalo game from Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning our time to Monday at 1:30, you had Saturday, Sunday, Monday, where you could ski whenever the lifts open, whenever the mountain opens. If you can get there at 8, 8:30, 9, whatever, go to 1:30 and right to lunch and drink, and you go right to football is incredible. How many people did that? And that's what I undeniably would have done. And with usually I'm working, or a lot of years with the Raiders, I did that and didn't have to worry about a playoff game. There was one, though, in 2000 where we did that. We saw the Jets win. Anyway, so from that standpoint, what a great weekend if you wanted to go up skiing or do something. But to your point, just the morning's free and not having that Sunday 10 a.m. our time, 1 o'clock East Coast time game, how it impacts the pregame shows in the morning with, ESPN's show, NFL Network show, all the shows around it. Pete Carmichael just got fired as the offensive coordinator of the New Orleans Saints. Wow. He was there longer than Sean Payton. Yeah. A lot of fallout after disappointing endings of the years. But anyway, and then we'll see how it impacts the ratings. We mentioned the streaming numbers, and they put the Chiefs game there with all the Swifties. And what a wild game that was as far as the weather.
Kristen Juszczyk's jacket, she's blowing up.
Yeah, she got one for a few 49ers have that as well. So anyway, then is the Buffalo game yesterday being moved to MLK Day from Sunday morning on CBS? Now, did everybody take yesterday off from work? I know it's a national holiday, finally, in our country. We acknowledged it in every state. But it was a complete shutdown to play that game 4:30 in the East on a Monday, even though it's a holiday. And then how did that impact the MLK ratings on the NBA? I mean, the NBA the NFL's taken over Christmas Day from Adam Silver's league, and David Stern ran that. And then MLK Day was all NBA. The Warriors game tipped off at 3:00, and we could watch it locally or watch it with Ian Eagle and Grant Hill and Channing Frye on Turner. So they had 2 channels to watch it. It was not blacked out. We'll get the ratings on that game. But did the Buffalo-Pittsburgh game that kicked off at 1:30 outrate the Warrior game that tipped off at 3:00? So just moving that Buffalo game from Sunday morning to Monday afternoon our time changed the whole weekend. And you want to go Chuck Woolery? You want 2-2-2?
I loved it. I just thought it was the coolest thing ever because a lot of times in those long weekends, now look, a lot of people go away, a lot of people go skiing, a lot of people stay home. And so I did stuff. I was able to do things. You don't have to pop out of bed real early. You can do some things. And then all of a sudden it's, 1:00 and you've accomplished a lot of things in a day.
3 games to watch in a row is hard.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Especially a playoff game. Yeah. After 2, I was worn out.
Yeah, you kind of feel guilty too. It's like you start at 10, you get off the couch at 8, only maybe you DoorDash a couple of things, maybe you get up and, whatever.
Yeah.
So, 2 games is perfect. You can watch them back to back. You could get up early. You could go out.
So will the league do this?
Now
with the scheduling now, having MLK Day come up on Wild Card Weekend, they could eliminate the NBA. Now the one thing it does do is it cuts into ESPN's Monday Night Football, all the pregame shows they do and countdown and all that. I was flipping back and forth, but normally you're locked on that at 3:00 our time. You're watching a live NFL game, and the Buffalo game ended right when Tampa Bay and Philadelphia kicked off. So it'll all be based on the ratings, how much lower, if at all, they were for the Pittsburgh-Buffalo game on CBS. But this could be because of the snowstorm in western New York, and in particular the southern tier of Buffalo, the NFL may look at not going to a 2-3-1 wild card weekend, super wild card weekend, but go 2-2-2.
Plus, the West Coast has it the best. Because it starts at 4:30. That means the second game starts at 8? And then it's not done till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. We get our whole morning, and we're still done by 8 o'clock. You could still go out, so you get it on both ends. It was just, I thought it was awesome. I thought it was the coolest.
And then the
thing.
games went down, and Dallas is out, and Philadelphia is out. Incredible. Miami Dolphins are out. What has happened to Mike McDaniel? If you went back to early December, when Philadelphia was 10-1 and the Niners were coming in that week and Miami was rolling, to see the way their seasons ended, it's even though it's 17 games and it's not 162, it's not 82. We have whoever wins opening day, they're going to the playoffs. You get off to a 2-0 start. Look at Green Bay's slow start and Buffalo, when they lost to Philadelphia in overtime, John, they were 6-6. They have not lost a game since. So as we evaluate these teams, and when at Floodwater on Sunday, I'm with all these Cowboy fans. All the Niner fans want the Cowboys eliminated. They just want them to lose. I'm thinking, slow your roll. After Green Bay got a 14-0, I'm like, really? Do we want Green Bay? Right now, and I know Green Bay is so young. They're the youngest team to make the playoffs since the 74 Buffalo Bills. The youngest team to ever win a playoff game. I know they're young, and I think ultimately as we study this roster more, today's install day down here in Santa Clara, and Kyle's giving them the what they have to do to win the game. They'll go out and practice today and tomorrow and Friday and then walk through and play on Saturday and Thursday as well. I'm off. Today's Tuesday. But I don't know, John. They're very young, and that could be their ultimate undoing. They didn't seem fazed by it, like it was too big for them. And the one guy that they have on the offensive side of the ball that I think is still the key, and he's part of the old guard there. I remember that playoff game, the Wild Divisional one, when Jordan Willis blocked the punt of Bojorquez and Talanoa had the scoop and score. There was a play to Aaron Jones and a screen right before halftime where my voice went completely out after that. I know Kyle got really mad. Jaquaski Tart made the saving tackle. Jimmy Ward blocked a field goal attempt to Mason Crosby. But, Aaron Rodgers is gone. but Aaron Jones is not gone, and it starts with stopping their running game.
Yeah. Look, this may not be Sean McVay, but he knows LaFleur, so that should be some fun. I think ultimately the trenches, their skill guys really stepped up, from Aaron Jones to those young receivers to the 2 tight ends. But I'm not sure that the lines for the Packers match up to what the 49ers can do, especially with Armstead coming back. So we'll get a ton into it this week. But Draymond Green returns. So we got to do a quick Warriors hit on what happened yesterday in Memphis. We have a new candidate for worst loss of the year. We'll get into that. And then Dante Whitner, 10:50. Don't miss Dante. We got a ton to talk about with him in regards to the 49ers getting ready. He's been the favorite before. We'll get into that whole conversation. He's dealt with the Packers, so we'll do all that at 10:50. It's Pop and Lund. Text line is wide open. Questions, comments, thoughts, YouTube and Twitch as well. We're live from Levi Stadium. Already getting you ready for Saturday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Moskowitz used to love me more, and now he loves John the most. Were you forced into a nosebleed mortgage rate in this past year? Loan Pronto is here to rescue you. Hey, it is Greg Papa, Moskowitz's former buddy. If your mortgage rate is over 7, you're going to be in heaven with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. You can cut your house payment by hundreds of dollars and even do it with zero closing cost and no appraisal. Rates have plummeted to the lowest point in nearly 12 months, and it's time to say goodbye to that bad loan you've been stuck with. Loan Pronto's got APRs with fixed rates in the 5s, so don't live with that record high a day longer. You can lock in a lower rate now with virtually no paperwork or cost involved. So call now and see how much lower you can get your house payment. Refi now. You can even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. Call for a free 30-second quote. 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com. Number again, 415-808-5721. I'm going to say it one more time. You ready? 415-808-5721.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It falls off in having pride. Just got to have pride in yourself as a man. And I'm not going to let my guy score. Our closeouts was too soft. Our rotations were too slow. So it's just no pride. And until every guy take pride in themselves and want to stop the guy in front of them, we'll suck.
Draymond Green is back and back calling out his team. He's not wrong. 116-107. They lose to the Memphis Grizzlies, who obviously do not have Ja Morant. They're 15-25 in the season, but their starting lineup was Vince Williams Jr., Jaren Jackson Jr., Xavier Tillman, former Stanford product Zaire Williams, and Luke Kennard. That was their starting lineup. Gigi Jackson, don't feel bad if you never heard of him, had 23.
I saw that young lady in a movie. I love Gigi.
And he was all stoked to be talking to Shaq on TNT after the game. New candidate for potentially worst game of the year. Memphis outplays him down the stretch. Same old song and dance for the Warriors. Turnovers, free throws, allowing three-point shots. And Draymond Green was good in his return. Did come off the bench, played 23 minutes, 7.7 boards, 4 assists. But defensively, and again, Draymond's not wrong. They just they didn't defend, and they made their normal mistakes as they do.
Yeah, Draymond went off and called everybody out. And does he have the voice to be able to do that standing in front of the room? They flew to Salt Lake City after the game. I don't know how much of a practice they're going to have today, but they'll get together and watch it. And, does he have that voice to be able to say what he said to the media? And he can say it, but he's got to be able to have it be meaning and be well received. Has he gotten the leadership back? So obviously the first game back, we were watching closely his interaction. He was fine with the officials, Mark Lindsay, and his crew, but there were a couple of moments where you wonder about it. There was one side out of bounds going into a timeout where Jonathan Kuminga threw the ball to Draymond Green, and then Jonathan Kuminga just turned and ran away, where Draymond was going to give him the ball back. A lot of times the inbounder's the guy most open, and Kuminga did not look for the ball at all, and Draymond threw the ball to him and it went out of bounds, or they stole it. Draymond tried to make a point, I think, and this is on MLK Day. This is the peaceful, civil unrest. We're going to do it differently, with the great Dr. King, and not go Malcolm X. So he went Malcolm X. So he started out calm, but then as he got going, he got a little angry. You could see it. I don't know if Kuminga was looking back at him and was being receptive. Steph kind of stepped in. It was interesting. That's just the hard way that he coaches the young players, and we've seen him do it to Kevin Durant and older players, but overall, he played fine. He was looking to drive off the fake DHO, the dribble handoff, or a screen from Steph and take it all the way in, and he couldn't quite finish. But overall, he made a couple of threes early. But when Draymond watches the tape back, their defense is not great. But what did them in was just careless, unforced turnovers, and he had a couple of them where he grabbed a defensive rebound and threw the ball ahead. Late in the game, it was already over. He made a crazy skip pass. Dario Saric is a clever passer, trying to throw an entry pass from midcourt in the left block on a bounce. What do you think? They're all going to fall down? I mean, come on. But really, and Steph had 2 bad ones. It's the difference in the turnovers. And I know they always turn the ball over before when they won championships, John, but I never thought it was a big deal. And I had Saintly in my ear every night that night when it got to 20, and they're passing the ball 350 times. If they turn the ball over 18 times and win by 18 and not 25, we're all good.
Yeah, they used to be able to do that.
It was the volume of the passes, and it was the skip ahead, and they made a lot of hard passes, but we're moving the ball. We're breaking defenses down. Now the offense, and listening to Doris Burke on the ABC game on Wednesday with Doc, she nailed it. It's like the guys around Steph have all become Kelly Oubre Jr. or D'Angelo Russell. He's hard to play with, I guess, for some players. I mean, if you're a slasher or a wing shooter, you should be able to pick it up. But not everybody has innate abilities to move and cut, make the proper movement and cut, and the proper pass. And, that's why Saric is good at it. Some guys pick it up. Podziemski can play, the young guy, Trace Jackson Davis. Anyway, it's just the turnover. Steph had 2 just And Anthony Slater's as good at breaking down basketball as anybody I've ever read, and now he's got, the visuals with it, and he broke it all down on The Athletic. When he was covering Durant in Oklahoma City, I put him on TV every night, and then he moved out here with Durant, and he just, if you didn't watch the game, just go fire up his column and read it. He broke down every turnover that I was like, what are you doing? Steph Curry just dribbles the ball out of, first of all, Memphis went to get him. They picked him up three-quarter court. They know he's tired. He is drained. We could see it 10 days ago. And, Steve, they finally didn't play him in Milwaukee. You're draining this guy where he's making sloppy, unlike him, physical errors, just dribbling the ball out of bounds. Then he comes across midcourt, and they're turning him. Second defender comes over. He has no knowledge of it, loses the ball. But the one guy, and we'll get into it with Mark Spears because you got to make a call on Kuminga. I understand Kuminga's talent. The bottom line is I'm not as comfortable with him going into straight ISO. But when it's Durant, just go. You're Kevin Durant. You're going to get a good shot. Even if you miss it, it's going to be a good shot. With him, it's just there's sometimes he's just, wow, that was so easy. He just went in and scored. But there are so many times yesterday where that crab dribble where he's backing a guy down. Have you not figured out when you get in, they're not going to double you on catch. When you get into a threat position and you're getting near the goal now, we're going to bring a second defender over, and we're going to bring Jaren Jackson's kid over, and you're going to get, for him to not being able to recognize that second defender's coming over when it happened over and over and over again. He was able to score one time with all these head fakes, these pump fakes, and then he tried to do it later. But now they got a guy with size all over you. You're going to miss. You're going to turn the ball over. They're going to poke it away from you. And this is where the player development side of the Warriors, and I have to be careful because I know a lot of these guys, but Tim Duncan, when he came into the NBA, he played 4 years at Wake Forest. His first couple preseason games, he could not handle a double team. He threw the ball away. Pop literally solved it in one practice. And then if you doubled him, then you're playing 4-on-3 with Tim Duncan and Sean Elliott, and he just got it out of it. You're not going to double him now. Or are you going to double him later? You're just not going to double him on catch or in a threat. He's going to carve you up for the inability of Kuminga to sense the double team, to make them pay. If they're going to put him in the post a lot, and he goes in there to score more than the other guys, like Draymond went in there, even yesterday, it was good to see him run the split action and Steph go back door. They throw it into Draymond, and Draymond's not the offensive player Kuminga is one-on-one. He looks to make the pass out of it, where Kuminga looks to score. But you just wonder, I know he's young, he's barely 21, but how many years has he been in the NBA now? He still can't recognize when a double team is coming, when they're running the same defensive action over and over and over again. So they weren't great defensively, Draymond, but they lost the game because they were so sloppy with the basketball. And Memphis went at him to take it away, but it's not like the old days where the Warriors passed it. We missed one left-handed pass. Oh, that was kind of a hard one there. It's just like you're giving them the ball because it's kind of like Jalen Hurts. They're blitzing you over and over and over again, and you can't figure out where it's coming from.
Well, and here's the bottom line now. We're 40 games into the season. You're 18-22. You're clearly in 12th place now. And if you're Joe Lacob and you're looking at this team, and Draymond came back, and I know he's got days to go, but there's 10 games until the trade deadline. You got one on the 8th. I'm not counting that one because you got to make the trade before that. So the 7th of February, you play at Philadelphia. And you're 4 games under, and you're in 12th place. If I'm Joe Lacob right now, I'm looking at this team, and I'm saying, kind of like Sham's report last week, we're open for business, man. The garage is open. The garage sale is open. Who do you want? You can't have 30, but you can have just about everybody else. I'm just not – the time has come for me, if I'm Joe Lacob, it's pretty obvious. I'm not paying this $400 million bill. So come get these guys because they're just not good enough. They're just not. I mean, this is Memphis, who's missing everybody, and Draymond Green is back. And you're in the game, and down the stretch, Memphis with a bunch of guys you never heard of just outplayed you down the stretch with a bunch of turnovers. You did it to yourself with a bunch of turnovers, a bunch of fouls, allowing 3-point shots. Like, are you kidding me? Like, if I'm Joe Lacob and I watched this game, and I'm sure he did, that's it. Like, my decision was made yesterday.
Well,
that's
I
it.
think they're trying to move payroll, and they've been for a while. Realistically, how do you do it? Can you do it? How do you do it for the short term and the long term? I'm not as willing to give up on them like they can't do it because I have seen this team win 44 games and put it together. But
this is different, right? I mean, this is different.
Well, before you just didn't have your team. Clay came back on January the 9th. Draymond gets hurt in the layup line. He goes out. Draymond comes back, and Steph Curry gets a smart bomb from Marcus Smart against Boston. He goes out. You never had your team. But when they were whole, they were still, and they're older now. Wiggins has just got to get out of the funk. He played okay yesterday. He does guard the ball. And then Kuminga's going to be a go-to guy you can trust in the NBA. It's just not right now, but he's a guy that periodically, that's pretty good. And then what'd you do there? Can you see the double team coming? And so Joe's competitive, but he's also not a fool. And he did make moves in years past. The Wiseman trade was made. You had to get GP2 back, but they wanted to move on from his salary. What they did in the offseason was, Jordan Poole didn't fit for a lot of reasons, and they wanted to move on, and they took an expiring contract. So I think the number one goal now, outside of improving the basketball team, it is to set them up for financial flexibility moving forward.
But if you had a choice to make right now, you're not adding to this team, you're subtracting.
Unless you can get someone like Siakam, who you think you can re-sign, and we'll get into it with Mark Spears. He's so well connected. And then how do you pay that guy? Kawhi Leonard just got an extension. Does he want Kawhi? He wants the superest, maxiest deal. He's going to give it up by leaving Toronto. He would get more money by staying there. I don't know. I think there's just, what are they lacking? If I'm Joe, I'm asking the coach. Well, they show glimpses of it. They're the connectivity, and that's the word they were using in training camp. They just are not connected. I want to say a lot of it is they haven't played together enough, and there's a lot of new guys on this roster that are playing a lot of minutes. Šarić, obviously, the two rookies. Corey Joseph is now playing, and then you didn't have Draymond for most of the year, and you didn't have Gary Payton II, and Wiggins has not been himself. So I think there's a point, kind of like the Green Bay Packers, kind of like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Bills. They thought, we lose one more game, we're done. And then they didn't lose that game. They flipped the year around, and they got going, and the Warriors have championship DNA. A lot of these other teams don't have. So as an owner, he's competitive. I'm sure they're working the phones right now, and they probably got, their proposals out there to go get a guy like Siakam. Do you like Zach LaVine after seeing him over the weekend? DeMar DeRozan. We'll go through with Mark Spears. But I think the one thing you're looking at is no matter what we do financially, we've got to set ourselves up to maybe reboot the whole team in the offseason. So can we accomplish both?
I just think that there's if you're trying to add on to save this thing and to go and say, okay, let's give Kerr our best, I think that's past. I just think you look at this team and you say, why am I investing in this? This is a heap of garbage. I mean, it's just a long way to invest in this?
It's a long way to go.
Well, they got 10 games. They got 10 games, right?
In the old days, you wait for the buyout market. That's not realistic here anymore because the buyout guys go to good teams to win championships. And I understand what you're saying. I think you probably won't pull the trigger until right when you have to, and that'll be when we're at the Super Bowl and it's NFL Honors on that Thursday. It's a busy day. It's also Klay Thompson's 34th birthday, a lot going on. But I think you lay it all out and you go many different directions. But I would like to see my team with Draymond Green back for a little bit. After they play Utah, all of a sudden is not a free space. Then they come home for a game Friday. They're off like 4 days to get back in the gym and practice. Can the coaching, then you got to wonder, why is my team not connected? In Philadelphia, Nick Sirianni, if I'm the owner and I'm Howie Roseman, fire Howie Roseman. But you're wondering, I know we were tired at one point there after we beat Buffalo in overtime. We were 10-1. I'll give it a couple of games to get our legs back. We never got our legs back. So why did the coaching staff just not bring it out of my team? And for Joe, you got to look at, they're young, a lot of new players trying to mix. The Warriors play a different style. But in part, do you blame the coaching staff? The connectivity is, the different skill set and the players all coming together to connect. And it's only been half a year, but are we getting the most out of our players?
Dante Whitner back to the 49ers. Got the Packers coming up. A bit of a surprise as the 7-seed Packers beat the 2nd-seed Cowboys. What does Dante see ahead? We'll ask him next, only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz after a long weekend. And, of course, it's 2024, so he can help you with all your tax issues, including, Steve, probably the one that scares everybody the most, IRS audits. Tell us about that.
Nothing to be scared about. Just let us do everything for you. We don't want you to have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And this is true whether you think you're the most innocent person in the world or, upon reflection, you wish you had done things differently. The bottom line is that auditor is not judge, jury, and executioner. You have a ton of rights. We'll exercise all for you. If we disagree with the auditor, that's okay. We'll go right over his or her head. There's all kinds of rights that you have. What if you don't have your receipts? There's a way around that. It's called substitute evidence. The bottom line is we have a tremendous amount of experience with this, and what you don't want to do is ignore it, and you don't even want to think about doing it yourself, because think of an audit like a heavyweight boxing match. Nobody but another heavyweight boxer better get in that ring, and that IRS auditor is a heavyweight boxer.
You don't want to do this alone. IRS audits, it scares all of us. All you have to do is call 888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online, moskowitzllp.com.
Packers will need one more snap to put this in the books. Jordan Love drops to his left knee. That'll do it. The Green Bay Packers are the first 7 seed ever to win a playoff game. They dominate in Dallas. They end the Cowboys season with a 48-32 win. The Green Bay Packers will go to San Francisco and take on the 49ers in the divisional round next week. And for Dallas, another heartbreaking end to a season.
There you go, Packers 48-32, and it wasn't that close over the Cowboys. Jordan Love threw 3 touchdown passes, but it was the running game, 143 yards, 3 on the ground for Aaron Jones as well. And the Packers are coming to Levi's Stadium, where you and I are, Pop. And let's talk to Dante Whitner about it, who joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I didn't burn up in the fire last week. So
I was really worried about you. So what happened? Somebody in your apartment building fell asleep while cooking?
Yeah, and there was a lot of black smoke, and I almost jumped, Pop. Almost jumped.
What floor are you on?
I'm on the 2nd floor, so I probably would have hurt an ankle or something.
You would have
But I
stuck that landing. Yeah, you would have stuck that landing. So well, I want to get your thoughts on the Packers, but first of all, it's install day, and they're getting back after it. They got a couple of practices last week, Thursday and Friday. Next, they put the pads on. But I want to ask you about, I'm assuming Tashawn Gibson's going to be fine with a quad. I don't know about Jair Brown, to be honest with you, with a knee. But let's say Jair's good to go today. How do you want the safety combination to be against these Packers? T-Gip and Logan Ryan, the veteran, or T-Gip and Jair Brown, the rookie?
I think I have to go T-Gip and Logan Ryan, the veteran, who has a lot of playoff experience, Super Bowl experience, and a lot of experience playing in big games. You know, it's only one and done in the playoffs, and a safety, a young safety, giving up big plays and not making the right checks, being a little over-exuberant, can cost you a game. So I'm going to go with the wily old veteran back there with Tashawn Gibson.
So, Dante, tell us, obviously getting the week off and getting that number 1 seed is huge, but also with Green Bay, as good as they are and as good as they're playing and as good as Jordan Love is playing right now, you get the advantage of the first team in the NFC who played Green Bay is the team that you're going to play. So you get an extra day to prepare for them. They have to come across the country. They're short a day as well. They play on Sunday. They got to come back and play on Saturday and travel. How big of an advantage is it just being able to be off, having Green Bay win early, being able to prepare for Green Bay as early as the 49ers were?
Well, it's a huge advantage. And another advantage is, Love is playing great. He played great in his first playoff game, but he's no Aaron Rodgers. And we saw what the 49ers did to Aaron Rodgers in the past. And even when I was with the San Francisco 49ers, what we did to those Green Bay Packers teams. I think that it's going to be a huge advantage for the 49ers, being that this is a Green Bay Packers defense that really can't stop the run. And when you go back and you analyze their entire season, they gave up over 200 yards rushing 4 times and over 150 yards twice. And 4 out of those 6 games, they lost those games. And when you see a team fully rested like the 49ers, who really want to run the football with Christian McCaffrey and MVP, Pro Bowlers, and All-Pros all over the field, this game won't be close between the 49ers and the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, totally. That's why I'm going to run CMC today. And when I get out of here and watch practice, they're going to practice in the 1 o'clock hour. I just want to see when he gets, even like when the Niners play on a Thursday and they come back the next week, he's so fresh. He hasn't played since New Year's Eve, and he came out of that game early. I want to see how he's moving on the calf. I thought the Dallas-Green Bay game, Dante, like a lot of people thought it would be a shootout. It was a blowout. And the numbers that Dallas put up were hollow. They came back when Green Bay, they pulled a lot of their guys out. But the one I want to go back to their offense a little bit because Aaron Jones, when I'm looking at their roster, especially on offense, I'm like, who are these guys? We just saw these guys in the playoffs a couple of years ago. We saw them in the preseason to start last year, Brock's first ever game as he came off the bench. Aaron Jones is the guy. I think it starts with their running game. But do you have a handle on their wide receivers? Obviously, Christian Watson's their speed guy. Coming back off the hammy, will he play more in this game? And Romeo Doubs on that sail route that he ran over and over and over again and beat Dan Quinn's zone. So just give me your thoughts on Love, but Jones, the weapons around Love in the passing game, Dante.
Well, it all starts with their offensive line, and they did a really good job of protecting Jordan Love versus the Dallas Cowboys. And a lot of it was him creating extra time and movement in the pocket to allow the receivers to uncover. And yes, going into this game, there were virtually unknown wide receivers all over the field for the Packers. You had Wicks, who beat Stephon Gilmore on that deep post route when they were playing cover zero. And then you have Romeo Doubs, who Aaron Rodgers just raved about when he was with the Green Bay Packers, an up-and-coming guy out of Nevada. And then you have Reed, number 11, who made numerous big plays versus the Dallas Cowboys and made guys miss. This game is going to boil down to the 49ers tackling well. It's going to come down to identifying the quick game. And then some of those trick plays that Kyle Shanahan likes to show, LaFleur, he has them in his bag of tricks. And that's why the tight end was so wide open versus Dallas in that game. That was just a play that we've become accustomed to seeing the 49ers run. That's a tight end throwback. So the 49ers, they have to start with the run first and foremost. You have to take Aaron Jones out of the game, take away the quick game, and then I don't think they'll have any problems with Jordan Love in this offensive line. I think Nick Bosa, with Eric Armstead back and Javon Hargrave, Chase Young, I think that they'll have a phenomenal day getting after Love, and I don't think this game will be close.
How about the running game? How about Aaron Jones? You know LaFleur is going to try to run the ball, whether it's the outside zone or the counter run they ran against Dallas. We are going to get Armstead back in this game, but it looks like Cleve Ferrell won't go. So your Buckeye, Chase Young's probably going to start on the other end with Nick. Just your thoughts about the Niners, shutting down the run and Aaron Jones on Saturday night.
Well, we've seen him shut down Aaron Jones numerous occasions, and he's a guy that, he benefited from, some really good blocks out there and a lot of defensive players from Dallas not being gap sound. And we've seen the 49ers struggle this year some with the interior run, but with Eric Armstead back and with the way that Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, they get to the football, I don't know if Aaron Jones can match that level of physicality. So I'm not really worried about the running game. I'm just worried about the explosive plays and the corners holding up on the outside.
On the other side of it, and this is the youngest team in all of the NFL, the Packers, and I give them a ton of credit, but I see the linebackers, you could take advantage of the linebackers, I think, on this team. Jair Alexander got re-injured late in that game after he had a great interception, and then Valentine's a 7th-round rookie. I do see opportunities for the 49ers to attack this defense.
And then Joe Burry played for him in Washington. He has a tendency to get very vanilla with his defense. He rarely blitzes, a lot of 4-man rush. When you go 12 personnel and 2 tight ends on the field, he likes to put 5 defensive linemen out there, which gives Kyle Shanahan the ability to take advantage of that heavy personnel. And with the way that Kyle Shanahan has called games this year, he's going to have something for certain individuals on that defense where he's going to attack their leverage, he's going to attack their eye discipline. You're going to see a lot of motions and shifts, but this is a game where the 49ers will come out and dominate on the ground, get ahead, start fast, and I don't think it's going to be close, guys. I'm going to continue to say that. I think the Green Bay Packers, they shot, their best shot last week, and now they're going to see one of the real teams in the NFL in the 49ers.
What are you saying on score-wise? Blowout on Saturday?
I'm thinking something like 35-17.
Take that right now. I know you were watching football all weekend. Where do you want to start? Green Bay obviously executed that game plan perfectly. We mentioned what they did offensively. They used a lot of double tights, but they do have a 3-wide receiver package. So I am wondering how they're going to play the Niners. Will the Niners go more nickel in this game, or will Lauren Burks, the former Packer? But just from a Dallas perspective, and let's just start with Dallas's defense because, they may fire Mike McCarthy, but if I'm Seattle and I'm thinking of hiring Dan Quinn, Dallas was unprepared for many snaps. They didn't know what they wanted, 14 or 33 on the field at linebacker. They were late subbing. There were many times they had to call a timeout. They seemed surprised. I think there's no doubt LaFleur outcoached Dan Quinn, and they were together in Atlanta when Kyle was there. Just from the Dallas meltdown on Sunday, Dante, what did you see, and what are going to be the ramifications?
Well, it started with their defense, and I think it's well known that Dallas's defense is very undersized. They try to use safeties as outside linebackers and drop them down as the middle linebacker sometimes. Micah Parsons is a phenomenal guy when he's getting after the quarterback, but in the run game, he's probably a C grade. So that's really what it boiled down to, and that's why Aaron Jones had the ability to continue to penetrate that defense, and that's why Dallas has had these issues all year long. So I think that before you can talk about scheme, you have to talk about personnel. And then I don't think they have the ability to be strong at the point of attack, stop the run. And then when they threw the football, they couldn't get consistent pressure on Love. They kept a lot of offensive linemen and skill position players in to help blocking, and there was just too much time for that secondary to cover. I believe that this was probably their secondary's worst game all year.
Dante Whitner joining us, obviously looking at the NFL and the Packers in particular. And again, the second game on Saturday, that's going to be down here at Levi's Stadium. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's. In regards to just the NFC, how surprised are you? Maybe you're not at all because the Eagles imploded the way they did. But all season long, we were talking about Cowboys and Eagles in some order being the two teams that they'd need to beat if they got the top seed. And all of a sudden now it looks like Packers and probably Lions. What do you is that an easier matchup in your mind than what it would have been?
Yeah, it's an easier matchup, definitely, than if the 49ers matched up with the Green Bay Packers or the Philadelphia Eagles, just because of their experience, the quarterback position, and you know that you're going to get everybody's best shot when you're a 49er. So I think that that's what it really boiled down to. Green Bay, they're playing phenomenal right now, but their luck is soon going to run out. And then when you look at a team like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers led by Baker Mayfield and the way that they played on defense last night, got after Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know if you can just count them out. Defense and running game travels well in the playoffs, and that's what they've shown their ability to do. And then you have the Detroit Lions. It's a great story. They're playing with phenomenal confidence, and they're willing to do anything that Dan Campbell asks them to do. And it's not just rah-rah. It's substance, right? They have an offense that's modernized. They have speed everywhere. Jared Goff is playing phenomenal. They have a running game over there. They have two running backs in Gibbs and Montgomery, Lightning and Ice, if you want to call it that. And then you have their defense, led by Aaron Glenn, who they're not a dominant defense, but they have Hutchinson, and they can get after the quarterback, and they can cause turnovers. So I don't really see any team that the 49ers should have to worry about right now. I think the 49ers are just head and above every team in the NFL right now, except for the Baltimore Ravens, and hopefully they can beat them in the Super Bowl.
Back to Philadelphia, and the tabloids in Philadelphia are all over the Eagles with a headline today of "Cry, Eagles, Cry." And we saw Jason Kelsey get emotional at the end of the game, hugging his O-line. Coach has been there for a long time, and he is retiring. And now we'll see what the ramifications are. But how do you explain this, Dante? 10-1 they were going into that December the 3rd showdown with the Niners, and the Niners just took them apart after the first quarter, laid 42 points on them. Dallas beat them the next week. Seattle on the catch at the end beat them. They were able to beat the Giants, but barely, and then Arizona beat them. Niners get the number 1 seed. Even the last game of the year, Wink Martindale, you know, is going to blitz them. They had no answer for the blitz. They had no answer for Todd Bowles' blitz last night. And then defensively, they cannot tackle. What happened to Kevin Byard in the secondary? He used to be a great player. How do you assess the Philadelphia meltdown?
Well, when you change defensive coordinators in the middle of the season, you really are asking for trouble. And going over to Matt Patricia from Sean Desai, it was a problem. And now they're looking for their identity at the end of the football season. And you know that you have to be playing your best and know who you are, what the expectations are, and go out there and perform. And I think that affected them. And then last year, they just got off to such a roll last year. Teams were trying to catch up as to what were they doing on offense. How do you stop the RPO game? What are the keys and the reads that the defensive players have to really key in on? And I think this year it just caught up with them. You had guys, and especially when you make it to the Super Bowl the previous year, you're not going to sneak up on anybody. You're going to get everybody's best effort, and everybody's concocting these plans to stop you. And it's a copycat league. So the 49ers broke them, and then they went into despair, and then last night was just putting them out of their misery. We knew that they wouldn't make it all the way to the Super Bowl. They were leaking oil for, the latter part of the season. I think that Jalen Hurts has all the skills and capabilities in the world to bounce back, but, this just wasn't their year. Sometimes teams can try to live off perception, and it doesn't really work that way in the NFL.
So give us the insight as a player, just the intensity jump. So you get the regular season, all that kind of stuff. Now you hit the playoffs. You were very successful in the playoffs. What's the difference? What is it like once you hit one and done?
It's like that extra right? You can't really even explain it, but you know that all the marbles are on the line and everything is magnitude. Every yard, if it counts during the regular season, it definitely matters during the playoffs. And just the emotions, dealing with the highs and the lows of the game, having veterans out there that's able to calm everybody down and get you to just communicate and, play like if you're in practice. You get so many guys that get out there in the big moment and they try to fudge things and do things in a certain way that they're not accustomed to doing all year, and it can hurt you. So, yeah, the playoff intensity definitely ups, but that physicality is another thing, which makes me go to, something I really don't like to bring up, is the hit.
No, we lost you.
We lost you, but I think I knew you were going. You're going
up?
Pierre Thomas, weren't you?
Yeah. So, that was an elevated physicality
awesome.
hit.
Yeah.
In the playoffs. And Vic Fangio told us before that game, if we allow the Saints to score on his first drive, they're going to beat us. So I remember in that moment just saying, hey, let me give this guy everything I got. Hopefully I can knock the ball out. And it happened. We went on to win that game, which just shows you that the physicality is definitely elevated in the playoffs.
That was the best game I ever saw.
The Niners have played so many great playoff games, but that one was one of the old-timers, and your hit set the tone. It was Jim Harbaugh and his staff and everything. So there's so many coaching movement here and all the jobs that are open. I mean, Pete Carroll got fired in Seattle. That job is open. Where's Mike Vrabel going to go? Obviously, you got Belichick out there. What are they going to do in Dallas and Philadelphia?
Interview with the Chargers.
And then I'm going to Hart. We had you on last week when Michigan was going to win, and then your building caught fire there. So what did you think of what Harbaugh did, and which job does Harbaugh take? He may have a choice of quite a few of them, but is it ultimately to go to Justin Herbert and the Chargers?
I think that's the best move for him, being that Justin Herbert is one of the premier quarterbacks in the NFL right now. And we all know that to have success in the NFL, you need a franchise quarterback, and you build around him. And then with just the fundamentals, the discipline, just the self-belief and the culture switch that Coach Harbaugh is accustomed to making everywhere he goes, it'll be great for the Chargers. So I think that should be the number one job if he does come back to the NFL. And I thought he did a great job against Washington in the national championship. They out-physical them, had a great game plan, and he's just shown that he's a winner on all levels. And his philosophy works no matter where he goes. So hopefully if he does enter the NFL, hopefully he chooses the Chargers, and I know that it'll be if not immediate turnaround, somewhere in the near future after he signs with them.
Dante, you're the best, man. We'll talk to you next week. Hopefully we're talking about getting ready for the NFC Championship game.
Oh, we will be.
35-17? I've already written it down. 35-17.
You got it. Right on, man.
Yeah. Got it.
You're the best. Thanks, bro.
Thanks, Dante.
All right, have a good one, guys.
All right, that's the great Dante Whitner. We will talk to Mark Spears at the bottom of the hour. Remember, if you're waiting for FanFest, this is a totally different experience, a new reimagined experience for Giants fans. So not a one-day deal in San Francisco, an expanded series across Northern California. And the first stop for the tour is Sacramento this Saturday, January 20th at River Cats Stadium. Admission free, featuring Logan Webb, who I heard this morning with Marcus and Murph. Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, Garvin Alston, Alyssa Nacken, and Brian Price are all
Dusty Baker from Granite Bay coming down?
How about that?
When are they
going
to announce that? Dusty's coming back with a toothpick and the wristbands.
Did he steal some Astros? Alex Bregman with him?
Well,
Anyone?
We'll
Anyone?
see.
Anyway, make sure that you check this out. All you have to do is go to knbr.com/fan tour. So make sure you check that out. And again, all of the FanFest tour dates are there listed at knbr.com. The first one, River Cat Stadium, this Saturday, from 10 to 1 in a bunch of
Rayleigh
Giants.
Field. I know
yeah,
that
very
well.
cool, man.
Or
So
Sutter,
make sure you check it out.
Sutter Health Park. What's it called? It used to be Rayleigh Field. I was there 2 or 3 times this year.
Oh, that's right. You were watching Kyle Harrison.
I
play.
watched.
It just says here it's River Cat Stadium, so I don't know if it's sponsored.
Changing name in the offseason. They're working on that.
FanFest Tour. Make sure you check it out. knbr.com/FanFest Tour. And again, Sacramento this weekend from 10 to 1, so make sure that you check that out. All right, we'll talk about a few of the things Dante said there, and then bottom of the hour, we'll flip it to Mark Spears. What direction do the Warriors go after maybe the worst loss of the season? 10 games to go until the trade deadline. What do they do? Mark Spears tells us at 11:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
John Dickinson, super reporter and host of Dubs OT, gave his thoughts after another disappointing Warriors loss, this time to the Grizzlies. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Good morning. Greg Papa back after a holiday weekend and super wild card playoff weekend. And you know what? I had a super pizza experience. NFL football, Italian food, and the pizza at Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. That was my weekend. It was a super love fest. Tony's Pizza in the North Beach is the best I've ever had, and they have been ranked literally number one in the entire world. And it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. And their spicy bucatini, mamma mia. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic and mouth-wateringly good. Don't forget to finish your meal off right with a cannoli, or John Lund would go tiramisu. Wake up early in the morning and stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery Toscano Brothers. And also visit Tony's Slice House location, the fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices. And you get them in all the Bay Area sporting venues. Go to Chase Center to watch Steph and the Warriors, Oracle Park to watch Dusty and the Giants, and Levi Stadium to watch a playoff game this weekend. NFL playoff football and Tony's Pizza, a match made in heaven.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Well, it's a huge advantage. And another advantage is, Love is playing great. He played great in his first playoff game, but he's no Aaron Rodgers. And we saw what the 49ers did to Aaron Rodgers in the past. And even when I was with the San Francisco 49ers, what we did to those Green Bay Packers teams. I think that it's going to be a huge advantage for the 49ers, being that this is a Green Bay Packers defense that really can't stop the run. And when you go back and you analyze their entire season, they gave up over 200 yards rushing 4 times and over 150 yards twice. And 4 out of those 6 games, they lost those games. And when you see a team fully rested like the 49ers, who really want to run the football with Christian McCaffrey and MVP, Pro Bowlers, and All-Pros all over the field, this game won't be close between the 49ers and the Green Bay Packers.
That's Dante Whitner just moments ago. Give us your thoughts on that. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 808-KNBR, 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. Also, you can ask Papa anything at all. We'll do that in exactly 30 minutes. So you can do that through the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can call the show. You can hit us up on YouTube or Twitch, and we will pull the best ones off there. Any questions, comments, thoughts about the Packers, we will answer all those. Ask Papa anything at all. We can talk Warriors as well, which we will do with the great Mark Spears from Anscaped and ESPN. What direction do the Warriors go? They've got 10 games until the trade deadline, and last night might have been the worst of them all. And there are a few candidates in that category, but that might have been the worst of them all last night to lose to that shorthanded Memphis team in the way that they did, especially with Draymond Green coming back. They lose 116-107. But let me go back to what Dante said. Do you share his optimism against the Packers?
Watching the game on Sunday against Dallas, I was impressed with Green Bay and how hot they were, and the way they closed the year, the way the running game, the way they executed the game plan on both sides. Bisaccia and their special teams, which has not been good this year, made some plays. But I do think this is where having the week off and just being the better team and playing at home, listening to Dante with, when they beat Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers had a hard time beating the Niners, obviously, in the playoffs. It was the pressure that got to him in the offensive line. Bakhtiari's hurt, so they've got a little different offensive line with Rasheed Walker at left tackle. They got Elton Jenkins and Runyon and Sean Ryan, Zach Toms at right tackle. I was impressed with their plan, the way they ran the ball, and they ran it a lot to the right with Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones, the guy the Niners have been able to shut down. And on the other side, and Christian McCaffrey's always the key. We've seen this team in the playoffs. We saw them, in the snow game at Lambeau. But I go back to the championship game of 2019, and Matt LaFleur, they were hot and rolling then. They could not stop the 49er running game. And I know Jimmy threw it 8 times in that game, but that was after the week before against Minnesota when Mike Zimmer, the head coach of the Vikings, who calls their defense, he kept playing Harrison Smith high. They played 2 safeties high. We called it on radio with Tim every snap. If he's going to leave Harrison Smith high, they're going to run it. And they ran it, and it was actually... who's the back? Tevin Coleman, who had the big game against Minnesota.
Right.
And then it went to Mostert the next game for the championship game. So Green Bay had to fix their run defense in the ensuing years. I think they're spotty. They have the personnel. Kenny Clark is a monster. You got T.J. Slayton on the nose, the young guy Devontae Wyatt. They play a lot of 5-man front. It's a 34 defense, but those outside backers, Preston Smith, Rashawn Gary, are up on the line. So they're going to look like they're in a 5-2 defense, and Van Ness is behind him, and they got some young guys. A couple of years ago, Devondre Campbell had one of the best years at linebacker. I'm going to have to study him this week a little bit. Quay Walker will be one of their stacked linebackers behind the 5-man.
Take advantage of those guys.
The 2 off the ball. Quay Walker's a good player. He's active. He's different. McDuffie will be there. Kyle does pick on guys that can't cover. Devondre Campbell can cover. But, the bottom line going into it, if the Niners outrush them and get to 30 carries or so in this game, they're going to dominate the game. But right now, they're going back to it. So it is a Tuesday, but the game's on Saturday. So today's it's install day. They are back, and they're going after it completely today. And, what they're meeting the media here, and Kyle's going to give them the way they're able to win the game. It's just all the other standpoint of playing Green Bay. I know talking to Kyle last week, or actually going into the last game of the year, he just wanted to know who we playing. as quickly as possible, we want to know who are we playing. And it turned out to be the team that went first won. And if they won, you were in. So if Green Bay won that game, you're playing Green Bay. So I don't even know if they watched the Rams-Lions game. I'm sure they didn't. They'll watch it plenty when they got to get ready for the NFC Championship game. But they just started grinding right away on Green Bay. Now, this is a team we haven't seen all year. The other three possibilities the Niners have seen. We did see them last year in the preseason and obviously in the playoffs, as we mentioned, the block punt game by Jordan Willis, the Hufanga scoop and score, and the 2019 and January 2020 NFC Championship game. But, I mean, they're meeting right now, and this is where the brilliance of Kyle. On Wednesday, he comes in with it. What is it going to take to win the game? And he lays it all out to the team. And they're doing that right now. They've been in meetings 9:40 this morning. Right now at 11:25, they're just getting out of an offensive and defensive meeting where they lay it out. And Kyle will go on the defensive side and he'll mention what they got to do there. And they're going to break and they're going to meet the media and have lunch. And we'll hear Kyle a little bit. But today is where he lays out the game plan for how they win. But now, and he does it every week like it's a playoff game, but now there's a heightened sense of urgency here. And the guys are really locked in on their details because we think it's going to go well, obviously. But you watch some of the upsets over the weekend, what happened to Dallas and Philadelphia last night. It's the playoffs. You never know.
Yeah, I think that the three biggest threats, and I know that Philly imploded at the end, but I thought it was going to be Dallas and Philly in some order a lot of the year. I thought the Rams would be a big threat, especially with Matthew Stafford and the way Nakua plays. I think that just like it's been all year long, and I'm not shortchanging Detroit, I'm not shortchanging Green Bay, but if you look at the time they've had to prepare, Green Bay is a good team, but they're very, very young, and they've got holes that you can exploit. And Detroit, they're going to be tough at Ford Field. That place is absolutely bonkers, bananas, and I know those fans, but they're going to have to come across country. And you haven't seen either of these teams. I got a ton of respect for both those teams. But playing against Jordan Love, I look at the quarterbacks. Playing against Jordan Love, who's played really well, but they're going to throw a lot of different things at him. Then playing against Jared Goff, I think this is the best-case scenario for the 49ers. I respect these teams, but the Rams were going to be tough. The Eagles have a lot of talent, even though they imploded. And I don't know what the hell happened to Dallas, but having those teams out of the playoffs, it's kind of like what happened a lot during the year. When the 49ers needed somebody to get beat, they did.
You watched the game on Sunday, you started to fear Green Bay.
I do
and I
to a
know they're
point.
young, and we'll break them all down. You got to learn their personnel. I mean, that's the thing.
But he's played against this team,
but they're
and
all,
this scheme,
and
and
Matt's changed.
LaFleur and all these guys.
I understand that. I mean, he knows Matt.
I agree with Dante.
He's been with Matt longer than he was with Sean McVay. He had Matt in Atlanta, and then he brought him to Washington. He was on that staff before McVay was there. But he also, LaFleur knows Kyle. And Kyle's been able to overcome that, but it's not so much that. It's specifics, areas to attack. There's a little bit of an unknown with them that you have to learn. You know, those two slot receivers are going to be Reed and Wicks. Dobbs looked really good, and he runs that double move sail route. And then Christian Watson's their speed guys. They got guys, and Love throwing off his back foot when you get pressure. I think he handles pressure better than Aaron Rodgers with his mobility, and he just has a whippy arm. So the Niners are the better team, but you have to respect Green Bay for, first of all, getting here, for all the changes they made in the offseason. We thought Green Bay and Tampa Bay were done, and now they're the ones standing. And Dallas and Philadelphia were not the same teams at the end, clearly. So we thought it was going to be beat Philly, beat Dallas in some combination. It didn't turn out that way, but that's not going to slow the process and how they go about this. And it'll be exciting. It's still, it's not the 49ers and Cowboys. We were looking for that later. But this is the playoff matchup that has occurred more than any in the history of the NFL. It's the 10th time the 49ers are playing the Packers in the postseason. And I know they've gotten over on Aaron Rodgers, but there was a time there when Brett Favre and the Packers were really hard on Mooch and the Niners.
Mark Spears is going to join us coming up next from Anscaped and ESPN. The Warriors, it looks to me, have a clear direction. They're in 12th place. They're struggling. Draymond's return didn't help, and they are probably coming off the worst loss of the year. 10 games until the trade deadline. What do they do? We'll ask Mark Spears about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Draymond played well. He played hard. You know, it's good to have him back. And obviously, you know, as a team, we didn't play well. But, you know, Draymond competed, and good to get him, you know, kind of back in the fold.
Steve Kerr, 116-109, maybe the most disappointing loss of the season, probably, with Draymond Green's return, 116-107 against a very banged-up Memphis team. Let's talk about that. Plus 10 games until the NBA trade deadline, and the Warriors firmly in 12th place. What direction do they go? Our good friend Mark Spears, at Mark J. Spears. Make sure you're following, plus checking him out, Anscaped and ESPN. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Man, I actually tried to go to that game yesterday.
In Memphis?
I flew to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was the whole plan. I flew to Atlanta, and about an hour before I land in Atlanta, I'm like watching my flight connection. So I was supposed to get there at 2:30 for the 5 o'clock game, and it got delayed twice. And it was like, well, you could get there at 5 o'clock, start of the game. And anybody that knows travel, people listening that travel a lot, once your flight gets delayed twice, it's getting canceled.
Yeah.
Like, I knew it. And I looked at the time, and I'm like, okay, I'm landing in Atlanta from a layover at 1. The Hawks and the Spurs play at 3:30. I think I'm going to abort this mission and go to the Hawks Spurs game.
Yeah.
I had to go to that game, covering that, talking to Wemby, talking to Pop, talking to DeJounte Murray, maybe a future Warrior.
Yeah.
And just landed.
Yeah, I mean,
So I
you would
didn't even
think
get to go to the game.
you would think, Mark, going from Atlanta to Memphis would be okay, but this time of the year, they had more snow on the ground in Memphis than I think they had in my hometown of Buffalo over the weekend. It was insane. But I just was to start with the Dr. King holiday. You know, his assassination there, Lorraine Hotel. I've never been there. I've never been to Memphis. I've been to Nashville.
Man.
I've been to Nashville many, many times, but I never made it to Memphis. I assume you've been there many times. What is Memphis like, and especially the poignancy of going there on Dr. King Day?
Well, on a quick note, you'll probably be the same way I'm surprised about that is the same way you'll probably be surprised. I've never been to Kansas City and would love to go to the Negro League baseball.
Oh, you got to go there. You got to go there.
Yeah, one of the
Right
few
across the
zoos I
street
haven't
from the
been to.
Jazz Museum.
Yep.
They're right next to each other. It's
Exactly.
unbelievable.
Never been there.
Yeah, you got to
And I
go.
was born in St. Louis, but if you could get there, I'm not gonna lie, it ain't my favorite city in the world, but it's not the easiest place to get to. But the museum is amazing, and a VIP like yourself, they'll let you. And you may not love this part of it, but they'll let you go on the ledge where King was shot, and they let me go up there. And I know when David Aldridge, great writer, was up there, he just started bawling, man. It's something about sitting up there that hits you, knowing that you're in the same spot where King got shot, and they have a little thing on the ground that shows where his head was laying, which is certainly eerie as well. But the museum itself is amazing and takes you through from slavery on. It's certainly something that you, at some point in your life, have to check out.
The great Mark Spears is joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So as far as the Warriors in that game go, there are probably a lot of candidates, but I would think that would be the most disappointing, going back to a lot of turnovers, allowing the three-point shots, the things that they do when they lose basketball games. That's what they did, and it was Draymond's return. He comes off the bench, 23 minutes, plays fairly well. And I'm not expecting him to save everything, but that was a pretty bad one last night, and here we are 10 games away from the trade deadline.
Yeah, the candidates are growing, right?
For worst loss of the year, exactly.
Sacramento,
the day after the Emmys,
Denver
worst loss of the
game,
year.
they
Winner
kicked a
is
17-point lead with 7 minutes to go.
I mean, there's a lot of them.
I got a few.
There's a room of ugly that's getting more and more crowded to choose from, and it's just it just yells more and more. And obviously, Draymond coming back, there's you got to adjust to that. But there's no excuse to losing to that team, man. I didn't even know who G.G. Jackson was. I was like, did Jaren Jackson change his first name or something like that? Yeah, I was like, who the hell is G.G. Jackson? And he did so well that Shaq was interviewing him after the game. I was like, man, this is a team that needs an all-star break. They need a hug, but more importantly, they need a trade. And, I just think that Steph desperately needs help. DeJounte Murray could be that guy. Obviously, Pascal Siakam could be that guy. This is a rare trade deadline where I think that there are a lot of different potential candidates and players that, you could potentially get. I think the Hawks will be eager to trade Trae Young. I don't think there's much interest there at the moment. Obviously, there's and they played Chicago. There's Zach LaVine and DeRozan. There's people that you could get. It's just going to cost. And so the scary thing right now is Warriors fans are seeing the rise of Kuminga. Had a nice string of games, right? But this is like you got to give up something to get something, and his stock gets high. So to me, man, as great as Kuminga is looking, I'm on the you got to make the best of the Steph window train, and if that means you got to sacrifice Kuminga to get an elite player to join Steph and give him some reprieve scoring wise. I think they need to do it, and they need to do it now.
All right, so since you couldn't go to Memphis yesterday, you stayed in Atlanta and you saw DeJounte Murray against his former team, Pop and the Spurs. And as the schedule would have it, DeJounte Murray and the Hawks are coming in next week, and Landry Fields is their GM in Atlanta. Grant Liffman's actually their assistant GM, which blows me away. I think I'm going to text him next week. Anyway, I love DeJounte. I mean, as far as, he would be a younger version of Clay next to Steph where he can guard bigger. Yeah. But he does score. He rebounds. He had 13 defensive rebounds yesterday. I mean, what would it take to get Landry Fields to give up DeJounte, Mark?
It probably would take a Kuminga. I don't know. The funny thing is, I think the Hawks are currently, with all due respect to Liffman, one of the most laughable franchises in the league in terms of the things that they're doing. And so I would try to dupe them. I would try to sell them on Wiggins, see if they bite. But they, if you get DeJounte Murray and I've got a chance to spend some quality time talking to him, I think you're not only getting – he's 27 now, so he's just hitting his prime, elite defender, an all-star, I believe, 2 years ago, a solid scorer. And you're talking about a good, great guy whose childhood in Seattle was so troubled and angry and dark that you're talking, I don't know if there's any NBA player that doesn't leave the house other than to go to work more than him. He doesn't do anything. He just basically stays at home with his family and thinks about when the next game is, and that's it. And so you ain't got to worry about him getting in any trouble or being in the streets or nothing like that. He has no interest in it. He's going to go to the gym and he's going to go home. And he's a great guy and great player. So they can figure out a way to do that. Obviously, Rich Paul is his agent, and I think his first choice would probably be to get him to the Lakers. But you know, Draymond should be trying to work on talking to his agent, Rich Paul, and getting DeJounte out here in Golden State if that's an option.
Mark Spears joining us. Trade deadline for the Warriors is 10 games away. So as they sit in 12th place in the Western Conference, how much help can be had if it's a DeJounte Murray? How much better does he make him? Or a Siakam, how much does he make him? Who do they potentially move? I mean, Joe Lacob's got this big tax bill. Like, you would think, and just if you were any other team but this one, if you're in 12th place, you're cleaning house. But that's obviously not the direction they're going to go with Steph Curry around.
No, but it's a deceptive 12th place, man. It's not like they're 30 games out or anything like that. I mean, they win a couple games and they're, you know, back in the playoff mix. Obviously, to me, a lot of things that they could do. For example, I mean, obviously, you got Kuminga, who's attractive, right? Then you also have Chris Paul's expiring contract, and then you also have Wiggins, who is in the first year of a 4-year deal, but, you know, he's just a couple of years removed of being an all-star. Maybe a change of scenery could be good for him. And so you got Moody, and I know you guys don't want me to bring Krasinski into the conversation either, but they have assets. They have attractive pieces, whether it's expiring or young players. And so to me, it's really on, I think, Dunleavy to try to consummate the right deal because he has pieces that people will want.
Yeah, I mean, where they are, and we're tomorrow night when they play in Utah, and Utah's hot now. Utah has passed them. They're 22-20 right now. They're in the play-in, and the Warriors are not. They're 4 games under 500.
They woke up.
Yeah, I know, and you know, Memphis with Ja going out the year and all the injuries, you know, they're behind the Warriors, but in Portland and it's popping the Spurs. But I think Houston could come back. But when you look at where they are. Like, you're tight with CJ. They came in last week, and McCollum, after the collapse, long is back, and Zion's playing, and Brandon Ingram looks bigger and stronger. They rolled the Warriors. I mean, in the lottery right now, it's the Pels, the Suns, the Jazz, and the Lakers. Who are the Warriors better than unless they make a bold play? And, you know, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver, the Clippers, Sac, Dallas are way out there. But when you said where they are overall, they are 4 under, but to me, I mean, they're almost 6 feet under. I don't know where this team's at.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of basketball to be played, though, right?
Yeah, I agree. We got half a year.
But it's you got to do something, man. Like, the one thing that somebody mentioned to me the other day about the beauty of the trade that the Knicks and the Raptors made was actually talking to Masai Ujiri, the president of the Raptors. He's like, hey, we get them at the halfway mark. You know, they're still halfway left of the season. I think people are deceived by the fact that the trade deadline is, you know, they think it's like mid-season, but it's actually like 30 games left. So in a lot of ways, you know, it doesn't have the impact that you would hope to have because there's only 30 games, right? So that's why I said behooves the Warriors to try to do something now, not wait to the last day where I think stakes will even be higher for players. And so I just think that based on Steph's words the other day about, needing help, you got to keep him happy, man. You got to do something. And obviously what they have right now is not enough.
So it would sound to me, if they're going to be as aggressive as they would need to be to pull out of this tailspin, wouldn't Kuminga have to be involved in any kind of a deal like that? I mean, if you're talking DeJounte Murray, if you're talking Siakam, I mean, Wiggins ain't getting a deal like that done, is he?
Probably not. One GM told me that he didn't think Wiggins had much value right now. I mean, he has had a few decent games of late. I mean, to me, I'm going for Kuminga. I'm going for the young talent. I'm going for the cheaper option, right? And so to me, that's where it starts. But it's going to cost you. If you want him, it's going to cost you. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to get a Murray. You have to get a Siakam. You have to get a Zach LaVine, or you got to get somebody great back for him, right? But the one thing I have to say is, I know what Siakam is. I know what Murray is. I know what LaVine and DeRozan are, right? Keldon Johnson from the Spurs. Right. I know what I'm not totally convinced, and that Kuminga's for sure all-star player. Are you guys?
No. I think he's a younger version.
Potential.
And when Siakam was in on that Sunday night, he's just so much bigger than I remember him when the Warriors lost to Kawhi and Siakam and OG Anunoby in the NBA Finals. He's bigger and stronger. He's a man.
He's worked on his body, Bob.
Yeah, he's got years. He's almost 30 years of age. You said you were talking to Masai Ujiri. He already traded OG Anunoby and Precious to the Knicks to get R.J. Barrett and quickly. Do you think they will definitely trade Siakam? Is there a point maybe they keep him and they try to re-sign him? And then I'm wondering, just, anybody in the league would want him? If I'm Sam Presti with all those draft picks, what if Oklahoma City gets him? I know Sack was trying, but he said, slow your roll. We're not going to re-sign there. What if Dallas gets him and keeps Luka and Kyrie? I mean,
Dallas is interested in him.
Yeah, so where do you think he definitely will be traded? And where do you think he goes?
I definitely think he's going to be traded. You got to remember, like last season, Fred VanVleet, he was a free agent to be, and the Raptors didn't have any great options in their opinion. I heard they only had like one offer that they kind of liked but didn't like enough. So they rolled the dice and tried to re-sign him. I don't think they do that with Siakam. I do expect them to have better options on the table. And I'd like to see a poll. We should have KNBR do a poll. Like, would you trade Kuminga for Siakam? I would. Some might say, well, he's an older player. But to your point, Pop, I mean, he's somebody that can score in the post. He could hit threes. He could put it on the floor. I think he could do a lot of things that would help the team that they don't have.
Well, you got to have to throw in more, John. Their salaries don't match. And then what do you have to pay to
No, I mean, obviously, see, and that's the thing.
Paul and
you got
just one for one.
Kuminga and Paul work.
And then how does he impact your salary in the second apron in the offseason?
You put Chris Paul. I would think that they would put Chris Paul in. But, I mean, if you're the Warriors, you want to, clear some long-term salary, perhaps you ask them to take Wiggins back. I don't know that Toronto would want Wiggins because they just got R.J. Barrett. He plays small forward, but Wiggins is also a Toronto native and small forward. It gives them another asset. Maybe Masai tries to rejuvenate him and move him on somewhere else or keep him. But I know that Masai also fancies African talent, and you're going to lose one in Siakam and gain one in Kuminga. So whether it's Chris Paul or whether it's Wiggins, I believe both of them work under the collective bargaining agreement rules. either one of those guys would probably have to be connected. And then the question is, would the Warriors pay Siakam? Would Siakam resign? You do not make that trade unless you are completely confident that he is going to resign with you. You don't do it. So that's why you heard this thing about him not having interest in Zach, because he doesn't want to resign there.
Who is Siakam's agent, Mark? Do you know his agent?
Todd Ramasar.
Okay.
Todd Ramasar. So he has several guys, but obviously Siakam is certainly his biggest client. And I can't see him not wanting to re-sign with the Warriors. And as one team president told me recently, I'm like, well, do the Warriors want to pay for all that? He said they don't care. They pay. They'll pay for anything they think is going to make them better. They have no problem paying a luxury tax. They're like one of 5 teams. They'll pay whatever it takes they think to win. So he doesn't think that the Warriors would blink at re-signing Siakam.
Great stuff. Thanks, man. Safe travels. We'll see you soon, and we appreciate it as always.
All right, folks.
Take care, man.
That's the great.
Next
Mark
time we
Spears.
talk to him will be January 30th. Will they have already made a trade?
I mean, I guess they got no choice. They got to go all in because they got Steph. But man, and I hear what he's saying about it's all jammed up there. They could go on a bit of a run. I mean, look, Utah was behind them like a week ago, and Utah's in 9th place now. So I mean, things can change. It's just they got to start playing better basketball. So
How about Lauri
okay.
Markkanen? You want him?
Oh, that would be number 1 on my list. I mean, that dude.
He's skilled.
I like that guy.
He's skilled.
Yeah. He's got a lot of what you need. All right. Ask Papa anything at all. You want to talk NBA trade deadline already? The Warriors, what direction they should go. Packers, 49ers are already here at Levi's Stadium. What you're worried about, what you like. Do you like this matchup better than we had been talking about all year, about a Dallas-Philly kind of a thing, or a Philly-Dallas? This thing, it could be Green Bay and Detroit in back-to-back weeks. People are mad at me for looking at it. I'm not looking at it. I'm just telling you that that's what could possibly happen. Any of those questions, comments, thoughts, hit us up. Text line is wide open. Hit us at on the text line, or you can hit us on the phone lines as well. Same kind of a thing. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Both those either on the phone line or the text line. Also on YouTube and Twitch. Walter is looking at that. So any good comments there, questions for Pop, ask Papa anything at all. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa back on KNBR. It is getting cold and a little rainy. Heating bills are as high as they are. You need proper weatherproofing. It's essential. And I got this message for professionals working with clients to upgrade or build a new home. And the message is from Greg Papa. Be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials and are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, low-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Boral True exterior siding and trim offers phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials, an environmental leader. And talk with your client about double or triple pane windows that offer comfortable environment year-round while delivering low energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard, the very best. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
All right, use hashtag AskPapa. Ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-KNBR. You can text that, 415-808-5627, or you can call the show. Also, Walter is monitoring YouTube and Twitch, so you can put your questions there if you're streaming us on YouTube or Twitch. Ask Papa anything at all. By the way, hashtag Ask Papa. When John Dickinson was in for you Thursday and Friday, we were doing a hashtag Ask Dick. It was
nice.
very popular. Okay. Very popular.
Major Dick? Were you drinking Major Dick coffee while you were asking Dick?
Yes. We'll get to some of your questions in a minute, but I just got a couple of things from Kyle Shanahan this morning. First of all, because of the dominant victory for the Packers over the Cowboys, Kyle Shanahan said they were going ahead and started to prepare for the Packers in the second quarter of that game when they were up 27-0.
When Darnell Savage had that pick six, I did the same thing. I pulled up our lads' depth chart of the Green Bay Packers and started watching the game in the second half, watching their personnel. It's hard to go into a game if you're looking at it from a scout and Kyle, and they did a little bit of this last week. They gave each assistant coach a team, and they were breaking down tendencies. But Green Bay's the one team we haven't played. We played Tampa Bay, we played obviously Philadelphia, and we played the Rams. You hadn't played Green Bay, and it's just how much they've changed since we saw them in the playoff game, obviously, at the end of the 21 year. We did see him in the first preseason game. Brock Purdy's first game ever was against Jordan Love. Brock didn't start the game. But anyway, just going through it, and I honestly, when Darnell Savage had that pick six and went the other way against Dak, I began to watch the second half with their depth chart, trying to figure out who they were. And then they got so far ahead, John, he's starting to pull all of his defensive starters off the field. LaFleur, he takes the quarterback out. He takes Aaron Jones out. I'm like, what? It's like really getting to know now. I can watch all their second stringers. And then, Dallas came back a little bit. He put Jordan Love and Aaron Jones back in the game to run the clock out. But I'm talking to, all he said was, we want to know as soon as possible who we're playing. So we knew going into it that if Green Bay beat Dallas, we're playing Green Bay. And almost assuredly it was going to be Saturday, especially when Buffalo, their game got moved to Monday.
Right.
So
those teams have to play Sunday.
They have to play Sunday, and then the Tampa Bay, Philly winner, they got to play Sunday. So we knew it was going to be Saturday. I always thought it was going to be Saturday night. But if it's, Sunday afternoon at like 3 o'clock, that's like a Monday getting ready for a Sunday. So Kyle at that time is putting the previous game to bed. He's met with the media now. He's gone over the game tape from the previous game with the team. And now he's getting ready for install day. And the heavy work day is Tuesday for a regular Sunday. So your mind starts to think right away, all of a sudden, damn, we're playing Saturday. It's not going to be Sunday. And we're playing these guys, and we don't know these guys. So that does not surprise me at all, because I did that very thing, just looking at their personnel after Savage had the pick six to make it 27-0. But then Dallas scored right before half to make it 27-7.
You know what that reminded me of? Jacksonville and the Chargers, because that was 27-7.
They referenced that game. Kevin Burkhardt referenced that game.
But then they came out the second half and they kept scoring, so it didn't matter.
But anyway, that does not surprise me at all.
Let me ask you one question that I've been asking consistently throughout the show. Then we'll get out to, again, the text line as well as YouTube. And, again, 808-KNBR, 808-415-808-5627. Either call it, text it, or you can hit us up on YouTube and Twitch. Ask Pop anything at all. Do you like this scenario better? The Rams, the Eagles, the Cowboys, all gone. The Lions, the Bucks, the Packers remain. Do you like this scenario better?
You don't want to play a hot team, and you don't want to play a team with a hot quarterback. And Green Bay is a hot team, and how they got in. And go back to, what were they, 2-5, 3-6? I remember the Thanksgiving Day game when they went to Detroit. And we had a game that night, so I had it on, and I was watching it, but I wasn't locked on it. Matt LaFleur that day, they won the coin toss on the road at Ford Field. Everybody in football is deferring. He took the ball.
So he did yesterday.
He did it again on Sunday. Did it on Sunday. Went right down the field. So I expect whoever they send out for the captaincy, just give Green Bay the ball to start the game. Jake Moody's going to kick off, and they're going to take the ball. Green Bay gets, even if they lose the coin toss, the 49ers are going to defer. If they win the coin toss, they're going to take the ball. But that game flipped their whole season around. And then remember the game on Sunday night where they beat Kansas City and Mahomes was eating it as mad as he did, for the Buffalo loss with the, Kadarius Toney play. But you're worrying about Philly and Dallas and what they were. Philadelphia's not that team anymore. Dallas, they still played well at the end of the year, but the Niners beat both of those teams. So it is what it is. You got to take the path here, but you are playing a much hotter team than certainly Philadelphia, and you're playing maybe the hottest quarterback in the NFL. And the one thing, and I know it's the end of the year, and the Ram game was the Ram game, but I just don't like the way the Niners closed the year. The Christmas night game was not a good game. The game in Washington, they won the game, but they didn't play a great game. And then the Rams game, they didn't play their guys. They wound up losing the game. So the last 2 times I left the stadium, and we are at Levi's today for installation day, they lost. They lost both those games, and they lost 2 of the last 3, and the Washington game was not great. Now, the Niners are the better team. They're getting healthy. We'll find out what they do at right guard and safety next to T-Gip. But you got to give the Packers credit for making this game and the way they were able to flip their season around. And right now, they are hot, and they have maybe the hottest quarterback in all of the NFL right now.
All right, let's go out to the phone lines. Ask Pop anything at all. Gary is first up in Daly City. Hi, Gary. Welcome.
I've been a fan. How are you guys doing? Been a fan.
Good.
Been a fan since the '60s. Are they going to
top of the hill, Daly City?
Oh yeah. No, yeah. I grew up across the street from Balboa, but I live out by Joe's at Westlake. But
you've been a fan since what year?
Since Lon Simmons was doing the games on Channel 2 for the Warrior games.
Okay. What year are we going back?
65.
Okay. Are we talking Warriors now or Niners?
No, we're talking 49ers, but you asked me about that.
All right, good.
Lon Simmons doing the games for the 49ers, too.
Gotcha.
Rest the soul.
Yeah.
But anyway, basically, they're going to have a hard practice where it's a tackle in practice, a very physical. But you were saying...
No, they're not. They don't tackle in practice.
They need to. Because
they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
But because what I'm saying is you said right at the end that they were their tackling is probably one of the worst in the league. I watched Green Bay yesterday. They tackle well. And Green Bay is going to be watching the Baltimore film, and they're going to be watching the Cleveland film and taking it from there and seeing how they played the 49ers exactly. The 49ers have to tackle well because their tackling is very weak.
It wasn't as good this year as last year. There are other teams that don't tackle, and the Niners are kind of in the middle of the pack, Eagles and everything. But it's not just tackling, it's tracking. But Friday, they'd put shoulder pads on to fit the run. Thursday last week, they worked Wednesday and Thursday, and they had more of a speed practice. Friday, they put the pads on. But under no circumstance do they tackle anybody to the ground here. They just do not do it. And you don't have to do it. Bill Walsh didn't do it. Mike Shanahan in Denver, they worked out in sweats. I remember talking to Kyle going into the first game of the year against Pittsburgh because Mike Tomlin does tackle to the ground. In training camp in Latrobe, they tackle to the ground. They have, on a Friday night there, they go to the high school, and they actually have a gold versus black, whatever it is. And they scrimmage their own guys. That's just not done in the NFL anymore where you tackle to the ground. So I know what he's saying. You want to be physical, but they can fit the run with angles. We'll talk to Dennis Brown about it and how you do it. But they do not practice. They do not tackle here to the ground. If you tackle Christian McCaffrey to the ground in a practice here, you're getting cut, even if you're Fred Warner. You're not doing that.
Ask Bob anything at all. Doug is in Alamo. Hi, Doug. Welcome.
I know that was Salty, and he didn't identify as Salty, and you know who Salty is too. I know that voice. I do. I'm Doug from Alamo.
Nice.
I'm always going to tell you who I am, and that's Salty. I wish Salty would keep saying he's Salty. I know that voice anywhere. Anyway, just watching the playoff games, getting ready for this. Tampa looks really tough. What do you think about Armstead? So Armstead's coming back. Maybe hopefully that helps our running game. They said, who's got the Achilles?
Dre Greenlaw.
Dre Greenlaw. So if you don't come out and grab the juggler and hit and attack, you will not win a playoff game no matter what. We can't come out half-cocked. We have to come out, pound it, get the ball out to Debo. And I know we can run on them. They have I was pretty impressed with
I thought this was Ask Papa.
Blocking.
It's Ask Alamo and Salty. Do you have a question, dude?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what's
My
the question?
is, what do you feel? Okay, the question is, do you think the 49ers running game is going to be a lot better with Armstead coming back? And
their run defense. Their run defense.
I'm sorry.
The numbers show that. There's no doubt. I mean, you're going to have Eric Armstead next to the Gravedigger. You're going to have Nick Bosa. The one injury, Cleveland Fertile set the edge in the run game extremely well. That guy's a try-hard sucker. That guy works so hard. There's a major drop-off there. Chase Young he's had flashes here. He's going to have to play more in this game, and Randy Gregory as well. I think, getting Javon Kinlaw more limited snaps, Kevin Givens as well. Then, on game day, John, is Sebastian Joseph Day have a jersey. But I think the key thing to look for is for when I go out to practice today after we're done, is Dre Greenlaw a full go in practice. Ambry Thomas is going to probably have to play this game with a cast, and it's a broken right thumb. And talking about tackling, that does concern me a little bit. But Jason Verrett is no longer an option with the shoulder injury. So I'm more than likely, almost assuredly, they're going to line up as long as Ambry's good with Demo in the slot. How much, 3 wide receiver, 11 personnel will they get? Will Green Bay play a lot of double tight ends like they did against Dallas? I think they wanted to keep, their run, be able to run on them and go heavy. They got to do that against the Niners. Then Oren Burks will be on the field. So as far as the run game, and then what do they do in the secondary, John? What I asked Dante, is Jair Brown completely over this knee injury from late in the year? And even if he is, you're more comfortable with Logan Ryan back in the secondary. But I think the loss of Cleve Ferrell is going to be significant. Chase Young is going to have to set the edge in the run game and play well. And then it just changes from the Alpha to the Bravo to the Turbo. It changes the Charlie. All the packages Kasarik has changes because you're not going to have your starting defensive end minus Nick Bosa.
Injury-wise, Christian McCaffrey, full go today. Dre Greenlaw, Achilles, no practice. Logan Ryan, groin, no practice. Limited Eric Armstead, George Odom. Armstead is the guy to keep a watch on there. Let's see who's up next.
What do they say about Jair Brown? Is he a full go?
Don't see anything on him, so that's probably good news.
And Logan Ryan has a groin.
Sergio is up next. Hi, Sergio. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. First time caller. I'm out here.
Appreciate it.
Just happy to be on. Great takes, great calls, last 2 callers, and just everyone making some great points. Again, my concern is that we're not a come-from-behind team. We haven't played when we needed to. We haven't looked the best at even making the attempt to come back in a couple losses or whatever. But so my concern is Papa being around the players, and we can all say one thing, and we're going into laser focused and we're all locked in, and then going out there strapping on the cleats is a whole different story. My concern is everyone that's playing now put themselves in this position to be here, but it's just we can't take this Green Bay Packer team lightly. So what do you feel? What do you see? I know Whitner was on earlier. He's saying we're going to blow out 35-17. I pray that's the case. I really do. I hope that's the case. But what are you sensing?
Well, what I want to see is their speed. This team, when they have time off, are just incredibly fast. And it's McCaffrey, it's Debo, it's Juszczyk, it's Kittle, it's Ayuk, it's all of them. But it's Trent Williams and flying around and fitting it. They're not going to overlook the Green Bay Packers because they're the 7th seed. That's not happening here. It's a playoff game. They've been doing this since the OTAs in May. They know what's at stake. In the regular season, they treated them all like playoff games, but in reality, you could lose any of them. You can't lose this game. So they're going to come out. And as far as coming from behind, they're a great starting team. The 49ers scored 10 touchdowns this year on their opening drive and 2 field goals. That's 76 points. You have to go back to the year 2000 for any team in the NFL that were able to generate those kind of totals. So we don't want to play from behind. And I think Matt LaFleur, as we were talking about it, he did it in Detroit. He did it in Dallas in the playoff game. If they win the toss, they're going to take the ball.
Good.
They're going to get
the Niners a favor.
They're going to get the ball anyway, because they want to drive down the field and score. Now, sometimes that blows up in your face. Against Dallas, it did not. They had a 7-0 lead. Mike Tomlin did that. Didn't he do it opening day against the Niners? And then, LaFleur did it in Detroit, and they jumped ahead. They realize the Niners are a fast starting team when Kyle goes off the openers. They don't want to fall behind. The 3 most important possessions to this team are the first one of the game, the last one going into halftime, and the first one of the third quarter. And look at the numbers of what they do. And as far as coming from behind, when Johnny Unitas was watching John Elway's career, and Elway had the stat for the greatest amount of fourth quarter comebacks in the NFL, and Unitas wasn't on the list, they asked Johnny U, why didn't you ever come back like Elway? And he said, I always had the lead going into the third quarter. I didn't have to come back.
There you go. Keep them coming on the text line as well as on the YouTube stream. A lot of good questions. We didn't get to all of them. I'll get to a few more, and then the bottom of the hour, Dennis Brown will join us. Of course, Super Bowl champion. What does it take as you kind of get acclimated back from the regular season, like you said, at the end to the playoffs? We'll ask Dennis about that at the bottom of the hour. It's Bob in London, your Tuesday, live from Levi's in the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants pitcher Logan Webb joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give his thoughts on the Dusty Baker supervisory role with the Giants, if you hadn't heard. Plus, he previews the 2024 Fan Fest. First stop is this weekend in Sacramento. Check out that podcast and more tuning right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It's a brand new year. You can start it off right with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. So let's go. Come grab the keys to your new Toyota, and you can count on Modesto Toyota, of course, for great savings. You come in, you check out all the new models and deals, or do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com, see all the incoming vehicles, and then you just pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles and the stuff you need. That's the one. Click, done, yeah. You can get great prices and special lease deals and save big time on gas with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks like my RAV4 Hybrid, which I got last year and is awesome. You can also just say to heck with it with gas altogether. You can check out the all-new electric BZ4X at a low price or an incredible lease deal. So let's get going. It's a brand new year. It's a time to grab the keys to your new Toyota. And since 1965, Modesto Toyota, they've had thousands of happy customers, including me, because of the great service and great prices. So let's go. Grab your keys. Let's go to Modesto Toyota. We can start off the year right. No dealer markup. Did I mention that? No dealer markup, and the time has never been better. It's where I get all my Toyotas. Of course, my son's Toyota. You get the idea, and so forth and so on. Modesto Toyota. So you can come find out for yourself. Check them out online right now at ModestoToyota.com, Modesto Toyota, and ModestoToyota.com.
Three, two, one. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I get the best sleep of my...
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
We were already in here, so, we were doing it that day. We had mixed in a little bit earlier in the week, hit up a couple teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter. Then they scored at the end of the second quarter, so I kind of did both at halftime, and then third quarter I was set on one team.
That's Kyle. The life. I thought the same thing. I was watching 27-0, and I thought, I bet Kyle's already prepping for it. In fact, I tweeted it out. I said, preparation has already started. And you and I talked about this last week. Dennis Brown will join us at the bottom of the hour, Super Bowl champion. He'll tell us what it's like to prepare for the playoffs. But I had actually tweeted this out, said preparation's already started. And you and I talked about this last week, that their perfect case scenario was the first team that could win, which was Green Bay, which is the 7 seed. So the Lions and Rams and all the other stuff, 4-5. It could have been as late as last night, because if the Cowboys had won and the Lions did win, then it would come down to last night, the last possible game, and you'd play the winner. It'd be the Bucs. Eagles would be the Bucs. But they ended up getting the Packers. And if you don't think a day and a half is big, it is. They get a day and a half extra, plus Green Bay now has to travel out here. That's huge.
The trade-off is the game's Saturday now and not Sunday.
Sure.
So there is an extra day. So the league tries to compensate. I mean, sometimes you just wonder, like it's, Buffalo had to play a game yesterday. Kansas City played the day before. And Buffalo's, in game mode. And then they win the game, and now they got to go to Kansas City. These are playoff games. All these teams are getting ready in a short week. I mean, the Niners found out, Kyle said, right, probably when Darnell Savage had the pick six of Dak to make it 27-0. So what time was that, like 3 o'clock on Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
But that's still Sunday at 3 o'clock, and you're playing on Saturday, so it's like Monday at 3 o'clock during the regular season, you would know. So when you get into this environment, these are the biggest games of your lives coming up, these playoff games. And to ask them to play on a short week, and it's all because of television and Super Wildcard Weekend and the staggered start times, but it is what it is. What's interesting to me is Kyle never watches games live. Everything's on the silent tape and the All-22 because it's not efficient. Could he sit down in his office and listen to Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olsen and watch the beginning of the Green Bay Dallas game?
You'll get confused if you listen to Tony Romo. This is the biggest play of the game, Jim. This is the biggest play of the game, Jim. This is the biggest play of the game, Jim. How many of those are there, Tony?
How many Josh Allen runs yesterday were the biggest play of the game?
50 times.
That guy's hard to get on the ground. They got Buffalo, Kansas City on Sunday.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
That's going to be a great game. But anyway, I mean, for Kyle to sit there and watch, he just doesn't do that because it's just a different feel. A lot of times they'll go back for audio to hear, signals and things you hear. And there were times in the game Dak was doing Green Bay. Joe Barry's been criticized all year, Green Bay's defensive coordinator, but he had Dak confused or checking out of his check because we all know the here we go, and then they go. But a lot of times it was here we go, and it wasn't a here we go. He was flipping plays after that because he's looking at their defense. Is like, damn, what did they just move into? So even though they're young, they got some veteran guys on defense that can move around a little bit, but the interesting thing is that, Kyle was watching the first quarter and a half of the game on Sunday. on network TV. He hardly ever does that. Even when we're off, he's watching the red zone.
Right.
You don't sit and lock in on one game like that.
I think, like you said, he was waiting to see, and it couldn't have gone any better for them in terms
the whole
of
building
the prep.
the whole building was waiting.
Because I think we all knew it. At 20-0, they missed the extra point. At 20-0, you think this game is over. Then at 27-0, then they made it 27-7 at the half. So you're thinking, okay, in the third quarter, if they make a run, they get a field goal to make it 27-10, but then they got avalanched by Green Bay after that.
Yeah, I think, you don't want to do work you don't have to do. And honestly, I was out with a bad back last Thursday and Friday, but I was thinking we should do something on the Packers because I just started to glance at them. And Tony Romo and Jim Nantz had their last game of the year at Soldier Field, or at Lambeau against the Bears. And I was texting Tom Spencer, anyway, Green Bay can beat Dallas? And the theory was Green Bay can score on Dallas, but can Green Bay's defense slow them down? Green Bay's defense was not good. They came on at the end of the year, but there was a stretch there. They were giving up 30 a game. Joe Barry was being criticized. So when they get out 27-0, you thought, wow. But you don't want to do a lot of work on a team you really don't have to play. It winds up confusing your mind if you start, locking in on a team and then you're not playing them and you got to switch gears. But after the savage 64-yard pick six, it was go, Pack, go. Let's get ready for them.
All right, let's talk to Dennis Brown coming up next. Super Bowl champion. He knows what it's like to be in this position as the favorite preparing for the playoffs. We'll talk about the intensity jump and just overall what he's seeing from this one. And he knows Packers v 49ers rivalry, so we'll talk to Dennis about it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
They looked real good versus Dallas. I think they've looked, haven't got to watch much of them until these last 10 days, and obviously picked it up a lot more these last 2 days, but I think they're a very good defense. The numbers don't always tell the truth. They had a couple games that got some cheap yards, but they're good in the run, good in the pass. They can get to the quarterback. They're extremely sound. They're getting healthier. A ton of respect for Joe. Got to work with him my first couple of years of my career in Tampa. He's been involved in a number of different defenses, and playing against him a few times with the Rams and in Green Bay, his scheme just keeps getting sounder and better.
That's Kyle Shanahan today when he met with the media. He's talking about the Packers defense getting better. Joe Barry, the defensive coordinator of the Packers, was the reference there. Let's get into it. The jump in intensity getting ready for this thing is it's not the Eagles, it's not the Cowboys, it's not the Rams. It is the Packers once again, and Dennis Brown knows the Packers. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm doing well. How was your bye week?
Oh, my God. It was amazing. 2 games.
Football.
You said 2 games Saturday,
Super
2 games Sunday, 2
weekend.
games Monday.
You watch football all weekend?
It was great.
Yeah. I thought it was. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I mean, of course, I love watching Dallas, do what Dallas does. And then, I watched that Philadelphia game, and I just scratching my head going, what happened to Philadelphia? But watching Green Bay and this young quarterback, he played well. I mean, again, Dallas did Dallas, but he played well as his first year actually starting in the National Football League, sitting behind Aaron Rodgers all those years, and he kind of showed out a little bit. And Kyle talked about it. The defense looked good. So it's going to be a challenge. It's not going to be. I don't think we were expecting that the 49ers would be playing the Green Bay Packers, but now it goes back to, that old rivalry between, the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers. Brett Favre was a quarterback. He used to kill us. He used to beat us up. So, the rivalry comes back. But the great thing is it's at Levi's Stadium, and I like the matchup. I think if that defensive line comes together and you can shut down that run, we saw that Green Bay can have a strong run game, shut down that run game, and then get after this young quarterback. I think you have an opportunity to win this football game. But you got to execute. You got to suit up, and that's why you have to suit up and play in these games, and it's the playoffs. So Green Bay is coming off. They're a lot of confidence. They go on the road. They beat the Cowboys on the road in Jerry's World. So they're feeling good about themselves. You got to get after them early and smack them in the mouth.
Yeah, but I mean, this matchup, as you mentioned, there's something when those two helmets collide. The SF logo and the G with a football inside of it that Lombardi created back in the 50s. I mean, this is the 10th playoff meeting between the 49ers and Packers, the most in NFL history, and you were involved in many of them. Or the one memorable one in '95 that you mentioned when Favre came into Candlestick and won. They wound up losing to Dallas, and Dallas won that year. But when you watch Jordan Love, there's been obviously the comparisons of Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love and Favre. His ability to throw the ball off his back foot and sometimes be in the air and avoid pressure. Does Love remind you at all of Favre, Dennis?
Well, Brett Favre was a gunslinger. I mean, he threw the ball off his back foot, front foot. He threw it sidearm, and he was one of those. He was a true gunslinger. I think these quarterbacks are – I don't know if they're evolving or they're just getting a whole lot more athletic, because we see a lot of quarterbacks now, and that's what we talk about, throwing off their back foot, being able to throw, these sidearm and being accurate and these off-schedule plays. So I think these quarterbacks are just becoming more athletic, and they're getting a lot better. And watching them yesterday, there were some throws yesterday in that Dallas game that Love, it looked like there were interceptions, but he was able to get a lot of completions. So, I mean, he's a guy that's always looking down the field. I mean, he can beat you he's an athletic quarterback. He can beat you with his legs, but he wants to throw the ball down the field. And it looks like, he's really good about seeing the field and understanding where the defense is kind of trying to defend him and the coverages. And he laid in some nice passes yesterday. And there was one I think of. It looked like he was throwing the ball away, but yet it was a 40, 50-yard completion. So he's an athletic quarterback, but I do think he's a young quarterback. I think you can disguise some coverages on him, but I do think if you have a rush and you can kind of get after him, he'll make some mistakes because he'll get a little anxious. He'll get a little anxious in the pocket, and he'll throw some balls up. But you got to get after him. I think this is going to be every week's a big week in the trenches. I think this week is going to be really big for this 49ers defensive line.
first of all, you have to tackle. You have to shut down this run game. Had a good run game yesterday against Dallas. You got to shut that down, and then you got to really, really, not sacks, but you really got to get after this young quarterback because it's something that he's not used to, a 49ers pass rush where it's going to collapse, interior and then kind of collapse around the edges. So it's going to be super important, I think, this week for this defensive line.
Dennis Brown joining the Super Bowl champion Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Packers and 49ers on Saturday here at Levi Stadium. The experience factor. This is the youngest team, the Packers, in all of the NFL. You just mentioned their tackles. A fourth-rounder in Zach Tom on the right side. Rasheed Walker, the left tackle, is a seventh-rounder from 2022. A young quarterback. I mean, they do have a few guys that are veteran guys, but generally speaking, they're young. So they did it. They went into Dallas and they won. They got that experience. But at some point, doesn't experience generally rear its head at some point? And I would imagine it probably will this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, you're in the playoffs. I mean, you go into. I mean, it's huge accomplishment. Give them, their props. You go in on a playoff wild card weekend, and you go into Dallas. A hostile, a franchise that has a great history. They've won a bunch of Super Bowls, and you go in there and you pretty much dominate the whole football game. Now you have to do it again. Now, can you do it back to back? And that's why I say it's going to be so important. You talk about, the leadership on this team, that defensive line, Eric Armstead, if he's going to be in there, Hargrave, if he's going to be in there, this is when experience takes over. This is when you figure out kind of how to scheme against, these young, it's a young team, young tight end, young quarterback, young tackles, like you said. Now is when the experience has to show. You have to, that playoff experience, that championship experience. And here's the time to do it, to get after these young people. And you can get their eyes wide open. Get after them early, and they look up and think, "Oh my God, we're on the road. The crowd is loud. We're down by 14 points, and now this pass rush is relentless. They keep coming at us, so they're smacking us in the mouth. So you can shut that down, but you got to do it. I mean, you have to execute. I mean, that's the goal. I mean, that's the key, to not come out flat. Not listen to kind of what we're going to talk about the entire week, that the matchup is great. You should go and dominate and get ready for, Detroit or whoever else is going to come in, the Bucks. Focus on the big game. These guys got confidence, but they're young. And if you show them early in the football game that there's no, this is a different deal. I mean, we're trying to win a championship, and you guys aren't going to win a championship. You have to have that type of attitude. So, it's about the veterans. It's preparing this week and how you prepared last week, and get yourself together. And I just hope, I don't know if you guys even know if Eric Armstead's going to play in this football game. But I think
he's playing.
Okay. That's going to be.
Yeah, he was back in practice last week. He's going to play, and you'll have the Hargrave next to him. The one thing is, though, Cleve Ferrell will probably miss the game. So Chase Young will be at the opposite end of Nick Bosa. And just this Green Bay running game, there's a lot of on both sides of the ball, mainly on offense. Who's that guy? Who's that wide receiver? Yeah. The one guy we know is Aaron Jones. He had 118 yards and 3 touchdowns against Dallas. And the beautiful part of this matchup, you're watching these key teams play, and it's all shotgun, it's pistol. The 49ers line up under center, quarterback under center, or the fullback on the field. The Packers don't use a fullback as much, but their quarterback, they had their quarterback, Jordan Love, under center 63% of their snaps against Dallas in the wild card victory, the highest rate by any offense in a game all year. So it's an old school running attack. You know where Aaron Jones is going to be, the outside zone, the inside pull, and all that. But the fact that Chase Young is probably going to start this game and be in the alpha, in the base at end, and not have Cleve Ferrell there, Dennis. He has played so well setting the edge in the run game. You are going to get Armstead back, but how does it change not having Cleve Ferrell for this divisional playoff game and Chase Young starting and probably playing more?
Well, I think Chase Young, I mean, I've watched him play, and I know the book on him was that he kind of, he goes rogue a little bit, and his focus is on sacking the quarterback. He's played the run well. And I think, this week is going to be important. You're going to have disciplined run lanes because they want to run that zone, right? And that zone read is you have to be gap disciplined because that gap kind of moves down the sidelines. You have to be ready to cut back. You can't have that cut back. You have to have the separation, and you have to disengage from these offensive linemen because what they want you to do is just keep running to the sideline and give your running back an opportunity to cut the ball back and give him a run lane. So you have to be disciplined. Chase has played well, and we know Nick Bosa plays well. We know Eric Armstead is great at this, and we know what Hargrave can do. So, I think, again, I'm going to say it again, it's going to be crucial that this defensive line plays well. You have to shut down the run, and we saw last week what you can do against the run. I mean, you get 4 yards a pop, it's hard to get, to stay, ahead of the chains, on defense. So, getting those third down, those third and long. So it's going to be important. I think Chase Young, he's played the run well, but he's really going to have to focus this week when he gets his read. He has to understand, that it is a run and they're trying to get a cutback. They're trying to get you running to the sidelines and get a run lane. So, I've been impressed. I mean, his sack numbers haven't been what we kind of expected, but this is a team. If you watched it, you put the film on and you watch this team, they want to run the ball. They want to run the ball. They want to control the clock. They want to get 4 or 5 yards pop against first and second down, and they want to give their young quarterback, an opportunity to make a play on third down. So you have to shut them down. You have to shut down the run and make them one-dimensional, and put the game in this young quarterback's hands and make him beat you with his arm. But it all starts up front, and it all starts with your technique, and it all starts with the scheme. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to want to pound the rock. They're going to come out, they want to pound the rock. That's what they want to do. And you're a defensive lineman. You have to be a two-gapper. You have to disengage, and you have to and you have to tackle. I mean, that's one thing with the 49. You got to make that. If it's getting to the second level, you're going to have to tackle, and you're going to have to play in the line of scrimmage and win the line of scrimmage and shut down the run.
Hey, we had a caller earlier, Dennis, just interrupt you. You were talking about tackling, and he was saying, the Niners got to tackle to the ground, and they don't do that here. They had a padded practice on Friday. They may have one this week. They may put shoulder pads on for part of it, but they don't tackle to the ground. When you were here with Seifert, did you guys ever, after the season started, even in training camp, did you ever tackle ball carriers to the ground?
No, not to the ground.
No,
I mean, it was always, we were always focused on the technique though. So it was always wrap up. So there was 2 things that we did. So, and this is something that Gary Plummer kind of brought over. We always wrapped up as a team. So 11 guys were running to the ball. We call it out the stack. Pass or run, whatever it was. You ran to the ball, and everyone got around the ball carrier, and you had the technique. You wrapped up, and then you start punching at the ball. So it was a rip technique opportunity that everyone just kind of ripped at the ball. But we all kind of gathered around the ball carrier or the receiver, and we acted like we were going to wrap them up. So just technique, wrapping them up, hands or your feet, shoulders width apart, wrapping up, and all that good stuff. So you practice the technique. But, again, I mean, this is the NFL. And if you're a defensive player, I mean, that should be second. That should be muscle memory. Tackling to the ground, wrapping up, seeing what you're tackling and bringing them to the ball carrier to the ground should be second nature. So, if you're not tackling, you're not focused on your fundamentals. And that's what it's about. And that's how you prepare for the week. I mean, during the week, when you're going through the week, you're wrapping up, running backs. You're wrapping your arm around, you're ripping at the ball, and you're preparing in your mind to take them to the ground, but you're not taking them to the ground. We never went to the ground, but we always practiced the fundamentals.
Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown joining us. Of course, we will have everything for you coming up on Saturday. Copes will jump in, me and Dennis, and then, of course, Pop and Tim will have the call right here on the Sports Leader. In terms of just intensity jump, so you got the preseason, then it jumps to the regular season, then it jumps to the playoffs. What is it like when you hit the field for a playoff game?
Oh man, it's intense, man. It's a feel. It's hard to describe because you especially if you have a bye week and you're building up for 2 weeks, right? I mean, there's other distractions. You got your family, and you got your wife, and all those. You got the tickets you got to get and all that stuff. But those last couple of days, and back when I was playing, we used to go here in Burlingame to the Marriott, and we would spend the night Saturday night, and we would drive over. So it all just kind of builds over. It just kind of builds up, right? And I can remember being in the car with Dana Stubblefield and Brian Young, and we would be going down to 101, Oyster Point, and you make that little drop, and you would see Candlestick, right? Off off on the side there, right off the bay, and you just it gets intense. And when you're getting suited up, getting ready to play in a football game, and you go out there in the crowd type, but you're so focused. I mean, you're so focused, it's almost like it's silent until that first hit, and you can feel that, the shoulder pads pop, the connection of the helmet, but it's the playoffs, so it's a different vibe because it's one or done. Either you do this, you go home, or you do this, or you get to go to a championship. So it's hard to explain it, but it's super intense. I mean, it's like the highest of the high. I mean, it's like it's just it's in your bones. You can feel it. You've been feeling it for now 2 weeks. And I get excited for these young guys who haven't experienced it yet. And then you just catch it, and then you're just on fire, and you just go out there and you play, and it's an unbelievable feeling. And I was lucky enough, to play in a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, but this time right now is just intense because it's such a sense of urgency. And the leadership when I was on the team, it was just a sense of urgency. I mean, every day, this week building up, every day is just like, this is the next step. I mean, I think I can, and I know I'm going to go out and kick butt by the end of the week. That's kind of the feeling.
That's cool, man. Love it. All right, man. We'll see you here on Sunday. Saturday. Looking forward to it.
Saturday. Get it right.
Saturday. Yeah. Don't want to see you on Sunday.
All right, tell the Packers it's Sunday. We'll be there Saturday.
Yeah, very cool. All right, man. Thanks, DB.
All right,
take care, Dennis.
That is a great Dennis Brown, of course, Super Bowl champion. Before the foreplay at the top of the hour, good quote from from Kyle Shanahan talking about what they've done to keep Brock Purdy sharp. It's going to be 20 days because he didn't play that Rams game. It's going to be 20 days since he took a snap in a game. So Kyle had a good quote on that. We'll give you that. Plus, we got the foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to recap Super Wild Card Weekend. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Bang, baby!
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. So stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund on a Tuesday. Hope you had a great long weekend. Brock Purdy, according to Kyle Shanahan this morning, we'll give you these cuts. We'll do the foreplay at the top of the hour. It'll be 20 days for some of these 49ers since they last took a snap in a game. Kyle Shanahan saying today that Brock Purdy won't be rusty because they've given him a significant workload during his time off. He says, quote, he hasn't been on a bye week. We pushed the heck out of Brock. Meetings, practice, he's been here, he's worked on his days off. We got bigger practices last week than we do in a normal week, and Brock went out with the guys on Monday and did some things with them. Now we're going to get 2 practices with him again. I don't worry about that affecting Brock at all for Saturday. I know with rest versus rust, blah, blah, blah. They did get off to a bit of a slow start against Minnesota the last time they had a bye week. Then they ended up beating them. But what do you make of...
that was Jacksonville.
No, I'm saying in the playoffs in 19.
Oh, well, going way back to Jimmy.
That bye. They just, that first half, and they remember Jimmy had the pick, and they kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start. I don't know, maybe that was just whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but do you get worried about that?
I watch him in practice. So the week of the Rams game, he and Sam split the first team reps. It wasn't all Sam to get ready for that game. They went back and forth. What was interesting was on Thursday, Brock ran scout team, which is kind of like going back to his roots when he was his rookie. And when you run scout team against the 49ers' number 1 defense, and they practiced, they all played. I mean, Dre was a late scratch with the Achilles tendonitis, but everybody else played, including Nick Bosa. Obviously, Armstead wasn't cleared yet, and he would have played, not in a game that didn't matter in the seeding. But Brock got good work all the way leading up, and then last week, and I wasn't here for the Thursday and Friday practices, but I'm sure it's a full go. What I want to see today, and they're going to be on the practice field when I get off the air, I'll jump in and watch almost all of today and about half of tomorrow. Just the overall, not just Brock, just the overall team speed. And when you watch them, when they had any time off, when it was the home opener against the Giants on a Thursday, and they came back to play Arizona the next week, it was mainly McCaffrey. It was just, wow, is he fast? And Debo's fast, and those guys, and syncing it up. And, yeah, I mean, Brock's mind has got to go through it. And today's going to be install day, so you'll have the defense, the scout team defense, repping the Joe Barry's defense and all that. But when you're looking at overall functionality of the offense, the timing of everything, I do want to see him get back to where they were, John. There were times in the Washington game where I could see it, especially in I told you about our broadcast location at in Landover at FedEx Field in the end zone. You could see Brock throwing, especially Ayuk, the routes that were open. But, I mean, the Christmas night game did not go well here. They didn't play 60 minutes of great football against Washington. You didn't have to win the game. They spurred it here and there to take the game. And then, the Ram game, you don't wind up playing your guys. So I think how they handle the week of practice to get ready for this. So, is there a little bit of you get off to a bit of a slow start on Saturday? They're just such a fast-starting team. They just have not been. I mean, the season opener against Pittsburgh, they went right down the field and scored. I mean, the 49ers beat you, and everybody wants to harp on they can't come from behind. Well, they haven't had to. In certain games, it would have been nice. Obviously, the Cleveland game comes to mind. The Baltimore game is going to be hard to come from behind. That was a 13-12 game, and all of a sudden, damn, it's 30-12. How'd that happen? It was damn near impossible to come back. But, I mean, that'll be one of the things, that first series. We do expect LaFleur to take the ball. Either way, if they win the toss, they're going to say, we want the ball. Is that what they're going to do? And let the Niners go out and 10 touchdowns on opening drives this year, 2 field goals. You're going to let them, 76 points. You're going to fall behind 7-0 in a playoff game. You're going to take the ball and then go score. But if you don't score, then you're falling into Kyle's trap. What does he want to do? He wants to score the last possession of the first half, the first one of the second half,
do him a favor
and lap them. But, I mean, so going into the game, you're talking about Brock hasn't played in 20 days. If you're LaFleur, Do you do what you did to Dallas, and they didn't have the bye week, what you did to Detroit on Thanksgiving Day? If your captain goes out there, whoever it is, say it's Aaron Jones, he calls tails it is, captain, what do you want? Are you taking the ball if you're LaFleur, or are you deferring to the second half?
Look, it worked in Dallas, and it was a smart move. But like you said, 99% of the time, you want the ball to start the second half, and you can dictate things. And if you don't do that, Kyle has done that so many times where they score at the end of the half, they score at the third quarter, they double dip you, and you're done. I mean, that's
they
all.
lap you.
You're doing Kyle a favor, I think.
Right.
And with this defense, that's the first thing they're going to say is, hey, they want the ball because they think they're going to come down and score on you. You shut them down. One series a lot of times doesn't make the whole game, but if you shut them down on that first series, you get the ball and you score. Damn.
Well, that's and going into the Dallas game at Arlington, how big was that for them to go right down the field and score that first touchdown?
Especially for a young team.
And it got Dak a little tight booty after that.
Yeah.
He did not play well.
You mean the second team all-pro quarterback?
I don't even want to go there.
My God.
I don't want to go there.
He was terrible.
And, Brock was voted the NFC starter in the Pro Bowl. It's just weird the way they do this. Brandon Ayuk is not a Pro Bowler, but he's all pro. What I'm looking at now is NFL honors. They invite 3 finalists to go there for the ceremony for MVP. You're already seeing the ads.
But it's the same people who vote for the all-pro team.
Is it the same people?
Yeah.
It's Associated Press Award?
Uh-huh.
So should we anticipate
I don't think he's going to be there.
Lamar and Dak and McCaffrey being the 3 and not Brock?
Yeah. That's what that told me.
Is it the same exact amount of votes? It's 50?
We were talking to Mayoko. It's 50 of those same. I think it's the same 50.
The same 50 that vote for MVP vote for All-Pro?
If he's the second team All-Pro quarterback, then Brock's probably not going to be there. Well, he's be very busy anyway that weekend.
I'm going to research. I'm sending a text to Debo.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Okay.
It's Pop and London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, our Cumulus media station. Let's get to it. We got a couple of Niners, got a couple of Warriors as they come off that terrible loss to the Grizz. Let's get to it.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, Kyle Shanahan and the crew, they were watching the Packers. They took that 20-0 lead, and they went, the Packers it will be. Ended up being 27-7 at half. The Cowboys actually had that field goal to make it 27-10, but then the Packers took off from
Brandon
there.
Aubrey missing an extra point?
I saw that doink.
Wow.
Yeah, that wasn't great. But the Packers ended up winning. The 49ers knew pretty early, and they got after it early. Here's Kyle Shanahan, not surprised that the Packers won.
I would say so before we got into the playoffs, just because, we hadn't really studied Green Bay and watched them. Once we had those 10 days to kind of view a lot of people, then you realize that they had a good shot. I mean, didn't know who was going to win, but so it didn't surprise me what happened. Dallas is a good team, so, just the way it started out was a little surprising. But once you watch the tape and you really get into Green Bay and you really think of their numbers and you really watch their players and how they're doing it, it doesn't surprise me at all now.
Interesting that you look at the NFC. No Dallas, no Philly, no Rams. So it's Bucks, Lions, Packers, just like we all thought.
Bucks and Lions and Packers, oh my. Well, I mean, whatever it is, it is. And Green Bay and Tampa Bay are surprising based on how they conducted their off seasons. You thought Tom Brady's gone. They're bringing in Baker on a 1-year, $4 million prove-it deal with incentives. Where do they think they are? It's not a great division. They had a better record this year than last year, 9-8 and 8-9. Their defense, they haven't changed their defense much. It's all there. And then Green Bay going to Jordan Love, but they made this move years ago when they drafted Love in the first round, right after the Niners took Brandon Ayuk, interestingly. And Love is just, he's a skilled player. Even the game where he threw 2 to Sam Womack III. I think he threw a third in that game as well to McCrary Ball. I watched him warm up before the game and I watched Rodgers warm up. He just has a whippy arm. His ability to throw off that back foot where the pressure, and he moves. He can slide both ways. Romeo Doubs is a go-to guy. Christian Watson, Trey Lance's guy from North Dakota State. How many more snaps will he get in this game? The Dallas game, he was in and out. He had missed 5 in a row in 8 total games, the hamstring injury. Is he good to go? I mean, they've got, obviously Dobbs can run that sail route where he fakes the over route and runs the corner off of it. Did it over and over again against Dallas. But Watson, John, just runs the straight vertical route. They got some weapons on this team. So They're one of the hotter teams in football. Tell me who's hotter than they. Buffalo, probably. Buffalo hasn't lost since the Philly game. But they got a hot quarterback, and they got a hot overall team. I know they're young, but this to me is a dangerous team, and I'm sure Kyle's laying it out that way.
What's interesting is with Jordan Love, and I went to Utah State, so I watched a lot of his college career. In his senior year, he had 20 touchdowns and 17 interceptions. He just threw some of the dumbest throws that you could ever think of. And what this does, and maybe he would have just developed anyway, but sitting behind somebody like Aaron Rodgers, just like Rodgers did behind Favre, and he reminded me a lot in his rawness of a Trey Lance. Now, he started for 3 years, so he's different that way, but he's a really good athlete. And I just think if he was forced to play, he'd already be out of the league. But he was able to sit there. He was able to get better because when he was a senior in college, now part of it was he didn't have a whole lot around him, so he had to try to make a bunch of plays. But he just threw some balls where you're just like, what are you doing? And they've coached him well. He knows the offense. He's a really good athlete, and he's just on a great run. Since November, he's 21 touchdowns, 1 interception. On third downs, he's 13 touchdowns, no interception since November. I just think, like you said, a lot of good skill guys. I think the 49ers in the trenches, especially the defensive line against this younger offensive line, especially on the flanks, I think they have a real opportunity to get to him.
Dallas, they handled Parsons, and Nick's a stronger player in the run game, but they manhandled Parsons. Are they going to line up with those double tight ends a lot? Are they going to put the quarterback under center? They wanted to cram it right down Dallas's throat, and Dallas is just, the injury to Van Der Esch when he got hurt against us. He's not a great pass player, but he plays the run well. Dallas just got light in the linebacker level. They were anyway. And I think that was the difference. Are they going to play
basically
the same way?
Safeties at linebacker.
14, yeah. But then, they have Jones 33 they play. But they were, Green Bay just, got them with the run game. And the first thing is Aaron Jones. But the Niners have played well against Aaron Jones, with the exception of that one Aaron Rodgers dump off against them in the snowy night at Lambeau when he took that ball down the right sideline. Jaquiski Tartt, if he does not make that tackle, what would the score have been? Because they scored right away on the first drive and the touchdown pass to Devontae. They would have been up, I think it was 14. They would have had 14 at that point. But Tartt makes that tackle on Aaron Jones. Then Jimmy Ward blocks Mason Crosby's field goal. They stayed at 7. They get to 14 on a snowy night. Do the Niners win that game?
Good point. Here's Dante Whitner, joined us a little bit earlier, of course, former Niners defensive back, and you see him on TV on NBC Sports Bay Area before and after Niners games. Thinks it's going to be a blowout, baby.
Well, it's a huge advantage. And another advantage is, Love is playing great. He played great in his first playoff game, but he's no Aaron Rodgers. And we saw what the 49ers did to Aaron Rodgers in the past. And even when I was with the San Francisco 49ers, what we did to those Green Bay Packers team. I think that it's going to be a huge advantage for the 49ers, being that this is a Green Bay Packers defense that really can't stop the run. And when you go back and you analyze their entire season, they gave up over 200 yards rushing 4 times and over 150 yards twice. And 4 out of those 6 games, they lost those games. And when you see a team fully rested like the 49ers, who really want to run the football with Christian McCaffrey and MVP, Pro Bowlers, and All-Pros all over the field, this game won't be close between the 49ers and the Green Bay Packers.
How about that?
35-17, he said.
35-17.
Gone, Pack, gone.
Take that.
At some point in the game, we heard Dak Prescott on Sunday yell, here we go to Mexico.
Did he say to Mexico?
He did. Right after the pick 6 to Savage.
Oh, that was
when Kyle heard that, he said, all right, it's out of the Packers.
I always like watching the Dallas fans because, at least this year they won't get knocked out by the 49ers like they usually do. But when they start showing the Dallas fans, the best shot yesterday was Jerry in the booth. And he's just sitting there seething.
When he spun around in his chair?
He's seething.
What did he say? Anybody got Belichick's number?
Exactly. That might be it.
When the Wicks poster out to go up 20-0, when they scored that one, he spun around in his chair.
He's not liking that. All right, let me get at least one Draymond in here. The Warriors lose 116-109 to the Memphis Grizzlies, or at least what's left of the Memphis Grizzlies. Yesterday, an unknown team. Who was that guy? G.G. Jackson, who was on TNT afterwards when Shaq asked him a question. He was like giddy. The guy was like overwhelmed.
No, Giddy plays for Oklahoma State, John.
Yeah, that's true. This
is Gigi.
Here's Draymond already getting on the guys about their defense.
It falls off in having pride. Just got to have pride in yourself as a man. And I'm not going to let my guy score. Our closeouts was too soft. Our rotations were too slow. So it's just no pride. And until every guy take pride in themselves and want to stop the guy in front of them, we'll suck.
Welcome back, Draymond.
That's Draymond. Yeah. I would just say it was good to have Draymond back. I thought he played well. There was one moment where he got into it with Kuminga a little bit. We talked so much about his behavior and changing and the antics and all that. And Kuminga inbounded the ball side out of bounds and threw it to Draymond. And Kuminga just came in bounds and didn't look for the return pass at all. Draymond threw it to him and it went out of bounds off of Kuminga. And Draymond looked at him like, what are you doing? The inbounder gets the ball back a lot. And he started out being calm, and then he kind of got worked up a little bit. I thought, is he going to punch Kuminga's first game back? But he backed off. He hit some threes. He had some sloppy turnovers on defensive rebounds where a lot of, he rips and runs, but he threw it ahead, just threw the ball away. One time he threw it out of bounds late in the game. Shards had some terrible entry passes. Steph got trapped and sloppy in the ball handling, and Kuminga acted like he never saw a double team before, and they were coming to him late with Jaren Jackson. But in any event, Gigi the movie, 1958, young girl, free-spirited teenager living in Paris. John, I never forget.
He was free-spirited.
I never
that
forget.
Dude get like 23.
I never
last
forget
night.
Gigi.
It was ridiculous. And
Kind of
finally,
had a crush on her.
Here's Steve Kerr. Great to have Draymond back.
Draymond played well. He played hard. It's good to have him back. And obviously, as a team, we didn't play well. But, Draymond competed, and good to get him, kind of back in the fold.
There you go. Steve Kerr with coach voice.
And Doc Rivers did the Warrior game on Wednesday with Doris Burke and Mike Breen. Can you hear
He's
Doc?
got nothing left.
Can you hear him?
He's thin.
Whatever he's
got
saying
nothing
is
left.
great, but I have to re-rack it. Like, what'd he say? What'd he say?
He's got
What'd he
coach's
say?
voice.
He
I mean,
cannot.
you scream touchdown San Francisco. You sound fine.
Nah, but I don't
Those
yell
guys.
all the game. I mean, PJ Carlissimo
Screaming.
lost his voice. What does Doc have? Polyps like Bill Clinton on the larynx?
man.
What's going on there? He has a lot to say.
Kyle
and
sounds
his points
fine.
are
Doesn't
great.
Kyle scream at people all the time?
He does. Now, Kyle does not lose his voice when he gets sick. But Doc is, and I think his points are better than Mark Jackson's. But are you having a hard time hearing Glenn Doc Rivers?
Yes.
It's hard to hear him over the crowd.
Steve can't go back to broadcasting. He's got
They
no
almost
voice
have to,
left.
whenever Doc's talking, turn off all the other mics.
Right.
Kill Breen's, kill Doris's, kill the crowd mic so he can hear, or put Doc
Well, I
in
guess it's true. They're
put
screaming
Doc in
over
a
crowds
studio.
and stuff like that.
A lot of
and all
guys
that.
just don't have the voice to cut over the
Yeah.
crowd. There's certain guy, I'm trying to think who else. PJ's got a problem.
Oh,
with that.
his voice is
Yeah, it's thin.
screaming
Coach's
at people.
voice. But Doc's got a lot of good things to say. I just can't hear it.
Exactly.
So is Steve
Screaming
did
at
Steve
people.
have that kind of voice when he was doing TNT?
Not that I remember.
Or with Marv? Yeah. I mean, was it? It was thin, but it's not like it's now.
No, it's like every press conference, like,
Yeah.
needs something like, it needs a Steve DeBerg. Steve DeBerg
When's
with
he
that.
do? Oh yeah, the little box. Yeah,
they
the
need-
speaker.
he needs a speaker box.
Speaker
He
box.
needs to connect to a speaker box and then to the microphone.
Cut his
Something,
speaker. We're putting Joe in anyway, DeBerg.
Jeez, crazy. All right, there you go. There is your foreplay. One thing we haven't gotten to today, Dusty is back. We'll explain those kind of things. And there's a tour. Instead of what we normally do, we come back from the Super Bowl, and that next week we're usually at Oracle Park. But not
They're
this
starting it Saturday.
Yeah.
This Saturday.
It's hard, like they're doing a tour.
But it's done right in time for Ravens Texans.
Yeah,
1
perfectly.
o'clock.
So
Perfect.
yeah, they've timed it
10
well.
to 1.
So we'll explain that to you coming up next. Pop in London, only here on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
John Dickinson, super reporter and host of Dubs OT, gave his thoughts after another disappointing Warriors loss, this time to the Grizzlies. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Popoff here. Or if you are a homeowner about to start a remodel or design project, do your architect or designer a big favor and visit Golden State Window and Door Design. You can tour any of their showrooms virtually through your computer under the Products tab at goldenstatelumber.com. Like most of us, designers love options. The Marvin brand alone offers a good number of window styles like the Elevate casement and awning window, the modern direct glaze, and modern push-out casements. For doors, you can see the bi-parting sliding French door, very cool, very beautiful, the Elevate in-swing door, and the multi-side 10-foot door. Got many options, so check out the many attractive options at Golden State's other showroom locations. Then pass on your list of ideas to your designer. When you're ready, schedule an appointment online to visit in person. Golden State Window and Door Designs in the Bay Area, leading manufacturer and retailer of Marvin. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. is. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Obviously, when they signed, I was, upset because I don't want to, you don't want to face those guys, and especially, the Dodgers getting them. You guys know, I grew up an A's fan. Honestly, I didn't know much about. I knew the Dodgers and Giants didn't like each other, this and that, and then I got to the Giants in 2014, and so I've been with the Giants now. It's my 10th year. I don't know. There's just something about those guys that you don't like. You can't explain it, and that's how I felt, and it kind of added to that. So yeah, I didn't want to see it. Obviously, I was hoping that we were in there, and if anything, just stay away from there. If you're going to sign with someone other than, the Angels, I'm talking about the one guy, but yeah, it's tough.
That's Logan Webb. He was on this morning with Marcus and Murph. And by the way, he is going to be in Sacramento this weekend. So rather than just a single fan fest, this is what's going on. And it's an expanded series all across Northern California. So the first stop on the tour is Sacramento Saturday at Rivercat Stadium from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Admission free. Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, Brian Price, Alicia Nacken, and more.
Did you say Blake Snell?
I did say
Sable.
Sable. Sorry, not Blake Snell. Did I say Blake Snell?
You said Blake
Sable, not Snell. Did I say Blake Snell?
No, you did not. I'm just joking.
I thought I might have.
Sorry to interrupt you. Anyone else? Alyssa Nacken, anybody else? Dusty Baker?
That's it.
He's from Granite Bay.
Well,
he's right there.
He's got
an eco-friendly home,
Yeah.
Has for years.
That's pretty cool. Bringing Dusty back to the Giants.
Yeah.
Even cooler if you're Alex Bregman.
When are they gonna announce that? Nothing officially. Ann Killian's been writing about that for a long time. So I think that's been in the works. And they just had to figure out a role. So he'll work with Farhan, obviously, and Larry. And I mean, from a PR standpoint, they're bringing back, Bo Mel as manager and Pat Burrell, and they're doing a good job there trying to win over the fan base, bringing back guys. And now Dusty, Johnny
Bring
Be Good.
Some players in place.
Well, they got Jordan Hicks. So tell me,
Super opener.
Logan Webb, we assume, is going to start opening day. He'll be his third straight, right?
Yeah.
He's the guy.
Yeah.
So we don't have Alex Cobb. He's got a bad hip. Robbie Ray's coming back from a flexor tendon.
You wait till August.
Could go Harry and Son.
Uh-huh.
No, but would it be Jordan Hicks? Would be your second guy in the rotation? And how is he going to do this? Is he a full-blown starter? Or is he going to be the ultimate opener? I mean, the guy throws gas. He throws 100.
He's Nuke LaLoosh. He just doesn't know where it's going.
Is his walk rate a little high? He's got a strike zone.
Why?
I mean, career, he's got 255 punchies and 133 walks. And what's his innings total? 243. So he punches out more than one inning, which is okay. The walks are workable. But it's interesting how they see a guy, and we saw him in St. Louis, and Jordan Hicks threw hard. And then he went to Toronto. I think you wanted him at one point, didn't you, when he got traded to Toronto?
I don't mind him, but it's just 4-44. Steph Curry once played for a 4-44. I mean, that's a little much to be taking a chance on.
Ty Lawson got 48 for 4.
Yeah.
He beat him out by $4 million.
My only issue would be, look, if he doesn't work as a starter, and I think he has 212 appearances, I'm doing this off the top of my head, and I think 8 are starts, and he has 26 innings pitched and 21 walks. That's not great, but it's a small sample size. Okay. But if you're saying he's going to be a starter, he's not.
The 8 starts were all in one season.
Yeah, he's not going to be a full-blown guy. I think what it is clearly he's an opener. He's going to throw.
Well, they're going to stretch him out to be a starter, aren't they?
You think so?
Well, he's incentivized by innings pitched in his contract. So
but
I think
isn't that a pretty big chance to take in a guy who has 8 career starts and give him 4-44? That's.
Well, I think they see something in him. Now, is that Bob Melvin that sees something in him? They have different eyes. New pitching coach, obviously, a guy from Tamalpais High is there. They got Garvin Alston. Is Garvin going to the Fan Fest?
He'll be there.
We had him on the air with Kyle Harrison, who's Sacramento's pitching coach. So
I like him.
They must see something in him. That's a lot of money, but it's not enormous.
And if worse comes to worse, then he's a setup guy that can throw 100. I get it. And if he's an opener, then he's a guy that's throwing 100, and then you're going to throw somebody like Ryan Walker behind him or something.
They mentioned Ryan Walker, so now you got a couple of open. I mean, I think he'll be more than an opener. I think they'll stretch him out in spring training to be able to do it. Now, most guys, he was a starter, referring to Jordan Hicks, the new Giants signing. in the minor leagues, and then he became a reliever, and that's happened a lot. But usually when you see a guy make a move, it's like Dennis Eckersley or John Smoltz one year went from being a starter to a reliever or a short reliever closer. And Smoltz actually went back and was a starter again later in his career. How many guys that were predominantly relievers in their career, late in their careers, became starters? I'd have to think about that more. But by and large, it's been starters who would maybe want to take a couple of pitches away or lost a little bit, and they made the conversion to be relievers. How many relievers from almost all of their career, with the exception of 8 starts, became true starters and not openers?
Well, in today's landscape of pitchers, if you stretch them out, maybe it's 5. I still think, it's impressive, his stuff, and his strikeout rates are pretty good. His walks are alarming. I don't see him going 5. I see him being a super opener, which, whatever, people think openers. I just want to win the game. But I think 4 and 44, who are you competing against? Was somebody going to give this guy 4 and 44? Was anybody going to give him anything close to this? I mean, I don't think so.
All right, so Jordan Hicks is here.
Yeah.
I mean,
it is what it is.
Blake Sable will be at the Caravan.
Yeah, not Snell.
Is Blake Snell ever going to sign? What is Scott Boras waiting for? Are we going to go into spring training?
Somebody will blow out an arm,
Is Scott going to have one of the Scott Boras camp where all of his clients who have not yet signed?
Jordan Montgomery.
He does it. Well, he's also got
Bellinger.
Bellinger. Where's Matt Chapman going?
You keep hearing the Giants' names. You know what's interesting? Jim Bowden has done this again. He wrote a column yesterday, and it's got the Giants going to sign this guy, and the Giants going to sign that guy.
When?
Somebody tell Farhan that, because it doesn't seem to me.
Tell Scott Boras that.
It seems to me that all the teams are once and for all telling Scott Boras, sorry, man, we're not going to meet that number. It's ridiculous. So maybe, but you know what he's waiting for? He's waiting for someone to blow out an arm on the pitching side of things. And then he'll say, oh, Blake Snell's here, Jordan Montgomery's here. Because it seems to me that whatever they're asking for is clearly not what the market wants to give. Blake Snell is not perfect. I'll be the first to say it. I mean, I like him. He won the Cy Young.
He was pretty good last year.
He was great. But he's 31, and he had a really high walk rate. He threw a lot of pitches, and he didn't get through a lot of innings. I get it. He's still absolutely elite and was awesome last year. But I think there are some people who are saying, we're not sure. But, I mean, here's a guy who won the Cy in both leagues. He's pretty good. So Boras must be asking for just way too much money, because the Giants still need pitching, because without Cobb and without Ray for a while, and depending on that, you're going to go Logan Webb and super opener.
Well, I mean, obviously Bob Melvin knows Blake well, and Brian Price. We had the Giants' new pitching coach on the air.
Him, right?
Well, he said after maybe like early May, he locked in and was more consistent, and he thought he was. He wound up winning the Cy Young in the National League, but he thought he was the best pitcher in baseball, or at least in the league. And when you look at his log and his start by start, there was a point there where he was going 6 and 7 innings every single start. I'm going from his last start of the year, September the 25th, against the Giants, and I think that was against Logan Webb, as I recall. 6 innings. Start before that, 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 6. He had a 5 and a 5, a 6. So the last couple of months of the year, he was more efficient. The walk totals were down, and he was getting through the lineup a third time. And even deeper, John, he was going 6 and 7 innings every single start. Early in the year, it was more, 4s and 3 2/3 to start the year and 5s. But once and what he said was he used the bottom of the strike zone and not just the top of the strike zone. You think of Blake Snell, I think of Robbie Ray. It's that high fastball coming at you and just blowing guys away. High. He does that, but he was getting, bottom of the strike zone, and Patrick Bailey could help him there before they go to robo-ump. So I think it's just a question of how much money, and they, Yamamoto got that contract, and here's Boras
saying, well, my guy's worth this.
He's thinking, right. And then Marcus Stroman wound up signing with the Yankees. How much did he get?
He didn't get a ton. See, that was a guy that I thought the Giants would be after, and you and I talked about it when the Cubs weren't going so well. There was supposedly interest in, I don't know why it waned and why he ended up in New York, because that was a reasonable contract. That seemed like something the Giants would do.
He got injured last year. He wasn't as effective later in the year.
But I guess my biggest thing is you wouldn't give Gausman 5, but you're going to give Jordan Hicks 4. And Jordan Hicks is far less of a known commodity.
What, he got $90 million?
Yeah. But still, it was always like, I'm not going to give him X amount of money.
Right.
Or X amount of years, I guess I'm saying.
How many loonies is that? Well, that'd
question. I
be
don't know that
45
rate.
million loonies, right? It's $2. What's a loonie? $2?
Gotta start saving
But it's
for Vegas
Canadian. We
now.
got to go with the exchange rate. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, that's true. All right, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol, including Kyle Juszczyk. Yeah, he's on fire and everything like that, but his wife is really on fire. We'll explain. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
fan caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense?
Okay. Listen.
Who was that, Chris Rose?
Chris Rose and Maurice Jones-Drew. Chris Rose asked Maurice Jones-Drew if Kansas City could ride the D, and then he clarified the defense.
Got it.
Kansas City's. Maurice Jones-Drew looked at him like, what? Those guys are sophomore. They need to grow up. And we would never.
I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense?
Okay. Listen.
That was Saturday night. I saw them in studio. Did MJD then fly to Detroit City?
He did.
For the Rams radio?
Yeah.
With JB?
Lost by a point.
Good game.
Oh, man.
That was a really
That was a good game.
That was a good game. Were you cheering for the Rams in that game? Why don't you believe in Detroit? So you're going back to when you lived there.
It's hard to get over
the
that.
0-16. Move on.
I was there.
There's
I
no
was in that
players
building.
there's no players from that team. Rod Marinelli ain't walking through that door.
It was painful.
This team is solid.
Painful.
They are a good team.
Yeah, they're good.
Golf played great.
Give that Laporta, the tight end, credit too, man. He was limping around. He caught that touchdown.
The two running backs,
Yeah,
the
they're good.
offensive line, the left tackle's a bit of a weakness, and then the secondary. You know what they missed the most is Emmanuel Mosley's injury. How big is
they
that
go after
for
those
them?
corners, man.
Yeah, they're a
Cam
corner.
Sutton and those guys.
Cam
They
Sutton's
go
getting
after
an
that.
attack, but their pass rush is there.
I heard a couple of different things. Now, we saw this a few weeks ago when Debo showed up in Arizona, right? He had the big puffy vest and it had the Brock Purdy 13 on it. And we were like, whoa, that was Christian Juszczyk, Kyle Juszczyk's wife. And then, was it Saturday?
Saturday. They were
Second
riding the
game
D.
Saturday. They were. The
Taylor
Kansas City
Swift.
D.
I like the little dance move she was doing.
Yeah, she was going.
Kelsey's mom.
She knows what she's doing. So she had the 87 Kelsey, but this was like a full-blown puffy jacket.
8 and a 7,
And
1
then
and 5.
Brittany Mahomes had the 15 version of it. And now Kyle Shanahan said today that she wants I'm not sure which player she wants, but she wants one now.
Who does?
Kyle
Kyle's
Shanahan's wife wants
Oh.
one. So now
She doesn't want Kyle Shanahan, head coach?
Probably not.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, what's that going to look like?
I bet they'd pick Debo in that house. They love they love Debo.
So you might get that. But, Kyle Juszczyk, Harvard guy, real smart. You'd think right after his career, he'll do all sorts of stuff. But how about
his
Kristen
wife.
Juszczyk, man? She's taking off.
She's just starting to learn to sew. You hear the story? A couple of
I saw the whole video and everything.
But the Halloween, she came up with a Halloween costume for them from a couple of years ago. She learned to sew, and then she started making this. Has she made a juice one? Does she have a 4-4 in the Juszczyk? And does she spell her her last name correctly?
Yeah,
and is she charging everybody for this, or is she doing it?
She turns like the jersey because
She takes an actual Niners jersey, a Chiefs jersey, and does
she
it.
did a nice job with that stuff.
Is she just sending it to Kansas City without charge? It's the Swifties.
Well, she probably. You know how much money she's going to make off of that just from the Swifties wanting one of those
Well,
things?
is she charging now? She have a business?
Well, she's going to charge the rest of it. She just gave Taylor probably a sample one for free. Now
it's a good look.
Now the bunch of them
But it's nothing
out.
like the Brockle Doodle.
Oh, I like that hat.
This hat.
Yeah,
Why is this not
that is
catching
a nice
on?
hat.
Love this hat.
I would think that Kyle's wife will have a Purdy. Watch, she'll have a. But you don't need a full.
She wouldn't have a Juszczyk? Oh, Kyle Shanahan's wife.
Yeah.
No, but it's Debo.
But you don't need a big puffy jacket. Now that day was it -20? My God, Andy Reid.
It's kind of hard when you're the head
coach.
coach's wife. You can't play favorites. She should just go Jerry Rice or Montana or something.
Do an old one.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry be all over. Jerry be on the field like he'd probably steal the jacket.
John
from her.
Elway one. It's not good when you have a single digit. You need the double digit.
Yeah, you got to
have just
both.
a 7. What do you put it right down the zipper?
Yeah, you probably need it.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a good point. Probably need both. A couple other things. Oh, by the way, we didn't mention this today. Did you see where the NBA officially put out a report citing medical data collected from teams over the last decade, which claims that load management does not lead to fewer injuries?
Okay.
So there you go.
I'm sure they presented that
So let's stop it.
for the CBA. Well, they've already eliminated it.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Load management doesn't help.
Okay.
So let's get 300 innings out of pitchers. Let's be playing 82 games,
that's a little-
45 minutes.
Okay.
Let's go.
So,
Let's get going.
so all these
back.
analytics people were just making it up. Where's the data? What does Celebrini say about that?
David Aldridge wrote the piece. He's got credibility.
Okay.
Does he not?
All right. That's the data they presented to the networks and to the executive director of the Players Association, Michelle Roberts.
Said, let's go.
Okay.
Adam Silver's like, play 45. No doubt.
Why doesn't the NFL make their guys play the last game of the year? Did they find anybody for Lamar Jackson not playing quarterback? Did they just step in?
But
Did
that
they
makes
tell
a
their
ton of
team?
sense.
Well, what's the difference?
It's a physical game.
And the NBA's not?
Kinda.
They're not bumping and grinding?
Not to that extent.
So you're going to tell me how to run my team? Why don't they do that in the NFL? You've got to play Lamar Jackson. You've got to play Brock Purdy. Why don't they do that?
Well, they've already got the money in the pocket.
Those games don't matter. They sold the tickets.
Well, we'll see if they matter. We'll see this weekend.
You're okay with that? You're all right with them letting
fine
go?
with it.
Why is that different?
Because the game's
play
much more
82
physical.
in the NBA.
Well, you got to at least play 65.
They don't get hurt in the NBA. It's not physical.
I'll tell you what the big thing is going to be. A guy's going to play 64 games. He's not going to be eligible for the awards. People are going to get all upset.
How did the
about
Warriors,
that.
by the way, getting out of not playing Steph on Saturday? Because it wasn't on network TV.
Exactly.
Yeah, I bet they decided to do it Saturday in Milwaukee rather than on Martin Luther King on TNT. They would have gotten in trouble.
No way they could sit him out for that game. All right. Would this be enough for you? Qantas Airlines, a New Zealand couple, successfully demanded a refund and got it after claiming they sat in a passenger's urine for a lengthy international flight. They were told it was just water. It was not. They actually used the pillows as well. And they just thought, oh, this is just water.
Were they sitting on the passenger's lap? No, the urine. He went on the floor.
You know, like a previous flight or something like that.
It was old.
So they ended up.
They couldn't clean it.
No, I guess not. So
they don't have one of those vacuums that suck it up.
No.
Wow.
They initially were denied because their ticket was fully utilized, but they found this response unacceptable and demanded $3,827 apiece. They were going from Bangkok to Sydney.
Interesting.
And they ended up getting their money back.
They had a urine problem as they were flying to Bangkok.
Jeez. Over $7,000. That would not be enough for
I would
me.
ask for a lot more.
Oh, yeah. I think I'd
How long was the flight? Was
10 hours.
Swimming in urine?
10 hours. How about that?
Holy man.
By the way, did you see
how'd they determine it was urine later? The discoloration, was it on the floor or the seat?
No, they said it was on the seat
Sitting
and the
on
pillow.
The guy pissed his pants on the flight?
Apparently
that
so. The
poor
guy before him.
That
Wow. Happens.
Could have been me.
By the way, the airline industry's been going crazy. You see that?
So what happened when he did it on the plane? He didn't say something?
Guess not.
I just spilled my ice water.
It's like, oh, sorry, and then he went to the next. He took off.
You didn't fess up.
You were out, but did you see the story where that whole door, the emergency door, got ripped off the flight going to Southern California?
You just suck him out the door.
They did an interview with the guy sitting behind it. They got so lucky. Like, could you imagine that?
Didn't he get sucked out the door?
No, the guy didn't. They didn't get sucked out of it. That's crazy. Guy sitting
Remember the
right
original
there?
movie Airplane where that happened and they went sucking him out? They sucked him out the door.
Which one, airplane or like airport?
No, not the comedy.
Which one, the comedy?
The actual original one in the airplane.
Oh, like Airport 74 or something like that?
the original one. When OJ did Towering Inferno, they had a couple of them. Poseidon Adventure, remember all those?
I hate it. I don't
Fire,
like any of those movies.
Sea, airplanes.
I don't
I'm
like
not going
any
anywhere.
movie that like Jaws or anything like that. In Airplane, didn't they play like it on the movie?
That was a spoof.
Airplane,
it was an actual
Crashing.
high drama. Was OJ in that one? No,
I don't think so.
he was in Towering Inferno. Ever see Towering Inferno?
Yeah, then he went and digressed.
Well, he became a comedian, but he was originally in Towering Inferno.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he went with Leslie Nielsen and all those.
that was later.
All those ones.
That was later. He got pushed down the flight of stairs in the wheelchair.
Something like that. Yeah, that was him. Let's see. Oh, by the way, you could probably have known this, but doctors reveal exactly what happens when you use your phone on the toilet, and it's grim. And of course, they say all sorts of bacteria on your screen. They suggest that you don't use your phone in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Don't take it with you.
Yeah, then I ain't going. Then it's what are you going to do in there?
Exactly.
I don't have an old sports section. I used to bring the sporting grade and read Jenks. Now I can't even do that. I'm not doing that.
I used to wonder why.
So you know what I do? Speaking of urinating and all, when you're at the urinal,
right,
is when.
Oh no, I never do it then.
Seriously?
No, I don't do it then.
I've had some amazing saves on the phone tumbling into the.
That's why I don't do it.
The hockey puck.
Yeah, I don't do it
in the middle of the urinal.
Really?
You don't do it?
If I sit at the toilet, I'll do it. Now, if I'm standing at the urinal or something like that, that means you're in a public place looking at your phone.
What are you doing there?
It's fast. It's a lot faster. And just get it done.
No, not with my stream. Craig Papa here for Flomax.
I don't do it there.
You get a lot of reading done. I get a lot of work done.
Plus, I need two hands.
To handle a Whopper?
But yeah, I'll sit if I'm sitting. But they say.
So what are
you're
they
not supposed
saying?
to do
You
that.
get bacteria.
Well, there's
from,
two
from
things.
What?
There's two things
from the
they
trough,
say.
from the public urinal. What if I'm on the tushy cushy at home?
They say bacteria, and they also said hemorrhoids because you're there for too long and you're.
Oh, I do have an issue with that, George Brett.
That's what they said.
Wow.
They said you could be pushing there a little too long.
Wow.
So they suggest that, but you're right. I used to remember my dad on Sundays would take the whole paper in there, the whole Sunday paper, and he used to have a giant Sunday paper.
He's right. He'd read the funny page.
He'd be in there for like an hour, and I never understood why he would do that.
Did he come out like a penguin? Yeah. Did he develop preparation hemorrhoids or myrtle tissue?
When you have a family, you realize that's the only time you get, so you just stay in there for a long time. That's what he used to do.
Hemorrhoids are.
Yeah, that's no joke.
Oh, they're.
See, that's what they say.
George Brett went on the DL for a while with that. never quite bought
The only
that.
story I know is the crab's leg story with him.
With George Brett.
I think that was in Las Vegas, as a matter of fact.
Did he have an all-white suit?
So, speaking of
Hi,
Las
George
Vegas,
Brett here for Preparation H. On the whole, Preparation H feels good.
I like that joke. All right, that is your Sweet Clean Family Caboose Twister. We still have a couple of things. Oh, by the way, did you see the story? The guy who was arrested at and this is probably one of your favorite places, the Bass Pro Shop. They have
they're often.
They have these
largemouth or smallmouth. Kevin Bass or Glenn Bass.
They have the giant tanks in there. I
don't think I've ever been in
fish and
one.
stuff.
I don't think I've ever been.
This guy walked up the stairs and he dove in it naked.
What do they have? A big aquarium?
Yeah, like gigantic enough for a person to
Can you
jump
go
in.
fishing in there?
Yeah, no, but they have fish and stuff in there. It's it's an outdoor place, and so just for
I don't think I've ever been in
aesthetically
one.
pleasing, you're walking around.
Do they only have fishing gear in there?
Pretty much, and hunting
Nothing
and
else?
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so a guy actually dove in it and swam around. And then the cops came and he got thrown out of the thing. He was like a fish flopping on the ground. He's all naked.
You're supposed to drop your lure in the water, sir, not lower yourself in.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad news. All right, that is your Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Twister. We have a couple of remnants for you until the top of the hour, and then Tolbert and Copes at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we were, because of a travel ban, a lot of us weren't able to even leave our hotel for 3 days. It was like The Shining.
In your bathroom,
Here's Tony. All work and no play makes Tony a very dull boy.
Here's Johnny.
Our guy Tony Romo and Jim Nantz, they had the Super Bowl this year.
Jim?
He's Phil Silvers. Tom Spencer, who was their right-hand man and tight with Jim, did they get out of Buffalo? I was texting him all day.
Crazy?
They were supposed to play that game on Sunday morning. Got moved to yesterday afternoon. I don't know if they got out last night. I think Buffalo Airport's open. The one thing about Buffalo is they get a lot of snow. So they know how to remove the snow rapidly. They salt the roads, and they get out with the plows, and they move it out. So, but there was some concern. The initial report I got Saturday was, know any real estate agents in Buffalo, Greg? I think we have to move here. And they're going back next week. Honestly, do you fly out of Buffalo and go back home? Nance lives in Carmel, right?
Yeah.
Monterey?
Yeah.
Going to fly all the way back here, then go back to Buffalo for that game is Sunday night.
Patrick Mahomes' first road playoff game ever? How about that?
Ever.
I think
you did play a Super Bowl on the road.
I think you're going to be very conflicted in Vegas because
you think
those
Buffalo's
guys look
going?
good.
Yeah, I mean, how about Josh in that 52-yard run? Looked like he was 3rd and 8. He's going to run for the first down, and then he just put it in the gear. And he's different than Lamar. He's fast, but he's just so powerful. He ran right through the tackle and split both defensive backs, and next thing you know, he's getting snowballs thrown at him in the end zone. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's playing great. So here's the deal. Texans at Ravens. The Ravens are favored by 8.5 in that game. Chiefs at Bills. The Bills favored by 2.5.
That's in the AFC.
Yeah. And then over in the NFC, the Packers and the Niners. The Niners are the biggest favorite of the weekend, 9.5. And the Bucks and the Lions is 5.5. So that's what it is. By the way, give it up to D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. My God, man.
How about Bobby Slowick?
Yeah.
I really did not. I did not. And Bobby was on the staff here. He was the pass game coordinator after Mike McDaniel left and went to Miami. And just watching him develop this year, I don't know if he's quite ready to be a head coach. I didn't see that right away. But as far as standing up in the room and how would he handle himself in a meeting, and the reports were when he met the media as the OC with D'Amico in Houston, a little tight early in the year, but he got better later in the year. But you walk in with an owner and you get the bar. A lot of these OCs are sharp. Can they be the HC? Can they stand up in front of a room and captivate a large audience and do it? Mike McDaniel, I didn't know if he could do it. The guy's 5'4", $140. How could he? But he did. He just did it with his own charm and wit. Can Slowick do it? But when you watch the way they play, I mean, those two tight end
and that's
touchdowns,
a good defense. I mean, the Browns' defense is good.
The first tight end with a double, the beat block, release out right, takes it down the right sideline. But the play where CJ, that was such a Niner play, where CJ Stroud fakes the stretch going left, bootleg right, throwback left to Dalton Schultz, the tight end, who runs a double move, a corner to an over route, and he put his hands up so late the way he caught that ball. He actually bobbled it for a second, and it looked so smooth. I mean, that's all play design, and then he got Stroud executing it. So I ask you, and Baltimore's, the Niners did have to deal with them on Christmas night. I'd love to get a second chance at them, but could Houston go into M&T Bank Stadium and lay that kind of performance on Mike McDonald's defense in Baltimore?
No.
You don't think it's possible?
I mean,
you always take the favorite.
Anything is possible, but
always take the favorite.
the Ravens are. I think the Ravens are good. Really
C.J.
good.
Stroud is really special, and their defense is good. How about the pick sixes they had? D'Amico had a hell of a game.
He was good. Look, I think he's coach of the year. That doesn't, playoff games don't matter, but I mean, that team was expected to be one of the worst teams in the league, and C.J. Stroud's been awesome, and they've gotten a lot of
contributions. They aren't anymore.
from
They're
a lot
going
of
to
guys.
Baltimore as the 4 seed. They won their division. I don't know. And then Tampa Bay's defense is surprisingly, and maybe not, because they haven't lost. Antoine Winfield's a great player. Yeah, I got Diaby, and we saw them. How about them stuffing? I think the height of Philadelphia is no longer Philadelphia.
Yeah, Vita Vea was
when they made the extra point, they jump off sides. Then he decides to go for 2. They put it on the 1 yard line. Gaines goes lower than Jason Kelsey, and then Vita Vea. I remember them stopping the tush push when Tampa played Philadelphia early this year. We kind of looked at that like, wow, could you do what they did? But how about when Tampa Bay shut them down on the 2-point conversion from the 1 yard line?
They face masked on it, but I'll take it.
They did, and they didn't have to.
Vita Vea is just enormous. He's unbelievable.
Well, Peter smaller.
He's just ridiculous. So that's it. And then the coaching carousel continues to turn. This is going to be an interesting one because Belichick apparently interviewed in Atlanta. I can't imagine he would go to Atlanta. I mean, if I'm Belichick, I'm going to call Jerry Jones. I mean, I'm going to call.
You're going to call him?
I'm going to call Jerry Jones.
He's not doing that.
I'm going to call Jeffrey Lurie. I'm just going to double check.
Until Mike McCarthy loses his job. Bill Belichick's been doing this a long time. You don't do that.
But if he goes to Dallas or Philly,
let them call him. They know where he is.
But if I'm not going to Atlanta. What?
Well, the owner there
is
a hell of a
who's
good
the quarterback? Raymond Ritter.
A lot of it is. No, that's Desmond Ritter, John. Now, a lot of it is the owner, and Arthur Blank hasn't been able to get over the top. I mean, just the amount of quality coaches that are available. I was out last week. Nick Saban retired. Just incredible.
And look at the domino effect. That went all the way to San Jose. Brent Brennan went to Arizona because their coach went to Washington. Kalen DeBoer went to Alabama.
Yeah, but in the NFL, I mean, we all thought Mike Vrabel would wind up in New England, but they hired Gerard Mayo. Where's Vrabel? Where's Vrabel going to go? And then Dan Quinn, if you're Seattle and you're watching that performance.
I wouldn't hire him.
Yeah, on Sunday, you got to hire Dan Quinn? I mean, Dan Quinn's a good quality coach and a good defensive coach. They had a bad game. Mike LaFleur outcoached them. And then where does Harbaugh wind up? The amount of quality coaches.
He's talking to the Chargers.
And then who? I mean, are they going to fire Sirianni in Philadelphia? Is Jerry going to find him? We'll see. The media's like, they just jump on all this. We'll see. And I mean, does Howie Roseman keep his job? I mean, to me, it was more of a talent depletion from this year to last year. But you know, it's going to be odd today. And right after I leave, I'm going to practice. Adam Peters is not going to be on the practice field with the Niners. And I think he's been here for every single one. There maybe was a walkthrough on a Saturday. He was watching college football, but to go out and scout as much as he does with his own eyeballs as the assistant GM here for John Lynch. And congratulations to Adam. Bay Area guy, grew up loving the San Francisco Giants, and he worked with Belichick in New England and Elway in Denver. He's now the head of the Washington Commanders. The word there is that Bobby Slowick may be in play for Washington. That would be really interesting to see what they do.
Anybody who Kyle breathes on is going to get a coaching job. You're from the Kyle tree?
Yeah, yes, I mean, Bobby's got to stand up. A little bit surprising it would be 1 year's time where he would go but obviously as a coordinator, he made a great transition doing that. But, and you know, does Adam even have to interview him? That would be more the owner, Josh Harris and Magic and all those guys. But is it possible that he hires Bobby Slowick as the head coach of Washington?
I just know that this is potentially the craziest coaching carousel of all time.
The amount of quality coaches available.
I don't think Pete Carroll's going to keep coaching, but it sounds like Belichick is. Harbaugh is probably going to go to the pros. I don't know why you would coach in college anymore. You have to re-recruit kids every single year. I think that's what drove Saban out. This NIL thing where it's musical chairs every single time. It's crazy. I just recruited you. Yeah, I'm leaving. Maybe $2 million. No. Okay, I'm out of here. Like these guys are like, see ya. I just had to worry about your GPAs and you going to class. Now I got to re-recruit you every single year. Not happening. So it's going to be crazy, this whole thing. Plus, then what if Sirianni gets fired? What if McCarthy gets fired?
Well, there's 7 jobs that are open right now, right?
Yeah.
I know one job that's not open.
Gerard
the
Mayo
San
the
Francisco
one, right?
49ers.
No.
I'm going to go watch them right now, coach their football team.
All right, you're going to be out at practice. We'll give us a full recap tomorrow. It's great to have you back. Thanks to Danny and Walter, as always. Tremendous guest list. Great stuff from Dante Whitner today. and Mark Spears and Dennis Brown. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense?
Okay, listen.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? It helps to turn the microphone on, or you end up talking without people hearing you.
You were on that whole time.
You're miming, like going, that doesn't work. So, what's shaking, everybody? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you today on the show. Brent Jones, Greg Cosell, John Lynch is going to join us for the first time this year. Kyle Shanahan won't be joining us this week because of the Saturday game. And Steve in Douglas Kerr will join us at 5:30. So mostly football, a little bit of basketball. We'll get you caught up on all the super wild card festivities.
Do we have to do a little bit of basketball? Run. Do we have to?
Well, I just said a little bit.
Okay, no, I thought that was too much.
We don't have to do any, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean,
I'm good. I mean, they're just.
I mean, they're not doing much.
They are
of it,
what they are.
Yeah.
They're as Bill Parcells says you are, what your record says you are. Mike, I mean, we'll get into them a little bit. Obviously,
yeah,
we'll talk to Steve.
I was riffing.
But yeah, we got football to get into. We got opponents to get into this week. But interesting week. I mean, it's always right. You're always going to have some upsets. You're always going to have some things that you don't expect. You're going to have things that go exactly how you suspect they're going to go, and it's just but you're not sure which one it is. Let me ask you this: biggest surprise of the weekend?
That the Bills game got moved to Monday. Other than that, I would say, I would say of the biggest surprise, and I'm going to go with the Packers by the margin of victory. Not shocking. Surprising. Didn't blow me away where I was like, I can't believe that happened, because the NFC's been kind of like that all year. And right now the Packers are kind of rolling right now like a playoff baseball team that got hot in September, kind of won, 15 of their last 17 or something like that. And they're like, you don't want to play them, not because they're the best quality team, but they've developed. And we talked about the Lions like that at the end of last year. Watch the hype the Packers have coming into 2025 or 2024 into the season. It'll be like Love has figured it out. He's going to have a better grasp of the playbook. They were a young team. They've got experience. They won a huge road playoff game in Dallas. That, to me, was the most surprising element of the weekend. Not shocking by any stretch to me.
It's really close between that and I hate saying teams quit, but the Eagles came as close to quitting as I've ever seen a team do in the playoffs. Like, that was shocking to watch that team. I know they have been playing well, so it didn't surprise me that Tampa won, but the way they won, it was a joke. I mean, they were just a joke. They weren't motivated. They weren't focused. Their tackling was pathetic. Like, I've never seen so many missed tackles in my life from a supposed good team, like a playoff team. Every time they had a chance to tackle somebody, they missed. Or even if they got hit, the guy fell forward for 2 or 3 yards. Like, they never drove a guy back. It was over hardly before it began. Like, you're just watching it going, this can't continue on, can it? and then it continued on. So the result didn't surprise me. The Tampa winning shouldn't surprise anybody based on them being kind of scrappy this year and really mostly Philadelphia, the way they finished up. But the way they just laid down. I mean, just laid down in that game. That shocked me. I didn't, again, doesn't surprise me they lose. Shocked me that they laid down like that.
Yeah, I'm with you because you're right. The margin of victory thing, I think we all thought for a couple of weeks if that was going to be the matchup, Philly going to Tampa, especially with how Philly continued to finish this. Was it 5 of 6 they lost, including the 49er game? Is that right, to wrap up the year? They were awful. What was their one win?
Niners took the starch out of them.
Seattle beat them. Yeah, Seattle beat them. What was their victory? In between there. It was the Giants. I was going to say, I think it was a division.
They beat the Giants?
They barely beat the Giants.
Beat the Giants and lost to the Giants. Yeah,
33-25 was the final score. Good knowledge, Tim. Anyway, that better be right, by the way. If we look that up. Derek, I need you to fact check that, please. Okay, Christmas Day, they confirm. The attitude's not right. You're right. The demeanor of the Philadelphia Eagles and the way they played, especially second half. And now, does it feel? I mean, I haven't heard anything yet today on Sirianni. Are we all thinking Sirianni's out now? Like, that's incredible. You and I were saying that last week. Like, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl and was out within 2 years. Statue's still up, but he was out within 2 years. They win it last year. Is there a chance Sirianni's fired after starting 10-1 this year, but because you tumble to the end and get eliminated? I mean, it's hard to start that hot after you have the season you have. It's certainly hard to go back to the playoffs. But they fell apart.
It's Philly.
Yeah.
I would think anything's on the table. Yeah. And you have to wonder how much Steichen was the reason that they were able to do what they did last year.
Question.
They have the same offensive weapons. I mean, the defense wasn't very good, but the offense wasn't very good either down the stretch. So I think, especially in a town like Philly, when you have that talent and you realize windows can be pretty short-lived in the NFL, and look who you have out there. Belichick is out there. Harbaugh is out there. Vrabel, who I think is really good, is out there. Like, there's a lot of guys out there that you're like, man, if we had these guys coaching the football team, we'd be fantastic. So it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, it's not going to surprise me if they keep him, of course, but that's not going to be a surprise just based on the town and how you finish. And guess what? That didn't help. Last night did not help. Like, you did not show up for that game, and that has a lot to do with coaching. Mostly the players, there's no doubt about it. I will always stand firm on that. I am for giving the players their props when they do well and cracking them when they don't. That's how I am. But the coach has something to do with that, and that was just, again, that was horrendous. So, yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all if they said, you know what, this is trending in the wrong direction.
You might say that the Eagles were never the same after Big Dom put his big finger in the middle of that big game.
The Niners took the starch out of them.
They were never the same again. We'll get more into that a little bit later. Eagles are out. Cowboys are out. We will get plenty into where the 49ers stand. I mean, we know where they stand, what their road looks like ahead through the NFC playoffs as they are taking on the Green Bay Packers. Another familiar opponent, Green Bay Packers, but have not seen them this season with a new offense now and a new quarterback. Jordan Love is playing really good football. Should let everybody know that baseball season right around the corner here as we're into mid-January now. FanFest is coming on up. Join KNBR for the Giants and KNBR FanFest Tour. It's a new reimagined experience this year for Giants fans that transforms the one-day San Francisco event into an expanded series across Northern California. The first stop is this Saturday, January 20th at Rivercat Stadium from 10 to 1. So you can get out and go out to the event. Then you can go back and watch some 49er football. How about that? January 20th, this Saturday at Rivercat Stadium out in Sacramento. Free admission. Logan Webb will be there, Alex Cobb, Tyler Rogers, Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, Garvin Alston, Alyssa Nacken, and Brian Price. You can get more details at knbr.com/fanfesttour, knbr.com/fanfesttour. All of the tour dates, locations, and the players who will be in attendance are listed on that site as well. So knbr.com/fanfesttour. Logan Webb was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and I think we're trying to track down Blake Sable to join us later this week. He was on with us last year, and for those who don't know, Tom's buddy coached Blake Sable's brother. Correct. Is that right? His older brother in Little League or down in Southern California. And Blake was on with us last year saying that Tom's buddy used to play, they'd have like team barbecues and stuff at his house, and they'd play pickup basketball in the backyard. And Tom's buddy, what's his name?
Steve.
Steve would He said he had the best. Sable says he had the best move as a big guy because kids would all try to defend him, and he's taller than everybody. Said he would just rip a fart on him, and immediately everybody back off, and he just go to the hole.
As he was backing him down.
Just a great move there. So,
fantastic move.
KNBR.com/FanFest Tour.
You might get 2 years for that now.
You might, yeah. Well,
call child services on you.
Well, just don't flop because they might let it go if you flop on that. Let's get back into some football. A huge wild card weekend, some upsets, and now we know who the 49ers take on Saturday. The Packers Saturday from Levi Stadium. At 5 o'clock, do you believe now that the 49ers have an easier road to the Super Bowl? 808 KNBR, your calls, your texts all day long on the 49ers road through the NFC playoffs. Do you believe the 49ers have an easier road to the Super Bowl after what we saw this weekend on Wild Card Weekend? 808 KNBR is the number to call, streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and now on Twitter. We'll get into this next. The Niners road, how easy is it? That's coming up on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's Sports Leader.
The 49ers have their first opponent of the playoffs as they'll take on the Green Bay Packers on Saturday, 5:15 at Levi Stadium, and right here on the Sports Leader. All stories on the matchup are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They looked real good versus Dallas. I think they've looked, haven't got to watch much of them until these last 10 days, and obviously picked it up a lot more these last 2 days. But we were already in here, so we were doing it that day. We had mixed in a little bit earlier in the week, hitting up a couple teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter. Then they scored at the end of the second quarter, so I kind of did both at halftime, and then third quarter I was set on one team.
Niners get the Packers, and there's Kyle talking about his thoughts on the Green Bay Packers. Started game planning on Green Bay at halftime, or halfway through the second quarter, excuse me. So early on in that game, once they started beating down Dallas, and Dallas is going to need about a comeback as the Packers hammer them. Early thoughts on Niners-Packers matchup, third meeting in the playoffs in 5 seasons, first time without Aaron Rodgers, though. NFC Championship back in 2019. Of course, the Raheem Mostert, 4 touchdown, over 200-yard game. Jimmy G, huge in the completion percentage, I believe, that day, 6 for 8. And then they beat him in the snow, the huge special teams play there at the end, where Aaron Rodgers goes down, snow falling on his face, and then he's a Jet a couple of years later. So here's Jordan Love. Your first thoughts on these two teams meeting on Saturday, Tom?
Well, just going back to the game, I got to think Niner fans were so happy just watching the Cowboys get thumped. I don't know what makes the Bay Area happier, Dodgers getting thumped in the playoffs or Cowboys getting thumped in the playoffs. They both rate highly in the Bay Area. There's no doubt about that. I won't say it's the same as a Giants victory or Niner victory because it's not, but it resonates. I got to imagine Bay Area was very, very, very happy and probably stayed to the very end of that game, enjoying every last touchdown the Packers jammed down the Cowboys' pie holes. And I got to say, I didn't mind it either.
Oh, we all loved it. And the Cowboy faithful will roll around and they're loud and they will wear their colors publicly frequently. I was around a lot of Cowboys fans up at Grayton, and I was laughing. It was fun. It's fun to see them. They were gone early. I mean, they left fast.
And that was your and look, I'm not going to say he didn't deserve it because it's regular season, but that was your second team All-Pro quarterback that looked like garbage. So not only do they have a coaching situation to deal with, they have a quarterback situation to deal with. Like, is Dak the guy? Can he win in the playoffs? Is he the guy you want when it's crunch time? Can he lead you to a Super Bowl? I don't know. That's a question they're gonna have to answer. But it was. There's
That's
nothing
a question
quite
Trey Lance is gonna have to answer.
Maybe. There's
That's
nothing quite like the Cowboys just getting smacked around in the playoffs. I mean, I have a special warm feeling toward that as well. Growing up, when they would beat the Rams in the playoffs, and nobody could get by the Cowboys, and they could run into the Cowboys, lose to the Cowboys, regular season lose. So I always hated the Cowboys, and I still hate the Cowboys because it's fun to hate the Cowboys, and the fact that you're so arrogant, you call yourself America's team, makes me laugh. So I did enjoy that immensely. This game, you're running up against a hot football team and a quarterback. I don't know if there's another quarterback playing any better in the NFL right now. I mean, this guy has been phenomenal. And the guys you did not know at the beginning of the season, whether it be Wicks,
Bro,
Dobbs?
Wicks, dude. Yeah.
Is it Wick or Wicks?
Is there an S, Derek?
I thought it was Wicks.
Wicks,
See, I didn't
yeah.
even know.
Yeah.
Is it Wicks?
Yeah, it's not Robert Fick.
So I
it's
was
like,
right.
It's like,
yeah. So I was right. It's like
Hicks.
Sidney Wicks.
There you go.
So yeah, it's Dobbs, it's Watson, it's Wicks, it's who's the other guy? There's Melton, and there's
Melton,
one more.
yeah.
There's one more guy I'm missing that he throws to.
Is it the tight end? Who is it?
No, that's Kraft. But there's one more.
Jaden Allen, is that his name?
I think I'm missing it. I'll look. I'm going to look it up real quick.
They're all kind of the same. I mean, Dobbs a little bit bigger. They're kind of the same guy. That's why they're sort of confusing.
Exactly.
Every time he hits somebody, I was like, is that a different? That's what's wild about him, and that's Jaden Reed. That's his name, Jaden Reed.
Reed.
Is he a rookie?
Reed.
Second year. He's
yeah, but
he's
that's
young,
him.
I think. But
yeah, it's like. That's the thing. It's like, who are the hell? They're all young. They're 1 and 2, first and second year players, and they've all just like come alive. And he's come alive. And the quarterback. I mean, by the way, could Kraft play for anybody other than Green Bay? I mean, come on,
No.
Cheese, perfect. I mean, it's just, it's awesome. It's like when a guy named Mallard played for the Ducks.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, man! Again, you had to go to. You couldn't go anywhere but Oregon. You had to be an Oregon Duck. They're fun to watch. But boy, I'll tell you, I've named all the receivers and the quarterback, but I'm going to tell you what makes a massive difference. Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is like
invisible for the first 11, 12, 13 weeks of the season.
He was hurt and wasn't great when he wasn't hurt. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, damn. Yeah, that offense looks pretty good with him. Looks pretty good with a maturing Jordan Love. Looks pretty good with a maturing wide receiver crew. You wonder how quickly this wide receiver crew matured with Jordan Love, and maybe they wouldn't have with Aaron Rodgers, because instead of getting bitched at and yelled at all the time and given a funny look, you have a guy who's maturing with you and growing with you and making mistakes with you. Maybe nothing, maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. I don't know. I just thought about that when I've been watching over the last few weeks. I still think that defense can be had. I still think the Niners will get 30 plus in this game. That's just my initial thoughts on the game.
Open to spread open at 10, right?
Yeah, I think at 10 and 9.5 now. That 10 seemed large. Like, there's no way I would lay the 10. Not sure I want to take it.
I thought it was too big, and that's what made me think I should probably lay this.
Yeah.
I sort of thought, but if the Niners roll them like 42-10, is anybody shocked? No.
Well, laying double digits in the playoffs is pretty profitable.
It's wild, yeah.
It's pretty profitable
right.
if you want to lay double digits in the playoffs. But, man, I mean, we're talking 10 points for the hottest team in football. But, yeah, you're right. It's that for a reason, apparently. But, dang, they are playing really, really good. And I just don't know. I don't know they're going to be able to come in here. And I know the Niners have had the Packers number recent in the playoffs. That has no bearing on this
different
game,
quarterback, different guy
whatsoever. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Like that doesn't matter to me. But I still think the Niners defensively will be able to do some things. I think the Packers will score. It's not going to surprise me if they put up 21. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But I don't think that's going to be nearly enough. I mean, you could be right. Maybe it is 35-21. I could see 35-24 because I think the Niners can get to 31-35.
Damn, that's 9, huh?
Yeah.
That's 11. Excuse me. It's 11. 35.
Yeah, 11. You're cutting it thin if you get to 9. But I think it's going to be. I don't worry. I know it's funny. They're still like, well, let's see Brock Purdy do it during the playoffs. I'm like, weren't you here last year? Were you here? You remember he did it in the playoffs last year, right? Like he actually played in the playoffs last year. I know, but I want to see what happens when it's a 27-27 game.
Did he have 3 or 4 touchdowns in that game against Seattle? Did he have a rushing touchdown and he threw for 2?
I think he threw for 3. He had a good game. He had a really good game.
I think he threw for 3 and he ran for 1.
That's possible. But it's like they keep putting up these hurdles that they don't have for everybody else. Like when they're, I got to see when he's down 21-7 with 4:12 left to go in the third quarter. Can he come back? Yeah. Like what? At some point, when did the hurdles stop? I mean, even Edwin Moses got to a finish line at some point.
They do it to
you're done with them. I mean, jeez.
They do it to Kyle too, Tom. They do Kyle's record when he's down 8 touchdown or more entering the fourth. I'm like, show me the guy.
Yeah.
Show me the coach who doesn't have a quarterback who's the greatest fourth quarter comeback guy of all time, who has an exceptional record in that spot. So you're right. They keep looking to qualify why it is, or looking for reasons to discount why it is that he is in the position that he's at. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. Do the 49ers, in your mind, have an easier road to the Super Bowl? We will get to all your calls coming up next and throughout the show. Also streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, and now on Twitter, by the way. Just rolling over to the Twitter account. We are streaming over there as well. All right. How about this? Nick Bosa was asked if he was surprised that both the Eagles and the Cowboys are already out of the playoffs. Here's what Nick Bosa had to say.
If you asked me earlier in the year, yeah. But as you see the season go on and in the playoffs, stopping the run and running the ball is how you win. And those two teams didn't do it very good, so they're out.
Can't agree more. Yeah, I love it. They
didn't do it very good, so they're out.
They didn't do it good. Don't forget, he's the one also who said, yeah, we kind of give him a playbook on how to beat or a blueprint on how to beat the Eagles. And basically since then, the Eagles, well, we're not going to see him anymore. You want to hear from them no more. Tom, you think after it's a mixed bag, right? Because you say two teams that the Niners beat pretty easily in the Buccaneers here at home.
Yep.
Who you beat this year, they win. And they beat a team that was spiraling. So how quality of a win is it? You win in the playoffs, doesn't really matter. They end up coming out on top. They get the victory. Then the Packers get hot, and I sort of comped them to the Lions at the end of last season. I think there'll be a lot of hype on the Packers coming in next year. That'll be a fun sort of division rivalry there in the NFC North. The Packers then play really well, and they have for a number of weeks now, knock off a quality defense at home. And the Cowboys, had they lost on the road, you go, well, they're worse on the road. They were supposed to be damn good at home. So is the road in your mind easier, or are they playing tougher opponents now who have wins under their belt and are playing better football than the two teams they could have played otherwise?
Say that one more time.
My point is that the Packers have played good football to this point.
Yep.
Had they lost that game to the Cowboys, I don't think, I think in a lot of people's minds, if you had the higher seed winning, they didn't have to play that great to win at home, and they'd been better at home. So my thought is, if the Eagles and the Cowboys came out on top, we'd have been like, okay, that was sort of expected based on what Bosa was even saying there.
Yeah.
But is the road tougher now in your mind because of what we've seen from the victorious teams, or do you think it's easier based on quality of opponent?
I mean, I think anybody that gets to this point of the season's playing good football. I mean, you can never. It's almost the same as with Purdy. We talk about Purdy and his draft rank. Doesn't matter at this point. I mean, all that's irrelevant. So I think where you finish in the regular season, what your regular season record was, is irrelevant at this point. Like, this is who you are right now. You're not playing the Packers from week 4. You're not playing the Packers from week 7. You're playing the Packers from week, 19, I guess it would be. So, I mean, they're a much different team. They're a totally different team. So, I don't know. Now, I will say this, that I think, in my mind, like if the Cowboys would have won and they had been playing the Buccaneers, that's a much easier. Like, I think much easier, maybe not, but it's an easier game than I think the Packers. But still, I mean, you win a playoff game, you got to play. You're playing good basketball. Packers played great basketball, but Packers played great football.
You're going analogy. I was like, it works for this too.
No, I was not. But I was not.
Yeah, okay.
I was not. Actually, it was had the word again.
You don't win on accident. You don't win the way they did. And
exactly.
Get the way they did.
And you're playing good football at this point of the season. So I don't know that one's easier than the others, so to speak, from that standpoint. I mean, I do think the Packers are going to be harder to beat than the Buccaneers. I think the Lions maybe caught a little bit of a break in that they get the Buccaneers now, and it's going to be hard to imagine them going in and beating Detroit in Detroit. But yeah, I mean, look, I like the matchup for the 49ers. I said before the season or before the playoffs started, nothing. I don't think anything as a fan should scare you. Like, you can lose, but it's not because like that team poses some sort of threat to the 49ers that is just something that is based on who you're playing and what advantages they may have over a specific Niner weakness. Like, I don't buy that at all. I look at the teams. I looked at the teams to begin with and said the Niners are better than all these teams. They should win. They should win against everybody. I still feel that way, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I think this Packer team is dangerous. They're absolutely dangerous, and I give them a puncher's chance in this. And by puncher's chance, I mean if the Niners turn the ball over, if they get stupid penalties, if they help the Packers along. If it's straight up, turnovers are even, penalties are even, then the Niners are winning this game. They might even fly by the spread. They're better, clearly better and more seasoned. But turn the ball over a couple times, get a couple stupid penalties, do a couple stupid things. This team is clearly dangerous enough to win this game. There's no doubt in my mind.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. It's also the number of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line, go ahead and shoot us a text. Give us a call. Do you think the 49ers, after what we saw this weekend, now have an easier road to the Super Bowl? 415-808-KNBR is the number to call and text. You can check in on YouTube at KNBR 1045 and on twitch.tv/thesportsleader and streaming now, of course, on Twitter or X, whatever you call it. You've got the KNBR app and KNBR.com. 808-KNBR, your calls next to the Niners have an easier road to the bowl. We'll get your thoughts on it on KNBR 1045 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the Sports Leader at home. This is KNBR 1045 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon of a holiday week. Most underrated part of a holiday weekend, the 3-day weekend, is the ensuing 4-day week. Unless, of course, your 5th day is still a work day, Tim, but it's a playoff game, dude. It's going to be a lot of fun to be down at Levi Stadium. 808-KNBR is the number to text after what you saw this weekend on Super Wildcard Weekend. Do you think the Niners now have an easier road to the Super Bowl. You can check it on the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or, of course, on the YouTube chat. I see all the suckholes checking in on YouTube. I'll come over and I'm just loading it up. I'll check in just a minute over there. So you guys waiting on the phone lines. We'll get to you in just one sec here. Out on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 209 says it's definitely an easier road. The teams left have exceeded what their goals were for this year, so their hunger for more is not that of the 49ers who have been to Super Bowls and championship games and lost. I don't know that I totally agree with the thought that it exceeds goals. I think some of it has exceeded expectations. I think the Packers are pleasantly surprised with what they have in the quick development as a starter from Jordan Love. I was impressed with Jordan Love early in the season after like week 1, and then week 2, I want to say he played terribly. I forget what their home opener was, which week, whether it was 2 or 3. It could have been week 2. Anyway, if it was week 3, it was against the Saints, and he leads them back down 17 in the second half and started using his legs. And that was sort of a trend early on in the season was he wouldn't scramble, he wouldn't run. He would sit in the pocket and make some throws. He also made a lot of mistakes and was inaccurate. Now you're seeing him move his feet a lot more. He sort of does the arm angle thing Aaron Rodgers has. He's elusive. He's fitting balls into tight windows. He's playing as well as any quarterback in football right now. So to say that teams have maybe hit their peak at the point that they're at now while they play the Niners, I don't know that makes it an easier thing. If anything, in my mind, that makes it a more difficult thing. A team playing with house money that maybe feels like, hey, we're not supposed to win anyway. We're a double-digit underdog. I don't know that I agree that it's an easier road. I think we saw better quality teams. Tampa, I don't know if they're a quality team. We saw Tampa and Baker play as well as he's played all season this year. He made some throws. He also made some bad overthrows. But I think the Packers, the way they're playing right now, young teams, the youngest team in the playoffs, one of the youngest of all time to make the playoffs as a unit, a quarterback in his first year sort of figuring it out. No reason to think that they couldn't be dangerous in the way Brock Purdy was dangerous. Of course, the Niners last year are a far more talented team in terms of quality, but I do think it's as tough of a road when you get to the divisional round when you face almost anybody as it would be if you're facing a number 2, maybe not in the NFC Championship, but from what we've seen quality of team-wise in the NFC, I'd rather play a team that was in their position because of the records they stacked up early than a team like the Packers, who's as hot as they are. And I don't know that they've exceeded their goals. I think they're surprised, maybe not surprised, happy with where they are, of course. And I think they've done more damage than maybe they expected to. But that's house money, and you may not get back here for some time. This isn't a situation where they rest on their laurels. Let's go out to the phone lines here. 808-KNBR is the number to call. Do the Niners have a easier road to the Super Bowl now from what you saw this weekend? Kareem is in Vallejo. Kareem, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, man, thanks for taking the call, Tom and Copes. And I would definitely have to agree with you, Copes. I think that this road could be a little bit harder just because, you have to break down the season into 4, quarters. And you look at the back end of the season for the Green Bay Packers, I think they started off the year 3-6, and then, they got into a good stride. Jordan Love, I mean, the league is in great hands with Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, and C.J. Stroud as young quarterbacks. But, what Love did in Dallas, it wasn't surprising because I always thought Dallas was overrated as a team. That defense, wasn't really as strong as everybody thought that they was. And, when LaFleur got the ball, first and hit him right in the mouth and they got up, 7-0, I just seen it snowballing. And, Green Bay is definitely going to be a handful. Now, I know Tom said that line at 10 was a little heavy, and I think it's dropped to 9.5. But I think the Niners can clear the line. They just can't beat themselves, as Tom said before the break. You can't turn the ball over, and that's what cost us in that Baltimore game. The 5 turnovers, and, the Niners still only lost by 2 touchdowns. It could have been a lot worse. So if the Niners play clean and keep themselves, opportunistic on defense, not having Hufanga, I think, is going to hurt in that secondary in this type of a game because Love is playing so great. But I still think the Niners win by double digits. And I'm looking forward to that Detroit and Tampa game. I think whoever has the least amount of turnovers come out ahead in that game. Thanks for the time, fellas. Have a blessed day.
Appreciate you, Kareem. It's Kareem in Vallejo. I think a lot of what he said is pretty grounded. Made a lot of sense. The Hufanga thing is interesting just because there hasn't been big notice of him being out to this point. I think that's what we've said constantly is Jair Brown, when he's played, haven't heard a lot from him. He does have an interception, maybe 2. I know he's got 1 this year. But when you're not hearing from young players in the secondary, it's a positive. I think because the Niners linebacking is so good, it's going to be the best linebacking core that Jordan Love has seen all season. without question, in Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. I don't know that he's seen a defensive line like this. I'll pull up the numbers. But again, I'd rather play a team that is in the position they're in because of some numbers they stacked up months ago relative to a team that's gotten hot and has improved and is playing better football right now. Your thoughts on some of what Kareem had to say? You think it's an easier or a tougher road, Tom?
I don't know.
You think it's,
I think it is what it is, as they say. It's the NFC championship or an NFC divisional round, and you're going to play good teams at this point. And it could have been, like I said, it could have been Tampa. And yeah, I guess if it's Tampa, you look at it and say this might be a little harder than Tampa. I would think. I think they're better than Tampa. I think they're more explosive than Tampa. And then you still might get the Lions, you might get the Cowboys, but you're going to get them at home, and it's like it was almost like the NFC just kind of disintegrated right in front of our eyes. Like Dallas disintegrated, and Philly just disintegrated, and Detroit's been good, and they've been pretty consistent throughout. So you got to give it to them. But that's why it's been just kind of a weird playoffs and a weird last month of the season, watching these teams struggle, Dolphins as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's any easier or any harder. This game's probably a little harder, I would think. And then the following game, if you get there, you're still going to you probably get the Lions. I mean, now, if you tell me they're going to get the Buccaneers after this, if they win this game, then I'll say, yeah, that was a lot easier than I expected. A hell of a lot easier, because they'll be double-digit favorites in that one, too.
I'd take that again, yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this one could be again. It could be tricky if you help the Packers along, because I think they'll score, but easier, harder than what Philly. I don't know. Philly's so bad. Philly, I think the Niners would have beat them by 40.
So I was thinking, I think I might have felt better about Philly. Not might have. I know I'd have felt better about Philly because we'd have seen it. They'd be coming here. They'd not been playing good football regardless of the kind of win they had. I don't know that anybody would have been impressed had they flipped that score and beaten Tampa in the way. We might have said, oh, are they back? But we said, look what the Niners did to them. They sent them into the tailspin. I'd have felt better, I think, about, not that I feel terrible about the Packer matchup. I think I'd rather play Philly at this point. I mean, we know they lost and we saw what happened. But based on
right now it would.
How they went, well, you can't do that, Tom. Based on how they went into the playoffs, they were the worst team heading into the postseason.
Yeah, no doubt. They proved it.
Yeah, 808, yeah, easily.
They proved it.
808 KNBR is a number to call and to text. 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says the Tampa D looks strong this weekend. 510 says Niners are the team to beat. So glad those Bs in the NFC are gone. Let's go out to Scarecrow. Scarecrow's in Fresno. What's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, guys. It was amazing to me how similar both the Philly game and the Dallas game were. It was almost as if these guys were playing for an opponent ahead of them, and by the time they realized they were in a playoff game, they were already on their back. And I don't think the Niners will do anything like that. But in terms of the Packers, I think it's going to be tough to sustain that kind of effort over two games. And, yeah, they're going to be good. And if the 49ers take them lightly, yeah, they could get beat. But I don't necessarily see that happening.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. Yeah, I'm with you. I think, to Tom's point, they're a team that is a threat because if the Niners don't play sharp, if they give them opportunities, they got a puncher's chance because they're capable of scoring. I think what's a key in this game, and we'll talk more about it as we get through the show and through the week, is the fast start. I think they have to start fast because I think the Packers are doing a really, really good job of that. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll get our guest.
By the way, to the texter, the Buccaneers' defense looked good because they're going against the garbage-ass Eagles.
That's kind of what I thought.
That's why they look good.
I was like, they look good because the Eagles are bad.
The Eagles are awful.
Eagles are bad.
I mean, I'll give them a little bit of credit, but
I do think Baker looked
practicing blitz pickups. Like, did they ever have an idea where the blitz was coming from? Like, ever?
Well, that's the Hurts question now. Is since the Niners did it to him, people say he's got trouble keeping his eyes downfield. That he's looking down and just sort of waiting for the play to break down so he can Jalen squirts out and run. I mean, shout out Harmony on Jalen Hurts staying in the pocket. We got a great guest list, by the way, today. Brent Jones coming up next. Greg Cosell at 3:50 to talk about all the playoff games. John Lynch, Niners GM, first time this year. We've had John Lynch at 4:50, and then head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, at 5:30. Brent Jones, Greg Cosell, John Lynch, Steve Kerr, and it starts next with the former 49er tight end Brent Jones on The Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan told reporters today that Christian McCaffrey was a full go in practice. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tolbert and Cobes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. And something we like to do every week, usually following a 49er game, but just as fun, if not maybe a little bit more fun, following just a weekend of NFL playoffs where the Dallas Cowboys get eliminated. A man who's down in Texas joins us every week, former 49er Brent Jones. Brent, you want to I'm just going to sit back and let you react to the Cowboy loss.
So, Copes, there's times where you just don't expect an outcome like that. Jordan Love was on fire. And after my first few texts to my Cowboys buddies, it wasn't even fun anymore. It was just a classic beatdown. And so you think about all the games this weekend. The only real close game was the Rams. So it was kind of a boring, end of fourth quarter weekend for the most part. But in terms of just beating down teams you dislike, it was A+ across the board. I mean, it was great. So the Cowboys, there's so much disarray. Nobody knows what to do. Everybody's got their hands up. It's just, I don't know. There's just so many things I can think and say, but they convinced themselves and the fan base that this was the year, and they really had all the players. And I mean, if you watch them intently week in and week out, you understand that, they pound the crummy teams and they can't beat a winning team. And the one winning team that they beat was the falling apart Philadelphia Eagles, which is a whole nother exciting story we can get into. But that was, that was their big, highlight win of the season. It's like, come on. They're not fully there. Do they have some good players? Yeah. Are they above average? Yeah. Are they a waltz through the playoffs type of team? Not even close. And so, but the fact that people thought they were makes it even that much better.
They might be. It's like them and the Yankees are kind of the two teams nationwide that it doesn't really matter what you root for or who you root for. When they go down, it seems like kind of everybody's happy, right? Like 49er fans feel great about the Cowboys losing, but when the Dodgers lose, it's just Giants fans. Maybe, Padres, or if there are Rocky fans out there, maybe they feel that way too. But when it's the Cowboys and the Yankees, but the Cowboys for sure, nationwide, America's team stuff, everybody's stoked when that goes down.
It is really true.
Universal.
I think we kind of have a bit of rivalry with them, but that goes back to our days. Like, they haven't shown up and beat anybody. It's like you can't have a rivalry with someone that you beat down all the time. And so we kind of had the Eagles thing going for a year, but, they got destroyed. Talk about an organization falling apart. And then the joy with the Rams losing in the last minute. Although I will say this, Detroit got lucky because there's a few calls there in that last LA drive that completely were missed. And of course we have to add to the officiating because we can't go a week without criticizing that. But all in all, it was okay, an okay weekend. But, Rams, Eagles, and Cowboys, oh my, all down in the first weekend. It's like, come on, are you kidding? We just sat back and watched them all implode. I mean, that's must-see TV.
I said the Bay Area was so happy. They're so happy when the Cowboys lose. Oh man, it just not as good as a Niner win, but close. I would imagine. And what's the vibe? Is it just we don't want this quarterback, we don't want this coach, we got to move? I mean, I know they're upset, but what direction do you think they're going to want to go?
I kind of feel the vibe is like, and I'm sure he's a nice guy, but you just can't take Mike McCarthy seriously, right? It depends. Are you happy, being the king of the NFC East, or being sneaking into the playoffs every year and getting worked? If that's your thing and it makes you money and Jerry Jones is happy with that, then yeah, keep Mike McCarthy. But if you want a coach that's going to lead men and get guys ready to play, they were so not ready to play. I mean, the only team I've seen this year less ready to play a game was Philadelphia Eagles against Tampa Bay. But nobody showed up. Nobody. They were blindsided. I think the Cowboys just thought they're going to roll their helmets out on the star and go, oh, the Packers are going to cringe and hide from us. But, man, they came out blazing. I don't know if the Packers can repeat that, but the good news is they didn't surprise us, so we can look at film all week, be prepared. They certainly aren't going to sneak up on us, but we're going to have to be more than just saying, yeah, this will be a tough game. I mean, we have to internally decide that we're going to focus on film work and some of the things that they do. We're going to have to get to Jordan Love because you've seen him now. He's actually quietly had a very good second half of the season, but nobody's been really paying attention. And he made some throws that were as good as any throws I've seen all year. And I think to myself, well, good for this young man. I mean, I don't know if there's another quarterback that took as much abuse as he did getting drafted in his position, sitting behind Aaron Rodgers. People were saying he can't even function. He can't throw. Good for him. And now I don't want it to be good for him on Sunday, but good for him up until now.
I always hate to say a team has quit. Would it be... So I didn't with the Eagles. I said that's as close to a team that's quit as I've ever seen in the playoffs. I said they laid down, which I guess is basically like quitting. So semantics. I just phrased it a different way. But if somebody said they quit, would you argue with them?
Well, it'd be tough to argue. And you know, I don't know if they're laying down or just missing tackles. It looked like the same thing to me. But that was just a brutal representation of what NFL playoffs should be. But they have something going on in their locker room, and we haven't heard what it is yet. There's been some fights. There's been, some guy stole another guy's girlfriend. Something has gone on massively in Philadelphia where there's division in that locker room because that is a dysfunctional team these last 7 weeks, and I'm dying to know what it is. But the situation arises much like the Cowboys. You almost can't bring back the coach if you're serious about winning. I mean, you had one of the best teams last year, didn't win the Super Bowl, came out 10-1, and didn't just lose some close games or didn't have a few injuries or didn't just play bad. You disintegrated. And so how do you go through an off season of having that guy be your coach? And doesn't mean he's not a good coach, but for whatever reason, he could not pull it together and he couldn't lead and he couldn't get that team at all the last 7 weeks of the season prepared to play a game, motivated, excited, engaged. And in all honesty, that's the Mike McCarthy thing, and that's what's happened multiple years under his leadership. And so there's and we've talked about this, there's teams that want to give the illusion that they want to win, and they're fine making the playoffs, and they tell their fan base, hey, we'll get them next year. And they're never going to get them with their current structure and leadership. And let's face it, it's tougher today probably to get all your players on the same page, engaged, motivated, ready to play than it was 30 years ago. It's just a different time. There's way more distractions everywhere you look. So it's more challenging today to be a leader of men at the NFL level. But we've seen what not to do. And so those teams, I mean, it sounds a little shocking in a sense from a traditional perspective, but if I'm a fan of either of those teams, I don't want to see those coaches coming back. I can't go through a whole off season of happy talk and we're going to get them this time and, hey, we're going to have a players only meeting. It's like, you know what? Get guys ready to play during the week in practice, get them engaged, figure out what motivates them and press those buttons. And maybe it's not being a player's coach. I don't know, but man, that's just a historical collapse, I think, for the Eagles more than any in my life, more than any team I've ever seen that had that much potential that just disintegrated. The Cowboys, you already knew, weren't as good as they thought they were, which was funny. It was just a matter of time before somebody proved it to them. So,
I thought we did. I thought the Niners did. I thought the Niners had, but it was too long ago apparently. Talking to Brent Jones here on the UMA guest line, do it every week of the football season. I just wanted a thought from you on the Packers because it's funny. I always say the Cowboys to me, and you mentioned it earlier, Brent. They haven't won anything in my lifetime. The whole Cowboys America's team thing is laughable as a kid who grew up in the '90s. So I've hated the Packers as a rival more than anybody throughout my 49er fandom because of all the times you get. What was it 96, 7, 8, I think 9, and 2002? Then it happens again. Niners are 5-4 against them in the playoffs all time, starting in 1996, coming up and through 2022 in that game in the snow. But just your thoughts, your memories on the rivalry you guys had with Brett Favre and the Packers.
Well, gosh darn, it's funny because, all these teams are either dear in my heart or they're a little bit of a sensitive spot, given whatever game we played and whether we won or lost. We lost a few opportunities along the way with the Packers. And I think a big part of that was Mike Holmgren, and he knew us extensively. He knew what we were going to do. He knew the strengths of our offense, and he would come in and go after us, and then he knew how to attack our defense. And so there were some great battles there with the Packers. Brett Favre, of course, when you play Brett Favre, that if you don't get to him, he's going to be slinging it all day. So you either got to get to him or hope for an interception. But he had some good games against us, and there were times we got to him as well. And those are the things that make for a great rivalry. As much as I hated losing to the Packers or the Cowboys back in the day, it made the level of competition and the intensity and the perfection of the game at that much higher of a level. And it just seemed to me that those games were more precise, less sloppy, less, dumb things happen, less bad clock management, less all these other things. And I've been thinking about, so why is that? So a lot of times there wasn't free agency, a big part of my career. And then early on it was just people were dipping their toe in the water. So guys were with their same coaches, coaching staff, offensive systems. I mean, you would know your plays, whether you're on defense or offense, like the back of your hand. You wouldn't have guys running wrong routes, guys crashing into each other, guys jumping off sides all the time, guys delay a game penalties. Just wasn't one of the things back then. And I just think there was probably more studying and intensity. And, if you didn't know the plays, then you weren't playing. And nowadays, if you don't know the plays, well, it's second down, or now it's third down. And so it's different, but I love the fact that it's a rivalry. And when you play, both of those teams, in my heart, I'm like, man, I want to beat these guys so bad. Or I watch, and when they lose, I'm like, all right, take that, you suckers. Of course, it means nothing from the time when I played and all the guys that I played with and played against. But it's still fun. It's still what makes this game great. And so, there is a small part of me that really wanted to be the team that destroyed the Cowboys. But the Packers did it before us, and so now we're going to have to destroy the Packers and then enjoy the fruits of that. But it's not a walkover. Certainly with the way Love played, it's interesting because I remember watching Aaron Jones in the first half of the season. I'm like, man, they never give him carries. Does that guy even play anymore? And this, down the stretch, last 4, 5, 6 games, he's had over 100 yards. Man, he looked good, rested, and that changes the dynamic for them to have the capabilities of running the ball. It takes the pressure off their rookie quarterback. I mean, he's not really a rookie, but you know what I mean. But we've got to tackle well, and if I'm nervous about one thing, it's our tackling. It's been a little sloppy the last 4 or 5. You could argue a lot of games this year, as well as we have to stop being the best defensive line on paper, and we have to actually prove it in the game. And I don't want to see hurries or we're in your face. I mean, we got to get back and be all over this kid. And no excuses. On paper, we have the best defensive line, and sometimes we don't play like it. We've got to play like it. We've got to be crisp on our tackling. And, I don't usually sit and highlight the defensive side of the ball, but this is a game. And after watching them against the Cowboys, we cannot be sloppy. We cannot have dumb penalties. We got to just come in and take the fight out of them in the first half and make them go, oh man, we have no chance against these guys. It's been a great season. We beat the Cowboys and we got to the divisional final. And that's what you want to be in their head going into halftime, not, hey, we got these guys and they're on their heels.
I mean, you got to it. I was going to ask you about Aaron Jones, and that might even be a bigger concern than Love and the receivers, just because he's been running so well, and that's kind of been the Achilles heel of the 49er defense this year, especially with Armstead being out, but I think he's going to be back. So if he's good to go, then that will help in the interior, no doubt about it. But it's not just Love. It's their offense is so balanced that gives you pause right now. And I think you said it earlier, Love's playing as well as anybody in the league right now. I mean, this guy's playing fantastic football, and the growth he's taken in the last 6-7 weeks. I still think the Niners have to help him with turnovers and dumb penalties and stuff like that for the Packers to win. But I think if you do dumb stuff, I think they're fully capable of taking advantage of that, I guess is how I would put it, Brett.
Yeah, I completely agree. In my opinion, they're a stronger team than a Tampa Bay. I think Tampa Bay is a very average team, and I'd much rather be playing Tampa Bay than Green Bay at this point. But I mean, Tampa Bay looked pretty good against the Eagles because the Eagles look like our JV high school team.
It looked like garbage.
Yeah, garbage. But you're right. I mean, I'm staring at the Packers offensive unit, and you're like, Aaron Jones, does that guy still play? Is he any good? They give him like the ball 6 times a game. No, this is a different Packers team. And, man, he was aggressive, sharp, breaking tackles. And then, you look at the receivers and you're like, who? Christian Watson can have a big game, but he's been hurt most of the year. He had 1 catch. Romeo Doubs is really, really an interesting guy because he's got some speed. But, I mean, in the last couple of years, he's dropped as many balls as he's caught. But he went off and looked like an all-pro against the Cowboys. And so you just got to make sure you stamp out that confidence early on. Because right now, Packers are walking into our stadium confident. So we got to make them realize, hey, you're 9-8. You're the Packers. We're going to stomp you. We're the best team in football. And we got to get that in their head and get that going because it's enough right now to make you a little nervous. Do I think they're going to win? No, but at this time of year, there are no walkovers, and you know what happens. You get down 2 touchdowns, and in your mind, you start panicking. And what people don't realize is coaches panic too. Play callers panic. I mean, the Cowboys, they were panicking, and you could see it like starting to happen in real time. It's like, holy crap, we're supposed to beat these guys. We're supposed to be in the NFC Championship game, and we're the number 2 seed. And that pressure during the course of an NFL game, it does get in your head, and it starts doing some damage. And so it's going to be an interesting weekend of games. Some really, really compelling matchups. But yeah, I'm ready for the Niners to come out and just gash. And the Packers' run defense isn't anything to speak of. I think I read somewhere where they've given up. There's 4 games where they gave up 200 yards of rushing. I mean, McCaffrey, this is Christian's day. He should have a field day catching the ball and running the ball against these guys.
No doubt. All right, brother. Thank you so much. We always appreciate the conversation. Have a great week, and hopefully we'll be talking about an NFC game next week, championship game featuring the 49ers.
Yeah, let's face it, the Lions-Niners matchup is what everyone wants to see. It'll be a great game and compelling matchups, and that's what I'm rooting for, obviously, with the Niners. But I think that'll be good football.
Absolutely. Have a good week, Brent.
Thanks, Brent.
All right, fellas, take care.
Brent Jones, we do it every week with him following the week of games, and we got the Niners and the Packers coming your way on Saturday at Levi Stadium, a 5:15 kick. We'll be on with you at 1 o'clock. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund. By the way, we are streaming right now, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, and newly on Twitter as of last week. So we are streaming just right over on our Twitter account. You can check that out as well. Coming up tonight, by the way, at 6 o'clock, how about our brand new evening show, 6 to 9? I'd say brand new. It's like a reboot. A reboot. Sports Phone KNBR starts tonight, 6 to 9 p.m. Calls, and we'll get to more of yours throughout the show on the 49ers matchup against the Packers this weekend at 3:50. Greg Cosell joins us, 4:50 John Lynch, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30. When we come on back, how about more on the NFC playoff picture? Were the Packers the better team, or did the Cowboys just classic cowboy it? Like we say, Padres are going to Padre. That all happens with the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk more about the Bucs and what happens with these two coaching situations in Dallas and in Philadelphia. That's all next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Draymond Green made his return yesterday, but it was the same result as the Warriors fell to Memphis, 116-107. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Prescott on the gun on second down and a couple. Here's the snap. Dak back to pass. Throws him in the middle. Intercepted. Picked up by Savage. Down the near side numbers. Darnell Savage is gone to the end zone. Touchdown Packers.
Shotgun snap to Mayfield. Sets. Throws. Right side. Catch at midfield. Breaking a tackle is Palmer. Down the right sideline. Veers across the field. He's going to go. He'll go all the way for the touchdown.
2nd and 9. Shotgun snap. Wow. Stafford. Make it Goff rather. He fires near side. It's caught at the 40. Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Detroit gets the first down. It's a pickup of 11. Jared Goff takes the final knee, and the final seconds are going to come off the clock here at Ford Field in Detroit. The Detroit Lions have got their first postseason win in 32 years.
How about that? Lions go out, get a victory this weekend. Their first victory in a number of years over the Rams, and they do it against Matt Stafford. A pretty cool post-game speech from Kneecap's Dan Campbell afterwards, giving some love there to Jared Goff. And that's what I was saying to you last week. I was like, man, you could see the Lions players, I would think, behind the scenes. Everybody's talking about Stafford going back because of his legacy in Detroit, but it's like, hey, man, this is our guy. He got traded here, and now we're division champs and back in the postseason. Packers get a big win over the Cowboys, and they stamped their ticket to San Francisco 48-32, 48 points. Aaron Jones goes for 118 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jordan Love, nearly perfect, 16-21. Throws 3 of his own, 272, a 157.2 passer rating. Romeo Doubs, 6 catches, 151. 3 different guys caught a touchdown. One guy ran for 3, another guy threw for 3. Just a wild game in Dallas. And then, of course, you have the Eagles going down. We'll get into the AFC side of things in just a few minutes here, but your thoughts, we didn't get deep into this game, but the Packer and Cowboy game, just a few minutes ago, Brent Jones told us that he said they were not ready to play. And you and I have joked about that being like a saying that fans say a lot. When a former player says it, guy who's got a Super Bowl ring, understands what it means to play in the playoffs at that level. Mike McCarthy on the hot seat, of course. Your thoughts in general of that game? Packers outplayed them. Cowboys just got beat bad. Couldn't move the ball.
Who the F is Cooper Hummel? You know who he is?
No.
Okay. Giants signed him, so just curious. I
was looking at the box score for the Cowboys and Packers. I thought, is that a Packer receiver that I don't recognize? Could have been. We joked earlier that Tim said in my ear, because you said, well, I'll tell you one thing about this Packer offense. You didn't know their receivers before. You know them now. And then we went for about 5 minutes and didn't know who they all were. Then we tried to figure. We still couldn't figure them all out. It was Dobbs, Musgrave, of course, 3 for 52 in the touchdown. Wicks, that's our guy. Wicks. Kraft, Watson,
John Vicks,
Melton, and then Reed.
Yep. No, I know. I mean, it's good. I know we're going to focus most on this game, but I kind of wanted to touch on the other games too a little bit. C.J. Stroud is a badass. That guy's incredible. And the Browns were frauds on the road all year long. They gave up big plays on the road, exactly what they did in this game. And Joe Flacco finally turned into a pumpkin. But that is a team, that's going to be a fun game to watch. They may be a little too young, not quite ready for the Ravens. But that team's no fear, and they're going to be around a while. Stroud's something. I mean, that guy is really, that's what happens when you sometimes you draft second, let the team ahead of you make a choice for you, and then it's like, cool, we're good to go. And I'm sure they couldn't be happier. The other game played out like we thought, I think. Cold, Miami, not happening, and it didn't happen. And that offense looked as good as it looked in 2 months. Maybe they should always play in negative 27-degree weather. But Pacheco was good. Rice was phenomenal. Kelsey had a game. Mahomes. I guess the real big question for me is, does Miami have an issue with trying to get through the playoffs if they can't play at home with Tua? Can Tua go up to Buffalo and win? Can he go to Pittsburgh and win? Can he go to Cincinnati and win? Can he go to Kansas City and win.
I tell you what, we're not getting those answers. We're not getting them this year.
No.
As of now,
I'm
the
not
answer
getting
is
them this
no.
year. But I'm wondering if that's something they feel like they need to address at some point. Like, is that a sufficient issue? I don't know what you do about it because he's really good. He was in the top 10 this year, but he just doesn't seem to be the type of quarterback with the arm that could, and that was historically cold, so I'm not even talking about that, but I'm talking about 25-30, some winds, maybe some snow. That's normal stuff for back there. That's something that they're going to have to reckon with and try to figure out, does this make sense? We're going to be good during the regular season. How do we go? How do we move going forward? And that sets up an incredible matchup between the Bills and the Chiefs. And Allen, man, that guy's just he's a Buffalo, what he is. He's so good. He really is. Best part about that game was Tomlin walking off the stage. Yeah. That was the best part about the game.
We got a bunch of sound. We'll get to the coach stuff too.
That wasn't sound.
That wasn't sound. It was a question asked and then not answered. We'll get to the
turn, Clyde.
We'll get to the AFC games as a whole in just a second. We'll do that in the next segment. Let me ask you this though, because of McCarthy and Sirianni.
Yep.
Right? Those are two guys on the hot seat.
Yep.
Obviously. I don't think any of us would be surprised if either were fired. And Brent Jones told us also, he's like, look, if the Cowboys are serious about winning, you have to change the coach now. Right? Like, you can't continue on doing the same thing, losing in the same way, and not changing the way the postseason has gone year after year. So, any of the names out there right now fits for Philadelphia or Dallas in your mind? Vrabel, Harbaugh, either of those guys?
Hoodie?
Dallas is one that's been mentioned about how crazy would that be? How about that going from Kraft to Jerry Jones? Can you imagine?
Yep. I guess how much are each of those guys going to want to relinquish as far as front office? And I mean, you go to Dallas, Jerry Jones is running the show there. Is Jerry going to turn it over to Belichick? Doubtful. But is there a compromise to be made there? Philly with Roseman, I mean, are they going to, he's won a Super Bowl, and they went to a Super Bowl, so how does that work? I don't know. Maybe Bill at this stage of his career just wants to work. Maybe he just wants to show up and work. It's a hell of a lot of work to try to run the front office and coach. So I guess it really kind of depends on what he wants. But it's so interesting. This may be one of the most interesting off seasons in the NFL in recent memory. Because not only do you have a bunch of openings, but you got these name coaches led by Harbaugh and Belichick. Well, Harbaugh just coming off a national championship, took the Niners to the Super Bowl. We all know what Belichick has done. And I know Vrabel hasn't done anything in Tennessee, but I can't imagine him not getting a job this year.
Went to an AFC championship.
Exactly.
That's pretty,
yeah, he did.
That's worth something.
And he was the number 1 seed and got beat. Was that the AFC? That wasn't the AFC.
That was the AFC title game. Yeah, it was.
No, that was divisional. Because then Cincinnati went to Kansas City and beat them in overtime.
No, not that year. It was. I thought they went. Didn't the Titans go in 20?
They could have.
They lost to the Chiefs in 2020. It was the 2018, 19. Excuse me, the year
and
the
that
Niners
was the championship game.
Yeah, that's right.
And that was that the year they beat the Ravens? I'm wondering.
Yes, that's right. That's
okay.
Right. Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Get my years mixed up too. Anything
he's really good.
I get weary. Everything right around that, I'm like, was that 2021? 20? That's weird.
It's like a time vortex of some. You get around COVID before and after. It's like before. It's like I don't know what happened. Who did what? Did what?
Yeah.
If you go back further, you're clear. But right around that grayish area of like 2 years prior, kind of going into it. But no, he's really good. So I got to think he's up there. Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. We've talked about it a bunch. Like, what's the best job? I guess it depends on what you want. Like, I think there's certain parts of some jobs that are better than others, but it's like really kind of what you want. But, if you're Philly, if you're Dallas, are you thinking, like, I don't know. I think we know more about McCarthy than we do Sirianni because he's been around longer and he's had more of a track record. But Sirianni just got him to the Super Bowl. But again, how much of that was Steichen? How much of that was that offense and him being able to lead that offense to the Super Bowl? Don't know. Steichen looked pretty good this year. Minshew magic. I don't think it's very magical, to be honest, but he got them into the playoffs. Playoffs? Yes, playoffs. It was a pretty impressive job by Steichen. So, Again, it's pretty fascinating because those teams were at the top of the NFC East forever this year, and they both just flamed, just straight flamed, got whacked.
Yeah.
It did. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's going to be pretty fascinating. Like when they said Belichick visited Atlanta, I'm like, really? Bill in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine him in Atlanta. Like, really? He's
got to meet with his 15 shy of Shula is the number.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I was asking.
So probably 2 more years.
Yeah, well, at least it's going to have to be. I mean, that's the thing is he's got to go somewhere that's I feel like close to ready to go in terms of some defense, but he's going to make whatever moves he makes. You just have to know it's a short-lived thing.
Yeah.
Like who lasts the longest in their next spot, Harbaugh or Belichick? That's something we can get into a little bit later. So Vrabel's out there, and Belichick, of course. You could still have Harbaugh jump to the NFL. We'll see if Pete Carroll takes any interviews or gets any options. Real quick, though, before we jump into some of the AFC stuff, best game this weekend, Lions beating the Rams. Are you buying the Lions now as the biggest threat to the Niners?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
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 They're legit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good. I mean, they're solid. They're going to have to play on the road, and they've won games on the road.
Indoor team.
Yep. So, but again, I just don't. I don't see them coming out here. If they came out here, I mean, they'd only play them out here, obviously. But I don't. But yeah, the biggest threat. Yeah, they're the biggest threat. No doubt. I would say in order, it's Lions, Packers, and Bucks. So they'll probably play 2 of them. But what are they going to be if they play the Lions at home? 6-point favorite? 6.5-point favorite?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe 7. I mean, I don't know. At least 6, I would think, against the Lions. So that's pretty heavy price in a championship game.
It'd be interesting to see 2 teams they hadn't seen this year.
Yeah,
in the playoffs on their way, right? Wouldn't that be kind of cool?
Yep. And is there any playoff history with Lions and Niners since we've been alive?
No. In the 80s? Derek says in the 80s.
Yeah, like 80s and
83.
I don't remember. 83. Okay, yeah, I don't remember that one. That's a long time ago. So, yeah. No, it's kind of cool. I thought it was going to be like Eagles Cowboys. Like, okay, cool. That's fine, too.
Derek says it's the Harbaugh-Schwartz Bowl is what it is. Harbaugh against Jim Schwartz, dude. That's the matchup that we can remember, right? The back slap heard around the world. That was the first time
five-pointer.
That was like my second week as a KNBR intern. That was like the first thing I did. I went with Tanika down to the Niner presser after Schwartz got slapped by Harbaugh. He's like, yeah, I didn't lean him that hard. And, of course, I was like 19 or 20. I was like, dude, that's Tim Kawakami sitting in front of me. I was like, oh, my God. It's unbelievable. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Let's get into the AFC side of things. We haven't talked at all about this. You got a bit into Rashee Rice and his 2-touchdown performance. Yep. The Chiefs did look pretty good. Also, the Bills get their game moved to Monday, which was a good thing for all of us. I think it was great that we got 2-2-2. That was a lot of fun to get your Monday filled with some football as well. Are the Bills the most dangerous team in the AFC? Now that they found a running game, the Steelers just looked awful, though. I got a tough time thinking the Bills just looked fantastic against that bad of a team. Plus, D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. More to come on that. Tolbert and Copes with you. Greg Cosell at 3:50. We will talk to John Lynch at 4:50. And at 5:30, Steve Kerr. AFC playoff picture next on the Sports Leader.
Buddy, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Chip, dip. Chip, dip. They go with football like with chips and dip. And you love snacking when it comes to football. You get your pizza, get your wings, and you have your chips and dips. Well, with Daisy Dips, it's easy. All you do is crack them open. Whether you like to have French onion or ranch, doesn't matter what chip goes with them, they are tasty. You ain't got to worry about putting flavor packs in there. You just open it up, crack it open, and you're good to go. And if you're a host, that's all you want. You don't want to have to really dig in because you want to watch the games too. Grab your beverages, grab your Daisy dips, and enjoy a little football. You're a Daisy if you do.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fake the handoff. Boot to the right. Stroud is going to throw the deep ball up in the air. It is caught. Touchdown. Dalton Schultz. A rainbow for 37 yards.
Shotgun snap to Mahomes. Cocks his arm, throws a pass. Caught by Rice. 10 to the 5 to the 4. Pylon touchdown. The Chiefs have scored on a touchdown pass of 12 yards from the quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, to the rookie wide receiver out of SMU, Rashee Rice.
Allen takes the snap. Now he'll keep it himself, running to his left. He runs inside the numbers, gets to the 40, cuts to his left to the 30, 25-20, big man inside the 15, sidelines inside the 5, touchdown Bills.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. The AFC playoff picture. Some sounds from it there. The Bills rout the Steelers there. You got the Chiefs topping the Dolphins. Dolphins just look like a warm weather team that can't play in cold weather. It's funny how that plays out in football like that frequently. And the Dolphins have done that the last couple of years under McDaniel. Started real hot early in the season when they're playing in warm weather at home. They go on the road late in the year and have struggled. Also, the injuries were definitely a factor. And then C.J. Stroud. I mean, he's somebody said over the weekend, I forget which analyst had tweeted this. Somebody said C.J. Stroud is looking like what the Niners hoped Trey Lance was going to be. Which I was like, yeah, that's maybe not a bad take. I mean, he was moving. He's great with his movement, up in the pocket, eyes downfield, has incredible accuracy on deep balls. I mean, the throws he makes to the sidelines and the post patterns coming across the middle, he's one of the most fun quarterbacks to watch because he's capable of doing that, getting into open space and heaving it deep. More surprised, Tom, in C.J. Stroud playing at an elite level or Joe Flacco not playing at an elite level? What was a bigger shock to you?
How about neither?
Neither was surprising.
I mean, I guess if I had to choose, it'd probably be Flacco just because he'd been playing so well recently. But, I mean, he finally went pumpkin mode. But I'm not surprised at all about Stroud. I mean, Stroud is a stud. This guy throws a beautiful ball and a great deep ball. We saw him the ball that he threw against the Colts. First play of the game. He threw it to Nico
Collins.
God. Yeah, I wanted to say Nico Mannion, but I know that's not right.
Nope.
Shout out Nico Mannion. I think he's playing over in Italy somewhere. But
that's Sam Houston looking good. Yeah.
Yeah.
A redhead dude.
I mean, that was a dime. He just bam, like right in the hand. So he's great. I love watching him, especially the deep ball. He just puts it right on their hands. So, yeah, that didn't surprise me. It would surprise me if he pulled off a similar feat against Baltimore Now you're outdoors, and now you're playing against a better defense. And I only say better defense because we know Cleveland's defense was completely different on the road and at home this year. Like almost night and day. Like, who are these dudes? This isn't the same team I saw.
They showed it, yeah.
Play at home. And true to form, they were just like, hey, we've shown you who we are. You didn't believe us, did you? We showed you all year. We suck on the road. And then they went and sucked. So can't blame them for trying to show us. But they were brutal. Just brutal. And I like this Houston team. I think it's going to be, probably another year or so. But I think D'Amico and just his infectious attitude is great for a young team and a team getting to the playoffs for the first time. C.J. Stroud is just, kind of starting to scratch the surface if I think how good he's going to be eventually. Too much for him this week. That's the one I think I can see getting away. I can see that one getting away from Houston a little bit. Although, who knows? If Stroud gets hot, you never know if he can stay in there and kind of keep him in there. The other game was the one that I thought, that's the one we all said, if any game played like we thought it was going to play, that was the one. That was the one that was
the Browns and the Texans.
No.
Sorry, which game?
The Chiefs and the Dolphins.
Chiefs Dolphins. Yeah, with the way the
Wasn't that one the one that almost
pretty
was
predictable
to the script?
Yeah,
like that one. Texans. I saw them. I could see them winning that game. I didn't think they'd do it that. Put that big of a lump on their head. But the Chiefs game was like, okay, it's cold, it's Miami, it's Tua. No, it's Mahomes in the playoffs. Yeah. Then it was like, okay. It was like if you're reading the form, it's like, okay, that's the way this is supposed to play out, and then it plays out just like that. That was the one that played to form. Rashee Rice had a monster game.
8 for 130 and a touch.
Yeah, he was really good. I mean, Dolphins scored on a bomb to Hill, Tyreek. I mean, that was it. That was your game. They just threw one up there. He caught it and
53-yarder, right?
Yeah, went to the end zone. That was the game. I mean, that was it for them. They're like, "Cool, here we are." There we went, and it did no chance in that game. So that was the one that kind of played out the way I thought it would play out. And it's going to be weird if you get stuck in these spots with these quarterbacks, you're not sure they could win, or you don't trust them in the playoffs. Like, if you're Dallas, you got to trust Dak during the regular season, but do you trust him in the playoffs? I don't see how you could. And if you're Miami, can you trust Tua in the cold weather? I mean, it's not like he has a monster sample size, but he doesn't have a huge arm. He's not a cold weather guy. I don't know what the answer to that is. I mean, you can't get rid of a guy who's a top 10 quarterback and played beautifully in their offense this year, but geez. Would you give him much of a chance ever going up to one of those cold weather places and winning a playoff game? I don't know if I do. Against Josh Allen? Against Joe Burrow? Against Patrick Mahomes? I mean, wow. That's rough. That'd be a rough playoff game. That's a rough playoff game.
That's a rough game. Lamar and Baltimore? Like, you go up to Baltimore to win a game in January? Like, these are tough places to play anyway.
Yeah.
But also, to your point about the Chiefs, I mean, they did enough on the run game. They played good defense, which is what we've said all year.
Mm-hmm.
Miami 1 for 12 on third down in this game. They had no run game. Their best run of the day was like a 9-yard run by Waddle. Remember that? I was like, what are they doing there? Could have used some of that in fantasy this season. Thanks so much, Jalen Waddle. Everybody in that offense exploded except for him this year. Interesting. Anyway, Tua 20 of 39, 199, the touchdown and the interception. Did you think the Chiefs' offense did enough to make you think, okay, maybe they're as dangerous, I think, because of Mahomes and Andy Reid there and having an elite defense as anybody. The offense hadn't been there, but if Rashee Rice ends up being somebody or as rounded into form a little bit, this could be a dangerous offense. I mean, he's a burner. He's not Tyreek Hill, but certainly a weapon. Travis Kelce had a pretty good game, 7 on 10 targets for the 71 yards. But just thoughts on the Chiefs' offense and if you feel any differently about them after this one.
Well, I felt like they'd kind of shown us who they are this season. But they do have history in the playoffs. And So from that standpoint, yeah, I did feel a little bit different. I don't want to go overboard with it, but it is Mahomes and it is playoffs. And it's just hard to doubt that guy. Hard to question whether that guy's going to bring it or not. Like he was really good. And that was the harshest conditions. And he was still, I mean, it was basically Rice and Kelsey. A couple other guys had a few catches here or there. I think Hardman had one. Valdez-Scantling may have had one. But it was mostly those two. But he was putting it right on their hands. And a catchable ball. He probably knew how hard that ball was. And you try to make it a little softer by taking a little velocity off of it. To do that, you got to let it go a little bit earlier. But you start throwing fastballs to guys, you can break some fingers. It's that cold. So I thought he was fantastic. I mean, it's Patrick Mahomes. What we've come to expect from Patrick Mahomes, we just kept waiting all year long. Like, when's Patrick Mahomes going to show up? When's Patrick Mahomes going to show up? Like I said last week, I had a stat where Joe Flacco threw for 300 yards as many times as Mahomes did. That's insane. Joe Flacco. If Joe Flacco played a whole season, you would have never guessed that. He played like less than half a season and did that. So he just wasn't, the receivers weren't on the same page with him, whatever. He wasn't just dialed in like he is. I don't know. But I know the production wasn't there. That wasn't the Kansas City offense we've come to expect. But it looked pretty good. It wasn't great in the red zone. Definitely had their issues. And they're going to have their hands full going against Buffalo. But, yeah, I do think because I keep waiting. And it never came. Maybe it's now. It's like, okay, it's playoff time. It's here. It's hard for me to believe that, too, that you just can flip a switch that quick. But, boy, they make you think about it because we've seen it before. And you keep waiting for somebody to show you, like, okay, look, well, you've done it before. When are you going to do it again? Well, this past weekend is when they did it again, so we'll see how they are moving forward.
The Bills win 31-17 over the Steelers. They score in every quarter. Josh Allen, you talked about it. I think it's 44 touchdowns, 22 giveaways on the season entering the game.
Unbelievable.
Which is pretty incredible, just as a body of work note. Are the Bills the most dangerous team in the AFC in your mind? I mean, they look like a different team in the last 7 weeks than they did the start of the season because of the run game.
I mean, I'll still go Baltimore just because I think they're the best team in football. They beat the 49ers in Levi's. That ain't easy to do, and they handled them. So you have to say they're the best team in football right now. But who cares? I love when people are still doing like rankings of teams. Like, well, what are we doing? We're in the playoffs. We're like ranking teams in the playoffs. Like, what?
We did that.
Why?
It's 1 through 7. We have them in both conferences. We did that already. Who did that? Well, I'm sorry. I missed the beginning of that. I was reading a text. Who did that? Who ranked the playoff teams?
Just the list I was reading.
I wanted to properly chastise them, but
that's how I was like, what are we doing?
What is that? It's a load of crap, dude.
I mean, come on, please.
Murph said that too. He goes, yeah, we do these power rankings. He's like, I thought we had that. We play the games. They're called standings. They play each other. We find the champion. Exactly. That's the point of the league. That's what we do this for.
Exactly. So, yeah, but I mean, if Baltimore wins, we're going to get a great AFC championship game either way. Because we'll get Kansas City or Buffalo going to Baltimore, and that'll be a hell of a game.
So I guess that's the better question: is I guess that's the point. Is I think Buffalo's got as good a shot as anybody of upsetting Baltimore in the AFC, and I maybe give them the edge over Kansas City. Where are you on that?
I mean, only because they're at home, but I'm not. I mean, look, I've seen Mahomes do it before. We've all seen him with our own eyes. We've seen him do this. Now we haven't seen him do it on the road. This is going to be his first road playoff game in his career, which is wow. I mean, that's crazy to think. But it's still Mahomes. And when it comes right down to it, as well as the Bills have been playing and Josh Allen, I got to take Mahomes over. I mean, I'll probably take the Chiefs just because of the experience they have, and they just know how to do stuff in these games. They know how to get stuff done in these games. And the Bills have lost a big game before on the road. I mean, last year, lost to the Bengals at home. Obviously, it's not going to surprise anybody who wins. It's a short spread. It's like 2.5. But I'm going to go with the coach that gets it done and the quarterback that gets it done and the team that gets it done.
Tolbert Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We always check in with our guy, Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films, and we will do it next. Get his thoughts on the NFL postseason and what Super Wildcard Weekend looked like. Niners and the Packers coming your way on KNBR this Saturday, a 5:15 kick and a 1 o'clock pregame.
Tom, what's happening, my man?
Myself, Dennis Brown, and John London. That's the voice you will hear next. Greg Cosell will join us to talk a little Super Wildcard Weekend. Senior producer of NFL Films next on the Sports Leader. Dusty Baker is officially coming back to the Giants as a special assistant. More on that story is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, time for a weekly visit with Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg.
Tom, I'm not happy tonight.
Uh-oh. Let's go. What do we got?
We have snow and ice here in South Jersey. I'm not happy.
Yeah, but you know it's going to melt away very quickly because I'm sure the cheery nature of the Eagles fans will help melt it all away.
There he is. There he is. He's not that mad.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, Greg's upset, and then you laugh. Like,
boy, I mean, I don't really know Philly. I've been there, I played there, and all that, but I know they're fans, and I can only imagine what it's like in Philly today. Holy smokes!
Yeah, no, I've been in my office, obviously working, with our matchup team, getting ready for the show this week. And,
yeah.
No news has come out, but I think everybody's kind of waiting, for the shoe to drop, as it were.
Yeah. Did you say or you didn't break the film down last night, did you? The Eagle game, but I'm sure you watched it.
Yeah, I went to bed at halftime, but I'm about at halftime right now of the Phillies offense.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Well, you go into bed at halftime. You went to bed later than the Eagles did, so you got that going for you.
Not bad. I like it.
Thank you.
I like it.
So we won't even get into that game because it just whatever. I wanted to ask you about Jordan Love, and boy, we've talked about him over the last half of the year, thinking, wow, okay, I wonder if he's gonna. Oh, he is. Oh, well, he really is. Holy smokes! Look at that. Look at this guy. Wow, he looks incredible. And I think I was going to ask you how much Aaron Jones helps him in that regard, having him back, but all the young receivers, and it's really, he's really fun to watch, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a high-level traits quarterback. It's funny. He played at Utah State. His second to last year coming out, he had a great year, and I watched his tape then, and I said, wow, if this guy improves and then, just continues to play well, stays healthy, he has the traits to be a top 5, top 10 pick. And then they had a major coaching change in college. His final year was nowhere near as good, but he still ended up being a first-round pick, obviously sat for 3 years. But he had high-level traits. And I even said that when he was in college, and of course people thought I was nuts at the time, but it really shows up. I mean, he's a big kid, big arm, moves extremely well, a little reckless at times, but, some of the better quarterbacks in the league, you can make the same statement about Mahomes, Josh Allen. So, but yeah, he's fun to watch. And they've got really young receivers, guys, but they're good, and he's helped make them better. They've got 2 second-year guys, 4 first-year guys, and 2 rookie tight ends. And they're all significant pieces in this offense.
What's the core of their offense? Like, what when you think Packer offense, what do you think about?
Well, I think about Matt LaFleur and how he wants to play. And number one, he wants to run the football. This is not just let's drop back and toss it all over the yard. He wants to run the football. And for 4 consecutive games now, Aaron Jones has had over 20 rushes and over 100 yards, and he looks very spry. But some other things really stand out. Number one, motion. They use motion. We always think of the 49ers among the teams that use motion the most in the league. The Packers are right there, because don't forget, Matt LaFleur does have a background with Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay. They were all together at one time. So motion is a major part of what they do, and particularly motion across the formation. So you've got to have a plan for how you want to deal with that. You don't want to get caught up in too many adjustments because that could cause problems. The one thing that I think has stood out about Love, and this could just be a function of having been in the league for a while and played behind Aaron Rodgers, been there, is he's very good pre-snap. He sees things, he audibles. He threw a touchdown against Dallas this week to Wicks later in the first half, where he clearly saw the zero coverage, audibled, changed the routes. I mean, he's playing at a pretty high level, both physically and mentally right now.
Got it.
Talking to Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films here on the UMA guest line. I take it they didn't have to grease the poles this year in Philly, right, Greg? The light poles there?
Yeah, I
You reserved.
I'm trying to stay away from, the fan reaction. I know it's not good. We'll see what happens. It's as Tom knows, I don't know. Copes, have you ever been to Philly?
I have a handful of times, and I was there for the NFC Championship last year.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. It's a very passionate town.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I went to a Sixers game there one year in December, the day before the Army-Navy game. I was there for it. And the fans were losing their minds. It was December. I was like, "Is the season even started yet?" In the NBA,
it was insane. It's a very passionate fan base. Yep. They take it extremely seriously, And then, look, all passionate fan bases kind of believe that they have a stake and an investment in everything that goes on. That's just the way it is, and we appreciate that because we probably wouldn't be doing what we're doing if that wasn't the case. Yeah. But yes, they. I'm sure they'll. I never listen to sports talk radio, so I have no idea what's said. I probably shouldn't be saying that while I'm talking to you guys on sports.
It's very ironic here, Craig. Very ironic.
We like the truthfulness.
That's all good. Yeah, that's what we love about it.
I'm a music guy, so when I'm in the car, I tend to listen to music because I grind all day, 70 hours a week doing this. So when I get in my car, I really don't like to hear people talking to me.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, no, I get it. Who are you listening to, by the way?
I'm a classic rocker, Tom. That's
so like Eagles, Tom Petty.
I love Tom Petty. I've seen the Eagles numerous times. I'm a big I'm when I say classic rocker, like Led Zeppelin would be my number one band of all time.
Okay, got it.
Like Bad Company, Deep Purple, that kind of stuff.
Greg lets the lead out, is what he said.
Yeah, I get the lead out.
Big Tool guy, I'm sure.
No, not really. I'm more, the 70s sort of kind of my.
Okay.
Although I must admit, I'm a big Hair Nation guy. Like I love those bands too, like Poison and Cinderella and Warren.
White Snake, Yep, Striper.
Yep. Like
Cinderella.
Yeah.
Oh, the Hair. That's where I grew up. I grew up in the Hair '80s, which was
great
phenomenal.
Stuff.
Phenomenal. Iron Maiden still was my favorite, but yeah, there's a place for the hair bands, no doubt about it. We're talking
power ballad, Tom. You gotta love the power ballad.
I gotta distree with you there. I'm not a huge power ballad guy.
Oh, come on, Skid Row. Those bands, good power ballad.
I'm picturing Greg like fast forwarding, rewinding the film, like seeing where the safety's at, depending on how the offense is lining up. Just sitting there watching it, and then as he's doing it, he's going, Beth, I hear you calling.
Great tune.
Grell, you're a Kiss Army guy too, huh?
Little Kiss.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Beth, some Kiss. Oh, beautiful.
There's no doubt that happened. What surprised you? And I want to talk about the teams that won last week, but I do want to ask you, when you watched the Cowboy-Packer game, like, what the hell happened to the Cowboys? What did the Packers do to them defensively? Because it didn't look like Dak was seeing things all that clearly unless everything was being covered. But whatever they did defensively seemed to give them problems.
That tape I did watch, because obviously there's fewer games I have to watch this week, so I'm able to get through a lot of the stuff by the time I talk to you guys. I got to tell you, I didn't watch that tape feeling like, wow, the Packers were doing amazing things. Basically, they didn't blitz very much at all. They rushed 4. They played a lot of zone coverage. They didn't play much man-to-man at all. They played high percentage, what we call too-high coverage. So, cover 2, cover 4 with its variations, some two-man, but they almost always had 2 high safeties. The Cowboys really, and not until the third quarter did you really see the Cowboys and Prescott attack at the intermediate and deeper levels. They threw a deep ball early in the game that was incomplete, and other than that, you just didn't really see the passing game attack. I can't tell you why that's the case. That was the case, but it just seemed, and again, people might say the terms fans like to use, they choked, they were tight. I can't get into that. Who knows the answer to that? Yeah. But they certainly didn't play with their passing game the way in which they had been playing in recent weeks.
Got it.
What about we were talking Jordan Love earlier and what coming out of Utah State and your evaluation of him, but what, if anything, is different about his play now? Because it seems that they've improved, that he's improved. I was most impressed with him in the comeback win over the Saints. I think that was in the home opener early in the year, week 2 or week 3, Greg. But
yeah,
what about his game now has improved relative to early in the year? What's different about him?
Jordan Love, you're talking about?
Yes, Jordan Love, right.
Yeah, I would say that he's become more consistently precise with his ball location. Early in the year, he was a little, scatter shots probably a little too strong, but he missed some throws that he should make. Every once in a while, Copes, he still has a tendency, and guys with good arms do have this tendency. He does have a tendency to throw off balance when he doesn't need to, so that at times can impact his ball location. But for the most part, he's become far more precise with his ball location. I think he's seeing things much better. I think he's developing a more natural patience. When you first start playing, no matter how many years of experience you have in the league or how much practice time you get, until you're out there playing, then it just is faster. And I think you have to sort of settle into that. So I think it took him a little bit of time. But it's funny you mentioned that Saints game. I do remember that. And I remember saying on the matchup show when we first spoke about him, Darius Butler and I spoke about him on the matchup show, maybe week 2, week 3, somewhere around there. And I said he was starting to exhibit some traits that are really important. Number one, he was throwing with anticipation. He was throwing into zone windows, throwing the ball before, the receiver got past, let's say, an underneath defender. I saw him go through progressions where he got to his third read. Now, he wasn't doing that all the time, but when you do see it, you believe that a guy can do it and that theoretically he should get better at it, and that's happened as the year has progressed.
Other than Watson kind of being the big play guy, what separates all the receivers? Because they all pitch in.
Yep.
I don't know if they do things different, or I don't know if they use them differently.
Different.
You would know. Okay. So break it down for us a little bit and maybe the difference between the receivers and kind of how they use them.
Well, Reed, who did not have a big game this past week, but he's kind of their motion movement guy, and that causes a lot of problems for defenses because that's how they use him. As I said, they're a big motion team, so he's kind of their motion movement receiver. Dobbs was another receiver I really liked coming out of college, I believe Nevada, and he's really played well this year. He's a second-year guy. They use him a lot. He can be their boundary X, their single receiver to the short side of the field. He can also line up one of the receivers when they're in trips. He's a very good intermediate receiver. Not a burner, but can get vertical. He's probably, in terms of skill set, the most complete because he's got very good size. In many ways, he reminded me, coming out of college, of Devonta Adams. And before people go, what, are you out of your mind? I'm talking Devonta Adams when he came out of college, not Devonta Adams, from 3 years ago in Green Bay. Yeah. So, he's complete. Watson, who just got back from a hamstring injury, he's the vertical dimension. He can run. Mm-hmm. He can get on top of the defense. And this Bo Melton from Rutgers now, he's played the last 3-4 weeks. He's kind of a shifty guy who works the short to intermediate areas extremely well. I know I'm missing one. Oh, Wicks. Wicks is a big kid. I loved Wicks in college. He went to Virginia, and he's a big physical kid, moves well. So he gives them that dimension. And they've got 2 tight ends that are really, really good in terms of their traits. In Tucker Kraft, a small school kid from South Dakota State, and then they got Musgrave, who I think Oregon State, and he was hurt a good part of the year, but he's back now.
A lot of them. I mean, a lot of those guys.
They got a lot of guys with a lot of talent. A lot of talent.
What about their defense? How do they? I mean, do they have a calling card? I mean, I when I watch them play, I don't really think like when I watched the Buccaneers last night. They're going to blitz. They're going to blitz from all over the place. They're going to keep blitzing from all over the place, especially when they can't figure out who the hell's coming and where they're coming from. But that's kind of like Todd Bowles. Okay, I get that. I don't know. Does Green Bay have like a calling card? Like, what's kind of the backbone of their defense?
Well, I'd say they're built on their front. They've got a lot of good players up front. Some of them are named, some of them are not, but their front's good. I think their linebackers are solid. Quay Walker, Devondre Campbell, good players. The back end has been a little bit of an issue this season. They're primarily a zone team. They've had a ton of injuries at corner, so they played a lot of guys that they probably didn't want to play. They started the year with the idea that Stokes and Alexander would be their corners. Stokes has missed most of the season. He was I believe a first-round pick, or certainly a second-round pick from Georgia, and Alexander, when healthy, is a very good player. And so they had to play with backup corners. Even at the safety position, they're playing with some guys that they probably didn't think they'd be playing with. So they've had issues on the back end, particularly in zone. They're a heavy zone coverage team. They don't play a lot of man. So that's where they've had their issues. But they can rush the quarterback. They've got Gary on one side, Smith on the other side. They've got Lucas Van Ness, a rookie from Iowa, who's been playing more snaps and playing well. Inside, they're tough with Kenny Clark and a few other guys. They can rush the quarterback, but the back end has been an issue all season long.
Last one before I let you go, I did want to ask you about just C.J. Stroud. It's so much fun to watch, and I'm assuming from your perspective, he's really fun to watch. I mean, he diced them up on Saturday, and he's been doing it. I mean, when he's healthy, he what is it about him that excites you about? I mean, this guy's a rookie. This guy's got many years of doing this stuff, and I hate to get too far ahead of myself until I see it for a year or two, or give up on somebody until I realize it. Right? Because you just never know. But boy, he has the makings of a guy that's going to be around for a while doing these type of things, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I think stands out to me is not just the physical part. He's got a compact delivery and he's really accurate. Those are two really good things. But the thing to me that's really stood out, because it was hard to know this coming out of Ohio State, was just the mental part and what he sees. I mean, he is so quick to process things. I mean, with young quarterbacks, what a lot of defenses do is what we call late coverage rotation. So right at the snap of the ball, they change the look. And a lot of young quarterbacks, they struggle with that because it's different, and you have, literally a second to see it. And if it's more than a second, you kind of lose, So he sees it right away, and he knows where to go with the football. It doesn't slow down his process. Now, teams will keep doing that. Teams will study him in the off season. Well, I agree with you, Tom. I'm always loath to call a guy, a great player or a bust after 1 year. I think that's unfair. But the mental part, I'd be hard pressed to believe that that's going to go downhill. Is he going to be great every game? No one is great every game, but. I think that this kid's going to be a really, really good player. And I know he is now, but I agree with you. We have to let it play out before we start talking about him as if he's a top 3 quarterback in the league.
Yeah, there's just certain things you see that you could see are transferable from year to year, but you can't look into the crystal ball and see how a guy's going to be 3 years from now. It's just it's impossible.
It's hard,
Craig, as always, we always love having you on. I was hoping that we're going to have a little music accompaniment taking you out. Oh, we do. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah, of course, Greg,
Tom, right?
You know who sang this song, right?
You mean which member of KISS?
Yeah,
yes.
Of course he does.
Actually, I don't.
Oh. I think he wrote it too, right, Tom?
Yes, he did. Peter Criss.
That's right, yeah.
The drummer.
Peter Criss, yes, okay, yeah.
The Cat.
R.I.P.
The Cat sang it. So
that's a great song. That's the classic power ballad, Yeah. Every Hair Nation band had a power ballad.
Did you dress up as KISS for Halloween ever?
No. I'm not a Halloween guy, Tom.
Well, Ace Frehley? No, nothing?
Craig just went, no.
No.
Gene
of course Simmons, and I'm not one of, yeah. No.
Craig, thank you so much. It's always fun catching up with you. Have a great time this weekend. And now that we know you love the power ballads, you can expect more from us.
I'm sure we'll hear one every week.
Yes, we will.
Greg, do what you do, all right? Yeah.
See you,
all
Greg.
Right, guys.
Greg, do what you do. Good deal there. There's Greg Cosell. We do it every week.
Down that fence.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm not happy tonight.
Greg, I hear you calling. All right, 503 checks in.
Route killed them.
Two high man defense. Somebody's 503 says, ask Greg if he's wearing skin tight leather pants, eyeliner, and hairspray right now. You know what it made me think of? Made me think of the old John Clayton. I imagine Greg as like John Clayton in the old Sports Center commercial when he's like rips off the sleeves. He's got the Slayer T-shirt on and the ponytail rolling down the back. I imagine that's our guy, Greg Cosell. All right, let's take a quick break. Still to come tonight, by the way, 4:50. 49er General Manager and Hall of Famer John Lynch going to join us, talk about this weekend's matchup at Levi Stadium, Niners and the Packers. And then at 5:30, Steve Kerr. So great finish to the show coming your way. When we come on back here, plenty more to get to. We have not talked Warriors whatsoever. Get into a bit of Warrior basketball. We can also still talk more about the 49ers and Brock Purdy against Jordan Love. Young quarterbacks all over the NFL in the postseason. We'll get into that a little bit later, but Draymond returns and the Warriors still suck. That's next on the Sports Leader.
I'm not happy.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
The 49ers have their first opponent of the playoffs as they'll take on the Green Bay Packers on Saturday, 5:15 at Levi Stadium and right here on the Sports Leader. All stories on the matchup are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Best place to be playing fantasy sports. Now that your regular season football fantasy team is out, which it's got to be, we're in the playoffs now. Either you won or it's out. More than likely, you're eliminated. You can still get in on the action here with some NFL playoffs and Underdog Fantasy's pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. Here's what you do. You pick between 2 and 5 players, select whether or not they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats during the NFL playoffs. If your picks hit, you can make up to 100 times your money in a single postseason. How about that? It's legal in California and a ton of fun to play along as you watch the NFL playoffs. And again, Niners in action this weekend on Saturday down in Santa Clara, taking on Green Bay. Should be a whole lot of fun. It's a great reason to download Underdog Fantasy. You can do it, by the way, for tonight's NBA slate as well. We got the a great pick. I'm over here on Joel Embiid, 29.5 points. I'm going higher on that. I'm looking at Devin Booker, 7.5 assists, 7.5 assists. I'm going lower on that. You can put this together and win some money tonight, but it all starts with downloading the Underdog Fantasy app or going to UnderdogFantasy.com and signing up with promo code KNBR. And when you do, you can get your first deposit of $10 or more doubled up to $100 plus. They'll give you a special pick of higher than a half a total yard to use with your first pick of entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, to get your first deposit of $10 or more up to $100 doubled plus your special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
It falls off in having pride. Just got to have pride in yourself as a man that I'm not going to let my guy score. And our closeouts was too soft. Our rotations were too slow. So it's just no pride. And until every guy take pride in themselves and want to stop the guy in front of them, we'll suck.
Draymond Green returns. Warriors didn't look good against a B-class Memphis Grizzlies team. Not a good team in general anyway. And they fall last night to the Grizzlies. Draymond, they're talking about standing in front of your man. He's like, we're all going to suck if you don't do that. Steph took Saturday night off against the Bucks. Warriors lost 129-118. After the victory on Friday, Draymond returned yesterday for the MLK Day game. Came off the bench for 24 minutes, 7 points, and 7 defensive rebounds. Warriors still lost 116-107. No Ja Morant done for the year. Desmond Bane out. Marcus Smart not there either. So funny to keep asking this. Saw somebody put it on Twitter last night and said, man, this might be the worst loss of the season. And I said, here's the deal. First of all, one, can I offer you a foul against a Draymond foul against Chet Holmgren maybe on a three-pointer at the end of a game? Can I offer you a Christmas Day in debt? The fact of the matter is the Clipper game was terrible. If you've got to ask that question, 5 times before the midway point of the season, your team's probably doesn't really matter. You got bigger problems than is this the worst loss of the season. It was not a good loss, but most of them have not been good losses, and there have been a lot of them. It's not a good team.
Yeah, just off the top of your head, you got 2 losses against the Thunder.
Yep.
That were brutal. You had an 18-point lead against the Nuggets at home with about 7 minutes to go. You lost that one.
I said Christmas. That's what I'm thinking about. Sorry.
Yeah. You had, a 5-point lead with the ball out of bounds in Sacramento.
Yep.
You yacked that one away. So, yeah, it was like last year. Last year, I don't know how many times I heard, is this a new low? Is that the low? Is this
Detroit, Charlotte, they were terrible.
Yeah, it's who you are. This is who they are right now. They're 4 games under 500. That's who they are. And Draymond's right. I've been saying this for weeks, that they don't keep people in front of them. That's why teams shoot the percentage they do from the 3-point stripe, because they're open. Because the defense got to help. If it didn't help, you're going to score in the paint. If you help, then you just get wide open 3-pointers. And what'd they hit last night? 21 threes? I mean, it was absurd how many. I mean, they had 12 more free throws or 12 more field goals than the Grizzlies, and got out shot 20-10 from the 3-point line. But even more concerning was the 32-9. It was actually 40-10 free throw attempt disparity. 32-9 makes. Got outscored by 23 points at the free throw line. That was last year. That doesn't happen as much this year. How do you win? You can't win that game. You get outscored by 23 points at the line. I mean, you got to dominate the 3-point line, and they got dominated. So that's how you lose a game in which you hold somebody to 37% shooting. I can't imagine how many teams shoot 37% win a basketball game. I mean, it can't happen more than 5% of the time, if that. And that's absurd that you shoot and you shoot 50%, 49, and you still manage to lose the game. That's because they get clean looks from the 3-point stripe. So, yeah, I mean, look, that's who they are right now. So they are. I mean, how many games are they behind? Utah.
You want the standings?
I remember last week I go, they fell behind Utah. They're now 3 games behind Utah. 3.
Yeah.
They were ahead of them, and then they slipped behind them. I remember saying by percentage points, and now they're 3 games behind Utah. And they are a game and a half behind the Lakers, who are in 10th.
You want to say the next team?
A game and a half behind Houston.
That's the rough one. When I see that and I see Houston, when you're hanging around Houston, and again, you're right. You're ahead of Memphis, but not by all that much. The Warriors right now, 18-22. They're in the 12th spot. Lakers are 20-21, and you said Utah is the spot at 9, 22-20. They're also 15-5 at home. It's a classic Utah team, just home dominance for anybody who rolls in. The Warriors, conversely, 500 at home and 7-11 on the road. They don't do anything particularly well, which is the issue with them now. And you've been pointing out The one thing is that, I mean, as just a hinge point, they're not staying between their man and the basket. That is something I feel like you've been saying time after time after time, game after game. That said, the free throw disparity is an issue. And didn't they dominate points in the paint? Like, didn't they? The Warriors
crushed them.
Yeah.
Absolutely crushed them. It was like 50-18, something like that.
I was looking at the team stats there yesterday, and I was like, it's such a weird, delta between those two numbers, and then to lose the game, it's just it's a weird statistical. It's not an anomaly for sure. It's just they just don't do much well, and if they get blown out like that in sort of one category or one element of the game, it's almost as if they stand no chance.
Well, I was looking. I'm gonna go back right now and look at the at that stat. But I was looking. They are closer to Memphis in the 13 spot than they are Phoenix in the 8 spot.
3 up on Memphis.
Yep, 3 up on Memphis and 3.5 out of Phoenix. So the 8s, they're further away from the 8 spot than they are close to the 13 spot. That's brutal. I mean, and I don't think they're this bad, but hey, I mean, again, you are what your record says you are, and that's what their record says they are. So, and I said this last week before the road trip. I go, God, if they go 1-3 on this road trip, they're going to be 5 games under 500. 5 games under 500. And if I can, and they're going to be, I think they're like 5-point underdogs to the Jazz. That's unbelievable. So they come home. You get Dallas. You get the Hawks, Kings, Lakers, and Sixers. Oh, by the way, and Sixers, and then you go back out for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-game road trip. So, yeah, I said this would be important. I said this would be really important this next couple weeks here, because of the fact that if you go that 1-3, you're 5 games under 500 halfway through the season. You got 41 games left. Now you got to go 5 games over 500 just to get back to 500. It's not great. It's not great at all. And Draymond's right. If you can't keep people in front of you, it doesn't matter. They're not the team that goes out there and scores 130 a game. They're not that team. They can't play that type of game anymore. And Clay is not consistent enough. Wiggins is not consistent enough. Steph he's been kind of hit or miss in the last month. He just hasn't been great. Maybe they asked too much of him, and at this point is like, his body just can't do it he can't do it as much as he used to. It's called age. So I think what they're asking of him is probably at this point of his career, that's a rough ask. It really is. Like, he needs some help from some of those guys, and they're just not able to provide it. I don't think it has anything to do with want or competitiveness. It's just, what happens when you get a little bit older. Not as quick, not as, not as mobile. So I don't know. I mean, it's not, and I'm not like totally down on the team. I've said it before. The timeline of a dynasty, basically, and this is kind of the tail end of it. So, you're happy for what you were able to witness, and really, love that. But they want more. This isn't how they're built, and they keep saying that's so. I think the fans want more. I just kind of accept it for what it is, and I don't know how you move forward from this year on if it continues to go like it's going right now. But I don't know how anybody, even the most diehard Warrior fan, could look at this and say, well, if just that could happen, they'll be fine. Or if just this could happen, they'll be fine. Or if just this could happen. I mean, the only Warrior fan that could say that is if you've been a Warrior fan since like 2012 and you just haven't been through any of their bad teams, or you don't watch a ton of basketball, which is altogether possible.
Either way, KNBR, anybody willing to admit that? Jumped on in 12?
Yeah, they just think they're entitled to 55, 60 wins in a championship. Like, no, you're not. You're lucky you had that for all those years. This is what happens in the NBA. Teams get older, teams aren't as good, other teams get better. So deal with it.
And you change the game into the style of play that is now not the reason you're losing, but the game has evolved, and the players that were a part of it, they haven't aged outside of Steph, really, and the injuries to Clay in the way that they needed to. to remain competitive. 808 KNBR is the number to call and text. We'll get back into the 49ers next. How about this? Did the Niners, as Nick Bosa said, did they give the blueprint for defeating the Philadelphia Eagles? It sure looked like it after they were dismantled yesterday by the Buccaneers. Also, Greg Cosell, some interesting comments about the Packers saying they didn't do anything special to stop that Cowboy offense on the defensive side of the ball. Give us a little breakdown on the Packers defense. Talk a bit about how the 49ers dismantled the Eagles and sent them on their way. Did they play a role in that postseason loss? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not in my mind really much at all because he hasn't been on a bye week. We pushed the heck out of Brock. Meetings, practice. We knew Sam was playing that whole game, and Brock was still splitting reps with him. So Brock got a good weekend. We just didn't want to put him out there in the first half of that game. So he did miss the first half versus the Rams, but he got that whole weekend, and he came back. He's been here. He's worked on his days off. We got 2 bigger practices last week than we do in a normal week. So, and Brock went out with the guys on Monday, did a bunch of stuff with them, and now we're going to get 2 practices in again. So in terms of time off, he did have 2 quarters off to what we could have done with them, but we definitely think that was worth it, and I don't worry about that affecting Brock at all for Saturday.
We've talked a lot this year about there's not much Brock Purdy has not seen walking into an NFL playoff game. This is actually one that I had not really considered or thought about. Brock off a bye. Now, he's been very good off of bye weeks to this point in his career in the regular season, this year and last season, after the Miami game, when he steps in and becomes the full-time starter. But this will be a first. It's the first time Brock will have had this much time off, didn't play the final week of the season. And the Niners really have not had this scenario under Kyle Shanahan. They also well, they have had the scenario they'll have Saturday, which is a game against the Packers in the playoffs. They also, what's interesting is we thought, and you and I said this at the start of the year and throughout the season, especially at 10-1 for the Eagles going into that game against the Niners, that these two teams look like they were built to be maybe the best two teams in the NFC for the foreseeable future. That they were sort of established that way. We'd see about the Cowboys, and still we'll see. And I still think that can be true about the Eagles. It's hard to do a second year what they did last year. But do you buy in more now that the Niners dismantled them or gave a blueprint for that? Or was it more about the Eagles' play on themselves at the end of the season? Because you mentioned them giving up yesterday.
Yeah, they just their defense is terrible. Their defense was, Baker Mayfield just went right through them. They scored in their first 3-4 possessions. Couldn't stop them. And I don't know if there was a blueprint how to stop Hurts, but that offense is pretty much intact from last year. I know Goddard was hurt this year at some point, and Swift is here this year. But, the receivers and all the guys that catch the ball, and a lot of the running backs are back. Scott is back, and guy who's 14, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, Gainwell.
Kenneth Gainwell, right.
They have a lot of guys, and the offense didn't look very good either, but the defense, defense looked brutal. So I don't know. Again, I don't know. Like how, the defense, how much is Kelsey's retirement going to hurt? How much did Steichen hurt? Maybe they're not that team. Maybe it's just like a 1-year thing. But I thought, well, most certainly after the 10-1 start, right? They got to be that team. They got to be at least considered one of those teams that's at the very top, right? 10-1 coming off a Super Bowl. And Super Bowl year is always tough for teams that lose the Super Bowl. And then sure enough, it got up to them. I think Steve Young spoke it into existence.
Yeah.
Just said they're pretenders, and then they were pretenders. Like all of a sudden, it didn't happen until Steve said it, and then it just happened.
We kind of scoffed at it. Yeah.
I did. I was like, oh, come on. You're like 10-1. Well, next time I won't. I'll just go like, okay, Steve, yeah, whatever. You got it. You said it. Gonna happen. I know. I trust you. Because he said it, and right after that, they were just...
I'm with it.
They were just brutal. Just brutal. Terrible. So,
brutal!
Yeah, I don't know. I think the 49ers are still... You look at them and go, they still should be good for a number of years. I don't think they have many worries. Other than that, who? What have the Cowboys proven? Well, nothing. Nothing really. The Eagles, don't know now. There's question marks with the Eagles, and maybe some of this will have to do with who the coach ends up being. Could Seattle be that team with a quarterback and a good coach? Could the Rams? We didn't expect much from the Rams this year. Are they right back in the mix now with McVay? And you look at Puka's super young and Williams super young, and they got some young defenders that played pretty well this year, so maybe they're back into the mix. They took a couple years off, and they're like back into it. So, but other than that, it seems kind of bleak. I look at the NFC South and I know the Buccaneers, but somebody had to win that division. Yeah, NFC East, it looked like a powerhouse. That's not a powerhouse anymore. So Central. The Packers look like they might be ready to take a step up and be that team. That's a definite possibility in the Lions. So, maybe there's a changing of the guard here in the NFC. The Niners will be there, and then, some new teams that step up and are there as well. But it's a lot different than I thought it would be. I thought it would probably be, at some point, the Niners were going to have to go through either the Eagles or the Cowboys, if not both of them, and they don't have to go through either of them. I did not see that coming a month ago at all.
Yeah, I certainly not by this margin, or these two teams going down as big of a margin as they did. Here's what Nick Bosa said. This was back after the 49ers beat the Eagles. Eagles again were 10-1, and I believe they were off to the best start any team had since the Buffalo Bills went to 4 straight after going to a Super Bowl the previous year. Here's what Nick Bosa said after the Niners dismantled the Eagles and took over the number 1 spot in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on tape, though. And then, obviously, we put the blueprint out there. Hopefully, Cowboys watch the tape. We made Jalen stay in the pocket and escape outside instead of those B-gaps, and paid off. Because Jalen's looking at the rush every play. So, yeah, you just have to be disciplined and not give him that quick escape route where he could get to his guys quick.
There you go. I mean, it's funny. We joked then, like, after it was 42-19, by the way, was the final in that game. And we joked then that, boy, I wonder if the Niners are happy about him saying that. But I don't know how that could not be beneficial. You've got several opponents before this is even a possibility before you play him again. I don't know if there's any truth to that. And maybe it's something so simple that if it's a skill set the quarterback himself does not have, that by saying it, you're just exposing it publicly. I mean, I'll never know. We'll never know schematically how much truth there is to that. But certainly that's something that happens when we talk about the copycat league that is the NFL. Somebody finds out an Achilles heel for you, and they can expose it. They'll continue to do so. And to your point, Tom, I think they beat themselves as much as anybody else figured them out. I think the give-up thing, I don't know. I understand the effort and energy. They just look battered and beaten by the end of the season.
Yeah, I didn't watch a ton of Eagles the last 5 games or so. You know, obviously watching another game. But last night was, I mean, it was just disgusting watching him try to tackle. It was just, really? That's the effort you're coming with? Like, it was a joke. It really was. So much so that it stood out to me. Like, this is a playoff game, and this is the effort these guys are giving? It just, yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe Brent's right. There's going to be something that comes out during the offseason that you're just like, oh, okay. There was a divide in the locker room because of whatever. And then you're like, okay, now it kind of makes sense. So we don't know what it is. Because how do you go 10-1 to crap? Like it's just like turning a page. It wasn't like a slow disintegration. It was like, bam, you're good, you suck. And the game they lost, they just got mauled by the 49ers, and then it was downhill after that. How much did the 49ers take out of them? I don't know. But I don't know that I've ever seen that before, where a team that's supposed to be good is good, and then that deep into the season is crap. Because that's what they were. They were one of the worst teams in football at the end of the season. I just never seen that before. Maybe it's happened, probably happened. Hell, somebody go, oh, it happened last year, Tom. It always does. They always do that to me. Oh, Tom, wasn't that long ago. But it's so wild to me. That's why when Steve said that, I'm like, come on, really? Pretenders? Like, I didn't think they were as good as 10-1 suggested, but Pretenders suggest, well, what they were. Because that's what happened. Like, a Pretender is a team that didn't have much of a chance. And I was like, really? 10-1? They went to the Super Bowl. But that's exactly what they turned out to be. Exactly what they turned out to be. And their season never got as good as it did when they were 10-1 and up 6-0 on the 49ers. And the 49ers, I'm sure, were thinking, damn, can't get anything going here. The defense is kind of on fire, and we're not stopping them. We've stopped them in the red zone, thank goodness, but they're moving the ball. And then, Purdy hit that little pass to the left to Kittle and got him going and got a first down and moved on down the field. It was like that was the end. Like, that was the Eagles' season. That was the end of it. They just didn't know it at that point, and none of us knew it at that point. But at that point, you're up 6-0, and then that was as good as it was going to get. Because after that, it was all downhill, baby. Oh, and it was a steep grade. It wasn't a slow, let me have a couple switchbacks in here, and we're going to go back. Now, that was like, let's just go straight down the side of this mountain.
It's Wile E. Coyote with a sign that says help, yes. And he holds it up as he's in the air, and then works. He drops, right?
And the end of the Eagles season ended in a poof.
Like that, it was gone. Was it. Since December the 1st, 1-5 were the Eagles. They scored more than 20 points just twice. 42-19 loss to the Niners, 33-13 by the Cowboys, 20-17 loss to Seattle in Seattle. Then they beat the Giants 33-25. They lost 35-31 to Arizona at home, and then the loss to the Giants. And then, of course, if you want to go 6-7, you can tack on the loss to the Buccaneers in yesterday's game, where, again, they did not reach double-digit points. When we come on back, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be joined by 49ers General Manager John Lynch. Let's talk to the Niners GM about the game this Saturday. The 49ers taking on the Green Bay Packers. A lot of history with these two teams going back to 1996. Jordan Love playing as well as anybody right now. And Brock Purdy in a situation he has not seen before, out of a bye after not playing Week 18. John Lynch next, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30 on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan told reporters today that Christian McCaffrey was a full go in practice. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, time to get you ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers this Saturday evening over at Levi. And it is indeed a pleasure. The first time we've had a chance to talk to John this year. It's always fun to catch up with John Lynch, and even more fun once it becomes playoff time. John, how the hell are you? Good to have you on the show.
What's up, man?
I'm doing good, Tommy Copes. How you guys doing? Miss you. It's been a while.
Doing good. It has been far too long. Well, we all just do what Sarge tells us to do. That's all we do.
I just listen.
That's right.
We don't argue.
Sir, yes, sir.
That works.
Yeah, whatever, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
We
That's
don't
it.
argue.
Right.
We just do. And the general manager of the 49ers, John Lynch, of course. This is it's always fun this time of season, isn't it? Like, it feels like, and I don't know, it's got to be the same way in football, but in basketball, people would say, are the playoffs that much different than the regular season? I'd say, yeah. It's like the same game, but it's a totally different game because everything seems to take on a little bit more importance, like every single play, a missed assignment, and just whatever. So you're focusing up a little bit more. I'm wondering if that's the same feeling with football, that it's the same sport, but it's a completely different sport.
I think it is. I mean, just the stakes are so much higher. Now, I think our sport's a little different in that every game, counts for so much.
Yeah.
You guys play a lot more games, but still there is something different. I mean, I tell people always ask me to this day, do you miss being out there? And I said, no, not at all until playoffs. And then in playoffs, some different juice. There's some different juices that get flowing. And on the sideline, I want to be out there. I mean, that's what playoff football is all about, because I don't think I've ever had more fun than playing playoff football, because what it represents. And, I love something when it's, you win, you move on, you lose, you go home. And, that's what makes it great. And having said that, it was fun getting to sit home and be a fan this weekend and, just kind of watch the ball games and enjoy it, and know that our guys were getting a lot of rest that we're going to put to good use. But we also got a lot of really good work in. I thought Kyle and his staff handled the week really well. And more importantly, our players kind of took his lead and really took advantage of it. Got rest when needed, but more of a work week than a bye week.
Yeah. Before we get to the week and the game itself and what to expect, let me ask you this, and I won't let you pick the Super Bowl because that's too easy. Do you remember a favorite or a memorable playoff game, whether it was weather-related, your first playoff game, just for whatever reason? Like, what game jumps out at you other than the Super Bowl is like one that, for whatever reason, you really remember vividly?
Ironically, I forget the year, but I remember it was early, probably 97, and we were an upstart team, and it was myself and Brooks and Sapp and Rondé Barber now had joined, and we were up there taking on the mighty Packers in Green Bay at Lambeau, and something about that game, because it was one of the coldest games ever played at Lambeau. They got up on us big, and we came surging back, man. And we were this young team with nothing to lose, and we gave them everything. And I'll never forget it.
And we're gonna we're gonna try to reconnect with that with John Lynch. We had a consistent connect. I like that might iron itself out. It did not. So we'll try to reconnect with him. Anyway, I was getting hyped. I was like, this is my era here. We're going John Lynch. We're going Bucks. We're going the Super Bowl. Or, playoffs against the Packers.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk to him about that.
They were surging back when we left the story.
He's like, we had Derek Brooks. We had Warren Sapp. I was like, dude, this is sick, man. I was like, what a dope defense that was, dude. So, this will be. And also, by the way, another Florida team that, having to go on the road in the playoffs, cold weather like that. We talked about Miami and Kansas City earlier. Sort of the opposite effect here. We've reconnected with John Lynch. John, we were both like, on the edge of our seat. We're like Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp. We were charging back, and then we kind of lost you connection-wise. We got you.
It's weird. I think my problem, I'm on a landline that I'd never use anymore. It sits on my desk, and I use it for this radio show. That's it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. They don't make them like they used to, I guess.
No, they don't.
This sounds
for a
good.
reason.
Sounds sharp here. So, all right, so you were telling us about the game. You guys in the Bucks and Packers, and you guys were charging back.
Yeah, we're charging back against the mighty Brett Favre and Reggie White, and I'll never forget it. We ended up coming up just a little short, but we walked off the field there at Lambeau, and their fans gave us this upstart Tampa Bay Buccaneers team a standing ovation coming off the field because they just appreciated good football. I don't know why that kind of popped into my mind, but you said first memory of playoff football. Obviously, then the Super Bowl and all that we worked so hard for, but that kind of pops to mind when I was playing.
Well, maybe that's when the die was cast. Maybe that's when you guys,
right.
felt like, you know what, we're good enough to do this. We know the 49ers are good enough to do this. We've seen them play all year long, and there's just not a lot missing from this team, and you've seen it up close. What is, if there's one thing, and it doesn't even have to be on the football field, it could be in the locker room, that you think about when you think of this team that's made it as good as it is this year in the regular season, what would that be? Like, what is there a secret sauce with this team?
Well, we always talk about, when your best players are your hardest workers, you got a pretty good thing going, and I think that's the case with this team. And we got a lot of guys that you'd kind of categorize as your best players.
Yeah.
But darn near every single one of them, they really love the game. They love. I know it's not always the case, but they love practice because they're perfectionists. And I'm speaking of the Fred Warners, the McCaffreys, the Trent Williams, the Kittles, the Purdy's. I mean, these guys just love the game, and I think it's such a great example for the young players, for the players that are still trying to make their way, when you can just look over and see somebody who's having a great deal of success, and then it's really easy to see why. Aside from a nice gene pool and all that, the fact that they work and their routines. I always think it goes. I always tell people, like, the best players I ever played with, other than Sapp, he was a little unpredictable, but like Derek Brooks, I knew where he'd be at a given time in a day because he had a routine that was like, and those guys stack days, and they stack, days turns into weeks, and weeks turn into months, and they just kind of separate from everyone else because of their work ethic, because of their attention to detail, because of the way they do each and everything. And I think that's what kind of impresses me about this team, is that we got so many of those guys that are very talented players, but they're also guys that act like, Kyle says it best when he talks about Christian. Christian he acts like he's a walk-on. And, dude, you're like one of the most talented guys in our league. You're not supposed to act like that, but he does, and it makes it easy for everybody else to step in line.
That's great. Just real quick, I'll give you and I know we got to get to 49ers stuff, but you remind me of a story. Tim Duncan, after a couple years with the Spurs, I think they'd won a championship already. He shows up to camp on one of the white buses from the hotel with all the rookies and walk-ons. And the guys are like, bro, what are you doing? Why are you in that bus? He goes, I don't know, I'm staying at the hotel and come over with the fellas. And now this is like that's amazing. And I think that to have somebody like that, like Christian, like Duncan, Steph, I think is one of those guys that has that talent, effort, and humility to go along with it. That's a special athlete when you can get all those together.
No doubt. Yeah.
No
entourage for Tim Duncan, huh?
No entourage. He was not an entourage guy. No doubt about it.
The rookies were the entourage.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
I'm talking to 49ers General Manager John Lynch here on the UMA guest line. So we were talking earlier about how there's so few situations that Brock, even this early in his career, hasn't seen before. That going all the way to the NFC Championship last year, coming off of an injury this year, having a bye week, and then bouncing back off of a couple of rough games this year. He seemed like he's handled pretty much every scenario not with ease, but with grace and with ability, and he handles it like it's not too much pressure. This is one that's sort of unique. Hasn't played since Week 17, had the Week 18 bye, but as a team and as a whole, this is a different situation. When you played and you were on some very good teams, how did you handle the bye, and is there any right way? Is it player by player? What's the key for them, especially the offense coming out in this one?
Well, I think it's collectively, and then there are some individual things. I remember one of the best things I ever did. I had this guy I trained with, former Marine Pete Agoscu, and I'll never forget. Because I used to tell him all the time, like, you go on a bye week and you'd come back, and this even happened to me in year 16, when I was in training camp, and like you come back from a bye and it feels like you haven't played football in your life before. You got to look down and see where the hash is, stuff that's usually just rote and it becomes second nature. All of a sudden, we're such creatures of habit. You're off the field for 3, 4, 5 days, and man, it's like you've never been on it, and now it comes back really quick. So I remember his advice was like, hey, you're going to be home. You should be home resting. You should be watching all these games, but step out to a field and get out there and play a little mock game. And so that's what I did. I went out there to our facility. I remember our general manager, Rich McKay, coming out, what in the hell are you doing? And, I was kind of going through the paces. And so, Kyle kind of relayed some of those stories, and, I don't know if our guys came out to fields, but I think the point was stay active. Just don't lay on a couch for, 48 hours. Keep your mind active, and then our practices were really intense last week. I think we had great intensity. We put the pads on one day last week, and there was some popping going on. So, you want to be real careful. So because the most important thing is being healthy, but you got to be primed and ready as well. So that's a fine balancing act. But when it comes to Brock, I think Brock's handled, like you said, everything well. And the one thing we did notice on the bye week earlier this year, you forget this guy's still relatively fresh off a major injury, and he got a big benefit from the little bit of rest that he did get. So this week we worked, and Brock worked really well, but he got a little more rest than he typically would, and we hope he kind of has that same bounce back in terms of just functioning at his highest level.
I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume, but is Armstead going to be available for the game, John?
Yeah, it's looking like that. He's had really good practices here in the last week, before we went on our little weekend getaway, and then coming back here today, he was out there in a limited fashion and did really well. So Eric's that'd be a big boost for us. We're a better team when he's out there.
Is there a reason and he would be a big part of it. I don't want to say it's all him, but that's the one thing, as good as you guys played this year, and you still had a really good defense, you struggled against the run this year more so than in years past. Is there something you can pinpoint or you looked at as to the reason why you guys had your issues and troubles against the run?
Yeah, Eric's a big part of what we do,
sure.
But I think you're fooling yourself if it's just one guy. And so I think you get back to fundamentals and details, and those are things we stressed, during our work week, and we're stressing right up till the end. And I know this, the way Green Bay, a lot of their success offensively, and they've been humming. They've been really playing well. It's all started with the way they're running the football. Aaron Jones being a big part of that, but again, just like we're saying, it takes everyone. They play a very similar system to us, and so it takes everybody, receivers blocking, linemen blocking, tight ends, and, they're doing it really well and very effectively. Aaron Jones has been over 100 yards, like the last 4 games, and that really kind of makes their offense go. So it's going to be critical, part of this game, our ability to stop them and limit them in their run game and their ability. I'm sure they're preaching we got to be able to run the ball. So, that's something for sure to tune in, and it's something we're really emphasizing, and we need to get done.
Talking to 49ers General Manager John Lynch. A few more minutes here on the UMA Guest Line. Niners and the Packers divisional round game. We'll get your pregame going at 1 o'clock. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund on Saturday right here on KNBR. Just talking to our one of our producers, Tim, John, about the home run for you guys in playoff games at Levi Stadium. 4-0 in the postseason now at Levi Stadium, entering this one. And to me, what's cool about that is, especially for historic teams and franchises like the 49ers, you have historic moments throughout your team's history. But to me, playoff games are kind of where that hallowed ground is built and where fans have those memories. And it's funny. It's like Niners don't play many road games, it seems like, based on the travel of the faithful. But how cool is it that we're building with the faithful this kind of legacy now at Levi Stadium?
It's awesome. It really is. And, you said it, the faithful, and they kind of make us feel like we're at home wherever we are. It's huge to be able to play at home. And, man, it will make a difference. And we need the faithful there. We need them loud. And you're exactly right. This is how you kind of make history and you make it a home. And, we've been fortunate to have some success during the playoffs. We got to keep it going. You can't take anything for granted. We know we've got a really good team who's playing at a high level in all three phases in the Packers, and we got to bring it. And we feed off the energy of our crowd, just like they feed off our energy. And so we need them there. We need them there early, and we need them cranking. And man, it's gonna be fun.
What'd you see when you saw, Jordan Love just seems to be getting better and better, and his receivers are getting better. It's a completely different offense than the one we saw halfway through the season. What impresses you about their offense, and maybe more specifically Jordan Love?
I think it's just a credit to their entire team. Starting with my counterpart, Brian Gutenkist. It's a young team, right? The youngest team in football. Yeah. And he's doing his job well because there's a lot of talented players out there, and they're making plays. They don't look like young guys. And I learned long ago in this league when you play young guys, you might have some growing pains early on, but if you stick it out and they're made of the right stuff, they're going to get better throughout the course of the year. And you can clearly see that happening with this entire team, with Jordan Love. He's hot right now, and but he's hot because everything that they're doing well, talking like running the ball, and that sets up a lot of their offense. So certainly a formidable opponent, as we saw. They went into Dallas, a tough place to go play and win, and they dominated the Cowboys. So we respect this team. We'll be ready for them, and should be a great game.
John, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much for stopping by. We got to do it more frequently than just once a divisional round. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, ask Sarge if it's okay. Ask Sarge if it's okay.
Yes,
and you ask him, not us. I don't want to ask him. You ask
Sarge,
him.
and it's Kyle. Kyle loves you guys. It works for Kyle's schedules, but it's good being back on with you. And man, we'll do it again.
And next time we have you on, John, I want to find out the playoff team you went against that you didn't respect.
Think about it. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back to that one.
We'll circle back to that one, John. That's what we're going to do.
All right.
Have a good one, John. Good luck, man.
Good stuff there. 49ers General Manager John Lynch. By the way, the one thing he got me with at the end, just sometimes, people say stuff and a movie line or whatever pings in your head immediately. He said, Jordan Love, he's hot right now. You know what I think immediately?
He's hot right now.
That damn Hansel, he's so hot right now.
Zoolander.
Where's that from? Zoolander. He's talking about Owen Wilson. He's like, Hansel, the damn Hansel, he's so hot right now. He's so mad about how Owen Wilson's taking off. Anyway, there was John Lynch, 49ers general manager. Some good thoughts on the postseason. And the Niners' opponent, the Green Bay Packers, that they go up against on Saturday. It's an evening game. A 5:15 kick, 1:05 pregame. Dennis Brown, John Lennon, and myself will have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. Streaming, YouTube, Twitch, KNBR.com, the app, and now on Twitter. By the way, new show, KNBR Tonight. The new show on KNBR begins tonight. Sports Phone KNBR at 6 p.m. So we are less than an hour away. Sports Phone KNBR at the top of the hour up until 9 o'clock. And then every night there's a Warriors game. You'll still get Dubs OT with John Dickinson. And of course, his trusty sidekick is how we call him. I don't know. Greg Silver. He's the Robin.
Silver.
Tim says he's coming off the bench for Greg Silver. All right, great stuff from John Lynch. When we come on back, why don't we get you a sound soiree, and then Steve Kerr at the bottom of the hour, 5:30. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr will join us for his weekly conversation. Let's get you a sound soiree, which includes, by the way, some Steve Kerr, some Michael Irvin, and one of our good friends, Chris Rose. That's all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Draymond Green made his return yesterday, but it was the same result as the Warriors fell to Memphis, 116-107. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Number one, who cares?
Ready, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Chip, dip, chip, dip. They go with football like but chips and dip. And you love snacking when it comes to football. Get your pizza, get your wings, and you have your chips and dips. Well, with Daisy Dips, it's easy. All you do is crack them open. Whether you like to have French onion or ranch, doesn't matter what chip goes with them, they are tasty. You don't even got to worry about putting flavor packs in there. You just open it up, crack it open, and you're good to go. And if you're a host, that's all you want. You don't want to have to really dig in because you want to watch the games too. Grab your beverages, grab your Daisy Dips, and enjoy a little football. You're a Daisy if you do.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's back with you on a Tuesday evening, January 16th, 2024. Niners and the Packers on Saturday evening, but pregame for you at 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, going to join us in about 15 minutes. So why don't we get to a little sound soiree? And who better to start with than our next guest, Tom? Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's going to open up the Sound Soiree.
Wow, how about that?
This? So the Warriors were playing the Bulls on Friday. Did you see this, dude? They did a pregame ceremony.
One of the most. I was hoping we'd touch on it, but one of the most despicable displays that I've ever seen in an NBA arena. It was absolutely disgraceful, despicable. I couldn't.
Surprising by Chicago, I thought. Like, not that they're like some, I guess, city that's like loving people, but they just, I don't, like, if it's Philly or it's Boston or it's New York, you're like, all right, yeah, I get it. Like, that's who they are. I was a little bit caught off guard, but I was like, wow, really? I was like, this is where they're going. So, for those who don't know, Jerry Krause, like, they did a Jerry Krause Ring of Honor ceremony, right? Is that what they were doing? They were like, go ahead, Derek.
No. It was like a 98
the 90s
reunion.
Bulls, but his
90 whatever.
His wife or his widow is there?
Yes, Thelma, I believe her name was, because he's passed away.
And she's there representing him. She's got a spotlight on her, this poor woman, and the crowd boos like mercilessly, like the Jerry Krause recognition. Here's what Steve Kerr, member of those teams, had to say after the game.
I didn't hear it. I was in the locker room, but somebody just told me about it, and it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. I cannot believe. I'm devastated for Thelma and for the Krause family. What can we possibly be thinking? I cannot believe that the fans, and you have to understand, when you hear boos, it's not all, right? So the fans who booed, they know who they are, and that's, to me, it's absolutely shameful, and I'm devastated by that, because it's just what are we doing? You know, whether people liked Jerry or not, whether they disagreed with the decision to move on from whatever we're here to celebrate that team. Jerry did an amazing job building that team. And last night was all about the joy and the love that team shared with the city. And I'm so disappointed in the fans. And I want to be specific because there were lots of fans, I'm sure, who did not boo. But those who booed, they should be ashamed.
Knock off the booing.
Yeah. People were trying to make excuses for him. Well, they showed Jerry's picture on the Jumbotron. It's like, yeah, but they introduced Thelma saying representing, Jerry Krause. And then they still booed. Like he said. What are we doing? What are we doing? That was disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, it was a Ring of Honor ceremony. Not for Jerry Krause, but they were on. Obviously, Steve is there, and anyway, they end up booing the Jerry Krause, which is, anyway, just a tough deal. But can I lighten the mood, Tom? Can I riff just for a minute?
Please.
I'd like to, just to bring us all back to what we like to do here. It's too bad Rick Barry wasn't there, man.
Come on, people. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
With the tassels, dude. That's all I need. Rick Barry needs to be on site at every NBA arena for any pregame ceremony in the event that somebody's getting booed. This is crazy.
Right. Him and his fanny pack will grab a microphone and just go off.
Well, Mully's like, you seeing this? Mully's down there, too, just hanging.
This is crazy.
Next to a framed jersey, just hanging. Here's Michael Irvin, former Dallas Cowboy, Hall of Fame wide receiver. He's got a reaction to the Cowboy loss to the Packers. Here it is.
Oh, I bet
every damn where, all across this country, all across the league, they stood up to defend their city and defend their team, except in the city that deserved it the most. Except the team that's most recognizable and deserved it the most. What do you do when all you have don't understand what they have? When I got here, I understood the men before me. They built the Dallas Cowboys. They made this America's team. They put a championship on the table. Before I got here, my job while I was here is to match what they have done because they built it. They handed it to me. Put my damn championship on the table. That's all we ask. Put your damn championship on the table, and you couldn't do it. All their asses gotta go.
Oh, he's on his balcony filming that, dude. He's like outside yelling. People here are like, dude.
Who did he say has to go at the end?
All of them got to go. All their ass gotta go.
All ass. That's good.
Oh,
That's
man,
pretty good.
Stuff.
That's revel in that 49er fans.
Put
I was
your
kinda,
championship on the table.
at first I thought it was sort of fake because I was like, he's just kind of like, I didn't really even know what the hell he was talking about for the first 15 or 20 seconds. I'm like, he's kind of rambling. And then he gets to a point where clearly he's getting more and more angry, so I get intrigued, and then he drops the...
All asses gotta go.
Pretty good. That's a good line at the end there.
I don't even know what he said, but it's good.
Michael Irvin, there you go. Not happy about the loss, evidently. And
did
by
you
the way,
see the Jimmy Johnson halftime speech?
Oh, no. Wait, on
during,
TV?
Fox? Yeah.
Yes, I did see that, yeah.
Yeah, he...
I was like, you're not... I was like, you're on a set, right, Jim?
Yeah, everybody's ready to play.
I was like,
I mean,
Jim.
it didn't work, obviously. It would have worked better if he was the actual coach, but it was still pretty good.
Nobody hates...
All asses gotta go.
Nobody hates more, by the way, that the Fox team is all standing now on that set with that big graphic than Kurt Menefee, who used to look like fairly like the same size as everybody else. He's like next to Gronk and Howie, and they're like 8 feet tall. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree, how about our buddy Chris Rose, MLB Network, NFL Network, Rose Rotation Podcast. And I saw this. This is funny. He's sitting at the NFL Network, and he's got MJD with him, Maurice Jones-Drew, De La Salle Zone, and our guy Chris Rose poorly phrases a question to which MJD responds to. Here it is.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense? Okay. Listen.
MJD, by the way, stops.
No, he didn't.
MJD stopped. The reason you hear sounds is MJD starts to respond, and then he pulls back and he looks at him like, "Are you for real, bro?" He does the look like, "Come on, bro." And then he goes, "The defense." He goes, "Yeah." Listen real quick, one more time through.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense? Okay.
Okay.
I love when he goes, he just stops.
I got to show you the video because he goes, and he stops and he kind of tilts his head like, "Are you for real, bro? Are you really asking me?" You got to keep riding the D.
I don't know if anybody ever remembers, this had to be 10 years ago, maybe not that long, but at halftime, is it halftime or end of the game, where they have Klay Thompson?
Maybe the one you've got right here, Tom. We'll go to 2014. It's Roz Gold on Woo Day. Our guy Derek Papa all over anything involving riding the D. Ask Klay Thompson a similar question.
How much do you feed off of the D?
I remember watching that, and the look on his face was just priceless. Absolutely priceless. Can I hear that one more time, please?
Here he is.
How much do you feed off of the D?
Oh, God.
It's like, is it possible that they could ride the D?
That's so good. It's like, who's the Iowa quarterback this year? The guy from
the big boy, the big boy,
the guy who thought everything was funny. He thought everything was innuendo. It's like he would have loved Harmony.
I bet he would have.
I was going to say he'd have eaten Harmony up, and he'd enjoy the segment. Thank you, Michael Irvin. That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree.
Yeah.
Okay. Derek says I have breaking news, but I don't know what it is yet. Just say to my ear, Derek. Tell me what I got. Pascal Siakam is on the move. Breaking news here. Pascal Siakam on the move to the Indiana Pacers. The Indiana Pacers have acquired from the Toronto Raptors Pascal Siakam. I will get you the details of that deal when we speak to Steve Kerr next, only here on the Sports Leader.
All asses gotta go.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. It's tax season again. God, it wasn't just here. Tax season comes around quick enough. Comes around even quicker when there's like an October deadline and then April again. Like, oh, hey, Kind of like the October one. Can we go for that? Now you're gonna hear all kinds of ads where you get your taxes done for cheap, and then cheaper, and then almost free. But word of caution: don't fall for the empty promises. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Alex Kugelman and his team at Kugelman Law, they understand that. They understand the allure of the quick solution. Like, boom, we're done. It's over with. But that's not the way it works. You want to choose a firm that has a proven track record. Like Kugelman Law, they have that. They've been doing this for years. All kinds of tax issues. And I've talked with Alex Kugelman. He is down to earth. He's personable. And he'll be able to explain everything to you. And it'll be simple. And you're like, boom, I don't have to worry about it. Got my taxes done. And let's put that to bed. Because you don't want like 2 or 3, 4 months later getting a letter in the mail. Yeah, we had a problem with the taxes. That's not what you want. That's not what you're going to get with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. So you can visit them at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
All right, time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
What's up, dude?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Good. You enjoying lovely, heard Utah's lovely this time of year.
Actually, it is. Beautiful snow in the mountains.
Oh,
yeah.
We got snow. A little chilly for me. A little chilly for my taste.
A little chilly. I wouldn't know. I haven't been outside yet, but it looks lovely.
The life of an NBA player: bus, hotel, strip club, bus, hotel.
What was that? I missed that. There was a skip in the the sound. I didn't hear that middle one.
Don't worry about it. You'll be skipping it in Utah anyway. So you got to join a club for like a million anyway. Let me just ask you this, because we've talked about this before, and I know you think there is more in this team, like they're capable of more. We've also said your record is what your record is, the old Bill Parcells line. I mean, you are who your record is. Are you guys, I mean, you're 4 games under 500. Are you what your record suggests you are?
Unfortunately, I have to agree with the Parcells comment, because that doesn't mean I don't believe that we can turn it around. It's just that's what we've been, and so you can't really paint it any other way. We have shown signs for sure that we can be really good, but we haven't been consistent enough, and obviously too many losses like last night where we should go take care of business against a team that's missing 4 starters, and we didn't, and so it's been unbelievably frustrating. I know it's frustrating for our fans, frustrating for our team and coaches and management. So we're all frustrated, but we're going to keep fighting.
One thing Draymond brought up last night, I've talked about for weeks now, is like the inability to keep the ball in front of you. And you go back and watch, which I'm sure you did, go back and watch the Memphis game. A lot of those threes are created just by not being able to keep the ball in front of you, and it ends up being a wide open 3 from a guy who may not be a great 3-point shooter, but it's I call him practice range 3-point shots, where you just catch it and no pressure, and you're able to shoot it. And if you I don't want to have you assign blame for like why things are where they are right now, but to me that's at the core of it. I don't know if it is for you when you watch it, but how big a piece is that, the inability to really point of attack defense, keep the ball in front of you?
Yeah, it's an issue for sure. I think watching the tape again after the game, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. I thought what hurt us was the 19 turnovers that led to some of those transition threes. They hit some really tough shots in the second half, fourth quarter in particular. But, those shots are easier to hit if you've already been able to take a few that you could line up because there was a turnover and now you're wide open in transition. I think that's what happened, really. We gave them life with the turnovers, and they hung around, and then they made big plays and tough shots the whole fourth quarter, and give them credit. But the defense, it always starts with on ball. I mean, if you can guard the ball, you don't have to rotate, then you're going to be in pretty good shape. And that has not been a strong suit. Of our, particularly with Draymond and Gary being out so much of the season. Those guys are, 2 of our best defenders, and so that has been an issue. But we got to keep working.
Got it.
Okay, Steve.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I was going to just ask your evaluation of Draymond's first game back. We asked you last week about him potentially coming off the bench in the return. You talked about the minutes management, 24 minutes, 7 defensive boards, and 7 points. Just how you thought he implemented back in after 16 games out.
Yeah, I thought he played well. He looked like he moved well. He's always out there talking and rotating and in the right spot defensively. So that was fun to watch him, at work. And, he knocked down a 3. He's at 44% on the year, by the way, which is, pretty remarkable. But yeah, I thought Draymond looked good. It'll take some more time before, he can get those minutes up higher than that. But, yeah, it's great to have him back.
How critical is the next, and maybe they're all critical, but it seems like, 4 games under 500, I mean, you need to get back to 500, obviously, before you can start thinking about teams that are ahead of you. And the further you slip behind, it's like the longer it's going to take us to get there. Can you think that way, or is it just, how easy is it to block it out if that's what you try to do and just say, that's too far ahead. We got to get better this game. We got to win this game, and let's worry about that without worrying about big picture stuff.
Yeah, I can't think that way. We just have to focus on the next game and whoever made up the one game at a time cliche actually had it right. It's just annoying when people say it.
It really,
yeah,
it is so right.
But it is true. We got Utah tomorrow. They're one of the hottest teams in the league.
Yeah.
So we just got to worry about tomorrow and then keep plugging away.
What's funny because, and I've said that before, coaches and players think one game at a time because that you don't even know who you're playing half the time the next week. You're just concentrating on that game, and so they're more micro, where the fan base is always macro. Like, how does this affect playoffs, or how does this affect this, or how does this affect that? I know you can't. Yeah, I mean, I know as a coach and a player, you can't think that way at all. It's just got to be. Do you feel like it kind of is the way it is right now with Steph? He's been scuffling a little bit the last few weeks, and it's odd because he's Steph. I mean, that's how great he is. That when he has a struggle like everybody does, it's noteworthy because, well, he's Steph, and you don't see it all that often. How cognizant are you of like kind of the usage and how much he's being asked to do right now to kind of keep this thing moving, trying to get it moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I mean, we've asked so much of him, obviously, not just this year, but for his entire career here. And, so I think this year and in the last few weeks in particular have been spiritually kind of draining for Steph. We started out the season with high hopes, and then, between the injuries and the suspension to Draymond and our record and, just kind of where we are right now, he's tired, and that's why we gave him the night off in Milwaukee. He was wiped out, and he needed a night, and he came back strong last night. But he carries so much weight for this franchise, and we've got to all of us we've got to do a better job of helping him carry that load.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on the UMA guest line. By the way, tickets for our Warrior home games are available for purchase at Warriors.com. They come back home to take on the Mavericks January 19th. It's a Friday night. It's a nice homestand, too. Atlanta, Sacramento, Lakers, Philadelphia, all on the homestand. Even when tickets sell out, you can get them at Warriors.com, guaranteed by the Warriors organization. We played the soundbite of your comments from after the Bulls game the other night, following the Ring of Honor ceremony and the crowd reaction to Mrs. Krause. And I was just wondering because, you were there for a number of years, and many of us don't know much about that era other than what we've seen in The Last Dance, and I would include myself in that group. I'm just wondering, based on what has been said and the reaction of the fans, do you think Jerry Krause was misunderstood?
He was definitely misunderstood. I think that the thing that I've found with The Last Dance, so many young people come up to me and talk to me about it, and they say, man, I can't believe they broke up the team. And I go, are you kidding me? We were exhausted. We had nothing left. Like, that team was done. It was done. And so the way the perception is from that time is that, we were just going to go win another couple championships. And that was just not the case. It was, it had been for, the main guys on that team, MJ and Scotty, it had been, 6 championships in 8 years. Michael missed the 2 in the middle, obviously, playing baseball, but, that team was just not only physically but spiritually just exhausted and had nothing left in the tank. So it felt right to me at the time, but the one thing that didn't feel right was Michael Jordan not going back to the team. But it was for him. It was sort of all or nothing. He wanted Phil back. He wanted the group back. And when they didn't offer that, he said, all right, I'm done. And that's more of the story. We were done. We were just wiped out.
Well, I guess what fans see, right, is they see their hero, Michael Jordan, kind of perpetuating the story that, hey, let us be the ones that don't get it done. At least give us a chance to do it. And who are they going to believe? Of course they're going to believe Michael Jordan, even though Michael probably knew as well as you did that, like, this probably isn't going to happen, and everybody's like, they're just done with each other. We've rode this out as far as we could go. But when the fans see that, then that's what they're going to believe, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, I remember back then even people said to me, man, if Michael hadn't left to play baseball, you guys would have won 8 in a row. And I was like, no, we wouldn't have. I mean, to me, the whole reason for the second three-peat, which I was part of, I wasn't part of the first three-peat, but the whole reason for the second three-peat was because Michael was so refreshed and recharged from taking 2 years away and playing baseball, and he came back with a vengeance, and that's what led to that next run. But if he had stayed, I don't see that 8 in a row. That's crazy.
it's wild to get 6 out of 8. I mean, that's Celtic.
It is.
Celtics type stuff is what that is. Oh, I got to ask you one thing, because I know you love playing Pajemski. I love Pajemski. I love watching him play. I think he does so many good things that people don't notice. But I've said this on the broadcast, so I can say it to you. Can we get rid of the sky hook? That thing.
You're not a fan of the George Mikan?
No, I love it. If it went in, it'd be fantastic. I mean, he's shooting about 15% on those things, man. It's like, I gave him about 5 of them, and then after that, I was like, all right, let's put that on the shelf for a little while. Work on that thing. And then he shot one last night. I don't think it drew iron. I was like, we gotta put this one away. We gotta put the sky. I mean, I love the sky hook. I love somebody uses it. But I don't love it as much when it doesn't result in points.
Yeah, I don't know. I love BP's approach, and just the way he attacks and the way he probes in the lane. I kind of think he's eventually going to make that shot. He just has so much belief. When? What did you say? When?
No, I said great. Eventually, he's going to make one. I mean, of course he's going to make one.
I'm not saying one. I'm saying I think eventually he's going to make that shot consistently, and that's going to be a part of his game. Yeah. I don't know if you remember this, but when Clay was really young, he missed a lot of layups, and his dad told a funny story. Michael, he said, yeah, we used to call them clay-ups. We were like, geez, Clay, can't you make a damn layup? Those are clay-ups. And I do think a lot of young players really struggle, first year or two finishing, because those guys are so athletic and big in there. And but with time, and Steph's another great example. I mean, he didn't make those shots early on, and now you see some of the shots he makes. So I really believe Brandon will eventually make that shot consistently, not make it once, make it consistently. and so I don't mind it.
How many times in a row do you think he can make it? Like at some point?
That's the better question.
Oh, goodness gracious. Talking to Steve Kerr. Hey, before we let you go, have you I don't know how many different combinations you put on the floor. There's some that I think with injuries and stuff I've looked at and go, I've never seen that one before. That one's an interesting one. Do you feel like, is there more to explore at this point? Or, hey, we're halfway through the season, I've run through just about every combination I can. It's just about figuring out a way for these guys to maybe not tighten up a couple things. There's maybe more than that, but because that doesn't. I don't know if there's any factor in that. Are there more combinations and lineups that you have, or is that like we just got to play better?
I think we just got to play better. That's the bottom line. I mean, I think the experimental phase is more like first 25 games of the year or so, and I think we learned a lot about our team in that stage. I've said this before. I mean, the biggest problem that we had this season was the starting group not finding their way, because they'd been the best starting 5 in the league for the last 2 years from a number standpoint, and a really good two-way lineup for us, right? Won a championship a year and a half ago, with that starting lineup basically, and coming into the year, that was the plan. Those guys, lead the way. Chris and Dario kind of lead the second unit with our young guys, sprinkled in. And that was the vision, and the fact that we just, we between Draymond's suspension and some struggles with Clay and Wiggs, and we just could not find a rhythm with that first group, and ever since that, we went away from them because we just felt like we couldn't wait any longer, and between the suspension and the injuries, with Gary and Chris. It just feels like we've been jumbled ever since. So I don't feel like we need to experiment. I just think we got to play better. That's the bottom line.
When is is there going to be an update on GP anytime soon?
When we get back in town,
Okay.
yeah. He's not on the trip, so he's at home rehabbing, and we'll have an update next week.
Got it. Well, enjoy Utah. Oh, I mean, I'll ask you about it, but I don't know if you're going to have any thoughts on it. I don't even know if it's final yet. But the Siakam trade to Indiana, did that news surprise you at all?
Oh, I didn't even know about it. Did that just come out?
I think it just happened. Kofi
right before.
it was official.
No, I did not lie to you, and I never said official. Don't you? Put words in it. Don't you dare, dude. Let's go to the tape. It's developing per Shams, so
okay.
it's in the works.
Well, then now you should really talk about it.
This is your bad, dude. You just quoted me. You didn't even check your sources or anything. You're even worse.
I don't know. All right, I'll put a.
No worries, Steve. Don't answer it. Don't answer this.
I'll put a $1 bill in the kitty for jumping the gun on that. Anyway,
all right, guys.
Enjoy Utah. Enjoy the mountains. Best of luck tomorrow against the Jazz, and we'll talk to you next week, Stevie.
All right.
See you, man.
Thanks,
all
guys.
Right, take it easy.
Okay.
Take it easy,
There's Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Breaking news per Shams Charania, Tom. About 23 minutes ago, developing Raptors and Pacers are in active talks. Derek, you said, Siakam to the Pacers. Sounds like it's almost done, though. This is per Amick and Shams Charania. So it sounds like it's for a first-round pick. You're getting 3 first-round picks per league sources. Usually you're not getting those kind of terms unless it's close. So anyway, if Shams is getting it and Amick's getting it, pretty reliable sources. So we'll keep you updated if and when that becomes available. And when we come on back, we will get you ready for Sports Phone KNBR, a show geared towards you, the listeners. We'll start that at 6 o'clock tonight, 6 to 9. Sports Phone KNBR gets going, KNBR's newest local evening addition to our lineup, 6 to 9 p.m.
59.
That's right. And as many listeners out last week asked, is Harmony hosting? No.
69.
It is not Harmony.
That's too much harmony.
Line them up, start at 6 o'clock, 808 KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR starts at 6, only here on the Sports Leader. Dusty Baker is officially coming back to the Giants as a special assistant. More on that story is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. This hour of KNBR is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. Even in my head, I can hear Tom going, like from years before me doing the show, them. All right, we're going to wrap things up here on a Tuesday evening. Got a little soup for you. I'm sure we have time for soup, but let's probably say what's up to our guy. And the newest program starting tonight on KNBR, Sports Phone KNBR. Start lining up the calls, 808 KNBR at the top of the hour, 6 to 9 every night, Monday to Friday, weeknights. And then we'll get into to some Giants season. We'll definitely have some late-night Giants conversations with the listeners, but for too long, hasn't been that long, but for too long already, no programming live and local here on KNBR on weeknights, and I think the brand name Sports Phone means something to KNBR listeners. Sports Phone KNBR returns tonight, and our guy Kerry Crowley's here to kick us off. What's up, dude?
Yeah, first one. I can't wait, Copes. This is going to be great.
How about this? Yeah, I mean, Sports Phone for years. You were a listener.
Oh, absolutely.
Caller. Do you remember the first time you ever called in?
I think I was about 8 years old, calling in, driving around Lake Merced. I remember coming home from a Giants game at night.
You were driving?
I was not driving. Yeah,
I
was
a DD that night.
You know what? I don't even think I was old enough to sit in the passenger seat right there. I was in the back seat of a van.
How about that? 808 KNBR. The like in the 90s when your parents were like, "No, dude, there's a new thing." They rode in the back of pickup trucks without anything. And they're like, no, you can't sit in the front seat.
Exactly.
I was like, so you guys were insane. Now I got to ride back seat.
Yeah, so it was probably like 2002 when the Giants are rolling toward that matchup with the Angels in the World Series. I'm 8 years old sitting there. Can't wait to call in. So whoever the host was, they put me on the air. They put an 8-year-old kid on the air, and I've been hooked ever since.
You were waiting on every Jason Christensen pitch, dude. Just every Aaron Foltz call-up was a Kerry Crowley reason to call Sports Phone.
Felix Rodriguez was my guy that year.
Well,
B-Rod?
That year? Well, the year before.
B-Rod Worrell?
Yeah, year before he won 9, I think. He won 9 games a year before.
That's incredible.
Or I think it was 2001. He might have won 9. At one point, he got he had at one point like the Andy Baggerly, Jeremy Affeldt MVP vote. I think F-Rod has a vote like that somewhere.
We've got.
I'm not joking. I think Felix Rodriguez in 2001 for the Giants was 9-1 or something stupid.
No MVP vote.
And got a Cy Young or something.
No MVP vote.
Oh, yes. In Cy Young
MVP vote in 2001. You're right.
Boom. What was his record?
1.68 ERA, 9-1, and 80 1/3 innings.
Boom.
Wow. Dusty wore out that arm.
Yeah. And then he was 9-1 because he was coming into games in the 6th inning. They're losing 4-3, and then here come the big fellas are coming up. Here comes Kipe with Bonds, Kent, and
that?
Snow.
80 1/3 innings, 5 home runs surrendered. 91 strikeouts. Incredible year.
All 5 to Spezio, too. Isn't that weird?
Tonight, call in with your recollections of Felix Rodriguez.
Oh,
yeah. 808 KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR at 6 o'clock tonight from 6 to 9. Taking your calls. Bay Area Sports Reaction live and local. What should we expect, Kerry? What are we getting tonight, man?
I mean... Keep in mind, I am the first host of this show, but I will not be the only host of Sports Phone. You're going to hear a number of different people. JD will do some. We've got a good rotation, Copes, coming down the pipe for Sports Phone. I can't wait.
Cadre?
Exactly, Tom. Exactly. So basically what we're going to do is put every caller that we get on the air, and if we don't get enough calls, we're actually going to start calling people from the studio. If you've called KNBR in the last 3 years and you haven't gotten on air, we've saved your number. We're going to dial you up.
No joke. Everybody who's ever sent a text, they're right here.
Exactly.
People think that you send one text, we see it goes away. No, if you've ever sent a text, you're like, I'm never texting again. I'm like, that's what you said back in August.